crazy to believe alternative history, too. It's crazy to believe in the mainstream history.
Yeah, that's where the craziness comes into it, for sure.
Or the same thing with America and Australia. You've got like all these amazing, beautiful, magnificent works of architecture going up almost all at the same time. And there'd be like 50 of these building projects attributed to one designer and his company.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? They do that a lot. There's always like some architect or someone who wasn't even an architect. They're like, this guy was like a doctor, but he also invented this and that and all of these different things, and it's crazy.
By the age of 24, he taught himself surveying and architecture design. Took his inspiration from Berlusconi in Rome.
Yeah, man, I was watching that exact thing yesterday about like some old world, like, or not old world, but some old aircrafts. Before it was like a steam powered 50 horsepower aircraft that could carry a dozen people in the 1800s. Wow. And it was like, yeah, he was a doctor and he also invented like, and there was just the biggest list of things you could ever imagine that this guy had invented. Like, how the hell could this guy invent all of these different things? Same with the architects, like you were saying, like that are responsible for designing these like grand structures. And it's like, oh, and they also design this one and that one and this one, and it's like, what?
It looks like we got a few new people popping in. Oh, that's Professor Triangle. He's a flat earther. Never mind. Anyway. The subject you guys are talking about, very interesting as far as going back in history and what we've been misled about, and these buildings are right in people's faces that couldn't have been built by whatever, you know. But how do we verify any of that stuff? I hate to be Davy Downer, but, you know, how do you verify over even 40, 50 years ago?
Yeah, you can't verify it. It's just a big puzzle, and you can put little pieces together here and there. It's fascinating stuff to look into, but it's always going to be a level of speculation.
Yeah, exactly, DJ. I mean, speculating, it just seems like obviously that things were a lot different way back when than what we've been told. But I know that's pretty vague, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Even looking into people that are credited with suggesting that the Earth's a globe, like Pythagoras and people like that, once you start digging into the the proof that they even existed, you can't really find anything. And even the historians agree that they can't confirm anything that we get taught in school about Pythagoras or that he even existed. They're like, yeah, someone named Pythagoras probably existed somewhere in Greece, but we can't confirm anything beyond that. It's all just stories. It's like they say, oh, the Greeks loved making up these mystical figures like Eratosthenes, Pythagoras.
Yeah, and then they attribute everything to them, just like these architects. Crazy.
But yeah, I get your point, Dave. But the thing is, we've already established empirically that it's absolutely not a globe. And that's the information we need to get to people, first and foremost. But I think digging into more things is very important to try to unlock more information. How did it what is this place? we know that it's not a globe. We know that it's a flat plane. We know that they've lied about history.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there, DJ. There's nothing wrong with trying to put the puzzle pieces together, and there is a lot of physical things right in our face, buildings and stuff like that are just impossible for it to be what they're telling us it is. But
yeah,
as far as figuring it all out, good luck. But there's nothing wrong with trying, right?
Exactly, man. What I find even more fascinating is the megalithic stuff. And there's no way we're going to work that out, but that stuff's just crazy. Giant megalithic structures and those big giant blocks that are like too big for modern machinery to lift and that kind of thing. Like, what the hell was going on back then?
I mean, it's not a bunch of Jews that just moved the blocks into place.
It's almost like they were harvesting some kind of energy from the atmosphere. But I'm not going to say the word ether, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you for sure. Yep, something.
I would go out on sort of a limb and say it's at least obvious that they had something figured out back then that was hidden for whatever reason, and now we're trying to figure out what it is. Again, vague, but y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, look at this thing that Cider Filler just put in the side chat. That's crazy. That's huge. It's also crazy that all this megalithic stuff's like freaking buried. Apparently, they just found like another Mayan temple as well, like some crazy Mayan temple complex in the jungle just recently.
You know what I find weird too? Like how they find throughout Europe, even how they're like digging up old Roman villages. Like how does that just happen? How do you just like lose track of a Roman town?
Yeah.
like oh geez, I'm standing on a mound of dirt and there's like Roman villas underneath my house. Huh, weird. You know that you lose the culture and history loses track of these places. Like you got to figure. I mean, being Roman towns, they had been on their own maps. They had been taxed. There are all these records all over the place, and there were people presumably living there. And you think that, like almost anywhere else, that people just continuously live and expand and grow out from where they are. And when your house needs a new roof, you get a new roof laid in. You continue farming and tilling the land, and so on and so forth. But no, I mean, in this case, you got Roman villas that are buried under the mud in Germany and England. And
Yeah, it's crazy. Apparently, like there's a big highway just near our house here in Poland, and when my wife was young, there was no highway here, and then they built the highway. When they dug up the ground to build the highway, they found all of these like ancient like artifacts under the ground and like sculptures, and they dated them to like 4,000 years old or something like that. And some of them look like freaking I don't know the name of it, but you know those dinosaurs with the long necks?
yeah,
Yeah, they look like them. And they were trying to like pass them off as like horses. They're like, no, these are just horses, but they look like those freaking weird dinosaurs with the long necks. You see them in some like ancient like wall art depictions, like I forget which country, but yeah, there's just this particular. It's not like a big giant dinosaur or anything like that. It's like a sort of camel-sized thing with really long necks. Yeah. Anyway, it's just crazy. Like they just discover stuff. They had no idea any of that stuff was there. They dig up a highway and they just find all of this stuff.
If I remember my dinosaur education, I think you're talking about a brontosaurus. I could be wrong.
Check.
We've been joined by Nell. Do they want to talk? Hello, Nell. Are you there? They want to talk right now. Back to you, DJ.
Yeah, that's the one, Dave. Yeah, kind of like that. Yep.
So just that little piece of evidence you were talking about right there, you're saying they supposedly dated that to 4,000 years ago, but the dinosaur story is millions of years, right? And asteroids and all that crap. So
Yep.
totally out of whack.
Yep.
Just saying.
Yeah, that same type of dinosaur, the Brontosaurus type of dinosaur. There's like really like ancient artworks and cave art and stuff like that. That's like really really old that depicts them. And then there's tales of like native cultures, like Aboriginal type cultures. I forget exactly which country. I'll ask my wife when she comes back upstairs. But yeah, they all reckon that they existed as well. Those same ones with the long necks. And there's reports of them being spotted deep in the jungle or something like that. Even just like a couple of 100 years ago. Anyway, I need to look into that one a bit more.
Yeah, obviously there could be all kinds of different kinds of creatures, different various sizes that they're extinct now for whatever reason, or who knows.
Yep.
We can't limit the creator to what he can create,
Mm-hmm.
He can create DNA and he can create little insects and crap like that, so why not big things too? But anyway.
Yep. Yeah, there seem to used to have been bigger versions of things for sure, like saber-toothed tigers and mammoths and bigger sharks, bigger types of crocodiles and things like that as well. Giant insects, giant people.
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence of that I've seen of buildings with doorways 20, 30 foot high. Why would you build a doorway 20, 30 foot high?
Yeah, crazy.
You waste all that material I mean, there had to be a reason, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but obviously the official narrative of the dinosaurs and millions of years is crap. But I never discount that there could have been big lizards or whatever. There's a lot of dragon history and all that crap. But I haven't dug that deep into it, so I should probably shut up.
Yeah, exactly. It's not out of the question. We've got lizards. We could have had bigger lizards. I mean, look at those freaking Komodo dragons. Those things are freaking giant. If they could have been way bigger versions of things like that.
Well, just here in the U.S., like down in Florida and Louisiana, we got the alligators and crocodiles, and what are those things? Come on. Hope you guys get a combo going. I'll hang around to keep building the room, but I gotta mute. So gotta get
Catch
busy.
you later, Dave.
Gotta get busy paying for my existence in this reality, whatever it is.
Yeah, I got to get to work too.
Oh, Dr. Yoda, that beard.
Yeah. Oh yes,
Oh.
guys.
يا إيه اللي بنت لازم
You
نمشي
wanna
هناك.
do you wanna ask a feminism?
اسمعني من بعد لازم نمشي هناك به.
باي باي. girl.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Well, what was that? You utter a drive-by nonsense, or what were they saying?
They were doing the Muslim virtue signal.
Alrighty then. While I'm talking real quick, if there's anybody out there listening on YouTube or Rumble or wherever we're broadcasting, you're curious about the nature of your reality, you want to have a good civil discussion about it, click the link, come in here and join this channel. Thank you.
Good morning out there to all the NASA fans and NASA detractors. So am I hearing this correctly that NASA plans to put astronauts into space and orbit the moon? Is that what's happening in 2026? Has anyone made predictions yet? What's going to happen? And when is the ISS supposed to deorbit and burn up in the atmosphere? When's that supposed to happen? So it looks like Flare Fighter 76 has been text muted again. Brand new account created yesterday. Says he's an aerospace engineer and a pilot. 24/7 Flat Earth just happened to be his first stop, I guess. His first stop on Discord itself. Amazing. But his microphone's broken. Imagine that. Why would you join Discord with a broken microphone? Like, you guys ever read those system requirements they have for software? Must have a 386 DX 33 megahertz. I mean, everybody who's anybody knows that Discord is meant for discussing and having Discord. Plenty of people have Discord on their phones too. Is your microphone on your phone disabled? Doubt it. Nah, I don't think that's a new account. I think he's one of our biggest fans, to be honest. He's incognito. I think he's been around this discussion for so long. For so long that he can't believe that it's true. He can't accept that flat Earth is true. And for many, it's a coping mechanism. They don't want to accept that flat Earth is true, but they know it's true. So they come in and they argue with us. They argue with us because they want to make sure that they're not going crazy. They want us to defeat their arguments so that they know that they're not going crazy. But they're not ready to accept the psychological and emotional consequences of what flat Earth means. Intellectually, they fully understand. And this cognitive dissonance keeps them coming back for more, again and again and again. Some people try to monetize this behavior out of them, out of anyone who comes in. Not us. We are volunteers. We do this because it's fun. Welcome to, is that Janus? Welcome to Janus, to 24/7 Flat Earth. If anybody out there is on YouTube listening, feel free to come in, stop in. The temperature's warm. Jay Tolan, he's a flat earther. He runs a YouTube channel called Jay Tolan Media, JTOLAN. He specializes in radio frequency engineering, optical and radio both. He's worked on and designed communication systems and guidance systems. One of his hobbies is to take high-end infrared cameras on aircraft. To look sideways out the window and zoom right on in on the horizon. See what you can see. Let me tell you what, very few people on Earth, very few people have seen what he shows you in these videos. Count yourself lucky if you've ever seen anything like this. It's just incredible because the more he zooms, the flatter it is. There's no curvature, no horizon line separating the sky from the ground for the globe. No, just perspective and atmospheric density. Seeing a range multiple times what the Earth should be if it were a globe. His latest video is quite interesting. He invokes NASA as a hostile witness. He says, let's see what NASA says about the Earth. He pulled up some footage from the International Space Station. Some of you, if you're old enough, you might remember NASA TV. NASA TV is or was a TV channel. It was offered with the Dish Network package if you subscribe to a satellite dish service. About maybe 25 years ago. One of the channels that you got was NASA TV, where they'd show you looping clips from the ISS, the view from Earth and outer space. They'd have some educational content from NASA astronauts and so on. So some of this still exists today. He took some of that footage. And he said, you know what? Let's apply some photogrammetry principles to this and see what we can measure. What's photogrammetry? Photogrammetry is basically taking images and taking a known scale factor. So you look somewhere in the image for something that you know is of a specific size or dimension. Let's say you've got an image of a city and you see a Honda Civic. You see a 2008 Honda Civic. You can look up, you understand what the dimensions are of a Honda Civic. So with that Honda Civic, you know its length and width, you can see what other objects are in its vicinity related to that length and width. And you can do some proxy measurements, can't you? You can say, well, this building is 5 Honda Civics long. It gets complicated because you can factor in your perspective, you can factor in your motion, you can factor in your camera lens, the focal length, field of view. And you can start to get pretty technically savvy. And you can start figuring out how far things are from the camera. I dare say this is one of his specialties because he has numerous videos doing this and providing tutorials on how to do it. It's pretty fascinating stuff. So he took ISS footage and applied photogrammetry. You know what he found? He found that if you measure the Earth, what's visible from the ISS, from its claimed orbit, 250 miles up above a globe, that the circumference of Earth approaches 100,000 miles. It's something like 95,000 miles. Almost 4 times what the claimed globe circumference is. Now, is he saying it's flat? Well, it's definitely not the globe that NASA told us if it isn't flat. And I believe these constraints on a claimed circumference are only given as such because that's as far as his imagery was able to allow him to compute. Could it be a sphere with an infinite radius, in which case it would be flat? Something is definitely wrong with what we've been told, with what people believe, how they conceive the world. Something is vastly wrong. All right, I'm going to read an article here. The article is titled, The Great Disappearing Act, Why Gravity Isn't Crushing Your Gas. We need to talk about the atmosphere. Specifically, we need to talk about the absolute mess that standard hydrostatics makes of gas physics. You know the story. The atmosphere is a stack of blankets. The bottom layer is crushed by the weight of the layers above it. Nonsense. If you treat a gas like a stack of bricks or blankets, whatever, you are missing the most beautiful part of physics, the motion of gas. The gas is not settled. It is chaos. It is billions of tiny molecules bouncing off the walls, off each other, going 1,000 miles per hour. Let's look at the math that makes the weight argument fall apart. We're going to make mass disappear. The heavy misconception. Standard textbook physics wants you to believe that pressure is just weight distributed over an area. And if that were true, a column of heavy gas should crush you much harder than a column of light gas. But look at Avogadro's law. It's empirical. It says if you have a box of hydrogen, 1 atomic mass unit each, and a box of argon, 40 atomic mass units, at the same temperature and pressure, they have the same number of molecules. But wait a minute. Argon is 40 times heavier than hydrogen. If gravity or weight were driving pressure, the argon box should have 40 times the pressure. But the fact is, it doesn't. It has the same pressure. So how's this possible? Is Newton lying to us with mass attracting mass? No. No. You're just looking at the wrong equation. The kinetic reality, watch the math. Pressure in a gas isn't pushing down, it is bombardment. It is kinetic molecular theory. Pressure is proportional to the mass of the particles times their velocity squared. Now here's the secret that gravity causes pressure. Forget. Temperature is the great equalizer, not gravity. Temperature is a measure of average kinetic energy. If two gases are at the same temperature, their kinetic energies are equal. But because kinetic energy is 1/2 mass times velocity squared, a heavy particle must move slower. The velocity of a gas particle scales inversely with the square root of its mass. Do you see it coming? It's beautiful. The disappearing act. Let's plug that velocity back into our pressure proportionality. We have pressure, so we substitute our velocity term. We square the term, and what happens? Look at this. The mass cancels out. It's gone. I'll share the article later so you can see. I'm not going to read all the formulas, equations. It's going to be too boring. But the mass cancels out. Yep, when you make that substitution, the mass is not there. The heaviness of the argon atom is perfectly, mathematically destroyed by its sluggishness. The lightness of hydrogen is perfectly compensated by its immense speed. The pressure has nothing to do with the so-called weight of the particle in a gravity field. It has everything to do with the energy, that is temperature, and its containment, volume. But what about that barometric formula? You have to look closer. Don't just memorize the formula, but look at it. This equation isn't calculating weight pressing down with the little g in there. It is describing through g a statistical distribution. It is a balancing act between the energy of position, that is so-called gravity trying to sort them, and the energy of motion, which is temperature trying to mix them. Since we just proved that the kinetic energy term inherently accounts for mass in the velocity distribution, the mass in this equation is essentially fighting itself, and that's why it cancels out. Gravity isn't a force compressing the gas. It's just a description defining the gradient of the density. The conclusion, for you skeptics out there, if you take away the container, the gas expands. It doesn't matter how much gravity you have. Without a lid, the pressure gradient dissolves into the vacuum. Do you accept thermodynamics? I hope you do. So next time someone tells you atmospheric pressure is just the weight of the air, you tell them to check their kinetic vectors. Gravity doesn't compress gas. Containers compress gas. Gravity just describes where the particles might like to hang out as they bounce off the walls. For this article and more like it, please visit our server. We've got a repository called Flat Earth Central. You can check my profile for the link. Please join today.
All right, so I've just started an event called Flat Earth Explained. It's just a Q&A if people want to come in and ask us questions about Flat Earth, because most people don't know anything about this topic. So proposal, if you have any questions or anything like that.
Yes. Can I ask where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Australia, but I live in Poland at the moment.
Did you travel across the world? Of course.
Yes.
So, what countries did you visit?
Been to Southeast Asia a bunch, Greece, Spain, Sri Lanka, India, yeah, a bunch of places.
So you told the people about the Earth in these countries, or you just traveling like a tourist?
No, just a tourist. Yeah.
Okay. This like a joke meeting, or you actually believe in flat Earth?
Yeah, no, this is a genuine flat Earth conversation, not a joke.
Okay. Do you wanna tell me like some facts?
Sure. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and we're not claiming that the Earth is like a flat globe, right? If you think about the globe model, where you have a big vacuum, which is the universe, and you've got all of the planets, and then the globe is one of those planets. And then people hear about flat Earth and they think, oh, okay, so it must be a flat disk instead of a flat ball. That's not what we claim. That's misinformation. And yeah, so we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat is not a shape, but the Earth is flat. Okay, but we're not claiming to know the shape. When we say flat Earth, we mean the surface of the Earth, mostly covered in water. Okay, the known surface area of the Earth is over 70% water. And then when we test over the surface of the water, over long distances, it's flat. It's not curving.
Interesting.
Yeah, like we're doing laser tests, long distance observations, and we're calculating how much curvature there should be. For example, over 20 miles, there should be about 80 meters of curvature, which is about 260 feet or something like that, some approximately. Okay. And that means that there should be consequences of what you would see if you're looking over that distance. So if you go to like a 20-mile distance over the surface of the water and you've got a landmark that's 20 miles away and you're just standing there on one side of the body of water, you shouldn't be able to see something that's you shouldn't be able to zoom in across and see the shoreline 20 miles away, or you shouldn't be able to zoom across and see your friend standing on the other side of the 20-mile body of water, because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But that's not happening when we go out and look over these distances. We're not seeing any curvature. We're seeing our body standing 20 miles away. We're seeing the shoreline 20 miles away, for example.
Okay, what it proves?
What's that?
What it proves? You don't see your body getting
You need
hard.
to maybe talk a little bit louder into the microphone. It's a bit soft. I've turned you up.
I'm saying what it proves. What you are trying to prove? The Earth is flat.
Yeah, that the Earth is not a globe, and that there's no curvature detected.
Okay, there has a lot of images or something that if you look at into those images, then you will realize the Earth is not flat. It's uh, uh, like a orange shape, this kind of thing. It's not flat.
Yeah, but that's just pictures that you're seeing that NASA gave you.
Not NASA gave you. There has
Okay. Which picture then? Okay, find me a picture of the globe that's not from NASA and put it in the side chat.
So, like a video where a guy put on a balloon and
Okay.
Can you see Burj Khalifa from America?
No, I can't. But hold on a second, right? I just want to talk to one person at a time. So just hold on a second, Arkan. We'll get to that question in a second. What did you say? Proposal?
It's actually Prospal.
Prospal. Sorry about that.
I saw a video when some guy put a
Oh, yeah.
phone on a balloon and
hmm
it went to the space, and you can see the curvature that you was talking about.
Yeah, so if you have a closer look at that video, what you're going to see is that the curvature that you see in the video is just because of the lens. It's lens distortion. And what you'll see in the video is that when the camera moves around, the horizon will actually change. And when the horizon's above the center of the frame, when the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's going to look like a globe. And when the horizon's below the center of the frame, it's going to be curving the opposite direction. Okay, and it's called lens distortion. It's because of the focal length of the lens that's being used. You can check that.
Okay,
If you want to find the video now, you can put it in the side chat and we can take some screenshots and have a look through the video because
Okay, let me search for it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, your turn, Arkan. Go ahead with your question. Why can't you see forever? Why can't you see for really long distances?
Yeah, I
Is that your
can't
question?
see Burj Khalifa from like India or America because
Yep.
the earth is curved or round, and
Mhm.
Burj Khalifa is another side of earth. Therefore, we can see Burj Khalifa. If the earth is flat, then we can see all the mountain or the Burj Khalifa, all the building from every corner of earth.
Yep, good question. So if the air was perfectly transparent and you had some giant telescope, maybe you would be able to if you had a clear
No.
line of sight. But let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Hold on a second, my friend. Okay, so the air has a visibility distance that you can see through the air because in the air we have fog, we have mist, we have water vapor, we have dust, we have pollution, we have gases. All of these things means that we have a visibility limit. Now, if you go on the internet right now and you type in what is the visibility, the average visibility or the maximum visibility in any place that you want to type in the world, and you're going to find that it's not a very long distance. It might be 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles if you're lucky. Okay, but that's the maximum distance that you can see. It's kind of like if you go up on a mountaintop and you look out over more mountains in the distance, each mountain that is further away is going to become less and less visible. And then eventually it's just going to be too difficult to see because the air will make it opaque because you can't see forever through the air. The air itself is only semi-transparent. You can't see forever through the air. So even if you had the best telescope in the world, you're not going to be able to see forever through the air.
Okay, I don't know what. Yeah, I feel like you are living in a cave or something. You don't have
No.
any
I
idea about.
live in Poland. Yeah, I live in Poland, and I just gave you a
I thought
perfectly.
you live in Australia.
No, I'm from Australia, but I live in Poland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So,
sound really good. You know, your accent is really good, bro.
oh, thank you, bro. Your English is very good as well. But this is the thing. Yeah, I don't live in a cave, right? I live in reality, the same reality that you live in, which we experience as flat and stationary. The only reason that we thought it was a globe or think it's a globe is because it's something that we've been taught growing up. And we've seen some pictures on the television.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about whether the earth is gold or rounded or circled or flat or whatever. As long as I can live here freely, it's okay. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, can you see the link to the video I posted?
Yes. Yeah, I'm just opening it now. I'll have a look at that. Just got to wait for the ads to play. Just a second.
Yes. Actual video of on the space in the end of video after and So
Yeah, so this is just
think-
it's just like a GoPro lens, like a fisheye lens. So have a look through the video and you'll see the horizon changing constantly. It's
I
a wide angle
actually,
lens. They're probably using an action camera. Okay, so you'll see that when the lens is moving around, you'll see the horizons changing, completely changing. I'll post some screenshots.
actually, I don't see any lens on this camera.
Well, all cameras. I mean, all cameras have a lens. What do you mean? Okay, so here, right? Hold on a second. Let's go through some screenshots. Okay, so this is 5 minutes 39 in the video, and we can see that now look. It looks like it's curving the wrong way because, like I said, when the horizon is below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the opposite direction than it should be. Now, as soon as the horizon goes above the center of the frame, then all of a sudden it's going to look like it's actually curving like a globe.
I actually,
See what I mean?
What is the horizon and what the effect you are talking about?
Yeah, it's called lens distortion. Okay, so yeah, lens distortion. Okay, so here we go. We got 5 minutes 44 in the video. Okay, so just a second. All right, 5 minutes 44. I'm going to post a screenshot. So just look in the side chat. Okay, so 5 minutes 44, we have a flat horizon. Okay, and then just a few seconds later, literally 2 seconds later, the camera pans up a little bit. And then the horizon's above the center of the frame, and now all of a sudden we have curvature. Okay, so we have 3 images there in the side chat. We have the horizon below the center of the frame, and it's curving the wrong way. Okay, and then we have the horizon closer to the center of the frame, and it's flat. And then we have the horizon above the center of the frame, and now it looks like it's curving. So that's proof that this is just the type of lens they're using. They're using a wide angle lens, and that's the reason that we're seeing what we're seeing in the video. It's not evidence of a globe or a flat Earth. It's just a cool video where you could see, from a high height.
I think the higher they go, the more you can see the curvature, and this is not depend on.
No, the same thing will happen. The same thing will happen even when they're close to the ground. Exactly the same thing will happen when they're close to the ground, because it's just purely a lens distortion effect. So you can send up as high as you want. So the maximum height that we can send a weather balloon is about 120,000 feet. All right, so I'm going to show you some footage from 120,000 feet.
What is this in meters?
Oh, well, there's 3 feet in 1 meter. So, like 40. Hold on, I'll check exactly. So it's like 36,500 meters. That's about the maximum height that you can send up a weather balloon, because they pop. Once they get any higher than that, they pop because of the pressure. So when we send up a weather balloon that doesn't have a wide angle lens on it, we just see a flat horizon from that height. And I'm not saying that that's proof that the Earth is flat either. I'm just saying that from 120,000 feet, we don't see any curvature. We don't see any curvature when we go out in reality. And then when we go up into a plane, we don't see any curvature. And then when we go up and look at footage from a weather balloon, we don't see any curvature. Okay, we experience the Earth as flat.
I googled like how high angle lens look like, and the people that making this video are not using it.
Well, I
They're
showed
using
you
it just
proof. I showed you
build-
proof that they're using it. Okay, unless you think that the Earth is shape shifting, then obviously they're using a wide angle lens. Because you can see within just a few seconds it looks flat, and then it looks like it's curved, and then it looks like it's concave. So that's proof that it's. So there's two options: a wide angle lens is being used, or the Earth is shape shifting in front of your very eyes, which is obviously not the case.
World is round.
No. Or the Earth is a donut, right? Because it looks like a donut in the top picture, doesn't it?
Yes, first option. Why you
First
not
option.
taking that as options?
Okay, because it's a wide angle lens and the horizon is distorting because of the lens that's being used.
Or the world is round.
Because of the lens. It looks like that because of the lens, right? And then it looks flat. Can you see the side chat?
No.
Can you see the side chat?
Yes, I already.
Okay, can you see the middle image?
Yes, I already.
Okay, does that look like a globe? Why is it flat? Why is it
not working?
Okay, so why is it flat in that image?
Because the balloon is not that high that at third picture.
No, yes, it is. It's taken. This is a screenshot. Look at the time. Okay, look at the time that I took the screenshot. Okay, hold on a second.
There are.
Have you not watched the video? Yeah, so I'll put it in again with the time this time. Okay, so 5:44 and 5:46. 5:44 and 5:46. So you think in 2 seconds, 2 seconds later in the video, that the Earth, all of a sudden, you can see all of that curvature 2 seconds later?
Yes. Why not?
2 seconds.
You think like 2 seconds and nothing can happen with the height in these 2 seconds. You can.
Oh, okay. Well, how come it flattened back out again after that?
Maybe the balloon come down.
No, the balloon. You should watch the video first, right? Look, it's flattening back out again. Wow, maybe it's a lens effect. Maybe they're using a wide-angle lens, which is obvious in the footage, and that's why this is happening.
Or maybe the world is the Earth is round.
Yeah, and it shape shifts. It shape shifts. Does it? The Earth is shape shifting.
Why are you not taking this as an option? I just wanna learn about that.
Because in the footage, you see the horizon distorting. You can't cherry pick when the horizon's above the center frame and say that that's proof that the Earth is round, right? Obviously, you don't know anything about how lenses work, and even when it's explained to you, it doesn't click in your brain to just concede and say, okay, obviously it's not shape shifting, and maybe I'm going to check how the lens works. If there's anyone else in the chat, right, that maybe wants to ask
I don't want to talk to you. You're rude. Sorry.
Bro, you're okay. All right, buddy. Well, put yourself on mute. Very nice.
Guys, do you think that Earth is flat?
No.
Yeah. Put yourself on mute, bro.
Why? Why?
Why? Because when we go out and test the Earth, in reality, there's no curvature.
Okay, can you prove it?
Yes.
No.
How?
Long distance observations, laser tests, where there would have to be a large amount of curvature between point A and point B, and there's not. It's not there. It's never there. And we can test it over and over again. Just like we experience, the Earth is not a globe. Okay, we have tests, many tests that have been done.
Now, there are a lot of people who, are fighting for this. And I don't actually understand what is the purpose? I mean, what is the difference? I mean, who cares if the Earth is flat or circle? Who cares?
Well, people care enough to join a flat Earth channel and emotionally defend for the globe. Right?
Maybe, but
maybe, yeah, definitely.
Let's say the Earth is flat. Okay, the Earth is flat. Let's suppose that it's flat. What are you going to get?
What are we going to get? What, you want to get a prize or something like
Yeah.
that? Yeah, so you get to know. You get to know that.
Behind it?
What's the purpose behind what?
Behind all the fucking, all this buzz that's happening because of this stupid topic.
No, it's a great topic. Okay, so this is the thing.
I'm not gonna believe anyone until I see it by myself. And who cares?
But okay, so this is what you already see it every time you go to the ocean or to a lake, or anywhere, right? You don't ever see any curvature of the Earth. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary. The only reason you think it's a globe is because that's what you were told when you were growing up, and you saw some movies and you saw some pictures from NASA, and you thought, "Oh wow, the Earth is a globe," and that's the only reason you think it's a globe. But you experience it.
I don't believe that it's globe. I don't believe that it's flat or not. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't. If you ask me, I'm not gonna tell you it's flat or it's not. I'm gonna tell you I don't know because I didn't see it. I must go to the space and see it by my eyes. Okay.
Okay. Well. Okay then. So you're not sure, but you experience it as flat when you go out in reality, right?
I mean, you can't know. Let's say that you are a small, you are small. You are too
The
small.
Earth's really big. The Earth's really big, and you're really small, and the Earth's really big. So you experience it as
so
flat.
you can't see if it's actually flat because you will see it's flat, but you can't make sure that it's flat.
So you experience it as flat.
You just
just say yes.
But you can
say yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a starting point. That's a starting point. Okay, and now if you want to claim that what seems flat is actually curving, then we need to go out and test the Earth, and we've done that. And it's not a globe. It actually measures flat when we do long distance observations, laser tests over huge distances where there should be many, many hundreds of feet of curvature.
Actually, the only way for me is to go out.
No. We can't get high enough to see any curvature, even if the Earth was a globe. We can only get up to the height of a plane. Okay, like 40,000 feet high, or we can send up a weather balloon with a camera on it, and it looks flat from that height. Okay, we can't go up higher than that.
But when you go to the space, it's not flat.
No. You didn't go to the space. Okay, you've only been taught a story about space. Nobody is going to space. America faked the moon missions. That they're the only people. They're the only people. Why? Because they wanted to seem like they could do something that no other country could do, perhaps. Okay, we could speculate all day long, right? They got billions and billions of dollars in tax money. Who knows where that money really went? But they got seen as the most powerful country because they could do what no other country could do. They beat the Soviets in the space race. And they went to the moon, right? But if you have a look at the footage is inconsistent.
Why would they start a race? I have a question. Why would they start a race and there's no, end line?
Yeah, well, there was an end line, wasn't there?
Where you say that
America did it? America, the greatest nation, because they could do what no other country could do. right? The most technologically advanced country did what no other country could do, and they went to the moon.
No, all of us know that a lot of countries did.
No other
After
countries
America, a
put a
lot of
man on
countries
the
did.
moon. No other country sent a person to the moon.
Not to the moon, but to the station in
Yeah,
the
that's not
space.
very high. That's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. That's only 250 miles
But
up.
the
The moon's
pictures from
250.
there.
No. If you look at pictures through
So we are not
a
supposed
wide-angle
to.
lens, if you look
We
at
are not
pictures
supposed
through a
to believe.
wide-angle lens, if you look at the pictures or the videos that are made through a wide-angle lens, and the horizon is above the center of the frame, it's going to have lens distortion and make it look curved. If you have a look in the side chat, there's a great example there. Okay, if you take a still shot of that GIF in the side chat, when the horizon is curving, right, you'll say, oh, look, we can see the curvature. But as the horizon goes below the center of the frame, you can see that, no, actually, it wasn't Earth curvature. It was just a lens effect. So that's what you're seeing from the ISS footage.
What's about the travel of Magellan? Is this a lie?
No, it's not a lie, but it doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe.
He turned around the Earth.
Yeah, so look, let's just say you have a big lake with islands in the lake, and you get on a boat and you go around the lake and come back to where you started. That's a flat surface. You just went around the lake and you came back to where you started again. That's all Magellan did.
And if the Earth is flat, then we need some kind of outlines. Because
outlines? What do you mean?
The water will, because
the
oceans will just go to the space.
Oh, right, like on a globe where you have all of the water stuck to the outside of a ball.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, think about it, right? We're claiming that water needs a container. You have to have a container to have a large body of water, like a pool, right? You have the pool, and then you have the edges of the pool, and it's the container that holds the water.
Yeah, that's what I'm
or
talking about.
if you have like a lake, like if you have like a big lake or something like that, right? Obviously you can't fall off the lake, and the water, what's containing the water, right? It's the container. It's the low spot in the land where the water gathers, and then you have a shoreline at the edge of the body of the water. Okay, we say that you need to have a container to have a large body of water. That's common sense. That's logical, right? We're not saying that we have a ball that's spinning through space with all of the ocean stuck to the outside of a ball that's spinning through space at like over 1 million miles per hour in all these different directions. Like that's the crazy claim. But we've been desensitized to how crazy that claim is. Okay, we think of that as normal, where that's not normal. What's normal is that water needs a container, and then the surface of the water is flat. That's what we're claiming. The logical standard, right? The logical standpoint is that water needs a container. The water on the surface of the container is flat. Okay, on the globe, it's all stuck to the outside of a ball. And then you need a magical force called gravity, right, that holds all of the water to the outside of the ball. So all we're claiming is everything that we all experience, everything that's logical, okay? It's anyone can go and test it anytime out in reality. You don't need to have a belief. You don't need to have faith or trust in higher powers like astronomers or astrophysicists or space scientists, theoretical physicists. You don't need to trust these people when you have a flat Earth. Okay, because we can just go and experience it in reality. We can test it. And we've done that. We've tested it over and over again. There's no curvature.
Can I ask a question?
So, anyone else want to speak?
Yeah, we got Mikey. What's up, Mikey?
Right, so I do believe it's flat, and I do agree with everything you're saying. But one thing I don't understand is why the stars are not always visible 24/7 in the sky. Even in those pictures you sent.
Mm-hmm. Well,
why
I think
can
it's
we
just
sometimes see stars in the sky,
yeah.
but on photographs like you sent of what we call space, they're not there.
Yeah,
Where do
it's
they go?
kind of crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. The higher you get, the less stars you seem to see. And the lower you are, I mean, to a certain extent, you can see more stars. It's kind of crazy. Like, what the hell are stars? That's another question that we don't know the answer to. We don't think that they're burning balls of gas in a space vacuum, millions of miles away and much larger than the Earth. So yeah, I'm not sure. Stars are a trip. The sky is amazing. It's a big mystery how the sky works. But could it could be to do with the exposure settings on the camera or something, why you can't see stars in these pictures. I'm not sure. I'm sure there's an excuse that the Globeside has for this.
Yeah, maybe. And have you seen NASA's first picture of Earth this year?
This year?
Yeah, I believe they posted it on the first day this year.
Okay, now that
basically, if you compare that picture to every other single one they've apparently taken, only that one has all the stars and everything else in the background.
Oh yeah, I can see it now. I just looked it up. Yeah, I'll post it in the side chat. Yeah, I didn't know about this. All right, here we go.
Tell me how fake that looks.
It looks completely fake and ridiculous. Yeah,
it's ridiculous, right? I think they've gone to the point where they're just seeing how delusional people can be. They're really pushing it at this point.
How much they can get away with.
Yeah. That is such a fake photo. And literally no other photo they claim is real looks like that. They all look completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And what actually made me believe it's flat is someone told me to look up a real picture of a satellite in space, and I literally couldn't find one. Every single one looks fake. And that's when I basically started to transform into a flat earther, basically.
Yeah, so anyone listening can just go to Google and type in photograph of a satellite in space or satellites in space and just hit images. And all you're going to see is a whole bunch of cartoons, every single one. There is, in fact, not a single photograph of a satellite in space. Some people claim to have zoomed in on the ISS, and you can see a little blurry picture of the ISS. Okay, but just a regular satellite that we get told about. Every single one's just a CGI picture. That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's insane that they're just lying to everyone's face.
How fast are these satellites moving in space?
Well, they claim to be moving at like 17,000 plus miles per hour or something like that, aren't they? Depending on how high they are and that kind of thing. But how are we going to confirm that, right? That's just another story that we're being told that we have to have faith in or not have faith in. You're not going to be able to validate that. It's just a claim.
Yeah, the thing with the speed is, it's another thing that just doesn't make any sense. For anyone that doesn't know, a bullet from a gun travels at about 2,000 miles per hour. And, NASA, they claim that we, as a solar system, are moving through space, through this infinite vacuum, at 800,000 miles per hour, while somehow there's also all these satellites surrounding our Earth that are following us too, while we spin in this corkscrew pattern with all these other planets. The more you sort of explain it, the more dumb it just sounds.
Yeah, the more you look into it, definitely the more outlandish the claims become. They throw such big numbers at people that it kind of short circuits people's brains. They don't realize that the speed of sound is less than 1,000 miles per hour. Okay, and then they claim that the globe is spinning at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, and then it's orbiting the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour, and then it's chasing the sun at the same time that's traveling at 480,000 miles per hour, and then that whole system's moving as well at like over 1 million miles per hour. It's freaking crazy, the claims. People's brains kind of just short circuit when it comes to those speeds.
Yeah, and the moon as well. It's circling around Earth, right? They say, like, so while we fly, somehow the moon is also circling the Earth. It's insane.
They claim that there's 15,000 satellites in space.
15,000. Damn.
15,000 moving 17,000 miles per hour. I don't know.
Damn. We can't get a picture of one.
Well, you can't even find a fake picture where there's two in one.
The only pictures that I've seen of satellites, like photographs, is when they're on balloons, like stratospheric balloons and things like that. They're up super high altitude, and you've got like what looks like a satellite attached to a giant balloon. That's the only ones that I've seen pictures of, like actual photographs of. Never. Yeah.
So just observing when people are questioning flat Earth genuinely and wanting to know, one thing that I've noticed is they can't grasp the fact that they've been lied to. I think that's where it all starts. It's like, why would they lie? And then you have to
that's exactly. And you know, my answer to that is that I don't think people, for the most part, are actually lying. Like the vast majority of people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Even professors and most scientists and things like that. I think they're just, you know, they've been taught it in the textbooks. They've learnt it their whole life. They never questioned it. They've never tested it. They've never been presented, you know, alternative arguments. And, you know, they're just running off a spherical model, a mathematical concept, basically, that was how the globe was born originally. It's not because people went out and started measuring Earth curvature, that's for sure. Okay, they took a celestial sphere and basically inverted that into the globe through philosophical reasoning and things like that. People who were mystic cult leaders like Pythagoras.
You're correct. I wouldn't consider my 6th grade teacher a liar just because that she had been indoctrinated and just doing her job.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. They're pushing the bullshit because they're experts at memorizing the book of bullshit. And, you know, that's their job, is to memorize and regurgitate information. And then it's the students' jobs to memorize and regurgitate information on the exams. And then you get a stamp on your wrist and a good grade. You got an A, little Bobby. You know, you regurgitated the information just right. Well done. You're smart. Top of the class.
I think you're doing a great job, DJ. I think you're doing a great job.
Cheers, Charlie. Just trying to get some information out to some people, that's all. Not trying to convince people. Just like, hey, check this out.
One thing that I've noticed too is that we tend to look up when trying to prove that the Earth is flat. I think it'd be best if we just stay on the ground and explain how the Earth is measured, rather, because that's the first thing that they go to is, well, what about the moon or what about space? You know, and that is all irrelevant when it comes to how the Earth is measured, in my opinion.
Completely agree. It's usually the globe side that will do whatever they can to try to divert the conversation back into outer space where none of us can really validate anything empirically. While we're trying to keep the conversation on the ground, it's like, this is the one thing that we can test, and this is the one thing that is required for the Earth to be a globe, and that's that the water is curving. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water has to be curving at a specific rate. So we can just calculate that. Okay, and while we may not be able to see the curvature because we're so small And if the Earth were a globe, it would be so big it would appear flat to us, but there would be byproducts of that curvature in the form of a geometric horizon at a certain distance, and then things that go beyond that will start to become obstructed behind that horizon. It has to happen if the Earth's a globe, and that's how we check for the curvature. And there is none when we check.
For sure. I completely agree. I got to go, but DJ, like I said, you're doing a great job.
Cheers, Charlie. Catch you next time, man. Thanks for, yep.
So you see that video that Miguel posted about the stars?
Yeah.
That still doesn't really answer the question of how when we do go really high up, you still can't see them. What Miguel is showing is if we, outside of cities, they're nice and clear. But once we go really high up, they're still not there.
Yeah.
So that's what really confuses me. And it's a question that I just struggle to answer when someone asks me about the stars.
Yeah, it's crazy. Why would that happen? It could be something to do with the camera exposure settings, I guess, but I don't know enough about how that would work. Yeah, and it's interesting the astronauts when they interviewed the astronauts about can you see stars when you're up in space? How some of them would say that when you're up there you can see all of the stars like way better than you could ever see from the Earth. It's like you can see everything. And then other ones are like I don't remember ever seeing a star the entire time I was in space, like Neil Armstrong, for example. So I don't recall seeing a single star. It's the blackest black you could ever imagine. Contradictions all over the place.
Is there anything that might make you believe it's a globe?
Well, not really at this point because there's been so many tests done now showing that there's no curvature. Now, the only explanation to the tests would be some kind of crazy refraction that we don't know about, right? Because when you learn how refraction works, you learn that that's absolutely not an explanation for why a laser would hit its target over a huge distance in all different locations all over the Earth, completely different weather conditions. Why would a laser beam bend hundreds of feet or dozens of feet, depending on the distance, to perfectly hit the target every single time? How come every single time we go out to do a long distance observation, that geometric horizon isn't anywhere to be found? Okay, we've just got probably thousands of observations and laser tests and things like that that are being done now, all showing that the Earth can't possibly be a globe. So they would have to prove that it's a globe via the same type of method, right? Empirical testing, measurements of the surface of the Earth, right, over the surface of the water, and then they would have to somehow explain away all our tests, and then they would have to repeat their tests to show that it is actually matching up with the claimed globe mathematics. So, they got a bunch of problems that they need to explain, but it's always going to go back to the curvature problem. Whatever's happening in the sky is irrelevant if the surface is measuring flat, right? Because whatever's going to happen in the sky is not going to change. It's not going to make the water start to bend. So it's pretty much something I could say I know it, as a fact. because it's been empirically tested, and anyone can go out and verify these tests themselves. We encourage people, go out, do your own tests. You don't have to believe us. Just go and check. And then you get people like Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD in optics, spectrophotometry or something like that. So he's an expert when it comes to optics and light and how light propagates through mediums and things like that. And he went out originally to try to debunk flat Earth, doing different types of tests, using different spectrums of lasers and using super zoom cameras and things like that. And he became a flat earther in the process. So we encourage people, go out and check and then post your results, and then we can all go over the results and analyze it and, be intellectually honest analyzing it and come to a logical conclusion. So this is where I'm at, basically. Like, we all have a baseline. We have a base axiom that we all experience, and that's that the Earth is flat, stationary. And then when we go out and test it, that checks out as well. So until someone else can provide something that goes against all of this logic and common sense and common experience, then it is what it is.
What do you think the sun is?
Absolutely no idea whatsoever.
Because I see flat earthers post different videos of what the sun is, and I see videos of people trying to show us the sun being local, where clouds literally go behind it. Have you seen those?
Yeah, I got a whole folder of them.
Then there's videos like the screenshots you sent from where you send a balloon into space and the sun is beyond everything else. Right. So how do you know which one is the actual sun? Do you know what I mean?
Well, okay. So, what the sun is that we see is an apparent light in the sky, and it has to do with the way that our atmosphere works as well, or atmo. Not atmosphere, really. It's not a good term, but it has to do with the way our atmo works. Now, David Weiss, not that I like David Weiss that much, but David Weiss has a great test that he did with his wife in his house, and they kind of gave a good demonstration of how the sun that we see is apparent to each individual person. And if you have something that represents the atmosphere in a demonstration like he did, he sort of showed how the sun can appear in different places for different people, and that what we see is an apparent sun. So what he did is he stood on one side of his living room and his wife stood on the other side of the living room. They had a big sheet set up, and then they had the light source, right, to represent the sun behind the sheet. Now, from David Weiss's perspective, when he looked at the sun, he marked where he could see the sun. He could see like a round sun that looked like a sun on the sheet. The sheet is to represent the atmosphere, okay, because we're looking through a medium, a big, thick atmosphere. So they put the sheet there just for this example. Okay, so he pointed onto the sheet and drew a little mark where he could see the sun. Now they moved the camera over from where David Weiss was standing to where his wife was standing, and he said, "Okay, where can you see the sun?" And she's like, drew like a a little mark on the sheet where she could see the sun. So they could both see only one light source. Okay, but they could see the sun at completely different places depending on where they were standing. So the sun was apparent, right? So where David Weiss, like where David Weiss could see the sun, where he drew the little mark, when his wife's looking at the light source, right, she would just see the mark on the sheet with no light there at all, and vice versa. Kind of like when you're standing at the beach and you got the reflection coming to your feet from the sun, and it's lighting up all the water. Okay, you're the only person that can see that light. Is that really lit up? Is that water really lit up by the sun? Because no one else can see that light. Right? You could have someone just standing down the beach a bit. They can't see that light coming to your feet at all. right? That's personal to you. And they'll have their own beam of light going off the water to their sun. And the way we see the sun up in the sky acts in a similar way, kind of like a reflection, more than seeing it, the actual source of the sun. Because of the way that the atmosphere works, and probably a bunch more that we don't know about. But yeah, it's kind of trippy. So sometimes the sun appears looks like it's embedded in the clouds, but for anyone to suggest that the actual sun is sitting there embedded in the clouds right there, that would be ridiculous to make that claim. But it's appearing there, right? So that's why I think like the sun that we see in the sky is an apparent light in the sky.
I guess it's unexplainable what it really is then.
Yeah, exactly. We can't check.
And that's why NASA had to create all these lies, because with all this technology we have, people would question, what even is it? So they made up it's a huge ball of fire. I forgot like the actual size of it, but was like 100 times of the Earth.
Yeah, it's freaking huge. I forget the exact size.
It's insane.
You could fit a huge amount of Earth inside this, the sun. That's how big it is.
Yeah, and they claim
it's like a burning ball of plasma gas in a vacuum.
Yeah, and they claim it's about 93 million miles away, which is just hard to comprehend.
Yeah. Yeah, they push everything as far away as they need it to be for it to make sense in their heliocentric model, I guess.
So what is the heliocentric model?
Well, it's a concept. It's a mathematical concept.
Okay, because I'm
all it is.
Still sort of new to all this, and I don't really, throw myself into these sort of arguments because.
Okay, so first they were sort of suggesting that the Earth was in the center. Okay, the globe was in the center, and then all of the sun and the moon, the planets and everything were revolving around the Earth. And then when Copernicus came along, right, he suggested that everything is actually... Bro, hold on a second. Try not to interrupt. Just wait a second. Gotta put yourself on mute for a second, bro. Dude. Crazy. Yeah, so first there was the geocentric model where the Earth was at the center, and then came the heliocentric model where they put the sun at the center. Everything's kind of revolving around the sun. We're orbiting around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour. That kind of thing. Whereas before they didn't think the Earth was like orbiting around the sun. The Earth was just in the center.
What is
helio? Go ahead.
Sorry.
I was just going to say helio just means sun, right? Sun-centric, heliocentric.
Yeah. I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
When somebody asks you for proof that it's flat, what is the first thing you point out? What is your first piece of evidence? Like, what is it?
Okay, my first piece of evidence that I would present to someone is clearing up the misconceptions first, and then showing some long-distance observations. So basically, showing a distance over the surface of water that we know the distance, right? Say it's 10 miles, and then calculating how much curvature there should be over that 10 miles on a globe, which is 66.6 feet of curvature over 10 miles. Okay, and then showing a long distance observation from a certain height, right? Like say you set up a camera at 1 meter high, and then you're looking across a 10-mile lake. Okay, and if the Earth's a globe, there has to be 66 foot of curvature, which is 22 meters over that distance. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to zoom in across that lake and see your buddy standing on the other side of the lake at the same height that you're at. He should be hidden by more than 50 foot of Earth curvature. if the Earth were a globe. So I would say, look, where that curvature that has to be there, if gravity exists the way that we're taught, if the globe exists the way that we're taught, then that water has to be curving at that exact amount over that distance. And if it's not, that debunks the globe. It completely debunks the globe. It debunks gravity, right? Their claim of gravity. Everything being pulled towards the center of the globe. That means the water has to be curving at exactly that amount over that distance. And if it's not doing that, it cannot possibly be a globe. And then you wouldn't just do one test. Okay, you would test it at different times of the day, and then you would go to a bigger body of water. Then you would try it on a lake, and then you would try it at the ocean, and then you would try it in Canada and Australia and all these different places until you've accumulated repeated like a huge list of tests that show that there's no curvature over these distances. And then people can start using different methods and maybe showing laser tests that people have done, where instead of just using an optical device like a super zoom camera to look across, you can actually set up a high-powered laser beam and then make the laser beam horizontal with the water, the surface of the water, and shoot it across the lake, to a target that's safe. Say you've got a 1 meter high target that the laser's being shot off, and then you've got a 1 meter high target on the other side of the lake, and then see if the laser hits the target. And if the Earth's a globe, the laser shouldn't hit the target. It should miss the target by a huge amount. But the lasers always hit the targets. And some of the laser tests have been done up to 40 plus kilometers away, where there should be over 400 foot of curvature. Sorry, I keep jumping between metric system and imperial, but yeah. So just testing for the curvature. That's where it starts and that's where it ends. Really, like that's the death of it. Obviously, there's tons more arguments we could get into, but every single globe argument requires that curvature to be there. If it's not there, it's not a globe. It's always going to come back to that as well. Any argument will circle back to that curvature requirement. Like the eclipse argument, for example. They're like, oh, how come we see a curved shadow on the moon during an eclipse? Okay, well, that requires this water that's in front of me right here to be bending at a certain rate. And it's not. So whatever you're seeing in the sky and making assumptions about is incorrect because the water is not curving.
They're showing you fakery, and you're gobbling it up as real technological innovation.
Oh, hold on. Let me read this. Okay, I got you. Hold on once. So how does the exploration of outer space have any political or psychological significance?
You claim to have technology that doesn't really exist, to explore an environment that also does not really exist, that nobody else can access, then you are claiming to have world domination, aren't you? And guess what? Your foreign military sales of military hardware just saw a huge revenue increase.
Okay.
And remember the era we're talking about here. This is the 50s. This wasn't when you could make the claim that, oh, every country has a space agency and it's doing their own shit. This is when America was the only, America and the Soviet Union were the only ones with such capabilities.
At the time, that was the goal, but right now it has evolved, and unfortunately, fortunately, it's changed, and I believe
So this policy document was rescinded?
I would say, yeah, because this was at a time when the Soviet Union existed. So this was after the Second World War. So I think this is definitely.
And they were doing They were.
I would argue this is still enforced. NASA still exists as a consequence of this document.
Consequence?
Yeah, NASA was founded after this document.
What is?
And it's not the only one. There are others that describe similar concepts that I just told you.
Huh.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the first people that sat on the board to develop NASA were members of NSA and CIA created from the 1947 National Security Act. And they sat on a board called the President's Psychological Coordinating Board. President's Psychological Coordinating Board was founded with Eisenhower.
Okay.
Truman.
But I get it, but like, okay, you don't forget NASA. What about Russia? What about China? I don't understand what you're talking about here.
Irrelevant at this point.
How's it relevant?
Because we're talking about the foundation of the space program.
Well, America did not. They're not. What do you mean? Like, look, I think you're being too. Like, this is the conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy theory.
No, you're a conspiracy theorist, dude. You are.
How am I conspiracy theorist? It's simple.
Would you like to see more documents? These are all public.
I know they're public, and I know what you're saying is 100% true. But
what are we arguing against here, Shindina? Like your ignorant perception of how the world works.
You're just saying that NASA is some evil corporate.
And what are you saying? And what are you saying that NASA is this benevolent fucking entity out to serve humanity?
No, they do lie. Okay, I get it, but
they do lie. They do lie, but they only lie a little bit.
You have Starlink. It's not just NASA. Okay, why do flat earthers always attack NASA?
Oh my god!
It's
we don't attack NASA. You guys bring up NASA as proof.
Okay, but that's because it's the best source of proof. Okay,
it's not. We tell you why, and then so we have to attack NASA, and then you guys shut up about it after you realize, yeah, I guess they are full of shit.
Okay, okay. You know what? NASA has a lot of resources that you don't. A flat earther doesn't have. For example, your map does not work as well as, for example, their map.
I would like to talk to you about maps.
That's a statement made by someone that knows exactly zero math about what we're talking about.
Yeah, my map works just fine, dude. I don't get lost ever. Unless
your map, they're not.
Let me ask you a fundamental question to test your understanding of maps. Okay. How do you choose a coordinate reference system?
Coordinate reference.
Well, that's the end of That's the end of that understanding of maps.
Yeah. How do you choose a coordinate reference system?
Okay. Do you genuinely know the answer to that?
I don't ask questions I don't already know the answer to in here.
It's amazing your inability to say I do not know, Shadina.
No,
you don't know. You don't know how to select coordinates.
This is a big question because what do you mean, map? What?
No, don't go to another question. Just say you don't know, and please, can you explain it to me? You ever tried them words? Or are you too afraid to be educated about anything from a flat earther? Okay, well, there you go. Yoda, if you would like to.
Yeah. Well, one of the first things you must consider is the practicality of using a point of origin from which you can have measured distances correspond to relative distances to that point of origin. So, for example, if I use my house as a point of origin, okay, and then if I look at my house from way on top, I set that as 0, 0, x, y. It's a point of origin for a map. The next question is what about the graticule? Am I going to use an orthogonal x and y relationship, or am I going to use polar coordinates?
Okay.
All right. So it depends what I need to do. If I need to maintain a particular heading, if my goal is to reach from my point of origin to something far away and maintain one heading, it would be much easier for me to use a polar coordinate reference system. Okay. Do you understand where this is going?
Okay. Continue.
Coordinate systems are chosen suited to purpose.
Okay.
It just so happens the globe is a coordinate reference system itself, and it's not the only one you can use.
It's not the only one?
Correct. The globe, as we know it, was based off of latitude and longitude, which comes from sky coordinates. And the point of origin, there are two of them. One is near the North Pole,
and the other is near the southern apparent pole point of rotation. Call it the South Pole. These are points in the sky.
Okay. So, all right. So you're telling me, based on all what you're saying, how does all of this, okay, how would NASA make a map, okay? What are you saying here?
So the history goes that the ancients conceived of a celestial sphere, going back to like some of the Greeks.
Okay.
And this is based off of watching the motions of the heavens. And this concept allowed people over time to start to map the angular relationships of stars and the planets and sun and moon over time, embedded within that spherical assumption.
Okay.
All right. So then they figured if we can view these angular relationships in the sky, we can potentially correspond these angular relationships to the ground. And they started running into problems because they didn't necessarily believe Earth was a globe. So what they did is they resolved this by saying, well, maybe if we make Earth a globe too, then we can have a one-to-one correspondence between the topology of a sphere in space and the topology of the Earth below.
Okay. So,
Right, so the globe was created out of how people perceive and choose to use the stars. I'm here to tell you that there are other ways to perceive the stars besides a celestial sphere. In fact, modern technology today, even in drones and in some airplanes and satellites, they don't use a celestial sphere model in many cases. They use something called a Gaia star tracker, which is Cartesian. It's like a box.
Okay,
and it works independent of whether Earth is flat or not.
Okay, so but look, flat Earth, like there's an inconsistency in scale. Okay, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know. Your maps don't make.
Well, I wonder how much he heard.
Yeah. So
no, I generally heard. Okay, I get it, but
listen,
I get what you're
what
saying,
you
but
think of as a flat Earth map is a globe.
Southern hemisphere. Explain the southern hemisphere.
Okay, the southern hemisphere was created out of the sky, out of the celestial sphere. How people perceived angular relationships to stars in the south on a flat Earth.
Flat Earth? But that doesn't make
sense. The southern hemisphere is the southern part of the sky ball. The imaginary sky ball, the celestial sphere I told you about.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Okay, do you know what cartography is?
I sure do. I'm describing the foundations of it to you.
Exactly, that's what it is. But all of it relies on the Earth being a globe, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I'm wrong.
No, by convention, most of the world has chosen for the last several thousand years to use a spherical coordinate system that they created out of the sky.
Okay.
Just a convention. Latitude and longitude, for example. Okay. Listen, longitude and latitude are in the sky.
Okay, that might
They're not on the ground.
Okay, so?
Right, so the equator is in the sky. You only know you're at the equator when it's nighttime and you look up and you see certain stars that are modeled as being on that celestial equator, being directly overhead. If you don't have that, you don't know you're at the equator.
Okay, so you know what? How about you show me a map then? Okay,
What you want? You want a flat map? I can show you. I should show you an example. The British National Survey Grid.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can Google it. It's a square map. It's like 2,500 by 2,500 miles or something.
Okay, let me get it.
It does not use latitude and longitude. It's a flat swath that they use for surveying property. This is the standard for the realm.
Survey. Okay, I see it. Looks a bit
Yeah, you got the squares A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on, 5 by 5.
Okay, that's So what is this exactly? The British Geological Survey. What is this exactly?
It's a flat Earth coordinate system for surveying the Earth flat.
And then you say this is official. This is used by.
Yeah, it's part of the UK Ordnance Survey.
That's interesting.
Not the only one. There are many others by many other governments around the world.
Okay, but it's to a smaller place. We're talking about a whole planet here.
Well, it doesn't comport to latitude and longitude, so.
Okay, that's fair enough. I get it.
Right, that's the point. Now, if you want the entire world surveyed, or you understand how difficult that would be in like the middle of the Pacific Ocean without any landmarks or references that are fixed?
Correct. That would be impossible.
So by convention, people use the stars, and by convention, the celestial sphere model.
Okay.
But coordinate systems are arbitrary, just like in your GPS. Your GPS calculates your coordinates based off of a chosen mathematical reference. Yeah, you can use your GPS receiver can also use flat coordinates as well as spherical ones with latitude and longitude. And latitude and longitude isn't like standardized. There are multiple latitudes and longitudes that don't all agree with each other. Some put like the longitude running through this city, and others say no, it actually runs through that city, 50 miles west. So part of what goes into choosing a coordinate reference system is comporting to which standard is best suited for your practical purpose. Well, one of the standards that kind of emerged in the modern world is WGS84. WGS84 is a reference ellipsoid that latitude and longitude is conventionally built off of. And that's, again, by convention. They could have easily chosen the NAD27 latitude and longitude.
Wait, what is an ellipsoid?
Ellipsoid is think of it as the wireframe mesh that represents what the globe is, which was created out of the sky.
Okay, but so it's a sphere then.
Yeah, roughly flattened a little bit.
So what that corroborates with the globe theory then? I don't understand this.
Well, I mean, it's a coordinate reference system. You can use, so WGS84 is one example, like I was saying, but there are others that have been used. NAD27, WGS83, GRS80. These are all like spheroids, ellipsoids, really. They have latitude and longitude embedded within them, but the latitude and longitude coordinate of one doesn't match the other. So part of going into picking a coordinate reference system, like I asked you in the beginning, is also choosing a convention. It's going to be suited to purpose. So if you're going to integrate your survey with a much larger grid by convention, you may want to choose the convention that you're trying to link your survey into.
Absolutely. Okay.
Right, so you may need to chain it. So this means you do your survey, and the requirement is this survey must comport to the GRS80 standard of latitude and longitude. You're going to have to take your survey where you survey the Earth flat, and you're going to have to bend it in such a way, and also apply coordinates in such a way that match what the GRS80 reference ellipsoid would be. It's all mathematical. There's nothing real being done here to measure the Earth. At this point, it's taking your measurements, physical real world measurements, and warping them to match a ball that only exists in the math.
Look, I get what you're saying, but pretty much all these like GRS80, what is it? All these, including ellipsoid. Okay, so I don't know what.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I get its convention, but I don't.
That's all it is.
I don't see how that helps your argument here.
Well, what it does is it creates internal consistency. If everybody uses the same convention, even if in reality the Earth is flat and the distances and orientation of things don't really match, then who cares? You can still use it to get from point A to B. Your Garmin GPS device in your car will get you from point A to B.
There's no consistency on your flat map. There's no consistency.
What flat map? There's total consistency with the UK Ordnance Survey.
Okay, but GPS wouldn't work if it was flat. You know what I'm saying here?
Well, here's another. Can somebody get the squelcher, please? GPS systems are also coordinate system dependent. You get to choose which coordinate reference system that the pseudo ranging beacons are applied to. So there are surveyors out there. They have devices called total stations. These things are expensive workstations. They have, a telescope on them with a measuring device that allows them to measure with precision angles horizontally and vertically.
Okay.
And they also have a computer and a motor system that allows the device to be leveled to extreme accuracy. And they include a GPS, and they include actually something called differential GPS, which provides like centimeter level, if not greater precision. And I'm here to tell you that you can choose in your total station if you're going to be using for your GPS, if you're going to be using WGS84, which is a very common worldwide standard right now, or something like GRS80, made in 1980, or NAD27, made in 1927, or a flat plane.
Don't total stations also require curvature to work?
No, because you can go into your total station computer and select the UK Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid System.
Huh.
And now everything you're doing is conforming to the flat plane of a British National Grid System, including your GPS.
So, bro, look, from all I know, like your measurements should not add up. Like they should be off, like even by a little bit. I don't know. So,
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. They don't match between coordinate reference systems because they are arbitrary choices. This is why we say the maps don't prove reality. All maps are wrong.
I get it. Okay, there's truth to that, but it doesn't mean your map is also wrong, I would have to say.
I don't have a map. I'm not even claiming one at this point.
But don't all flat earthers claim the same map? I would have
No, I'm here to tell you that the map that you've seen flat earthers claim, you're not talking to just random TikTok flat earthers. We're basically like the Pentagon of flat earth here. Those flat earthers are wrong to call that a flat earth map. That flat earth map you see with Antarctica that's been blown out into a ring around the outer perimeter, that map is a globe.
Okay.
It's using spherical coordinates.
Well, I get it, but I get it. Okay, so there. Okay,
Yep.
you made your point. I see what you're trying to say, but at the end of the day, it's literally, if the Earth was actually flat, it's literally impossible to map it. Okay, so I don't know what you're trying to say. It's literally.
Well, yeah, it's really tough, right? I mean, you're going to like if you're at sea, you either need to like maybe use the stars or set up anchored buoys or something with lasers.
Okay. But
yeah, billions of dollars.
So look.
Yeah, it's quick and easy. Just use the globe. It's cheaper.
Even the British Ordnance Survey, which you were talking about, also uses curvature. So I don't know.
No, they have a way to mathematically bend it so that they can do a coordinate conversion to latitude and longitude, but it is inherently not curving.
So how do you know that it's not inherently not curving? I don't know what.
It's how they describe it.
Angles. Like I don't know.
Yeah, like each corner is 90 degrees to each other.
Look, I would really have to read a book to believe all what you're saying here. I don't know if,
I'd love for you to do that. I mean, like I told you, 5 years ago, I started this journey and I've been obsessed with it and I've read a lot. I've read more about this than anything else in my entire life. It has taken me on a journey into cartography, into geometry, into physics.
I know that this whole thing can be a little, let's just say, it can open a lot of paths to different. I get it, but look, my thing is, I have to read like a book from like someone with real research. I don't know. I'm not discrediting your research, but 5 years. Like some people do 50, not 5. I know what you're saying here, but I'm not saying anything though. I totally
You're
get
not
it,
going to
but
go
look,
take a university
day,
course called like All the Problems with the Globe.
no, I'm not talking about education. I'm just talking about like actual effort. So, I mean,
Oh, fucking
I don't
hell,
know.
man. He just.
Yeah, you just have to
That gives you
critically
5
examine
years.
what you're reading.
And when he comes back in 5 years and you've done 10 years, he'll say, well, fuck, people have done 15 and 20 and 25 and then 30. Nothing will ever be good enough for you, Shadina. It's not an issue of evidence.
Okay.
It's an issue of willingness to accept the evidence.
Willingness.
But again, I told you earlier,
if I accept it-
nobody puts it on their agenda for the day. I'm going to pop into Flat Earth channel and have my whole cosmological model shattered.
Yep. When
So
we
we get
do a
it.
long distance measurement, we falsify the spherical coordinate reference system of latitude and longitude.
Okay, you know what? Here's a good one. This one is not from my own due diligence. I found this on a book, but basically, how do you explain the shadow of the planet of the Earth? Let's not call it a planet during a lunar eclipse. I don't know.
This is one of my favorite debunks of the globe.
I don't know. It's not for me though. It's from a book. I don't know. It's not for me, so I don't know.
Yeah, somebody in your DMs trying to feed questions. I mean, this is an easy one, but I saw Professor Triangle unmute for a second. Do you want to take this? I know you love the Selenelian eclipse. If not obvious at B, I got to step back for a minute. I'll be back in like 10, but I'll be listening. Short answer, Selenelian lunar eclipses debunk globe geometry.
How does it debunk globe geometry? That's not much.
So you have the sun directly above the horizon and the moon directly above the horizon, but the moon is eclipsed.
Wait. Hold on. Let your friend explain it. Obviously B. Since you're both so knowledgeable. Can you explain obviously B?
What, the Selenelian eclipse?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how you do it.
Yeah, you just have a blatant issue in geometry and line of sight, essentially. You have what you would claim is a shadow on the moon coming in from the top down. Whereas you have the sun and the moon above the horizon at the same time, and the Earth is below you, essentially. So how are you projecting the shadow coming top down onto the moon with that geometry?
Do you have I think it's very simple.
You can just Google Selenelian eclipse, Selenelian lunar eclipse.
NASA has a problem with it. NASA calls it the impossible eclipse. It happens like every 28 days.
No, it does not. I don't know what you're saying here. I don't know if that's a.
Yeah, somewhere on Earth it does.
No. Look, I don't care what NASA calls it. Okay, I don't even think it calls it that. But whatever.
Look, man, you think we haven't heard 10,000 Globers come to us with explain eclipses? It's like how about you?
It's a simple question. It's a common question.
How about you explain them?
I would have to say that
but with actually, function in reality, like not bedtime stories.
Hopefully, I have no. I can't bring you real.
You don't have a sphere, right? You don't have space.
Right, the laser measurement debunks that.
So,
Okay, but so what you're saying is, how can you explain the shadow?
Well, first we measure the Earth flat. Okay, so that's a problem off the bat.
But if it's flat, there's no shadow, right?
Well, there is. That's the fun part. Yeah, whatever it is, call it a shadow.
Sorry.
Who knows what it is?
You wanted to go there yet, Yoda? My bad.
No, it's all right. I should step back. I have to take care of things.
You can finish explaining it before you go. Whatever you're about to say. Sorry.
Yeah, well, okay. So the issue is you're jumping the gun. All right. So we measure Earth flat. All your questions about how things work that come after that are kind of distracting topics. They don't address the core claim on the table.
What's the core claim on the table?
well, that we've measured Earth flat. So you can't have eclipses how you think of them.
What? But we do, unfortunately. So I don't know what you're saying here.
Well, Earth would have to be measured as a curve, as a globe, for that to be true. But we falsified it. So
Okay, so explain it then. How does it work?
Fancy shit's happening in the sky. Enjoy the view.
I'm not convinced.
It's not a shadow, that's for sure.
Not everything requires
What
an
is it then?
explanation.
What is it, Triangle? What is it, Mr. Triangle? What is it then?
I don't know. It's not a shadow, though. I've debunked that. I debunked outer space. I debunked globes in space already. So it's not globes in space. So that's what we know. We can cross that off the list. I don't care after that. I just want to make sure that I keep you globers down to earth.
Nice pun, but look,
you don't have a sense that you have in the first place. How does an eclipse work? Lunar eclipse.
I think it's like it's got to do with the sun and the moon comes between. I don't know exactly. I confuse between eclipse and.
So you don't know, but you want me to explain it to you.
We took it.
And how would you know if I was right or wrong?
Okay, because I can just when you say shit. Okay, I can easily decipher that it's completely false. I mean, we took this in 6th grade. Okay, it's simple. It's not about. Okay, but okay, tell me. If it's not a shadow, what is it then? It's simple question.
I don't know.
I'm making a claim. Did you hear eclipses come out of our mouth? We never.
I didn't make up anything about eclipses.
I didn't make up. No, I'm not making it up. Okay, and the question is not from me, so that's why I might be like.
Who's it from?
No one. It's not from me. I can't give no names here, fortunately.
All right, fine.
He doesn't know who it's from.
You know, after everything we've spoken about, at least you've hung around to talk this long, and I commend you for doing so. Most would just spiral and exit the chat a lot sooner.
A fighting chance here, but unfortunately, I would have to say that Professor Triangle here is not even interested in answering the question. So if it's
I did answer the question.
If it's not a shadow, then what is it?
Yeah,
you can't even prove it's a shadow yet. You can't even prove it's a shadow for me to debunk. I can tell you it's not globes in space because I debunked space. Remember?
We did not debunk space, unfortunately.
Oh, let me do it real quick. No, no, I didn't fail. Yeah, you said gases are not pulled down by gravity, right?
Absolutely. No, they are, but not. They're not like the way you.
They are, but they're not. So you lost this one.
They do. I didn't lose that. They are.
They do, but they don't. They do, but they don't.
They're mass. They're mass.
They're mass and not mass.
I don't know what their specific mass is.
Mass and not mass at the same time.
You disproved Einstein and Isaac Newton. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Einstein was a window licker. Ever see him sticking his tongue out?
A lot, but yeah, that's irrelevant. Okay, so.
Well, there was something mentally wrong with him. He wasn't a genius. There's somebody they were picking on, taking his picture.
He was.
No, he wasn't. No.
Einstein, he's.
You don't know anything about Einstein.
I don't. You don't. Have you met Einstein? I don't know what you're saying here. If you've met him, then go ahead.
He's a character in a book.
He's not. He's what? No, he's a real human being. Unfortunately for you. And
where does he live?
I would say. I don't know if he was German or I don't know.
Where does he live?
What is he? He's dead.
Oh, okay. So no, I haven't met him.
Okay, so please proceed. How am I wrong?
Oh, you haven't proven that there's a shadow happening up there in the sky.
It's a shadow. We know what a shadow is.
You haven't proved that yet.
How have I not? It's a shadow.
You haven't proved it's a shadow. Just saying it over and over doesn't make it a shadow.
A shadow is any dark area that we see because of a body in front of another body. Okay, that's the most simplistic, simpleton definition. That's exactly what's going on.
I never asked you what a shadow is. Yes,
that's exactly what it is.
That is a shadow. Oh, is it?
Is it?
Is it?
It is. So it is. It literally
Okay.
everything fits the definition of a shadow. So I don't know what you're saying. But the Earth, it whatever it is, it becomes in between the moon and the sun. Okay, but
So if I turn on my TV and put some program on it, because it's like a black, box to start creeping down or up or across the screen, that's now automatically a shadow.
It is. I'm just saying here. Like,
What?
okay, so
what? Because that fits the description of what a shadow is. That is a shadow, and that's what's
technically,
happening.
yes.
Is that what you're
It
saying?
literally is. It literally is.
Literally is. Yeah.
Yes.
How?
Shadow is.
Because it's dark.
Wait, what was your example again? What did you say exactly, word for word?
Okay, say you turn on any screen.
Okay.
And you get some animation to play or something.
Okay.
Where the screen is light at first, and then the animation plays, and a black box or whatever starts moving across, and then slowly, the whole screen comes black. Was that because someone was behind me, like projecting a shadow on to
I
cause that
would have
screen
to say that this is a terrible demonstration of what a shadow is. This is not what a shadow is. That
Is
is
it?
just that's
That's not
pixels
supposed
on your
to.
screen. That is
See, again, you've got comprehension problems. It's
how
not a
is it
demonstration of a shadow. It's a demonstration of a similar phenomenon that I wouldn't then go and claim as a shadow. So you've looked at something
what
that
that
could
is
be a
not
shadow.
why are
How
we
did you
going
verify it's a shadow?
why are we using some different forms of media? We're talking about the real
I'm trying to. I'm
reality. We're talking
trying
about
to.
reality. We're not talking
I'm
about
trying to bring light to your inability to parse what you're actually experiencing properly.
so you don't
You're
believe in
seeing
shadows
a
now?
phenomenon. You're seeing a phenomenon, and then you're making a claim to that phenomenon, but you haven't verified anything about the phenomenon. You haven't tested anything about the phenomenon.
Okay. So
yeah, okay, it could be a shadow.
it
How
is
did
a
you
shadow.
verify it's a shadow?
Literally,
That's all I'm
the Earth's
asking.
shadow. The Earth literally blocks the moon. Okay, it
We
literally
know the
blocks.
story. You don't need to keep repeating it 10 times. We all know the globe Earth
Okay,
story.
so you know. So
Right, we get it. The
thereby
point
you
is
should
to move the conversation along, right? You've made the claim it's a shadow, right? How did you verify it's a shadow?
I can if we
You didn't. You
compare
didn't.
like
This is the
any
part where you
shadow
just
ever
say you didn't.
it's the same.
You didn't. You were told it's a shadow. You believe it's a shadow. You never verified it's a shadow.
Okay,
Right?
what is it?
That's the honest answer
I
here.
haven't.
But you don't want to give it for
What is
some
it?
reason.
What is it?
I'm
then?
not making claim to what it is.
So
But I'm not
see, that makes you
I'm not just blindly accepting your
because I'm
claim
winning here.
either.
I'm giving you. I'm telling you what it is. You're not telling me what it is. I have my own theory. You don't have.
You're telling me what it is without any verification. You're telling me what it is without any verification.
That's right. That's the point. Now, the consequences of what we're telling you are extremely deep, because if these are not shadows, then the question is, what are they then? Nobody truly knows. And this is the problem. This is why this topic is so scary for people. Right? We want to know because we've been told our entire lives that they have it all figured out. We've been told that everybody knows what space is. Everybody knows what the globe is. Everybody knows what the sun and moon are and the planets and stars and all of that.
Right.
This is a whole different cosmology built on empirical truth. And all of that stuff has no basis in reality. These are just stories that you believe that that's a shadow up there and Mars has land on it.
Just you don't believe in shadows? Is that what you're saying? I don't get what you're
Oh my god. How are you hearing that?
Listen, you know what happens during a lunar eclipse? The moon turns red after it's fully eclipsed. Have you ever seen a red shadow before? Isn't it weird that they would call that a shadow?
Because it's a blood moon, it would reflect a red shadow. I don't know what you're saying here.
A red shadow? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Right? Your own common sense agrees with us.
He thinks the moon just turns red, and then that's just normal shit.
It's not, though, is it? Right? I mean, this is what's so scary about this topic.
Okay, so look, the color of the moon is not relevant here. I don't know what you're trying to say here.
It can't be a red shadow. There's no such thing as a colored shadow. Shadow is the absence of light, absence of color.
Exactly. So
it's contradictory to heliocentrism. You realize that?
That's just your perception. It's not a red
This is
shadow.
my point. It doesn't seem like anything is you're taking anything in here. It's like you don't really know what are the implications of what you believe, so therefore you don't know what contradicts it.
I would have to say that what I believe is what 99.9% people believe. So I don't know what you're talking about here. So
Consensus is
I know,
meaningless.
like you know that I know, and you obviously know that fact. But look, at the end of the day, the shadow is not red. That's just perception, and I don't know what you mean, but it's not a red shadow. Is it red?
How do they predict a blood red moon then? If it's just perception, do they look into the future and say, on this day we're going to perceive red? Is that they just predict it?
Oh, can you predict it? They can.
I don't want to gloss
Yes,
past
flat
this
Earth can
point.
predict eclipses. Yes, flat Earth predicts eclipses.
It's not.
Shadina, I don't want to gloss past this point. You said like, oh, shadow can't be red. That's just perception. So you see what came out of your own mouth, right? Shadow can't be red. It's red.
Can't be.
So it's not shadow.
It's not red.
You understand that?
It's not red. It's not red. So that's what your main point is. If it's the fact that it's a different color.
No. The main point was we're not making a claim to it. It's a phenomenon.
So
don't know what's
why would
taking
shadows
place.
have light?
Don't know what's causing it.
Okay, shadows don't have light. Okay, but
right, red is light.
Okay, perhaps. Okay,
it's a contradiction, like you pointed out.
Okay, so it's just a red light. Okay, what about
yeah, now what causes a red light?
It's not a shadow, dude. You're just saying it right now. It's not a shadow.
Okay, so whatever. So it's not a shadow. So like, what does that prove then?
It proves that you said it was a shadow, and it's not a shadow. That's what it proves. That you were getting it wrong.
Prove that planets don't exist.
No, we're trying to prove. Everybody here was trying to show you how you were wrong in the way that you thought of a shadow, what it is. You said it's a shadow when an eclipse happens, and you're being proven wrong right now. And you've admitted that now that you know that light or the red light.
I'm not admitting that, bro. It's a shadow.
Really?
But I'm just like.
It's still a shadow. You just doubled down, bro. You just doubled down on the thing you've already were clear about, that it's not a shadow. Now you doubled down and said it is a shadow again. So we're proving you wrong again. We'll do it again if you need to.
Okay, don't make a claim. What is your closest theory of
No, you're not going to get over. Bro, here's the thing. Here's the thing. These are red herrings that you're going to start to put out so anybody can bite on it. But you didn't realize that you're going back to thinking it's a shadow. You need to get back out of that mindset that it's not a shadow. You have to say that. You have to verbally say that so know that it's getting across to you. It's not a shadow.
Oh, okay. But
can you say it or not?
I cannot because
there you go. You know what that is? You know what that's called? Pride, which you got right now going on. Yes, it is. Then admit it's not a shadow. Admit it's not a shadow. Admit it.
It's not pride. It's literally aligning views with the rest of the world. That's it. Like,
all right. So no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because you would be able to detect whether or not that is a shadow based on its characteristics. What a shadow is, you'd be able to say, yes, that's definitely a shadow. But you can't say that in this case.
Okay, so, but logically speaking, the Earth was.
Yes, logically. No, we're not talking about red herrings.
No logic.
Listen, red herrings are not going to help you. You need to stick to the plan of how you're making it sound like that's a shadow up there. And if you can show us that it's a shadow, we'll agree with you. But because everybody here is showing you eclipses where it shows like red light is shown within this idea of a shadow, it can't be a shadow. It's not that.
What? Okay, well, listen. I'm pretty sure the whole red shadow thing can easily be explained with atmosphere.
Well, then go ahead and do it. Then go ahead and do it.
Yeah,
We'll
go
wait
ahead.
for that.
Tell me when they predict that the atmosphere is going to turn things red. Tell me how they predict that.
I unfortunately do not have the resources of knowing what. I'm telling
So
you.
then you don't know is the answer, right? You don't know would be the answer.
Only gonna say that I'm only
You
gonna
don't
tell you
know.
what I believe, and it's the shadow. It's the shadow.
Yeah. So like, listen, say that you don't know that it's a shadow. That's as simple as that.
It is 100% a shadow. I'm sorry. Like
No, then you're gonna have to show
did you
how
verify
there's.
that?
You see how you're doing right now. You don't want to let it go. Why?
Yeah, how could it be a red light and a shadow at the same time? It's a contradiction.
Yeah, it is. Paradox.
How is it a contradiction? How is it a contradiction?
He
Because
needs
you can't
space. He needs space to be real. Listen, we took it away from him before, and he started stuttering. He didn't even have any words to say when I took away space because of
You know what?
gravity not holding, because gas is going all directions. And he
Okay.
said, but they go in all directions and they pull down. He said he started losing his mind, so he's trying to use the moon to save him.
Well, it's not doing that either. So it's not because he's got to admit to the people here that he knows what a shadow is, and on top of that, he's got to show how the eclipse it is a shadow. It is a shadow. So if you're not doing that, if you're not demonstrating what your knowledge is on a shadow is, and saying that the eclipse is also a shadow, then you're not doing justice for your claim that you think it's a shadow. You need to provide evidence that it's an actual shadow when we see red light when it's fully eclipsed.
Okay, so can you please explain to me on flat Earth?
No, dude, it's your job. It is your job to do the explaining. If you say you 100%, you know, well, the 100% should come through with what your knowledge is on a shadow. If you're saying it's a shadow, why do we see red light?
Okay, so listen, how about I read?
Why do we see red light, sir? Why do we see red light?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Can I please read the definition of a lunar eclipse? Okay, then you can tell me what it is in your flat Earth.
And then somebody posts the Selenilian eclipse after he reads the definition, so we can compare his definition to a lunar eclipse.
The definition fails because you have no space, you have no planets. It makes no sense. Okay, you make no sense. I'm sorry.
How does it not make sense? Earth measures flat.
Because you say space does not exist. There's no gravity. That all of
you know what's really you know what really sucks for you, unfortunately, is we've not even gotten into the meat and potatoes and presented you all the laser transit tests that have been done, all the actual measurements of the surface.
All your cute little squeaker laser tests. Those do not prove much in the.
Yeah, see, I told you he's just willing to throw everything in the garbage. Yeah, he's
mad at us. Yes, you are, dude. You got freaked out when I told you space is fake. It happens. Listen, it's my hobby to do that to people, so I love it. I think it's the greatest thing in the world when I ruin space for you guys.
Jeez, dude.
You didn't ruin it for anyone.
Dude, you can't even tell us that eclipse is a shadow. You can't even prove that eclipse is a shadow. You can't do that.
It's a religious belief for you. We understand that. We understand you're going to continue your religious belief of things. Well, because we've been speaking for 2 hours now, and you have no verification of your claims.
Yeah, you know what? You know how it's religious? You know how it's religious? No, it's religious because you're appealing to somebody that has information that you don't have right now. You're saying, I know it's a shadow, yet I don't know how it's a shadow. That's what you're saying, dude. It's religious. You think that there's an answer out there and you can't give it to us. Why?
It's almost worse than that, dude. You were saying that shadow is light and not a light at the same time.
That's not what I said. That is not all what I said.
The shadow is not a light.
It's correct. It is not a light, but there's definitely an explanation, a scientific explanation to
what is it?
Red. Okay, so
just say you don't know, and we can.
There we go. So there's that religion again. Definitely a scientific explanation, but I don't know it. There's a religious belief.
Logic falls. Forget all. Okay, let me just tell you something. Forget all you know about.
You're not on logic, and you haven't been on logic this entire conversation.
Because if the Earth blocks the sun, so that could change things. Okay, I don't know. You follow me?
And the same answer you gave is the one we get from everybody. Somebody else has the answer. Somebody else must know. We go talk to the civil engineering department of a university and ask them how they got the measurement of Earth's radius. They don't know. Somebody else did it. Ask the geology department. So we go to the geology department. Hey, geologist, how did you get Earth's radius? Because the civil engineer said they got it from you. They say, oh, no, we didn't get it ourselves. So ask the astronomy department. And so we go to the astronomy department. We say, hey, how'd you get Earth's radius? They say, we don't really know. Maybe go ask the classics department because it probably came from the Greeks. And we go to the classics department. Hey, guys, how'd you measure the radius? Well, we didn't actually measure it. We think that the civil engineering department got it. So then we go back to the civil engineering department where we started.
That's actually a literal progression. That's crazy, dude. You put it like that. That's a literal progression of a circle jerk, a giant circle jerk that we get. Every time we get to whom you think has the answer, the mystical, magical person you're appealing to right now, they do the same thing. But in their academic fields, they just pawn it off to somebody else.
Listen, so
yeah, we have a term for this. It's like it's belief in magical science, man. There's a magical science man out there somewhere that has all the answers, that explains everything and makes it all make sense. He can make the surface measuring flat and there being no curvature. He can make that make sense with us living on a globe.
That's what you're doing now when you said, I don't know how that's a shadow. It just is 100%. That's what you're doing. It's a religious belief, dude.
The atmosphere can easily bend the color up. There's a glow. Look,
dude, stop it.
You literally. Okay, forget the stupid. You know, man. I don't. You still have not explained to me how.
Well, you're the one who brought up eclipses again. We.
I know, but
want to talk about the ground, man.
Because
the ground.
Yep.
The only thing in your existence you have direct access to, and the only thing that's relevant in the claim that Earth is a sphere or not, right? We want to talk about that.
Look,
we want to measure that. We want to test that.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about eclipses. He doesn't want to talk about eclipses because he said he doesn't know anything about them. We can move on.
Well, we know what he knows.
What do you know about
we know the story he knows. So,
look, all I'm saying is what I've noticed is you people. First of all, you say I'm wrong. Okay, you prove me wrong. I don't know if not as you mean, but you say I'm wrong.
People.
Then you explain your logic, but you never really come to a conclusion. You never really bring me an answer.
We never brought.
You don't let us.
We never brought up eclipses.
Plus, you don't let us get to the conclusion.
Who's the one feeding you these questions? Because they're making you look like a fool right now.
I am not. Wallahi, I'm not being fed. I swear to God, I'm not being fed right now. I swear to God.
You said that the eclipse question came in your DMs from someone.
The eclipse. Yeah, that one was fed. The rest, I don't know. Just.
All right, who fed it?
Leading you down.
Who was that? Was that Phil?
Phil Bellum, probably.
Who? No.
Dr. Phil.
No, I don't know.
We were right.
It's Dr.
Phil. So what question?
Setting you up.
Hi, Phil. Why don't you come on in here, Dr. Phil?
Dude,
he always does this, dude, all the time.
If you guys come on this show, you will be stalked by this guy.
Oh, Christ. Look.
Okay, I might take you up, Dr. Phil, on that offer to go to Melbourne or wherever it was, hang out with you.
Set his heart right.
Why don't you come in the chat?
Questions.
He uses these guys like puppets, dude. The ones who hardly know anything. He just vicarious because he's too afraid to come in here. So he thinks he's going to give them enough knowledge to correct what we're saying, but he's just making them look more. He's giving them the front face, so they look like the fool, and he doesn't.
Do you think that he opens up with, "Hey, I work on satellites," and ask him about eclipses? I got your back, and then this guy asks, and then he fails, and then we just get better. We get more and more views when you people do this.
Well,
look. Well, hold on. It's all a matter of perception, okay? If you show this to flat earthers, they think I'm a fool, but if I uploaded this to whatever media, they call you all fools, okay? It's not.
This is already
I'm not
streamed.
saying anyone. I'm not.
It's already streamed.
Okay.
The whole
whatever
thing is recorded and on YouTube.
The whole thing is a matter of perception. The whole thing is a matter of personal opinion, so I do not really know what your
No,
Yeah, we're
it's
not.
not.
Look, man,
my
it
point is.
doesn't matter. We just
It's all
want
about
your
Not
measurements
correct.
of the
You're not
surface
winning this.
demonstrating its curving. Okay,
There's no
that's all you need to
here.
bring.
There's no correct opinion. There's no. Okay,
No,
now you
listen,
can
brother.
but you've never
It's
given me any
it's
answers.
not. Listen, it's not just somebody's subjective interpretation. It's the common human experience. Everybody interprets the Earth as a flat and horizontal plane. So you saying that it's not that or it can't be that is going against the common human experience. Dude, we all notice this when we go everywhere on the Earth. We travel the Earth knowing this. Everybody that sees the Earth is always going to say the same
Okay.
thing. We do not observe a
That
globe,
is
dude.
exactly what a caveman. That is caveman levels of thinking.
No, don't
You literally
circle
just
back to that
you're
fucking
using perception.
trash argument,
Bigger.
Shadina.
Oh,
As we already told you.
Oh, it's perception. Your eyes literally you perceive it as flat. It's not
Yeah,
flat.
Hey, shit in a
Shadina.
buck. Shit in a
Shadina.
bucket. Shit in a bucket.
Is just how it is.
Shit in a bucket. You can't just make up stuff like that.
That is your direct experience of
Not
the
making
Earth,
up.
whether you want to sit
Okay,
here
so
and deny it all day, right? You experience the Earth as a flat, motionless topographical plane.
exactly, that's how we experience it. But that's not how it is.
Yeah, so you experience that. So
You can't
what are you
judge
denying here?
anything based on what you see.
The only difference, right, is after you experience that, you go, but we actually see the sun move through the sky, not because it's moving through the sky, but because I'm falling over backwards away from it 1,000 miles per hour. Because I'm on a rotating
So you're
sphere,
saying
right?
so whatever you see is the correct. Why is it that you believe that whatever you see
No,
is
it doesn't
totally
end the
correct?
immediate experience. We go off our initial experience, what our senses tell us, and then by them assumptions, we go and verify, right? Well, the Earth sure does seem like a motionless topographical plane by my immediate senses, my immediate experience of it. Let's go and verify if that's true.
But you have to confirm
Let's
it.
go measure the surface and see if it is actually flat. I mean, it would be fucking retarded to just take your immediate experience and stop there.
Explain how for thousands of years.
What don't you understand about that?
Hey, please ask.
It's not been perceived as a globe for thousands of years. There was probably a few
people dumb
eccentric
then? Are they
people
dumb?
throughout
Are they
history that proposed the idea of a globe, right? And they were a tiny little minority with their little philosophical ideas and interpretations of things. The majority
For
of
the
people,
celestial sphere?
Okay.
Yeah, remember that conversation? That's how.
Strong word.
he doesn't remember that, does he, Fab?
Is that
That's gone.
what? Bright. You cut off. Ongari cut off. I don't know what conversation. Okay.
All right. Well, anyway. Hey, listen. Anyway. Hey, listen. Welcome to Flat Earth. You're a flat earther now.
May I ask, did you change your name from shit in a bucket?
Yeah, you can. What?
Shadina,
Now that you're a flat earther,
you're in here with the burden of proof, right? You have a positive claim the Earth is a rotating sphere. You need to bring empirical demonstration of that.
yeah, and I just wanted to say, since AV invited you to Flat Earth, okay.
Do you understand that?
I'm
Shadina?
not here.
Right.
Look, I know.
You need to verify your claims to us.
I don't really have to link or send anything. You can literally open you can open 6th grade, 5th grade books and you will see exactly what.
No, you can't. Post a book. I've asked for these books before. Nobody's been able to find a title for me.
Yeah, okay, watch like any documentary on space.
Things in books and things on screens don't prove anything in the reality.
Okay, so what, your laser tests, your measurements, these are laser tests, so
Yeah, you can measure with
I don't know.
lasers. Shocker.
What if your laser test is somehow incorrect? Let's just
Well, we invite criticism.
It's not incorrect. Don't worry about it, because everybody can repeat it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
The criticism
Every
should come.
time it's the
Yeah,
same.
hold on, sir. Hold on. You can't criticize anything until you actually review it. You got to review it first. When you're talking right now, like you're trying to review something that you haven't even seen, so you have to go look at it first and then come back and critique it in any way you like. But we invite people to critique it, but you got to look at it first. You can't be making judgments right now if you haven't seen it. So go look at it first and then come back with your critique.
So you're saying that if I look at it in real life, I might change my view. Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
Well,
Stop.
we invite you to do
Listen.
that.
Yeah,
We,
just stop
we
being.
tell you, don't believe us. Go out and do your own tests.
You won't have a
your own
choice but
observations.
to accept it. Otherwise, you'll go into a mental hospital.
So what about the people that see it and easily debunk it?
Nope, you're wrong.
Nope. Nobody has debunked it.
Like,
Dude. Stop worrying about other people. So hold on. Stop worrying about other people. Dude, stop worrying about other people and just go do it. You're so concerned about what everybody thinks. Just go and look at it for yourself. What about this person? What about that person? Who cares? Go do it yourself.
Okay. But okay, that's a fair argument. I would have to say that is a very fair argument. But unfortunately, I do not live in a place where I can do that by myself. So I don't know what you're saying here. I don't know. Can I do it in my house? I don't know what. No, I don't know. Look, it's been a very good
Too, I
conversation,
mean,
but I would have to say
like
that
you
all of
you don't even
black
know
answers. No.
how you would attempt to falsify the globe.
Okay, look. So far, what I've noticed is none of you have answers. Okay, that's the biggest issue, man. None of you have answers. Like
I answered every
can't define
question
it,
you
can't
asked.
define it. Gravity. Okay, you know what?
Listen, for
Forget science.
explanations, we
Okay.
can give you explanations. Listen, we can give you explanations. But our explanations without evidence are just as bad as yours without evidence. So what we're giving you is honesty about what we can say for sure and what we can't, which you can't say the same for the globe.
So, so listen.
Yeah, I mean, you want an explanation for like the eclipse phenomenon? We'll just say it's like a big group of fairies, drag a massive black tarp over the moon, and that explains it. There you go.
You say you have
That's as
theories,
scientifically valid as your explanation.
How is scientifically valid? That is literally not scientifically valid at all.
Yeah, well, when we measure the Earth flat, we know your explanation is wrong, which actually puts magical fairies at a higher probability.
I mean, there's so many different directions that we could go in this conversation, just because a lot of us have researched a lot over the years. But typically in here, like we can expand a little bit on Sundays, but typically in here we like to stick to the nature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. So, like, is it like a recurring sessions that you guys talk about stuff, or like?
Oh yeah, no, we probably have about 100 people a day coming in here, different people. Some people are repeat people, but we'll have anywhere from like 20 people one day, and then we'll have like just people all day long coming in and having conversations with them. And we live stream 24/7, just so you know. There's not always a bot in here, but whenever there's a conversation going on, there's a few of our guys that own these accounts that say YouTube on them, and they bring those bots in here to record and live stream out to YouTube. We do it for other people, as an outreach, so other people who are on YouTube can watch us and find us. But more importantly, like, you wouldn't believe how many people actually lie in these conversations, and we have to go back to the YouTube bot and screen record what they said, and then come back and show them what they said.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's there for your protection too. If you think we're lying, you can go to the YouTube bot, rewind, and find out where we were lying at.
Mm.
Hey, Sonic. So I
yes.
kind of go by Occam's razor on things. So when I'm looking at the sun and moon, there's a couple things that I see them. They measure the same angular size. They cause objects to cast shadows that are the same size. They cross the sky at almost the same speed, and they leave the same analemma patterns over time. So what would you tell me to prove that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away from Earth than the moon?
Okay, so about the first, I said start point by point. So you mentioned the speed is the same for sun, the moon, and the sky, right? You mean it's during the day, right? So during the day, if you like during this day, like sun almost moves with the same speed as the moon, and this is not just for these two. Like during the night, all the stars and the moon and the sun, they all move with the same speed. Like that's why, because they're not moving. Actually, the Earth is rotating during the day. So, but in like a general, like larger scale, we also are rotating around the sun. So that's why the speed of sun is not exactly the same as the speed of the moon. And also, the moon is rotating around the Earth. So that's for the speed. So if the speed during the day it looks the same because we are rotating, they're not moving. For the angular size, I don't have any reasoning why the angular sizes are the same. Like I don't think there's that much. It's more like a coincidence, which is fine to me. That's why I say that. But angular sizes like just depend on the size and the distance. So it happens to be that the distance of the moon is such that the angular areas become the same. And there was another point you mentioned. What was the other one?
That if I have a tree out in the front of my house and the sun and moon are at 45 degrees angles in the sky, and if I measure the shadow that they cast at daytime and nighttime, they're almost identical, the same size on the ground.
The shadow of the moon and shadow of the sun, right?
Yeah. When the moon's light hits a tree, it'll cast a shadow of the tree on the ground, and during the day and during the night, that shadow is almost identically the same size.
Yeah. So let's say you have a light bulb in your room, and like you put it like an object on the table, and you cast a shadow with the flashlight, whatever. And as you move away the flashlight, the shadow becomes smaller, right? Because of the angular area, right?
No, but as the shadow will get larger. They don't get smaller. I've never seen a shadow decrease in size. You'll never cause your hand. You can never cause your hand to cast a shadow smaller than your hand. That's what I'm saying.
No, not a smaller. No, exactly. Not smaller than your hand. But it's always bigger than your hand, right? But as you move with the flashlight, it becomes closer to your hand. So, but the thing is that when the flashlight is closed, the difference is large. So, like you move the flashlight a little bit, and the shadow decreases. The size of the shadow decreases a lot. But as you go away, the difference becomes less. So the farther you go, the relation between the distance you travel and the way that shadow gets smaller is becoming smaller. And at a very large distance, almost infinity, let's say, not infinity, of course, but at a very large distance, you don't see the difference in the shadows based on the distance because they're so far away. Now, if you move the sun 1 kilometer away, you don't see change in the shadow because it's so far away that the shadow of your hand is almost, if it's also perpendicular, is almost the same size as your hand because it's so far away that the light rays you see, they're not angled, they're parallel. So you almost see light as a parallel lines. So all the shadows are the same size.
So if I put a flashlight above my hand, 1 foot above my hand, and I look at the shadow of my hand on the ground, and then I do the same thing with a street light that's 30 feet up, they're not going to be the same size, the shadow of my hand. I've done this.
Yeah, but if you continue you said that it's not going to be smaller than your hand, right? The shadow is not going to be smaller than your hand, right? Always.
Right.
But it becomes smaller and smaller. It is always bigger than your hand size, but it's going to become smaller and smaller. So let's say I take the lamppost and move it like thousands of kilometers, like vertically. So it's like far, far away. The shadow still is bigger than your hand, right?
Yeah, so you think it'll be the same size as if the flashlight was a foot away? You can think it's possible for them to cast the same shadow size of my hand? Is that what you're saying?
No, but when the lamppost is 1,000 kilometers away, and when it's 2,000 kilometers away, the difference is very, 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 very small. Because as the farther you get, the difference in the distance, the difference in the shadows becomes smaller. It is still becoming smaller, but because as you said, it can't get smaller than your hand, it should change less and less. So it's not a linear thing. It's not that like, oh, if I moved it like 1 meter away, the shadow became like half. If I do it again, it's going to become half again. No, it's going to become like two-thirds. Like the ratio is going to be closer to 1 every time. So at the limit of very, very large distance, the ratio is almost 1. Did I make my point?
Sure, I got you. So I wanted to ask you a question after this one, but are you familiar with the Anna-Lima patterns of the moon and sun over time?
I have to. And how do you spell it? I'm not sure if maybe I.
ANALEMMA. It's like the sun and moon. They'll create a figure 8 pattern in the sky when you do a time lapse. You take a picture every day at noon for like 6 months.
Back and forth. I know. Yeah. I know that. Yeah, I mentioned it when I was talking about Mars. I think similar to that. But yeah, go ahead.
So the sun and moon create the same Anna-Lima patterns and basically pretty much the same size. So considering those 4 things I said to you, why should I believe that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away?
That's a very good point. Let me just look at the Anna-Lima history. Attribution, reglobe.
Yeah, like the moon will create that figure 8 Anna-Lima once a month. It'll do it like 12 or 13 times a year, and then the sun will do it once a year. But they're the same size.
Okay. What's the reason behind showing the position of the sun? I have to look up the moon one. Here is just the sun's declination to. Okay, let me just check the. This is just sun. I have to check the moon and Lima.
Because I'm a simple guy. I like Occam's razor, and those 4 things lead me to believe that these 2 objects are about the same size and crossing the sky at about the same speed.
Yeah. So the problem with that is that also you have eclipses, right?
Sure. You mean like when the moon turns red? Is that what you're talking about? An eclipse?
I care about the sun version.
Well, there's problems with that, with the 2,000 mile wide moon only casting a 60 mile wide shadow on Earth. That's that's not possible for something to cast a shadow that is about 20 times smaller than its size. For example, that would be like me holding up a bowling ball and then having it cast a shadow the size of a marble on the ground.
Because it's so far away. Because so far away. It's all these values are astronomical, no pun intended.
Well, I mean, you're saying the light rays from the sun are parallel when during the solar eclipse. So then the moon should be casting a 2,000 mile wide shadow across Earth, but we only have a 60 mile wide path of totality.
So you have the sun, you have the moon.
But hold on, we got a little off in the weeds.
Yeah.
I was just, did you check out the Anna-Lima patterns?
I'm reading about this to measure.
You see how they create that same figure 8?
So here it says that this is because of tilt in the axis of rotation of Earth. So again, this is something about the Earth rotation. So if if it's going to affect everything we see in the sky the same, because it's about the Earth rotating differently. There's a tilt in the axis of rotation.
Okay, well, there's quite a few assumptions there that are unprovable: tilt and axis rotation. And you also said the moon was, or that we were rotating around the sun. That's three things you said that are all assumptions. But my question is, why should I believe that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away, considering the four things that I said that would lead me to believe just the opposite, that they're very similar in size and velocity across the sky?
Yeah. Okay. So you guys sent a lot of videos. I try to watch some of them. I'm gonna send just one video, and I would appreciate if you'd want to watch it. This interesting video is from a math guy. Is you know Terence Tao? He's like probably, I'm not gonna glaze him, but he's probably one of the smartest people alive. But he talks about distances in cosmos and how do we measure. And I know like you guys have problems with this type of reasoning, but I just would love you to also watch this one.
Fair enough, I'll watch it. But you don't actually have anything to prove then, right? You want me to watch a video? Is that what you're saying?
Guys, you sent me like 20 videos.
Did you see the one where he fucked up the math? Did you see the Terence Tao one where he fucked up the math when talking about Al-Biruni? It's pretty hilarious.
Sonic, you're gonna love India.
Metal when I can't do geometry.
What are they talking about?
Yeah, yeah, in this little series he does about the heliocentric cosmology nonsense. So it's a whole series that he did. And in one of it, he talks about Al-Biruni measuring the radius, and he fucked up the geometry.
Terry Tao or
I'll find it. Yeah, Terence Tao. Yeah, guy you're idolizing.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, Sonic: if the first cosmic rung is wrong, or is the rest of the cosmic ladder completely wrong?
Yeah, of course. It just breaks the. So yeah, all of this video is based also on the coverage of the Earth.
What's the first cosmic run?
It's the radius of the Earth, which also I have one for that. Have you guys probably heard of it? It's like the most famous one. I want to hear your opinion on that. But it's the angle of the shadow thing, that different places have different angle of the shadow. So if you assume that
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, probably yes.
When Eratosthenes did the observation, was he on the same latitude or the same longitude?
I believe he did it in two cities on the same. I'm not sure what he did, but he was close to the value we have, and now we can also do that every position we want. Like we have the map, and we can look it online, like what are the angles of the sun at a given point, and we just can do it ourselves. But
yeah, they don't use a globe for that. No, they don't use a globe for that. There's a lot of things, I've been listening for a while, and there's a lot of things you believe to be true which actually aren't true. So if you use like time and date or sun calc, there's no globe in the mathematics to figure out where the sun's position is.
No.
And in fact, latitude and longitude has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
So no, he mentioned the cosmic ladder, and he said, what if the first step is wrong, so everything else is going to be wrong?
Radius that no one ever measured. Yeah, that. So the first step isn't even known because no one's ever measured the radius.
So I'm saying you can measure it with the angle of the shadow, right?
Yeah, how are you going to measure the radius of the Earth from the angle of the shadow?
So you see the light.
You have to presuppose a couple things.
Okay, let's start. Okay, first.
Do you have to presuppose a couple things?
We talked about
the Earth is
you have to presuppose a couple things, dude. Yes or no?
Can you talk like a human? I'm getting
yes or no.
I'm getting it's obnoxious. Okay, what do you mean by that?
Do you have to presuppose things to measure a radius if you're just measuring? Because what you're actually measuring is right? The length of a shadow, and then calculating an angle that triangle creates, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But you have to assume certain things about the source of light.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say my assumption. I'm gonna say my reason for my assumption. So I'm gonna assume the light ray is casting. It has almost parallel light rays, And the reason for that is that the shadow argument, right? At the noon, if you look at the shadow of your hand, it's the same size as your hand.
That's circular reasoning, dude.
Yeah.
How is it
Here, I'm gonna show you an image. Put in you.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, you're saying the shadows demonstrate their parallel because they're different what angles? But that's the thing you're trying to prove in the first place.
No, guys.
I'm gonna show you a picture of my countertop in my kitchen, and I just want you to tell me whether or not my countertop is spherical or flat. Hold on, I'm almost got it.
Okay, that's interesting. I want to take a guess.
Here we go, right here. If you could do me a favor and tell me if because the shadows are 3 different lengths on my countertop.
Yeah.
We're presupposing my countertop is a sphere.
No.
Can you tell me the radius of my countertop?
Okay, the thing I said about the different size of the shadows, I was first saying that the light rays on the surface of on the Earth, on our scale, humans that we see are flat, are also almost parallel. Because
how do you know that?
Why would you?
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Okay. So I say it's parallel. Okay, so how do you know that like there's a relation between this
That's not an answer, dude. How do you know they're parallel, bro?
I'm saying there is a relation between the distance and between the light rays being parallel and the relation between the shadow, right?
How do you know that? How do you know anything you're saying? You're just jumping assumption. You're piling assumption on assumption on assumption.
I can't go back. I can't draw lines and triangles and do some.
Yeah, that's great.
Crazy man. That's crazy.
Yeah, light's not rays, and the light doesn't pass through the air in a straight line, right?
No, if the area, like if you're at on the surface and you're looking at constant density, is not gonna refract, so it's fine. It's only when you are
constant density. Where's that at?
Up there.
I want to go do some laser tests there.
Yeah, you have to do laser tests. Yeah, but it's almost a line, right? Like when you point a laser at the back of your yard, like it's line, like it's already enough. So
look, all I'm saying is there's a lot of things that are happening here, right? So you're presupposing you're presupposing that the rays of light are parallel. And you're getting the distance. See, this is the problem with the cosmic distance ladder. You're getting the distance to the sun from the radius of the Earth, and you're getting the radius of the Earth from the distance of the sun. Circular logic. The rest of the cosmic distance ladder is built off this, the astronomical unit, right? Parallax, size of the orbit, Cepheid variables, the redshift. All these things are built upon. They're founded on the radius, right? But that radius is not actually known. It's never been measured and can't even be measured in principle. Has to be assumed to exist. You have to assume the Earth's a ball and presuppose there's a radius.
Okay, can you say anything about Earth without pre-assumptions? Okay, say something about Earth.
Earth looks flat.
Why?
Why? Doesn't matter why. That's what it looks like.
So you see something I think it's like, why do you think the light goes
this straight? This is a qualitative description. I don't need to know why.
So you believe that qualitative description only, like there is no quantitative description that you can have about.
Well, we have that too. We have that as well. We can measure the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving, and if it's not a ball. It's pretty simple. Doesn't matter what the star, suns, moon, and the whole thing you've been talking about. I've been listening to 40 minutes of this puke, right? You talk about tilt of the Earth and orbits and distance of the sun. I hate to tell you, no one in the history of mankind has ever observed an orbit of anything ever, not even once.
That's what I do.
Okay. Show me. Post a video of actual video of a full orbit right now.
Post orbit of the.
Anything,
like a planet?
Literally anything.
Okay, dude, lawyer, like you don't have to yell, okay?
Dude, I said anything.
I'm looking it up. Okay, you want to orbit of orbit of Mars? Let's say time lapse. Should be good, right?
Yeah, so you're going to show Mars orbiting the sun.
Okay, I'm not on the sun. That's the thing. I'm not on the Earth.
Where would you have to be to see that?
You never see it because you're on the.
Okay,
on the
exactly. That's what my point is. No one's ever actually observed an orbit, ever. No one's seen the Earth orbit the moon. No one's seen the Earth orbit the sun. No one's seen a planet orbit the sun. No one's seen a moon freaking orbit a planet. No one has ever seen and observed an orbit. Period.
I mean,
that's not an opinion.
Moons of Jupiter also orbit, but whatever.
But you don't see a full orbit, do you? You see you see lights pass in front of Jupiter and then disappear. You don't see them go back the other way. You don't see them go behind Jupiter, right? You only see them for a period of time going in one direction.
But again, it's
for all you know, they could be in a big circle in front of Jupiter. You have no idea.
Yeah, but it's like
the fact is, but the fact is, no one's ever observed an orbit. That's a fact. It's not my opinion. But you take it as holy writ that there are orbits. But science is empirical, right? It's based upon empirical observation.
Okay, have you looked at the rings of Saturn? They do like that's also light, right? Although it looks like that's also light. I'm just gonna make sure like everything is just a light source on this model. Even
what model? We're not talking about models.
The flat Earth model.
There is no flat Earth model.
So what's
in fact, there's no globe Earth model.
So there's a model.
What we're talking about right now is a heliocentric model. Right?
Yeah.
Which is a model of planets and orbits and all that crap. All circling the sun or orbiting or making elliptical orbits around the sun, except for the Earth is making a circle and the moon's making a circle around Earth. Kind of weird. Those two things happen to be circles, but everything else is ellipses. But never mind that. The point is that the fundamental claims of the Keplerian model has never actually been observed, not even the first thing. Now, you can construct a mathematical model assuming that these things orbit the sun, but there's other ones. So Travis just posted epicycles. There's another one called Tycho Brahe's model, in which the sun orbits the Earth and the planets orbit the sun, which also works. So for any data set, there's potentially an infinite number of models.
Yeah, that's correct. But there is like some I don't want to say philosophical, but there is some reasoning that people believe some. So let's say I'm like on your house, like you use electricity, right? And if I ask you why do you use electricity, like how do you believe in electricity? Like how do you think this works? Like what's electricity? Like do you have explanation of electricity?
I have access to electricity.
Okay, what is electricity?
I'm not looking at my wire from a billion light years away.
No. So what's in your wire? What's in your wire? What's creating the current?
Well, technically, the electricity comes from outside the wire.
So what's in the wire?
There is no current in the wire. It's on the surface.
So what's on the surface? What's current? That's what I'm asking.
Well, depends.
Like on what?
What's current?
Pressure.
Yeah, what's current? Pressure of what? Do you feel the pressure?
Well, there's electrical potential created between a positive and a negative.
Mm-hmm.
And that creates a force. Well, this is just a model. So this model, it creates a force that makes all the electrons pull in one direction. Okay, and that flow creates a current. Now, the drift velocity of the electron is pretty slow, but it's the combined action of all the electrons, which are in the probably quadrillions in a 10-foot wire.
Yeah. Have you seen an electron?
No. What's that got to do? You're making listen, okay? You're not going to construct this false equivalence nonsense. The fact is, no one's ever observed an orbit. Okay, people have observed direct electrons. We have access to the things you're talking about. We have physical access to them where we can touch them, manipulate them, do cause and effect experiments on them. You can't do any of that with the heliocentric model or any of the other models. They're purely observational. We're going to sit there and say X causes Y when we can't even do the experiment to figure this out. And you know what? Copernicus admitted this way back when. It's only the modern people that are denialists and claim they have causes.
So we also have our understanding of orbits is that the gravity.
What understanding? You don't understand anything. You don't understand anything. You just tell yourself you understand. You understand your own bullshit. That's what you understand. Or somebody else's bullshit because you didn't invent this stuff.
I didn't invent this stuff. You didn't invent this stuff.
Yeah, I know. That's what blows my mind is that you guys white knight for ideas that aren't even yours, which is crazy.
I spent my whole life with these ideas. That's the thing. I believe in them because I spent my life with them, and
me too.
See how some of them explain, some of them they don't. But I think because the reason that we have electricity is that we believe in that the electrons exist, that the magnetic field exists, that the electric field exists, and we never see them.
We don't need electrons to have a theory of electricity. It predates when J.J. Thomson discovered the electron. We had whole theories. We had models of electricity way before. We don't need the electron for it.
So who invented
J.J. Thomson discovered the electron with a cold cathode back in the late 1800s.
But you need electric field and magnetic fields, right?
It's just a model. That's Maxwell's model.
Yeah, Maxwell's model. So he believed
there's other ones. There's other ones as well.
Yep.
So there's the Weber model where there's no fields and it's all particles or whatever.
Yeah, there's Weber
charges.
Model. The problem with Weber model is that I haven't enough study on that, but I believe that it doesn't predict electromagnetic waves. For waves, you need fields. So radio waves.
It doesn't predict what? Doesn't predict radio waves?
Yeah.
Why would it?
So radio waves, light, all of these guys can be explained with electromagnetism. So that's how radios work. Right? You just have a wire that takes the oscillation of the field, which is the radio wave, and turns it becomes a current. And when you measure the current, you get the signal. So you need the EM theory. You need to believe that there's a field because you can send radio waves with it. You can listen to the radio with it. You never see it. You will never see the field.
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's more modern versions of it. Weaver's model has been worked on, so there's more modern iterations of it. I don't know where the state of that's at. A guy that's been working on is a physicist named Andre. What the fuck's his name? Andre Agassiz. He's a Portuguese physicist. He's written multiple volumes on this shit.
Sorry, man. Andre Agassi's a tennis player, India. All right.
Oh no, dude. Fuck you, bro.
I can't believe you.
It's the same name, dude. Telling you. Hold on, we find.
Yeah, if you read Maxwell's work, starting on Maxwell, he mentions Weber economics predates Maxwell economics, and he actually praises the model. He's it's a very nice mathematical theory, self-consistent. But Maxwell believed that he didn't like the idea of particles having action.
Because he believed in an ether.
Each other. Yeah, and actually, he believed in ether, and he wrote a theory based on ether, and now we don't believe ether.
Yeah, so that's the funny thing is now here we are, and all this came down to my whole point. Maxwell made a model, based upon a mechanical model of the ether. The model is correct,
yes,
but nobody think that model is physically real anymore.
So we take the same idea, but without ether. So Maxwell couldn't imagine that it's possible to.
Doesn't the model's existence but listen, because the model works and it's based upon a physical model of an ether, doesn't that prove an ether exists?
That's a very good point. But if you were Maxwell, you would believe ether exists.
I'm asking you, doesn't it prove ether exists because we have a model with it in it?
So
that makes accurate predictions?
It doesn't prove it.
Oh, why not?
it doesn't prove that the ether exists. But when you see the contradiction, it disproves the existence of something.
Okay, you're not getting it, dude. There's a model. The model has a mechanical model of the ether. The model works as in it makes accurate predictions, but you're saying even though the model has this component in it, the model making accurate predictions doesn't prove that the model's physically real, namely the ether part.
Yeah. So it turns
what do
out
you think I'm saying? I'm saying the exact same thing about the heliocentric model and the Tycho Brahe model and the epicycle model. Just because you have a geometric model that will predict where the planets look like in the sky doesn't make that model physically real. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's a good point. But the thing is that we are improving. We are getting closer. About the thing about Maxwell theory is that he didn't believe it makes sense without either, and now we're doing it without either. So it's like he built a car, and he believed that he needs car muffler for the car to work, and we removed that. We're like, oh no, you can actually remove the car muffler, and the model works. So it was a bad analogy, sorry, but what I'm saying is that you should. It's not that if you see the model working, you should believe that the ether exists. It's just that you should gain trust in the reasoning. So we are making progress. At some point, we didn't know why. There is lightning. Then we said, oh, it's because of the potentials. And we said, oh, there's a field in the ether. And then we said, oh, actually, sorry, there is no ether. But there are waves. We found the waves, and we understand electricity, and we made everything. We made this. The fact my Discord is working is that I'm on mobile data, so I'm connected to Cell Tower, which works with Maxwell's theory.
Well, they're not using Maxwell's theory for any of that crap.
No, you need to need antennas. You need to that's what electrical engineering people study.
They're not really at the engineering level, and they're not using Maxwell's theory. They're not.
I don't know.
Stupid. It's simple. It's overly simple. But they're using basically electrical engineering that they would use in the electrical industry, right?
Yeah, but
they're using imaginary numbers. They're using the square root of j, the square root of minus j. They're using that crap. They're not using Maxwell's.
Okay. I think also imaginary numbers is an interesting topic. We can talk about a different tangent. So let's put that aside. But I think they also do a lot of it depends on the university, but
in kind of design, right? So they they'll. It's hard to do. So you'd get an app called Ansoff Maxwell 3D or something, right? So you'd get that, and it would model. It would do discrete element analysis of all the fields, right? The E field and the B field and the H field. And you would model it all out, but it's super complicated. If you're idealized, that's what I'm saying. You can make an idealized antenna from that, but whether you can actually engineer one to work like that in reality, that's another story altogether.
Yeah, but also the people who wrote those stuff were probably somewhere along the line, someone should understand the Maxwell equation to fully understand what's happening with the antenna. That's all I'm saying. That's why we didn't figure out radios before that. That's because we did.
They were doing 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918.
So it's 1918.
Yeah.
It's so when Maxwell was born.
But Maxwell didn't invent radio, though. Tesla did.
Yeah, but Tesla is after Maxwell.
Yeah, I know. He didn't use Maxwell's equations to invent radio. He was an experimentalist.
Tesla, I'm pretty sure he studied something at some point.
Tesla, so there was a big lawsuit that lasted way past Tesla's death.
Yeah.
In the Supreme, on who invented radio. And it turned, Tesla won the lawsuit, even though he was dead in 1947. But the lawsuit went on for something like 30 years, 40 years or something. So it was like Marconi, Tesla, some other guys.
Yeah, but not the radio itself, first person to generate radio waves and show that radio waves move, behave like like light, like if they reflect, they deflect. It should be hertz, which is someone who studied Friedrich Hertz, right? It's before
He
Tesla.
credited with it that it's doubtful.
A lot of people like
Tesla had comments about, because Tesla, there was a lot of guys all doing this. Tesla said, I think some like that crap was well known. So what he did was create a spark gap, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he picked it up. He got an electrical current, makeshift antenna some distance away.
Mm.
So he's just like making a high voltage spark real fast, and he gets a current, some distance away. Tesla said it was a bunch of bullshit. Now I keep bringing up Tesla. The only reason I'm not a big freaking huge Tesla nut, I'm just because he was operating at that time. You know what I mean? When all this electrical engineering was first getting off the ground, like radio and all this stuff. That's like the late 1800s, right? So, like a lot of things happened in that very short time period.
Yeah, but
hey, Indio?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Indio, do you know of any other 2025 radio transmissions going 10,000 miles? Anything like that?
2025. What was the question? The radio going to Mars?
No, probably not, because I think they don't have big antennas anymore. Not as far as I know. I mean, maybe. There's so much interference now. Frickin' good luck even. So the 1918 one, it was Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia. 1918. The guy, so there was not a lot of radio interference. So amateur radio operator was picking up radio broadcasts from Germany and Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
And then he told the Australian government, and the Australian government told, because they were a British colony, got together with the British government, and because it was World War I, they decided we're going to use this for a military application. We'll be able to hey, send more troops. We're all dying. Let's go send your boys to die too. So they set this whole thing up. But the war ended pretty soon afterwards, so they didn't end up having to use it other than to test it.
Do you think radio waves can follow the curve of the Earth, Sonic?
On Mars?
No, we're talking about something else. We're talking about that why mathematical approaches make sense, even though we don't see the fields. We make use of them, and we believe in their existence because we do the math and we do experiments.
But fields are abstractions. You know that. You know fields are just abstract objects.
No, actually, no.
You think fields are real? You think there's little frickin' points everywhere?
Okay, if I say what I believe, you're just gonna I don't know, what's the reaction?
Are you a Platonist or something, or a Neoplatonist? You can't believe fields actually exist.
Have you
they only exist in mathematics. They don't exist in physical reality.
So the reality is a field. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness gracious, dude!
Yeah, I don't want to.
You're a Platonist, dude. You're definitely a Platonist. Do you think math is reality?
No, I don't say that. I mean, actually, it's
I'm asking if you think that.
I had this conversation with my colleagues about what is reality. I was saying, so I don't have a concrete viewpoint in the sense, because as you said, some people believe math is small, but people who do theoretical physics, I think many of them believe that math is reality. And I don't have a reason to I agree. There's no way that we can say that, because how would you prove that something like a field exists or something, a mathematical construction exists, that it's reality? But my idea is that when you see all this stuff explained by math, you can make use of math.
That's where we differ. I do not think math explains anything. I think you can describe phenomenon using mathematics. There is no explanation. If I have a whole bunch of equations, they don't actually explain anything. They just they describe what's going on. Yeah. The explanation comes from us, where we give little stories to the variables, right? And we make it into a cool story that we tell the kids.
Yeah, no, that's
they don't understand the math.
But
so here's a cool story.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to hear a cool story. Keplerian orbits. Okay. Keplerian orbits is a kinematic model with no forces. But everybody thinks that they're calculating the force of gravity everywhere and that they're using the inverse square law. Well, they are using the inverse square law. Not because they're calculating forces, but because it's a consequence of elliptical orbits. That if there's a force at a foci of an ellipse, it'll fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And this is where Newton came up with it in the first place. Didn't come from experiment. It didn't come from anything. Came purely from a geometrical relationship. That's it. Okay. So even though you have a kinematic model of orbits with no actual forces, you can pretend that you're actually calculating forces because of this geometric relationship. Now,
but that's the thing. Like, go. Sorry.
Yeah. No. I'll just. The point is that the way things actually work versus the way people think they work are quite different, and we make these little explanations because it sounds cooler. Like there's a force that pulls all the planets together. That sounds cooler than, if we calculate the time and the period and the speed, then we'll, in a certain period of time, it'll be back at that place, right? That doesn't sound cool, right? It sounds cooler when we say there's magic rubber bands pulling everything together. Right, that's an explanation, but that's not what they're actually doing. They're just basically doing data fitting of a data fitting a pattern.
Yeah, so that's a very good point actually. So I want to also give you this viewpoint. So let's say we have the Keplerian, like there's a geometrical construction. As you said, there is no force in the Keplerian orbit, and Newton comes and is like, I think there are forces. So if you assume the forces, you will get the orbits, you get the ellipses. And one of the criteria of the mathematical models and like scientific models is when you explain something, then you also need to predict something. Otherwise, you're just like explanation is not enough because, as you said, you can just fit the data and it explains it. But you also have to make predictions, and it makes predictions. It can predict the orbit of the Halley Comet. So I think I'm not sure about this, but I think Newton was the first guy who calculated the orbit of Halley itself. I'm not sure actually, but you can continue the math. You can be like, okay, if I understand gravity, I can understand the motion of stuff on the Earth. Like when I throw something, like I can calculate how fast I need to throw. Sorry,
that's a leap of logic.
Yeah, it is, and you have to take it. If you want to do science, you have to take a lot of logic. And it works. That's the thing. You have to believe in the logic.
Didn't they try to calculate the transit of Venus a couple of times, and they missed it based off of the globe model, heliocentric model?
Yeah, so Kepler made the calculation that was actually wrong. So, but there was error in his calculation. So some other guy called Jeremiah something did the calculation, and he did it correctly, and he saw the transition. So it was Jeremiah.
Yeah. So
you can make errors,
brother. You did the exact same thing I just said people do. You just did it. They're not using forces to calculate orbits. These are mathematical equivalents. They're mathematically equivalent. Right.
So that's the thing. Now,
if I use Keplerian orbital elements or Newton's laws, as long as I don't use too many bodies, they're mathematically equivalent.
Yes.
So,
but now
you're only lying to yourself saying you're using Newton's laws because you're actually not.
So the thing that, I think the thing that usually, when people are talking about like Newton gravity, they usually mention the Apple story, which is not real. Actually, it never happened. But the thing that started this imagine the apple fall on the head of Newton, and he was like, "Oh, there's an apple. There's a gravity." It's not real. Like it's a made up story. It's a fun story. But I think that I heard that real story is that Newton looking at the orbits of the moon, and it's like, what's keeping moon up on the sky? And it's a realization that if you explain the orbits of the moon and the solar system with the gravity, the same gravity explains the movement of objects on the surface of the Earth. So it's that this.
But it's not the same.
Maybe. No, you can.
You're conflating big G with little G. We know little G empirically. We don't even need a big G for any of that.
You can actually, if
I need to make a correction on how Newton came up with gravity. He came up with it and demonstrated the equivalence using conic sections. Now, there's actually, if you go on Google and type in Feynman's Lost Lecture, he goes through the whole thing of how Newton came up with all this. There's also one on 3 Brown 1 Blue, which is pretty good. It's called Feynman's Lost Lecture. Richard Feynman.
It's a brilliant video.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But he goes through how partially goes through it. How Newton came up with it had nothing to do with Apple. Had nothing to do with anything falling.
Yeah,
and to get to an object falling right from this other thing, this planet orbits. That is a crazy leap of logic, dude. Like, because you can actually, because this is a common thing that comes up. You guys don't believe in gravity. Yeah, gravity, what's that? Oh, drop something, that's what gravity is. Okay.
Yeah.
How do I go from I dropped something that fell to the ground to Earth as a ball?
I don't want to say it, but it's math. You have phase at something.
A logical progression. Yeah, but a logical progression. I make the observation, I see something fall. How do I just from seeing something fall, go Earth as a ball? People have been seeing shit fall for a pretty long time. Okay, so they were all watching shit fall down. How come those people didn't go Earth as a ball?
Because it takes, as you said, it's not just a huge leap in the logic; it's also a huge leap in the calculation and the logical reasoning. So it takes so much effort to make a model that explains shit falling and shit orbiting around the sun. And that's what Newton did. Like, he connected these two different geometrical constructions. One is for objects falling. So Galilei found that.
How was that connected? Wasn't done in his lifetime.
Yeah, he's asking you how.
The connection between things rotating and shit falling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
what's the logical connection between the two?
So you if you assume the Newton's law, you say, okay, mass.
So there goes the logic part.
From somewhere. So that's the way science works. Okay, that's
if you assume. That's not how science works. You don't just make assumptions and then say, I'm going to try to figure out how to make it true. It's just begging the question.
There is the bias, but you give up the idea when it stops working. That's why we give up Newton's idea and stick to the Einstein idea. Because we're like, okay, now we're saying that Newton didn't predict.
Where did they get the mass of the Earth from? Because this is the crux of the problem. Where did that come from, the mass of the Earth?
Right.
Okay, that's a very good question. You can estimate it if you have the size and also the density, but the density is not uniform. So,
it's not.
But you can do it with actually a small g and big G, right? You can do it with a small g and big G.
So you reverse the equation, right? And then if you assume that 9.8 meters per second squared is a consequence of big G gravity, then it'll get the mass of the Earth, and your equation will work perfectly fine. You could say, hey, we predicted 9.8 meters per second squared, but you actually post-predicted it. You didn't predict the damn thing. You just fit a phenomenon, and you fit a phenomenon into an assumption. That's it. But you still haven't used the scientific method to figure out the cause of a falling object.
Okay, I have a question. Is it possible that after this Discord call, you just wake up and realize that you were in a simulation or like a really accurate dream? Can you prove that? You can't. You can't.
Yeah,
you can't prove that you're not in a simulation.
Yeah,
right?
I can prove it that I'm not in a simulation.
So you assume
why do these guys always go there?
You guys always run away. You guys just like, oh, I can't have my globe. I'll stick dynamite in all reality and blow it up.
No.
All reality. We don't know what's a globe. We don't know anything.
Exactly. So you have to start from somewhere.
See this guy? He said exactly.
You're funny, bro. Every time they can't prove their globe, they go to, we may live in a simulated universe. Or how did you know?
I didn't say that.
Like, what
You
the
say
hell
that.
is
You say that. Oh, every time you start talking, you guys like, oh, you're making assumptions.
Yeah.
So you don't have any assumptions. You don't have any assumptions about reality. You don't assume reality is real. You just think things are, and you don't assume they're real. There's no reality because
I don't have to assume reality is real. I felt pain before.
Yeah,
So
he asked you 3 times basically to prove your globe, the physical object that you're claiming is true because you leaping it from things falling on the ground. And he asked you what was the connection, which is basically giving you some observations to show that your point is true. And then you started with, well, assume this and assume that, and here's the math. But you ain't start with any observations whatsoever.
Also, I still have the thing about eclipses, but
why do these guys ignore it when we ask them to prove something in reality? Why ignore it? Can you just address my point?
What's your point? I don't get your point.
Okay, my point is that you're trying to prove something is physical in reality, like Earth being a globe, right? Right. So we asking, what is the physicality of it? What physical observation do you have in this first instance before you even get to the math or get to the assumption?
Okay. Let me think. Why would I assume Earth is globe?
Again, assuming again.
Yeah, we're far. Look, bro. Let's just walk it through. So what we hear typically is, like I just said, what's your proof of gravity? Drop something. Okay, how did you get to a globe from that? No answer. Okay, even if, say I just granted, yeah, little g is a derivative of big G. How do you get a globe from that? What's your evidence that gravity forms things into balls? Has that ever been observed? Has it ever been done in the lab? Is it a consequence of the physics?
Actually, Cavendish did that.
Cavendish did what?
He did an experiment. He had 2 massive balls. And
what fell in that?
Sorry?
What fell in that? What fell in Cavendish? We're trying to figure out why things fall.
No. They attraction. I say there's attraction between massive bodies. So he measured the attraction.
Okay. There's an attraction between massive bodies.
And that's
what is mass, dude?
That's what you do. You just start.
Because mass is another shit defined term. And if I ask you what it is, you're going to give me the wrong definition, and then the right definition is resistance to acceleration. And then you go, two resistance to acceleration attract resistance to acceleration, which makes no fucking sense.
What?
Mass is defined as resistance to acceleration.
Yes.
In physics. So when you say mass attracts mass, you're saying resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
So it's called Einstein's correspondence theorem, which is not trivial. It's not trivial why the 2 definitions of the mass are like why the mass that resists acceleration also has to do with attraction. So yeah, it's not trivial.
It's never been proven that they're actually equivalent. So there's that problem.
So
did you know that it's never actually been experimentally demonstrated that the gravitational and inertial masses are actually equivalent?
No, there's an experiment. No, there's experiment. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I know there's another physicist that's been researching this for 10 years, and he's got lots of experiments showing they're not equivalent by doing drop tests. His name is Sky Darnos. In case you can watch his experiments; they're pretty interesting. There was also experiments done in the Bremen Drop Tower, which is a 5-story vacuum chamber in Germany, which demonstrates the non-equivalence. It just was asserted, and everybody just goes along with it. So the point is, we're getting way off the point. The point is, people say Earth is a globe because of gravity. Gravity forms matter into balls. Okay, this has never been observed in nature.
Like the galaxy, like far away, like we look at formation of stars, formation of galaxies. We see dust.
Oh my Jesus! So we watched we watched a planet form into a ball. We have
So you know,
actual observation of it happening. Now you're going to tell me, no, it happens over too long of a time scale. We never actually seen it.
So that's another thing. You haven't seen one like a star forming, but because there are 10 billion, 10 trillion stars in the sky, you can see the stars in their different life stages.
How do you know they're in different stages?
Because you see they're different. One of them are just gas, and you
So
can
what?
see
They're different.
How are you
All the
relating
people
those
on Earth
stages?
are different. Do we say that they're in different stages?
That's actually
sorry. What? I missed that.
Hey man, that black person's just in a different stage of white, man. It's cool.
Dude. Time out.
They were saying about Michael Jackson for about 30 years. Dude. They're like, you just turned white already, Michael.
But you see, like a baby, you see old man, you see guy, you see they're not the same people. But you see the baby grow.
Is Reg here? Reg's gonna kill me. Reg, I'm sorry, bro. Is a black man a collapsed version of a white man?
I think that's the funniest joke I've ever heard you say, Sheepdog.
Funny shit, man.
Guys,
listen, how about we do this, okay? Now, you've admitted that there's a lot of assumptions, and that's pretty much, that's what you're dealing with. Is there anything we can actually just say, yeah, this is 100% true, and we don't have to assume anything?
I say no, because assumption of reality existing also is something you have to assume.
Oh my god, dude! What do you mean the assumption of reality existing?
You're assuming your emotions are true. That's your assumption. There's always assumption. You're assuming that the pain is real.
What are you talking about?
The existence. You say reality exists, and you said because I feel pain, I feel joy. Yeah. Why do you feel the pain is real? How do you assume that the pain is real?
It's not an assumption. I feel it.
So it's just about feelings. Whatever you feel is true.
Listen, brother.
But
so the idea. Look. Are you familiar with Thomas Reed?
Sorry, what? Who's Thomas Reed?
Thomas Reed. This this bullshit. I don't even know how this shit's still around.
Yeah.
This Descartesian, super skeptic, freaking brain in a jar. I can't prove there's no external world. That nonsense was created 200 years ago.
So that's the thing I'm saying. I'm saying you're making this an argument.
That worldview was that. No, it's refuted, dude.
You're making this an argument saying that there shouldn't be any assumption.
No, okay. It was called the ideal. It's called the ideal theory, right? That you can't prove there's any external world. I think, therefore I am. That's the only thing I know is actually real. Is my own mind. I can't demonstrate the external world is real. What Thomas Reed said, they should have known by the place they ended up that they took the wrong freaking path. Because if you spend 2,000 years doing philosophy and you end up like, I don't know anything, you probably took the wrong path. You might think.
Yeah,
because was that where philosophy was trying to end up at? I don't know anything.
Yeah, and
that's where they were trying to end up. Aristotle, Plato, the whole line of philosophy for 2,000 years, they were trying to end up at I don't know anything.
And it doesn't go anywhere. Like if you can just sit, that's exactly what I'm saying. You have to.
You're dodging, dude. No, they weren't trying to get there. That's how you know they ended up at the wrong place.
I'm not really.
They start from the assumption that everything starts from the internal world. Okay, where it does not. Everything starts from the external world. Okay, we know this just in biology, right? Have a baby.
Hey, hi guys.
Hi. If you measure the what do you call it? The brain waves, or it's basically a blank slate until the external world makes imprinting on the brain. Right? You can't even have thoughts, conversations, logic, and even talk about having an internal world unless you're using an external world as a reference to all those things. That's how you even differentiate it in the first place. The external world exists, and because you have some separation from it, you're like, well, maybe it's just me. Yeah. Do you have something to say other than interrupt?
Hi,
Here's your
guys.
chance. Anyway, the point is that how would you even know an internal world exists if there was no external world in the first place? You think you just think you start at the internal world and self-differentiated and pretended in your own mind that there was something external from your own mind? Well, it would still be external from your own mind, even in your own imagination, thus creating an external world. The very fact that there's a differentiation.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, this fact is makes sense.
And all that shit's just a bunch of fucking mental mind games of people that don't.
No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, saying I don't want to care. I don't care about philosophy that much. I just think that
we hear it a lot in this chat, dude. We hear it all the time. As Reg was,
it's the wrong direction. I would say it's not a good direction. I just brought it up because I had
a PhD freaking doing that shit, bro. Fucking saying I can't prove I have hands. No fucking hell's angles. I mean, we're way off topic. The point is that. Is there anything we can say for certain about the world? Like, we can find you, right? If we found you, I can take a tape measure. Like, look, he's, freaking 1.7 meters tall.
Yeah.
And I can know that. We're just going to compare you to the tape measure. I don't have to theorize. I don't have to freaking make up shit in my mind. I don't have to have a theory of you being tall or a hypothesis or a model or any of those things. Right. No, my point is there are things we can know. And if we don't you think it might be interesting? Like, hey, dude, we're so far down the rabbit hole. Maybe we should just go reconsider, go back to the drawing board and okay, we went way into our imagination. We made a lot of assumptions. Let's circle the wagons and go, what do we actually know for 100% certain? And let's lay this foundation and then build from that. Because I think we're often to speculative theoretical physicists never land at this point, where we, because of Hume's fucking problem of induction, people have settled for freaking sloppy reasoning.
Okay, so you mentioned the tape measure. So I get the tape measure and measure your height or my height, it's 1.7 meters. Okay. I'm like neat, I'm 1.7 meters, and I give the tape measure to you, and I tell you to go measure someone else. Tom, is in across the city, you have to go to his house and measure his height. So you go there, you measure his height, 1.8, or let's say 1.7, it's the same height, and your conclusion is that okay, so me and Tom are the same height, but I don't like that. I want to be taller than Tom. So I say, how did you assume that tape measures stay the same length when you take the tape measure across the city?
Because it's the same fucking tape measure.
Yeah. Do we need to calibrate it?
Calibrate the tape? How do you calibrate a tape measure?
So you always assume that things don't change when you move across cities. There's still some sort of something
this isn't an abstract idea. This is a physical object. You keep doing this where you're conflating things that are actual physical and concrete with things that are abstract as if somehow they're equivalent. Like saying, hey, how do you know that actual thing, that brick over there is real? Versus saying, how do you know the sun has parallel light rays? One is phenomenological, whereas one is just a statement about its existence or not. Right.
Okay, so you know what? Actually, I was right, because when you went to the other part of the city, it was you did let's say you didn't know about.
Maybe you went near the speed of light and the tape measure shrunk or something. I don't know.
No.
Is that
let's say let's say you don't believe in the math and the physics that I'm describing everything, and you don't know the thermal expansion, and actually it was like a tape measure made of a metal that expands a lot when it's cooler or hotter, when it's hotter. So actually the tape measure was like expanded because you were like in a part of city that's hotter. So actually, there was something to calibrate based on the science.
Yeah, that would be measurement error, but you shouldn't make a tape measure off of fucking expanding metal. Just like we wouldn't make a tape measure off of out of a bucket of water. Okay, this is fucking pretty fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Hey,
you know how they
hold on real quick.
Wait. No.
Sonic.
Just finish.
I have an image, a GIF, or not a GIF, but a meme, I guess, in the side chat, and it talks about rain on different planets. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Okay, the last part probably is not correct. I can show you, but the other one is probably correct.
How do you know?
I read in the news, right? They say it. It's a spectroscopy.
There's no semen on
probably. Shut up, man.
Can we ask you? I want to ask you a question. What are you skeptical of in the mainstream narrative? Like claims that just seem to you just so outlandish and outrageous, or shaky and nonsensical, maybe.
Dark energy and dark matter. I don't like them.
Okay, that's. Do you think that they're post hoc hypothesis to save the gravitational theory from being falsified?
Yeah, and I understand them. Like scientists always do that. They just come up with the first thing that comes to their mind. It's fine. But I believe they're gonna be proven wrong at some point. We probably will have some more elaborate theory that like improves the current theory. I don't believe there is dark energy sitting around, invisible 90% of the world. But at this point,
they can't prove it or disprove it because it's just an imaginary thing. So
exactly, unless I observe it, it's a theory, and it's not a perfect one, but it also has some.
It's not perfect because it's not even anything. So, shit, we got this theory of gravity wrong.
Perfectly nothing.
Add some shit in. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say something about the tape measure. Okay, I also want to mention this, but I want to move on. Nowadays they collaborate, like the definition of 1 meter is defined by the speed of light.
Dude, you're so full of shit, bro. Sorry, dude. You're full of shit. When you go to the doctor and they take your height, you don't fucking have this conversation with them.
No, but the definition. That's why you trust in the tape measure.
Okay, he gets a torch and he measures the speed of light to the top of his hand, which is near his head. Okay. And he goes, all right, so I must be this tall because it took the light to get from the bottom of me to the top of me at this time. Is that how you measure?
What does he use?
He measures his height with an interferometer.
He can. I would appreciate it.
But it's a wonder he hasn't started rattling on about gravity, India, how it's less up near his head, so he stretches a little bit.
Oh my God, your head's younger than your feet, buddy.
Well, I think it's ironic. I think it's very ironic that he's willing to consider that all of reality may not exist, but he doesn't like dark matter and dark energy.
Guys, who makes the tape measure? There's a company making tape measures, right? They calibrate it with another tape measure, right?
Yeah, look, I'm in construction and they always say, you know what the problem is? Always use the same tape measure and you'll never have the wrong measurement. All right.
Most of the time, the problem's the idiot operating it.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't read numbers.
It's the same tape measure. Doesn't matter.
No, it contracted due to the warping of space-time.
Okay, I really need to get some tips. So I want to. I will say something.
You know what? You've been really good, man. So come back anytime.
Yeah, we appreciate your civility.
Yeah, I love this conversation. It was like sometimes really hard to continue conversation for obvious reasons. It was like we had so many different points of view, but I'm happy I did this. I hope you guys also enjoyed it. But all I'm gonna say at the end is that even if we don't believe that word is described by all of these assumptions and things that we don't feel, things that we don't see, I think that's what we did as humans. We made some assumptions, we made something work, and
You mean imagine things? We imagine some stuff that doesn't exist.
We imagined the fields and we made the radios.
And we created a computer model and we manipulated that computer model and did
You didn't imagine anything. He freaking made a spark gap and got a freaking voltage somewhere across the room. It wasn't based upon equations. You know, most things that are done engineering and experimentally, they're not based upon solely upon equations. Those are just like starting points.
That's trial and error.
They complete each other. So Maxwell wrote his theory based on Faraday, which just did experiment. Faraday didn't know shit about math. He's like one of the physicists that doesn't know it. Yeah, you know that. You're studying enough. But Maxwell
I'll say this, Sonic.
And made it to what, sir?
I'll say this, okay? All of us here graduated high school believing the Earth. A lot of us graduated from college believing the Earth was a globe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we believed the Earth was a globe for most of our lives, and it just comes out down to testing.
I was really impressed. I'm very impressed. I was really impressed by the level of
if you want, what do you think is going to happen to you if you wake up one day, go out and test the globe, and you find out that the Earth is flat? How are you going to feel about all of the physics you've learned in your life?
I feel bad. I would say that. I would say that.
Well,
okay, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm saying that.
Yep. We're still going to be able to fire a cannonball on a flat Earth or a globe, and it's going to go the same way as it would either way. It's no difference.
Like when you're shooting, like you can ask this. Like I don't know. Do you guys have people in the like do engineering for the like Navy or like military? Because when you're shooting ballistic missiles,
I was in the Army. We never accounted for the Coriolis.
What was the range of the missile, like, or the projectile? I'm talking like about
a kilometer rifle shot.
Kilometer.
So check this out. Iowa class battleships, the big battleships from World War III, can fling a 16-inch shell, 30,000 meters. In the firing tables to fire that gun, which are freely available on the internet, there is no Coriolis calculation. There's no correction for Coriolis. Nothing.
But you do it with the
30 kilometers, brother.
You do trial and error. Like you see it goes like to right, you take it to left. You don't calculate it exactly when you're doing it in World War II. You probably.
Well, they have firing tables. They tested them. These boats were still commissioned in 1984. They used them in the first Gulf War. Yeah, they're still around. There was three still around. There was the Missouri, the Arizona, or not the Arizona. What was the other one? The Iowa, and there was another one named after a state. But they used them during the Gulf War. But they tested their accuracy off the island of Crete in 1984. And their accuracy.
And you say they don't calculate the Coriolis?
Yeah, they have firing tables to fire the guns, and there's no Coriolis calculation. Now, in the beginning of it, it says there's a Coriolis effect, but then when you look at the actual firing tables, it's not actually in it. A lot of the artillery stuff that you'll see, right, the artillery firing manuals, it'll say in the beginning that there's a Coriolis effect, but then when you actually look at the firing tables, they don't calculate for it. It's nowhere in the mathematics. Because think of what you would have to do. You'd have to know your latitude. You'd have to know your azimuth, right? Precisely.
You only need the altitude. You don't need that.
No, you need to know your latitude.
Yes, you do.
You need to know your latitude, buddy.
You only need the altitude. The Coriolis effect is only
latitude, not altitude. Latitude.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So your azimuth, the direction you're pointed.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so how are you going to do this under fire? Which way are we pointing? You're freaking running around like a maniac, dude, trying to not get hit yourself, right? And you're like, hey, which way are we pointed? What latitude are we at? Here, break out the side roll.
The more people who shoot, like I never shooted like a artillery, but I put armor. But you have a map and you have a compass, and you always are talking about the altitude, like the azimuth. So it's somewhere in the table.
You need a direction. Yeah, you need a direction.
Yeah, so you know the direction with respect to the north.
Well, think about it. But depending on what your azimuth is, okay, if you're shooting east to west, right, your round is going to shoot further or shorter. But as you rotate towards the north, Now the Earth is going to spin out from underneath the round. Depending on what your azimuth is, you'll get the max left-right deflection pointing north or south. But if you're not going to be exactly north or south, right? So you're going to be, you could say you're freaking at, what would it be, 270 or something. No, 270 would be
that'd be west.
Yeah, that'd be west. So say you're northwest.
You could say that you're 350 or 10 or 5.
I mean, dude, you're basically shooting a freaking curveball and trying to land a shell.
Yeah, I think
that's how it's going through the air, right? Because it's like, say you're firing against or with the spin of the Earth, right? So now it's going to land short, but then you're pointing, say, northeast. So now it's also going to hook. So you're going to hook it short. Dude, I'm not good at golf, dude, but I don't think frickin' Arnold Palmer can make that shot, bro.
Look, golf is different from artillery. Like, it's like the scale of accuracy. Like, I found this table. Like, I mean, just I was scrolling the I don't know what website is this, but it's sort of globalsecurity.org. I don't know, but I don't have experience in military that much. But I found this table. Like, they have stuff like this. So
it's spin drift from the inside, the rifling inside of these artillery cannons and the rifle. It's so that it'll spin the bullet when it comes out, so it doesn't do flips and tumble over and over like a curveball in a baseball.
No, this is correction for the rotation of the Earth.
We had these tables also with our headquarters unit. We had our artillery attached, our 16 millimeter artillery, and they never use that shit.
Because it's like really a small correction for a small, like it's not ballistic. When it's a ballistic missile, you have to do large correction for this.
Yeah, but if you want to hit your target, you want to hit your target, right?
Yeah, but like
yeah, but that's a range correction, right? If you're firing east or west, where's the correction for the east or west drift?
So to cancel out the rotation effect, right? So if you want to,
because the Earth's supposed to spin out from underneath the artillery shell, so the shell's going straight, but the Earth is rotating, and at some point they disconnected, even though no one can say when or how or what speed or what height or what air pressure they disconnect at. Somehow they say they're disconnected, so the Earth is spinning out from underneath the artillery shell to be left or right of where you aimed at, right? There's no correction for that. Is it going to be to the left 10 meters? Is it 100 meters, 1,000 meters? Like,
no, that's what it says in the table. Like, you want to shoot something like 2,000 meters away.
It says range, dude.
And the correction you have to apply.
Yeah, the range. Right. Like, you have to calculate how far away it is, a different distance, but not the left-right, right? It's not an azimuth correction. Like, the direction you should be pointed so the Earth spins out and you land on the spinning Earth.
Yeah,
like if I wanted to hit a target that was like from my location, let's say 400 meters, we'll just say a kilometer at, let's say 60 degrees, right? So that would be like north. And in order to hit that, you would actually have to aim at 50 degrees, and you would have to shoot at 950 meters instead of a kilometer. And then the Earth would just spin into it.
So you said that you considered that? Like there was a point.
Hell no, bro. Hell no. If we missed our target, we assumed that there was a wind draft, like a gust of wind that we didn't account for.
Yeah, so the effect of rotation becomes larger when the flight time is also larger. So like this is like very small for
our 101s, 151 were accounted for.
So what's 101? I'm not experiencing
heavy artillery.
Oh, Dude, I just played Call of Duty. I don't know Auxiliary that much, but I mean, I'll play Arma. It has like interesting, realistic.
They don't have artillery in Call of Duty, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, did you have it in Arma, right? Play Arma 3?
No.
It's a really cool game. If you like military stuff, you should play it. It's like, what do you call it? Like it's like a realistic simulator, basically. Of anyway, it's not important.
No, I
yeah,
agree.
but yeah, it's a good game.
Really, it comes back to the first Cosmic Day. Right? We gotta solve
you're right.
Cosmic Rung. You're
Okay.
assuming the Cosmic Rung is correct, and then you're going straight to the second Cosmic Rung, the third Cosmic Rung, and you're building stories based off of math equations that you assume the first Cosmic Rung was correct to begin with. What if it's wrong?
Okay. So you meant the cosmic rung? What do you mean by that? Like ladder?
Like a ladder. The first rung on the ladder.
Yeah. So yeah, it's if it's the first one is wrong, you also get you find. But if the idea is that my idea is that if the first step was wrong, I would see inconsistencies. I can't talk anymore. Inconsistencies higher up, so the astronomy wouldn't work, or like the solar system wouldn't make sense. The observation would match. I couldn't predict the eclipses. I couldn't predict the orbits. You know what I mean? Like if
it's kind of like a math equation, right? Like you have a really complicated math equation, and if you screw up on the first step in the math equation, and maybe the math equation takes like 20 steps to complete, all 19 steps after that are completely wrong. You got it right because if you assume the first part was right to begin with, you got the other 19 steps right also.
Yeah.
But the first one was wrong, so the other 19 steps can't be right.
No, that's a good one.
No, I'm willing to hear you out about your like how you measure it flat. Sure, we can get into that at some point. I genuinely am more curious about the other stuff, though. That's why I came to ask.
Well, we talk about flat Earth in here and our measurements, so you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
So one such measurement was at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. A group called FE Core Field Engineers Core, they're an independent research group. They conducted a long-distance laser engineering test over Lake IJssel. This measures about 25 miles across, or 40 kilometers. So they positioned their laser at one end, 1.5 meters high. They positioned a target at the other end, 1.5 meters high. They took measurements of the water, of the surface, I should say, and of the air. And the laser was able to shine a beam onto its target. The target was able to see the beam, and not just like a beam dispersion, but the actual centroid, the very middle of the beam. So if Earth is a globe, there'd be 90 meters of curve, of a hump in the way. Instead, there were no meters.
You look, bro, I'm probably too much of a sheep. My brain is too small to understand, like, how the measurement like that works, because like that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know, like, genuinely, I don't know how that proves it.
I think like some basic context. Is that what you're looking for about what we mean by flat Earth?
Yeah. Treat me like I'm an actual like baby.
Hold on one second. My wife's just calling me back in a second.
Oh, good, bro. Treat me like I'm a baby, bro. Like, treat me like I don't know shit, because I probably don't, and probably don't. Because like I understand, like obviously a lot of the world is flat. Like from our perspective, right? You know. Also, I find really interesting. The photos of Earth are like Photoshop from space, right? I find that interesting. But I don't understand what you mean with this laser thing. Like, I don't understand like how that denotes it. Like, you're gonna have to explain the context as to why that would be proof. You know?
Do you realize you just said treat me like a baby, and then talk about space, and then return flabbergasted to lasers not having curvature on the surface?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
I'm just having a conversation with you, man. Is that so hard to believe? Like,
What's the radius of the sphere that you believe in?
I don't know.
What's the distance to the horizon on the sphere you believe in?
I don't know. I haven't come here to argue that the Earth is round.
So how do you falsify the claims that
I'm not
you've
trying to
been told?
falsify anything that you've telling me. I'm not trying to falsify it at all. Stop assuming that I am. I've told you how many times now?
Okay, so
how many times now, man? How many times?
The radius value is 3,959 miles.
Sure.
So that would mean that the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. That'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles. If you go out and you make your own observation and you see farther than what that claims, you are not looking at the radius value of the Earth that they claim. And then when you watch the horizon change distances to you, then you are not looking at a sphere, you're looking over a flat plane with visibility changing your distance based on the environment.
You know, that doesn't make sense.
Your sphere from school is falsified by math and reality. You being on a sphere is falsified by reality itself. The horizon being the conjunction of the Earth and the sky, objects are supposed to be disappearing bottom up due to the ground, its shape, causing obstruction, similar to you and your buddy standing on a hill. Walk away from each other and the hill is now in between the two of you, and your feet are covered, and then your waist is covered, and now you're only staring at each other's heads, peeking over the hill.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen with the horizon. You can see like boats disappear bottom up. There's plenty of reasons and why that happens, and it is not the case that it has to be due to the ground. You could put a little sailboat on a driveway that's flat and then lay down on the ground and watch the boat disappear bottom up because the heat from the concrete begins to distort the base of the boat. You can put a coffee can on the floor in your house, walk away and lay down, and then you'll see that as you get further away from the coffee can, the base of that coffee can will disappear because its angular size is shrinking.
Yeah. Like, bro, I don't know, I don't know shit about measuring anything. You know what I mean? Like,
this is even easier than that, right? Because, like, I'll give you an example. If we have a 10-mile body of water, let's say we have a 10-mile lake. Doesn't matter. It could be any.
Wait, I don't use miles. What's 10 kilometers?
Okay. 10 miles is like 16 kilometers.
All right. Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay, and over 16 kilometers, there should be 66 foot of curvature, which would be like 1/3 of that would be in meters, so like 22 meters of curvature. Okay, that's kind of like a 6-story building, 7-story building. Okay, so if we go to a 10-mile lake and just say I was standing on one side of the lake and you were standing on the other side of the lake on the shoreline, I shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and wave at you or see you. But
wait, how much curvature should it have? You said
22 meters. Like you would have to be 23 meters tall, and then I would just be able to see the top meter of you, giant head sticking out over the horizon. So yeah, but what we find is that there's zero curvature, right? We can go out and test any 10-mile body of water, and there's zero curvature. But on the globe, you would have to have that 22 meters of curvature over that 16-mile distance, and then we go try double that distance, okay? Because it's exponential, because you've got to square it. So over 20 miles, there would be 266 foot. So whatever, what's that in? 200. So 20 miles, that's like 30 kilometers approximately, and then that would be 266 foot of curve. So it's like 80 meters or something like that, 85 meters. But once again, we can just zoom in and we can see the shoreline clearly, and we just see flat water the whole way across the 20-mile body of water. That's not possible on a globe. You have to have that curvature there if the Earth's a globe, because of gravity, because of the way that it's explained to work on the globe model. And we can test that over and over again. We can go to different countries, different places, and then we could shoot lasers across. We could shoot radio signals across. All sorts of different ways. And this has been done hundreds of times. It's been done by engineers, PhDs, all sorts of people have gone out and done these tests, and some of them trying to debunk flat Earth, right? And becoming flat Earthers in the process. But yeah, it's just about testing the claims that should be there if the Earth's a globe. And then in the context of what flat Earth means, it's just large distances that don't have any curvature. It's like a surface description, rather than, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the Earth's a flat planet. We're just saying, hey, the surface of the Earth seems like it's a topographical plane, like topographical, like it has like landscapes and mountains and stuff. But most of the surface that we know about is covered in water. 70% of the globe, they say, is covered in water. And if water's flat on the surface, then it can't possibly be what they're telling us. So then you would probably start digging into, okay, how can I refute these tests that are being done? Because you can go and do it yourself, or you could just go online and look throughout all of history. Anyone up until this time throughout all of history that's actually gone out and validated that the water is actually curving over distance, and you're going to get disappointed. The more you look into it, the more holes you're going to find in the globe model, right? You're going to find it's a whole bunch of it. It's more of a mathematical concept. And that's how it was originated, conceptually rather than actually empirically.
Okay, you explained it in a decent way. Like the lake analogy is a good analogy. Because I'm terrible at math. I'm gonna pretend I'm good at it and measuring, and I'm not an engineer or anything. So, the concept of it even measuring around is I'm not here to argue that. Genuinely. And I'm not trying to be if it's around, if you guys believe this and you believe in all these wacky conspiracy theories, no, not at all. I'm genuinely curious about what that would be then, because fair play. Why don't I just go out and test if it is? It's just, I don't know.
You don't need to, and we're not even trying to convince you. We're just showing you some information, and then encouraging people to think critically and weigh up the information if you want to. If not, that's cool. But look, here's some doors you might not have looked through. Here's some tests in the real world. You can go and repeat them. And we're trying to sort of help people understand, which you already admitted, that they just believe that the Earth's a globe because that's what we're fed from a young age. And then it gets reinforced by teachers and college professors and stuff, and they're just regurgitating the information as well. Most people have never gone out and tested it. We talk to physicists and engineers, satellite engineers, all sorts of people come through here, mathematicians, and they suck at providing empirical evidence that the Earth's a globe. They're just good at memorizing the books of bullshit that they studied.
Yeah. Okay.
But then there's a ton of questions. You'll be like, oh, what about this? And then you'll think of something else. You'll be like, oh, what about the boats over the horizon claim? And we hear the same set of 20 questions from pretty much everyone that comes through here.
Sure, yeah. Yeah. That's a very fair reason to believe it, right? You guys are believing this based off empirical evidence. Like you're making your measurements, you're doing your stuff. Like what do you think about these explanations though? Like that measure it around, you know what I mean? Like curvature of, I don't know, like eyesight and stuff like that, or like sea level.
Yeah, sea level, according to the globe earthers, is why the water would be curving at a specific rate because of gravity. So that's why that curvature would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. Whereas we would use the proper definition of level, or different definition would be like actually just a flat surface. Kind of like if you wanted to level a section of land to build a property on, you're not going to make it curve, obviously. You're going to make it perfectly flat, right? And that's what leveling something means. So we would say that it's just horizontal, just like what we experience, right? To have a large body of water, you need to have a container, whether it be a pool or a pond or a lake or a bucket, whatever. You need to have a container, obviously. You can't put the water on the outside of the bucket. That's retarded.
Sure.
Okay, but they'll tell us that all of the oceans are sticking to the outside of a globe, and then they'll have like a magical solution for all of these things that defy logic and common sense, being gravity, which they, where does gravity come from? What is gravity? Oh, they say, well, we have no idea. We just know it has to exist, right? Otherwise, you can't have all of these things.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you have gravity, that means that 22 meters of curvature over a 16-mile lake has to be there. And if it's not there, then that debunks quite a lot of things that we get taught about this reality.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like, because like gravity, right? Like, so what would you just believe? Like, I'm not going to make the claim that you guys don't believe gravity exists, but like, do you believe? Like,
we believe gravity depending on how you define it. Okay, so if you're just defining gravity as that things fall, if you lift them up and drop them, like most things will just fall. Yeah, if you're just thinking that that's what gravity is, then sure, we agree with that happens. But if people start saying it's because the Earth's a globe and it's a big mass, and then that mass is attracting other masses towards it, like that's different, right? That's like a different claim. That's something you're not going to be able to prove, like in an experiment. That's something you have to have that type of gravity to have a globe, and then you have to have a globe to have that kind of gravity. It's kind of something that it's like a globe thing, right? In reality, we would say we live on a flat plane. That's kind of, you could think of it kind of like the foundation or the basement or whatever, or the floor of this system that we live in. And then, we have celestial bodies in the sky that are like lights in the sky that move like a big giant clock. And they're responsible for daytime, nighttime, seasons, a whole bunch of other things. But gravity, like, why does something sink when you lift it up and it's more dense than the air? Like, air is a very light medium. So if you lift something up, most objects are more dense than the air, so they're going to sink through the air, and they're going to go back to where they were, basically. Like, if you have a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move, ever. Unless something comes along and like displaces it. So if you displace it, it's just going to sink back down to where it was. Just say it was not a rock, it was a helium balloon. Okay, it's going to go up because it's actually less dense than the air. And then if you change the medium from air to something else, the object's going to behave differently. Like, you can drop a tennis ball through the air, it's going to sink. But if you drop a tennis ball in a medium of water, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the water. So yeah, it's pretty easy to explain why things like go up or down, like rise or sink on a flat Earth. On a globe, you need to bring in magical forces and things like that.
Things like gravity, right? Yeah, I kind of get it. Is your basis of reality just based on like what you can see with your own eyes? Then, like, is that
no? Because if the Earth was a globe, you would still experience the Earth as flat and stationary anyway. So you would have to go and test the things to find out further. So we got kind of like an axiom or like a baseline. It's like everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, but they say, oh, you're so small and the globe's so big that you just experience it as flat anyway. But really, it's a ball. Really, it's curving. So we go looking at, we're like, okay, if it's a ball, then what characteristics or byproducts of that curvature would be present in nature? And that would be a physical geometric horizon that, like boats go over the horizon argument, or things, things get hidden by the curvature of the Earth. that kind of thing. So we can go and easily test for that in reality. But most people don't know how big the Earth is. Like you say, oh, what's the radius? Most people are like, oh, I have no idea. I'd have to Google it. And if we say how much curvature there is over 16 kilometers, they'll say, oh, that's not a big enough distance because the Earth's so big. That's not big enough distance to test. And then we'll say, oh, how much curvature would there be over that distance? And once again, they're completely clueless. If we ask them to guess, they'll say some completely incorrect answer. We're just like, first thing flat earthers do generally is like learn a ton about the globe that most people don't really think about. The motions, the size, all of the geometry that would go along with it, that kind of thing. And then look at how they actually came up with that in the first place. And what you're going to find is it's not like they went out and did measurements and experiments. It's crazy people like Pythagoras and the people that came after him that were like mystic leaders of like the cult of Pythagoras, and they worshipped spheres, and they thought like the universe was a musical instrument, and the sky was like this big celestial sphere with the stars on the inside of this big giant celestial sphere. And then because that's a sphere and spheres are perfect, then the divine creator would have to have made the Earth a sphere as well. Otherwise, and then so the Earth must be a globe. And it's kind of crazy the way the globe came to become a thing. But we're just testing it out and seeing if it matches up with reality, and it doesn't.
Cool. Yeah, I totally respect that. I think it'd be really cool if the Earth is flat. Like, it'd be way better than it being a globe. That'd just be way more interesting. It's like reality to live in my opinion.
Definitely, man.
It's just cool. But like, how would you explain stuff like the southern stars and like the northern stars, for example? Like,
So there's two big like points, they're called celestial poles. So there's two points of motion in the sky where the stars seem to revolve around. Exactly how that, like, we don't make definitive claims about things we can't go and check. So a whole bunch of assumptions need to be made. But there's some, like, what exactly is a star? Like, the heliocentric model says all those stars that you can see in the sky, they're all like suns, these ridiculous distances away, and they're in a space vacuum. And all of this story that goes along with it, and there's all dark matter and diamond rain and diamond planets and all crazy claims. We say we're not sure. Like, we all observe the same thing. All the stars will just rotate around the celestial point, like depending if you're in the north or the south, or if you're at the equator, you see kind of like a mixture, kind of like a vortex, kind of like if you were to swish your hand through a pool in the water, and you'll see like a whirlpool spinning one way, and then on the other side it'll be spinning the other way. So whatever medium the sky's in, however the celestials work, like, I don't know, there's some crazy electromagnetic stuff going on up in the sky. I think people like to pretend they know more than they do actually know about it. Even the astrophysicists and stuff like that. There's a lot of guesswork, and they even admit that. But like if you're in a different place on the Earth, you have a limited range of perspective, and you can only see a certain distance around you, and things will kind of like project into your field of view, in a sense. Kind of like if you stand, just say you're out in the ocean, and you could only see like a certain distance in every direction. So you're seeing like a big circle. Like the horizon might be 5 miles in every direction. So you look around 360 degrees, it's just a big circle of vision. And then if a plane was to come from, say, in front of you, and you're going to see it, it's going to look like it comes up from the horizon, right? Due to perspective, it's going to make a big arc over the top of your head, and it's going to fly away and do the same thing in the other direction. Even though that plane was the same altitude, because of the way our perspective works, it looks like a big arc. So we kind of view the sky, the clouds, the sun, the moon, everything like in a big, like, kind of like a dome of perspective. Not a physical dome, but just due to the way our eyes work. Because things get lower in the distance when they move away from you. So there's a lot of mysteries about the sky. We definitely don't claim to have a counter claim for every single claim that the heliocentric model makes, but we're just testing what we can validate. Because if we made a claim about the specific claim about the stars, like what's a star? We're like, it's like an electromagnetic orb. It's like solar luminescence and blah blah blah, its frequencies, and you'd be like, can you prove that? And we'd be like, well, and then we would get,
it's hard to really prove something you've never been to, right? Like,
well, it's too high for us to get to, so it's there's gonna be assumptions and stuff like that have to go into it. Like when they measure the distance to the sun on the globe model, right? They had to make a bunch of assumptions. They had to assume that Venus was the same size as the Earth, and a whole bunch of assumptions get thrown into all of the mathematics that are behind the globe.
Not to sound like not to this, we probably get asked all the time, but how does that like fit in with like humanity saying, "Oh, we've been to the moon, we've been to space"? Like,
yeah, well,
does that change anything? Like, because like if we've been to space and we've been to the moon, then like, I don't know, like does space change that sort of at all?
Yeah, we would say outer space, as we get told in the heliocentric model, is impossible to have a big vacuum of space and then to have a planet Earth that's covered in water and gas inside a big giant space vacuum that's 100,000 more times powerful than any vacuum chamber we can create on the Earth. It goes against natural laws. It's not something we can demonstrate. It just exists as a theoretical concept, basically a mathematical model. Yeah, so like the moon landings, I don't know if you've actually had a good look at the footage. There's some good films out there, not even made by flat earthers, right? Just like experts in certain fields of like camera work, photography, and they're calling bullshit on it. And then on top of that, the actual footage looks ridiculously fake as well. It looks kind of like like a studio. And when you see the lunar thing orbiting around the moon, it looks like a little model inside a studio. The way it moves is very unnatural. And then you've got
I agree. Like they're sus. Yeah.
And they were kind of like fighting for, world power in the sense of like, oh, we're the first country that can get to the moon, and we're in this space race with Russia.
Yeah.
We want to be seen as the country that can do what no other country can do. America, rah rah rah. So yeah, I think that they faked the moon landings because of so many different reasons. Even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would call bullshit on the moon landings.
Same. Yeah, like Buzz Aldrin even said it was fake. Like he straight up said it.
Exactly.
Girl,
he leaks little things, whatever he can say without getting himself freaking killed by the CIA or whatever.
Right. Like crazy.
Little bits and pieces. Yeah. But at the end of the day, like it's information that we can't verify or validate 100%. It's belief. Like you could believe it or not believe it. You're never going to be able to go and check it. Whereas we say, you can go to a lake, you can buy a $400 camera and go to a lake and zoom in across the lake and validate if that curvature is there and go test the shit out of the actual surface of the Earth over and over and over again, try to find the curve. Yeah, big difference. It's like empirical evidence versus faith-based claims.
Yeah. Well, it's like obviously there's going to be like a billion reasons why it's round. You know what I mean? And like there's going to be some very strong reasons as to why it's flat. I'm assuming. Like, what would kind of make you say that you were wrong? Like, what is missing?
Yeah, curvature. That's all we need. It has to be there. It's like the prerequisite for the Earth being a globe. Just a sec. I just got to go on mute because my wife's asking me a question.
All good, man.
Anyway, we talk to younger generations all the time, and it's shocking to find out that many of the people we talk to, they haven't looked at the original Apollo moon mission movies and photographs. They haven't done it. Like those of us older folks who were maybe born not too long after those missions took place, we were surrounded with this stuff in our childhood, and there was controversy even growing up. But yeah, like the Zoomers today, a lot of them haven't even bothered to check, but they believe that the Apollo moon missions are real. So we encourage them to go check. And often when they do, they come back to us and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe I bought that horse shit. Looks so bad.
Yeah. It looks fake. I think it's fake, to be honest. I think a lot of space stuff's fake, like genuinely. Like, I don't know, like even just being believing the Earth is a globe right now, right? Like the whole Katy Perry going to space, I think that's all CGI. Like that's gonna be fake. Like there's a few things, man. Like
it's like a propaganda.
Yeah. like, and like I understand, like maybe I'm coming in here being like, oh, like I don't really want to hear about the measurement. Like I just don't understand it. Well, he's making great points, but like I don't know. Like, how does this might be a funny question, maybe not funny, but like, how does flat Earth fit into like religion? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, most of the world religions are like the old religions are. They all describe a flat cosmology. Christianity through Judaism, the Babylonian cults all had a flat Earth cosmology. The ancient Norse and their pagan myths, they believed in a flat Earth as well. The Vedic texts from India are flat. The Egyptian texts are all flat. Ancient China was flat. In fact, the Chinese were flat earthers until the 1600s.
Yeah.
So we are really at a curious point in human history where we don't accept the flat Earth as a culture, as a species.
Yeah.
All of our forefathers, our ancestors were flat earthers.
Yeah. Good point. That's really true. That is a great point. Because it would be really funny
all
if,
the
like,
water going to fall off the sides?
Yeah, it doesn't fall off the side, does it? It's contained.
What if the Earth is flat, just not from our dimensional perspective? What if it is a sphere, but it's technically flat, and we just see it as a sphere because we see wrong?
That'd be interesting. So that'd be like a 4 spatial dimensions, right? Like a hypersphere.
No, dimensions aren't like outside of each other. They're packed on top of each other.
That's
Our
exactly what I
perception just
mean.
determines the dimension that we essentially, like, quote unquote, live in.
Well, right. So in this case, it is a 4th spatial dimension that we don't perceive, but is nonetheless there. You could have a curving radius.
Well, cosmology dictates that there are infinite dimensions stacked on top of each other. Well, not really stacked on top of each other, just folded into each other or out from
I don't know if it dictates it, but
well, it's kind of the prevailing theory. Like you can't.
Yeah, until you get down to the Planck scale, and you're like, "Fuck, what do I do now?"
Well, that's why there's we're just in a glass box in a laboratory theory.
Yeah, like a terrarium.
Yeah.
Yeah, so listen, I mean, we measure Earth flat. Even geodetic surveyors who are paid to measure a globe measure it flat first, and then they calculate it into a ball based off of a chosen coordinate reference system. Like pilots, when they fly their planes over a flat Earth, their coordinates on a screen show a ball that's spinning underneath them, but they're flying over a flat Earth. And all of their measurements, all the instrumentation, like the inertial navigation system, it's taking physically flat Earth measurements the entire time.
Well, no, it's not. There's a computer system in it that actually predicts the curvature of the Earth based on.
Well, it predicts, the air data inertial reference unit, right? So when that thing is spun up on the tarmac, you have to provide latitude, or it has to be given a latitude entry. Yeah. And at that point, it'll take your location, and it will calculate your position for WGS84.
It's just a line on a graph based on how high you are. It's not really that complicated.
Well, yeah, and it's not measuring a globe Earth.
No, it's not. It's measuring how high you are, and then it's calculating based off of how high you are the curvature of your flight path.
Well, yeah, the curvature is called the transport rate, the rotation, and that's calculated in order to provide a coordinate system on a globe that doesn't exist.
There is curvature.
Well, that's funny because it's not measured; it's calculated.
Okay. There's curvature in our perception. The Earth is flat, but it is round to us because, and hear me out here. Any significant mass, due to like entropy in the glass box theory, essentially, is like slowly leaking out at the center. Like that's why suns slowly get smaller, and planets get smaller, and everything it's like at the very center of each planet there's a very, 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 very small Planck scale hole where something's leaking out. Someone's
story.
Like draining us for energy.
That's a cool story. So is gravity reversing entropy?
Well, gravity is more of a byproduct of entropy.
Really? So do you believe that gravity is compressing gas towards the surface of Earth?
No.
So then what's containing the gas in the infinite space vacuum?
Gravity doesn't do anything. It just affects perception.
Oh, so then what is the role of gravity then when it comes to the atmosphere? Does it have any effect at all?
Yes, perception is like the state of the universe.
Not
like,
a perception. Any physically measurable effect?
Okay, no. Think of it like this. You put something near a black hole and you take a picture of it with any camera, any sensor, what does it look like? It doesn't change in shape, but the perception of it changes.
What, like on a computer?
Anything. You can look at it. You can look at something through just a magnifying glass, or I mean a telescope that's next to a black hole, and it warps its shape. It doesn't physically warp its shape. It warps the perception of it. That's because a black hole is just a larger hole in the fabric of reality, or the big glass box we live in.
How do you know that there's gravity around a black hole?
There isn't. Gravity's not real. It's like the force of entropy.
The force of entropy, so it's a force?
No, it's like nothing. It's like you poke a hole in the bottom of the pool. Like the suction isn't anything. The water is just falling.
So the air is just falling?
No, the nothing is falling. Space is. Energy.
Well, what about
anti-energy.
Then why isn't the gas that we're breathing exploding into the outer space vacuum?
Because it's a tiny, tiny Planck scale hole at the center of our planet and every other ball out there. Because it forms it by its very nature. And the mass dictates how fast that leaks. We can track this with math. This is an actual theory, by the way. Like this is like
this doesn't make any sense because we can actually test the behavior of gas and know that it expands without work, without any energy.
Yes.
So if the space that we occupy within the universe is expanding, then
it's not.
Why is the gas? Well, it's not. Okay.
Okay, so it's more like, you know that force on a yo-yo when you throw it out and it's pulling back as it's going out? It's again like imagine you have like a kiddie pool and you have it propped up and you swirl the water in it and at the bottom you poke a hole. That swirling is our universe expanding. It's inconsequential. What's consequential is the hole at the center of literally everything.
Well, I mean the hole doesn't have any space in it until it's filled up with the fluid that flows into it.
No, it's leaking out through it. It's like it's because no glass box can be perfect. No glass box can like never have any leak whatsoever. You can't make a perfect structure that resists entropy. So the structure we live in is just slowly leaking, and that's what creates gravity.
So what prevents gas molecules from escaping into the vacuum of space?
Us spinning. The atmosphere being created by gravity and our centrifugal force.
All right, so wait, gravity causes the Earth to spin now?
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Can you measure Earth's rotation? Like, is there a torque vector that we can analyze?
You can't really measure the force because you'd have to like build something really, really big to do that, or just have a different understanding of physics than we do at the current moment. But you can measure the speed of the rotation.
Yeah. Well, how do you know it's the Earth turning and not the sky at night?
Because we rotate around and through different planets, and you can make a three-dimensional model.
How do you know Earth is a planet?
Because we've like sent a lot of people into space, and they say it's a planet.
Is that the only way you know that Earth is a planet? Because we sent people to space.
I mean, you can like. There's also been like lots of like high altitude balloons and shit like that have taken pictures of like the entire curvature of the Earth.
Really?
I've never. This argument's falling apart. Holy fuck! You guys are right.
I'm kind of curious. How do you measure the curvature of the Earth in order to strike an orbit?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, to put
What
something
did
in
you
orbit.
say? No, what did you say? I didn't hear it.
How do they measure the curvature of the Earth in the first place to have, orbital mechanics work?
I don't think we need to measure things for orbital mechanics to work.
Why not? If it's too big, then you don't accelerate enough.
Well, I'm just saying things are going to accelerate without us having any input. They did when we were monkeys.
Oh yeah, like what?
No.
I'm just being facetious.
Yeah,
I'm just saying Earth's been spinning long since before you perceived it to be.
That's a cool story. Now, how do you know it's spinning and it's not the star field that's spinning? Oh, the astronauts. So how do you know how the astronauts measure the Earth in order to go out into space and orbit? Well,
Well, they don't really need to. You can just look at it.
How do
But that proves my perception
I take a telescope,
theory.
I
The
look
Earth
at Jupiter,
is
and I
actually
see
flat.
Jupiter's like Earth. Like, come on.
You know?
You've
It's
never
just
seen the
round
globe.
up.
Like, you've never seen the globe. Nobody's ever seen the globe. And if you're shown a picture of it, you don't have enough knowledge to judge whether or not it's correct. So, has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth to know that it's a globe?
Yeah. A lot of people from different
like-
countries and stuff too.
I'd like one measurement. Please, for the love of God, can somebody get us a globe curvature measurement that we can verify?
I'm sure I can look that up.
Yeah, we've been looking for about 10 years as a community, and we talk to people through all walks of life. We record our conversations 24/7 and have for the past 10 years. And so far they've been unsuccessful. So maybe you're the one, Neo. The entire cosmic distance ladder depends on this.
Cosmic distance ladder, what's that?
So this is the foundation for the astronomical unit, essentially, that provides the structure of distances for the solar system and the back-engineered supposed masses of the planets to explain their orbits using, Keplerian, Galilean mechanics.
Okay.
Providing some kind of physical reality to them, even though.
Oh, the most common test to prove the Earth is curved is you can go on any spot on the ocean, and if you go far enough away, then the ships start to disappear on the horizon from each other.
That's a great urban myth. Everybody says this, but nobody can produce the results. What we do have is extensive evidence of a well-documented and well-understood marine layer. There's an inferior mirage that takes place very commonly just above the surface of the water, where the water is often evaporating, and you have a temperature differential between the air and the water that's below it. And this distortion is often confused for ships that are being gobbled up from the bottom up as they recede into this. And as they recede further, they recede into the atmospheric haze, subject to Rayleigh scattering. There's like an atmospheric fence, and
there's you can look up a video of like the ship slowly. You can see like less and less of the ship.
No, that's like I grew up on the coast. I grew up on the east coast of Australia on the Gold Coast, and we have there's a hub there where we have cruise ships that go out all the time, like giant ships. I grew up fishing a lot at the ocean and surfing a lot, sitting there waiting for fish or waiting for waves, watching the boats go out. What you see most of the time is just the ship will get smaller and smaller and smaller, and it'll just kind of fade off into the distance. It'll get too small.
Because you can't see it with your eyeballs. It's at like several miles, 60,000 feet.
Yeah.
You need a very powerful telescope to see it.
Okay, so in the side chat, I just put an example at 28 minutes after the hour, and now we have consumer-grade cameras that have crazy zoom capabilities. So we can use these cameras, and it can look like the ship is gone, right? From when you're just
standing there looking.
That is not like 8
miles. That is like
No.
that's
The
like
horizon
2.
should be at 3 miles away if you're 6 foot
No,
tall
I'm
and you're
saying this.
standing at the beach.
No, this effect occurs at like 8 miles away, is what they're saying.
Well, after 3 miles, the bottom of the boat should start to disappear if you're standing at the beach looking out, and that's well within the range.
The calculation
of not
I'm
even
looking at is 60,000 feet.
Feet? No, I said 3 miles.
Yeah, that's like. I'm saying the
Yeah, so if
calculation
you're
I'm
6
looking
foot
at
tall-
says like it starts at 5.
Kilometers.
I'm saying miles.
No. It doesn't start at 5 miles unless you go up higher. Like, say you're like 12 foot height or something like that. It might be 5 miles. 6 foot height is 3 miles. I remember them teaching me this at school, but I've been researching this for a long time. I know it's 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall. And then at 3 miles, that should be the line where you can't see any more water, like where the horizon's defined as the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
It'll be easier
And
to
then-
see the effect if you're like up on something taller than 6 feet tall, though. Just get up on a platform.
I know, but we can get up. We've got observations all the way up to the height of airplanes where we can see orders of magnitude further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth were a globe. We've got observations from 3 inches above the surface all the way up to the height of an airplane, where in every single instance, we can see so much further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe. And we can't find that curvature. We can't find that geometric horizon that should be there at a certain distance.
I'm like looking at videos of this right now.
Yeah, I just put some in the side chat there. If you think you've got a video where someone's done an observation and it matches up with the globe, then that's what we're looking for. But no one's ever been able to produce one that's legitimate. So if you think you have evidence of this kind of thing, then we'll go over it in good faith, right? We'll check all of the details, we'll analyze it critically, and we'll just come to a logical conclusion. But you'll be disappointed once it starts getting broken down, if you can find one. Because we've got thousands at this point where we have crystal clear conditions and we can zoom across like a 20-mile distance and we can see something completely unobstructed that should be hidden by the height of a skyscraper.
Have you like not been in an airplane?
Yeah, plenty of times. I like airplanes enough to have research.
What's an airplane? What's an airplane? Define airplane.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
It just doesn't even look flat.
What, through 3 panes of glass on the passenger side?
I've looked out of open windows while flying. I have family members who are pilots.
Yeah, so if Earth is a globe, you might not still be high enough to see the curvature, right? Because if you're seeing horizon
absolutely have
curvature,
seen
then
the curve.
there's something wrong.
Both on land and on sea.
Which way? Curvature like left and right, or curvature forward and backwards?
Are you retarded?
No, I'm not. It's a very important question.
Just can't help some people.
Well,
bro, don't
Google
don't-
it.
That's
Google
just an
Google
that's an ad
directions.
hom, my friend. Yeah, that's
He
if you
left.
can't answer the question properly.
left.
Like then you start insulting people instead of answering their question. It's an ad hominem fallacy. Like, try not to do that. You're having a good faith conversation up until that point. Okay, it's a fact that you would only be able to see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from the height of a plane at 40,000 feet. That's not high enough mathematically to even see any curvature. I've flown all over the world, and you don't see curvature from a plane, man.
Listen, so from the beginning, when I was child, I studied everywhere I see. They say the Earth is oblate shaped, which is kind of like round, and you're saying it's flat. That's weird. and that means the Google is lying. Everyone is lying. So it's flat now, right?
Dude, I'll just put footage, like a time lapse footage from a flight in the side chat. Even from like 5 times that height, they say you wouldn't be able to see curvature. Even astrophysicists say that from 300,000 feet height, you wouldn't see curvature of the Earth. Relax, bro. MSK, chill, man. Calm down, sir. Please calm down.
I'm calm, man. You can
Right,
give
thank
your
you.
explanation
Remain calm.
to my question. All right, dude. Don't worry.
I'm actually like amazed. Like I'm like you guys are actually on. Like I'm not even trolling. Like that guy's argument fell apart in like 2 minutes. Like, that was actually crazy.
The guy said the gravity's like pulling a drain in a bathtub.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, what is he on about? I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You guys actually make compelling points.
Thanks.
So, if you don't mind me just saying, my friend, just for the sake of just pointing out that, we were sounding a little adversarial earlier on, but debates, or what do you say, people stopping by like that, I think you'll see why we sometimes get a little aggressive a little quickly. So I appreciate your patience and sticking around with us, friend. It's been quite my honor to have you around.
Oh, Elvis, brother, I understand. You guys like flat earthers, right? So it's like you're gonna get people like that every day. Like, that's not an insult either. Like, that's just gonna come with the territory. Like you guys are going against the beliefs of like probably like a very vast majority right now. But you guys make excellent points.
Yeah, it's usually like hardcore soy boy atheists that are the most furious about flat Earth, or like extreme degenerates. It like completely triggers them because they think that we're coming from a religious point of view, which we're not even. But yeah, like it seems like the more degenerate people are, like the more flat Earth angers them and enrages them. So you passed the not a degenerate test for sure, bro.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, like I'm genuinely like curious, like because like if like you're right, like I've been told like my entire life, like oh that's around. I really just like as a kid was just like hey whatever, I really care. Like to me what they said made sense at the time, but you're right, like you guys have some very good points. So like like, but it's a genuine curiosity, like what that does mean then for reality, right? Like if the Earth is a flat plane, that's what I'm like. That's curious. Like that's curiosity. Like
I still remember the first time I was like driving home from work, going through this early on, and I'm looking at the sun and I'm looking at the clouds, and I'm like, "What the hell is that thing? What the hell is the sun for real? Like, no, seriously, what is it?" And the whole sky just felt like it was closer, like the ceiling was a lot nearer because I knew the outer space Big Bang vacuum story was fake.
Yeah. Fuck. Wait. Does that make is a Big Bang fake? Is there like big holes?
Yeah, totally fake, dude.
Jeez, really? Okay.
Yeah. Flat Earth basically unwinds everything that we've been told, and
yeah.
Get to see much more
It would, wouldn't it? Like, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Like, because it really would. Like, genuinely. Good point. It's all bad. Like, it's kind of like they need this system to work for it to actually like everything else to make sense. I don't know. Right.
They've had hundreds of years to build this up mathematically and provide explanations. So, we took up the task of unwinding that. Like, we can tell you exactly how the globe was created and how it's not a measurement at all. And it's just a concept in people's minds that they've reified into reality. It doesn't exist in reality. The territory is not the map. And in their case, they created a map in their minds that became the territory of the real.
That's interesting. Oh, it makes a lot of atheists angry. Is that what you said? Like,
yeah, atheists get really
super attached. Yeah, like they're very attached to their science, right?
Right, their materialism. They think they have it all freaking figured out.
Yeah. Well,
So then
so,
we
like,
say, okay, humbly asking for a curvature measurement of the Earth. Do you have one? And what we get are excuses, just tons of excuses and redirections.
Well, what other major scientific kind of theories is like a flat Earth like kind of like falsify them? You know what I mean? Like
Pretty much anything having to do with astrophysics or any kind of theoretical physics. But I mean, we're champions of science, mainstream science. We're champions of applied physics, of chemistry, biology, and so on. Like we're not we're not proposing some alternate like laws of the universe. We get to keep the actual laws, the same ones that people who believe in the globe get.
Yeah, because like I'm not gonna pretend I'm like smart enough to debate you guys. You guys definitely seem like you're way more into this aspect of science. You know what I mean? Like I'm really built for this.
Well, there are different approaches that people can take. Like, I mean, some people are not going to be swayed by the technical discussions, but they'll be swayed by the philosophical discussions or the social aspect to it. Like one of the things we found is it's going to be much, much harder for people to believe that the world is crazy with this globe delusion than it is to accept the verifiable facts of your direct sensory experience that Earth is flat and stationary. That's a fact. It's harder to accept that the world is crazy sometimes than it is to accept that the Earth is exactly as you see it. And that's what's kind of crazy, effed up about it. So the societal struggle is true. There's a social cost. Like if you go out and declare yourself a flat earther to your boss, to your coworkers, friends, and family, like there's a high probability that they're going to think you're crazy. Maybe you want to get your head checked.
Yeah, they're going to want to make you defend. Same thing with like being religious almost this day and age, like it's very interesting.
Right. So, the funny thing is all you have to do is say, well, what if Earth is as we experience it? It's the opposite of being delusional. Like what's delusional is when you watch the sun set, but then you say, well, it's not really setting because the sun's stationary and Earth is rotating backwards.
Yeah.
Which one of these is delusional? Pointing at the moving sun in the sky, like you can point at it and move your arm as it sets.
Good point. Yeah. That's a great point.
Right. So that's it. We try to align people's sensory experiences with how they think about the world too, so that they're one and the same. When those two come into alignment, a powerful thing happens in your mind. It starts unlocking doors, and you start to be able to think critically through things in a much different way, a much faster way. Because right now, basically the entire world has been brainwashed into accepting paradoxes and contradictions as truth. So if you can brainwash people to think that the Earth is rotating backwards as the sun sets, even though they directly see the sun setting and Earth is stationary, you train people's minds to accept paradoxes, then their minds become more pliable to accept other contradictory terms. They're more pliable to brainwashing and other avenues in life.
Do you think that's how it started? How did this doesn't sound like too conspiracy theorist, right? But how did we get to like a flat Earth, a round Earth as like an accepted point? You know what I mean? Like how did that even happen? Because I just got told it was flat one day, some pulled out a globe, right?
Right. If you talk to different members or different people in our community, you'll get different answers. My take is that this is almost like an urban myth that got out of hand. So I think it started in the age of sailing. Like that's when it started to get picked up. People were using the stars to navigate, and they're running into mathematical problems trying to get linear distances calculated on a flat surface when they were taking angular measurements of perceived rotations in the sky. As the stars move. So they developed a globe where they started taking the land masses of Earth that they were sailing to and from, and they plastered them into the celestial sphere. And they called that a globe, and it was useful in navigating. And then people started to believe that that was real, that map was reality itself when it isn't. And that's it. We've just been stuck with it ever since. It's been a convention. And you know what? It works. Like, I'm not denying that spherical coordinate reference systems, latitude and longitude, will not get you from A to B. I mean, it will get you there. But the question is, what route are you really taking to get there in real life? And until you have an actual measurement without using the spherical coordinate reference system, that is to say, you're doing physical measurements apart from that to externally validate it, you have no way of knowing for sure what's going on. So, so our community, when we've done these laser tests all over the world, and we've done these long distance, high altitude observations in infrared, the very fact that we're seeing things too far away and not measuring curvature means we know for a fact that the unmitigated coordinate reference system that we use, latitude and longitude on a ball, is wrong. And the orientations of land masses as depicted is not going to be accurate. It's not what's really happening in the real world. Their sizes are also going to be off. Because those are created by calculated distances between points on the coordinate reference system, regardless of what distances they're actually measured to be.
I see.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, maybe a bad example, but illustrative is, you ever use like the old GPS devices, you plop them on the windshield, and like you're driving, and your car looks like it's going off road somewhere. And then a second later, it snaps back to the road again.
Yeah.
While this is not happening for this reason, but if Earth is a globe, or if the spherical coordinate reference system is a globe and Earth is flat, then your navigation system is going to have to snap your little car to the grid against where it's actually going on a flat Earth.
True.
So I think this is happening on a massive scale. The errors between a flat and a globe Earth do not accumulate much unless you're going over vast distances. And most people don't have the resources and time and manpower to actually go out and perform an independent survey to determine what the true distances are. It's so much easier to just use GPS and to map things to stars, which they had done before GPS. Yeah, I mean, this goes deep. So you'll hear flat earthers going down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole, almost to say like NASA knows the Earth is flat and they're hiding it from you. And I don't think that's the case at all. My take on NASA's story is unique.
Yeah. Well, tell me, Sean.
Yeah, so let me pop open some references I got for you. I saved these in another server. The history of NASA, it's quite fascinating. Most people don't know this, but what I'm about to tell you is openly verifiable. Where the hell did I put it? DJ, you there? Where did I put it? Is that under space and rockets? There it is. Okay. All right, so there was a presidential directive in 1951 in the United States. It's called the Directive Establishing the Psychological Strategy Board. So why would America need a psychological strategy board? Well, a few years prior, America was one of the victors in World War II, and there was this great campaign to cement the Allied victory into the minds of everybody into the world, to make sure that everybody knew that the Allies won definitively and that America was number one and not to be messed with. So the Presidential Board, Psychological Strategy Board, was developed for this propaganda campaign purpose. The whole point was to strategize psychological operations. And this is actually the genesis of NASA. A couple of years later, in September of 1953, President Eisenhower rebranded it. It was no longer called the Psychological Strategy Board because it was too obvious. He called it the Operations Coordinating Board. So now, he starts to bury it. And then in 1957 came an executive order that organized the Operations Coordinating Board under the National Security Council, integrating psychological operations within the national security framework. One of their documents that came out of the Operation Coordinating Board, titled NSC 5814, it came out in June 1958, emphasizes the need for a U.S. space program that includes specific psychological exploitation objectives. This is in this document. It's calling for a judicious selection of outer space projects to include those with even limited scientific value or no scientific value, whose primary function is to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact for the United States, essentially creating a space program that projects U.S. technological superiority at all costs. So we also have, around this memo, we've got letters, working group memos. There's one where CIA Director Alan Dulles appoints his representative to this effort to build this burgeoning space program. The OCB Working Group on Outer Space agreed that the Department of State would be the organization to provide a chairman to head up NASA in its very founding. So the OCB Working Group, the Psychological Strategy Board for PSYOPs, chose the Department of State to nominate somebody for this, for the first director of NASA. And immediately the CIA appointed his representative. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
It is fucking crazy. There's language in here like how they plan to use satellites as a psychological exploitation tool to strike fear into the enemy. And I mean, the whole thing is psyops, and missiles.
Can you send me that? Yeah, that's great.
So I don't get that they're hiding flat Earth. Like NASA's primary objective, if you ask me, based off of its historical founding, the primary objective for NASA, which might be oblivious to 99% of the people working there, is propaganda to project technological capabilities that may not even exist.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, that like does make a bit of sense if you actually look at like what they do. To be honest, like genuinely,
they can still think Earth's a globe.
Yeah, genuinely, man. Like I agree with you. Like I've been like seeing, because like I guess like the big part of me that actually makes me question all this shit is like how unverifiable space really is. Because like people like it is so. It just looks fucking faked. Like everything that they do around it just looks like fake bullshit to me.
Yeah, it really does. CGI and green screens, all kinds of crazy crap goes on. And you know what? There might be like a cadre of people at Jet Propulsion Labs or somewhere like that that are still trying to work out like how to actually go to space and do real orbits. And maybe it hasn't happened yet. Maybe they think Earth is a globe, and that's why they're fucking up, because they think Earth is a globe and it's really flat.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, bro, it could be like genuinely, like
right.
You know, it's right. Yeah, like
very thought too.
That's actually like it's weird to think about. It's super weird to think about because like I don't trust them. You know what I mean? Like I don't really fully trust these like fucking people. So you know, like I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the moon landings are so obviously fake. So what else are they faking? You know, there is stuff that we can see in the sky, and these objects in the sky do appear to be broadcasting some, you know, radio telecommunications. But even that might be in contention. But there is stuff in the sky. But you know what's really weird? Now this is where it gets weird. The subject of transients has come up again recently in the media. There's, I think, some kind of like Harvard graduate who is enamored with this UFO phenomenon that's resurging in the news. And she and her team actually studied some old like U.S. Army, U.S. Navy research on the upper atmosphere from like the 1940s and 50s and found that there were what they called transients, that there were lights there were seemingly orbiting the Earth, but flying in constellations, like patterns of 5 equally spaced apart, and that they would reflect light as solid metallic objects would. This is before satellites.
Yeah.
And those transients are now coming up again in the news. So what's really going up there? I don't freaking know. It's possible that maybe satellites are explained by a technology, but they really have no idea what the fuck they are.
Yeah. That's interesting.
And in order
very interesting.
in order to keep us from going into a panic about aliens and shit like that, they tell us, "Oh yeah, it's just Starlink."
Yeah, could be aliens. How would that work? If like flat, I don't know, aliens.
Well,
like
I would say they're interdimensional. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, interdimensional. That's a good point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or the flat world could be much bigger than we thought, and there are other regions.
Yeah.
Where there are other people living, and who knows?
Because if it's flat in the terms of like it's like the ground, if it's like the ground, you know what I mean, like the floor of like, I don't know, like that's how I'd say. Like if there's no edge, for example, it's just flat floor for as long as it goes, and then everything else is above that. I don't know, like.
Yeah, could there be other worlds with other suns that do like a 24-hour Antarctic sun thing?
Yeah.
You know?
What about like digging underground? Because like if you dig underground, it still gets hotter. You know, like
Well, it just so happens, that this world is structured that way, right? Like if you go up higher and higher and higher, things get less dense and less dense. And if you go down, things get more dense and more dense and hotter. And as you go up, things seem to get colder. As you go down, things seem to get warmer. Yeah. Yeah, the farthest, have you heard this? The farthest they've ever dug is just barely 8 miles.
Yeah, it's like fucking nothing, eh? Like, yeah, that's so true.
And what was funny is like the world's top geologists were working there and made all these predictions about what the drill would find, and they were wrong every step of the way.
Yeah, that's cool.
So,
I don't know.
Yeah, so how do they know? How do they know what's really under the earth? You've got all these seismologists that are like, "Yeah, we got this big karst layer here, and we got this mantle over there," and I mean, just making shit up.
Yeah. I think part of this is it could be just attributed to like ego too. You know what I mean? Like people really want to be right about everything. Like,
yeah. That I find this topic, if you approach it right, does require humility. You have to be open to being wrong about everything.
Genuinely. Yeah, that's so true.
And you do this like knowledge inventory. You're like, okay, so I need to know the difference between knowing things and believing things. So let me take inventory of everything that I consider to be true. And let's separate it into 2 buckets, one of knowledge and one of belief. And when you go through this process, you find out like, holy shit, there are very few things that I actually know to be true in this world. And the things that I know to be true are things that I've directly experienced myself, or that could be true based off of the likelihood of me experiencing that thing. So all the beliefs go in the other bucket, and you start to find that most of the things in that bucket are things that most of the world people accept as truth, as knowledge, when it's not.
Yeah.
So, and I can tell you that for what little knowledge we can actually acquire in this world, knowing that the earth is flat and stationary as we experience it is something that you can know for sure with 100% certainty. And we can teach people to go find out for themselves. And we do. We give people, we help them with methods and execution.
Yeah. Right. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for letting me babble.
Well, good. It's like genuinely, I got arguing open mind about pretty much anything. Like it does make a lot of sense to question it. Because if they can't prove it's round, then by definition, like it should be flat. Like just based on what you see.
They can't prove it's round. Yeah, everything they claim is a measurement really is not. And that's what's so striking about this whole thing is is not only do they not have a globe measurement, but we figured out how they calculated a globe to become Earth in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, so we know how the magic trick is done, so to speak. We saw the little trap door under the magician's desk that he pulled a rabbit out of the hat. And once you see it, you can't unsee it.
It's just like global warming.
So we have that, and on the other hand, we have our own positive proof claims of flat Earth, because we have people who've conducted these extremely well-engineered laser tests in Hungary and the Netherlands and across the UK. In fact, one of our members of our server, he doesn't come around much anymore. His name's Dr. John D. He's actually a physicist and specializes in spectrophotometry. So if anybody knows how the optics of light works, and knows what refraction is, it's going to be a guy who's got a PhD in this and specializes it for work.
Yeah.
And he tried to prove that Earth is a globe. He heard about us and flat Earth.
Yeah.
He thought it was crazy, so he took his laboratory equipment and ran all these tests to try and measure the curvature, and he couldn't freaking do it. He's now a flat earther. And he actually takes his laser gear on a road show throughout the UK from time to time and sets up demonstrations on the shore, and people can come and watch, and he'll show them flat Earth measurements in real time. So
that'd be really
cool stuff. He's got a YouTube channel. Yeah, man.
That's interesting.
So, this is where we are in 2026. If you Google flat Earth, you'll find all kinds of crazy shit, like on TikTok and Facebook or X, that does not reflect what we know or accept as true. You're going to find like people with fantastic, I call it flat Earth science fiction stories. Flat Earth sci-fi is out there and it's thick, and I hate it. Makes us look like a bunch of crazy retards.
Yeah. Well, true that. Yeah. True that. There's a lot of stuff out there trying to discredit flat Earth. But they really want to people really want to shut you guys up. You know, like it's sad because you should just let the facts speak for themselves. To be honest, it should be if the Earth is really round, I shouldn't have seen that guy fumble as hard as he did. You know what I mean?
Right.
When he came in questioning, guns blazing, he fumbled so unbelievably hard, and he was coming in here trying to prove the Earth is fucking round.
That's what's amazing for bystanders to see, right? I mean, they hear people come in like this time after time after time for months and years, fumbling around. Like, come on! I thought it was so easy to prove that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah. So this topic really attracts a bunch of nutters too, which is what I was going to say before. I mean, there are people that call themselves flat earthers who are flat Earth believers, and they consume a lot of flat Earth content, but they don't really know how to think critically. And and that stuff is frustrating. This topic was also congressionally censored. We've got a video from C-SPAN. C-SPAN is a channel in the United States where all they do is set up cameras inside the House of Representatives and in the Senate, and they just record legislators. There's not even much commentary, if at all. It's just set up and live stream stuff all day. They've been doing this since the 70s. We got a C-SPAN recording where members of the tech industry were subpoenaed to come up and testify in front of Congress. And in this segment, one of the members of Congress is asking the head of YouTube, "What are you doing to censor flat Earth?"
It's crazy.
A topic so freaking stupid and ridiculous, right? That it requires Congress to have YouTube censor us. You know what was crazy? If you were to check Google Trends during this time period for the search query flat Earth, you see it climbing. I mean, it was more popular than Britney Spears and Justin Bieber at one point. And as soon as that censorship went in place, boom, flat Earth as a search query dropped down to the bottom, just straight down, nosedive to the basement. And suddenly flat Earth was no longer a trending topic. Imagine that.
Yeah. Well, what's the old saying? What's the old saying? If you're guilty, well, if you're not guilty, you got nothing to hide. They wouldn't have to censor you if it wasn't true. You know what I mean? The fact that they're censoring you says something, genuinely.
Right. So
because if it is flat, like somebody like we would have the capabilities to like actually travel beyond it. Like governments would have that. You know what I mean? Like they would have that if it is like if there's no edge, for example, if it just continues on. You know, like that's the plane of existence, right? Like you would be able to continue on. Like I don't know, and it'd be easier just to keep it like a globe secret. I guess I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, they still believe that Earth is a globe, I think, and what they recognize is that if flat Earth becomes popular, then it just it creates a divide, a distrust of government and institutions. That's what they're worried about. But here's the thing: since we know the Earth is flat, we know that governments and institutions actually have a lot to lose in terms of credibility. And
true.
And I think this topic needs to be handled delicately to make sure society doesn't fall apart.
Mm.
So,
that's fair.
You know, and that's why I think it's gracious to also almost give the benefit of the doubt and say, it's not that people are hiding flat Earth. The government's not actively hiding flat Earth so much as they're just projecting technology and power that may not exist.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
And everybody working there still thinks Earth is a globe. So,
well, do you think like the what's it called? Like the whole, because I like this idea that NASA is just projecting stuff that they don't have. You know what I mean? Like, because it does make like it honestly makes a lot of sense to me. Like, just with everything I've seen, like the moon landings and stuff. Do you think like the Mars rover is real, or do you think it's just like out in the desert somewhere? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I'm pretty sure that it's out in the desert somewhere, or potentially near Greenland.
Yeah.
Have you heard about this? Near Greenland?
No, I haven't. No.
So there's an island. There's an island called Devon Island, west of Greenland. It's in northern Canada. NASA has a Mars expedition test site where they have full-size Mars rover replicas cruising all over this island. It's like uninhabited, never inhabited, desolate and sparse. And I tell you what, if you take their footage and you apply like a red filter, the rain looks just like Mars. Oh, dude, yeah, totally. Absolutely does.
Really?
Yep.
That's, you know what, man, I will look into that, like, genuinely, because like it like I don't trust NASA, like, genuinely. It's just, you know, like everything with space just seems like such bullshit to me. Like, I don't know.
It is crazy, dude. Really... And here's the other thing. I think that facility was actually not publicly disclosed. So what happened is people were wearing fitness trackers. And when you wear a fitness tracker, your app will connect you to a community and you can see where other people are in the world wearing your fitness tracker. And people started noticing all these fitness trackers on Devon Island. People are like, what the hell? What's going on in Devon Island? Like, you're not supposed to go there. Like, it's a nature preserve. And then NASA's like, oh, guys, hey, yeah, hi, we have a Mars expedition test facility here. We're just testing rovers.
On the one place that looks exactly like Mars on Earth. Lovely. Love it. Wow.
Yeah.
You're fucking stupid. Oh my god.
I don't think...
Are you fucking serious? Is this true? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. What the fuck is this, man? What?
Are you pulling images up? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what? Holy shit.
Holy shit's right.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. What? Yo, I kind of like... I asked that, like, not expecting an ad. Like, that's such a strong answer, too. Like, that's... Fuck, man. Neil deGrasse Tyson must be, like, spewing when, like, holy fuck, man. Like, poor guy. Like, holy shit. Damn.
And then it gets bad, right? Because we've gone through footage from the Curiosity rover and the other rovers on Mars. They're panoramas. Yeah. We're finding, like, we found a barrel, like a rusted barrel.
Yeah.
Out in the middle of the desert. We found a crushed up juice box. Don't know how that got there.
Also,
really?
There was an iron gate. I've seen an iron gate.
Birds,
yeah. Iron gate, birds. Yep.
I've seen several birds.
Oh, a lot. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, wow. What the fuck? Oh, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Nah, like I don't trust them for shit. Like ever since I saw that Katy Perry space video, that just obvious CGI, like, nah, no. Like they're that's like 100 times more compelling. Like that, just explain that. Like can someone explain that?
I know.
Probably not, man.
Oh yeah, the Arctic Lemming. DJ just posted it. So there's an
that's
Arctic
crazy.
Lemming. Yeah, on Devon Island. The top images were supposedly from the rover. But there it is. There's a little Arctic lemming between the two rocks, sniffing around.
Some guy didn't cash it, probably fired or got executed. That's a joke.
Right.
You know, like that's what the fuck.
Right. So you're right. So they're doing this. They're not hiding flat Earth, man. They're just projecting.
Yeah.
They're just projecting this for like technology sales or something. You know.
Yeah, like they want people to think that they have the power to like leave Earth or something. Or like,
and here's the thing: wouldn't it be great if you were invited as another member of the space community to come be a part of this? And now you're faking space too for your people. And then what you say is you tell them this is for national security, for international security. We're all going to blackmail each other with the space program fakery. And if any one of us gets out of line, we blow the lid.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a bunch of mafia bosses getting together who all have dirt on each other because everybody had to murder somebody to get a seat at the table. And now they can trust each other with mutual blackmail. So what if the space program is the mutual blackmail program for international security?
That's a good point. That is such a good point too, to be honest. Like that is a great point. Excellent point.
You know?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're saying, man. Like that's actually crazy. What the
the Apollo the command module or what lunar module. Look at that thing.
Yeah, that's
that
thing. Bullshit.
It's like wibbly wobbly. It's on strings in a warehouse. They're rotating it.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Dude.
I've never seen that footage before. I've only seen them like on the moon. That's crazy.
Yeah, they don't want to show you the goofy shit. They're embarrassed about it.
That's like straight out of Star Wars, man. Like what? That's like straight out of George Lucas. Like what the? That's worse, to be honest. Like they did a worse job. What the fuck? That Devon Island thing, that's crazy. I didn't know that at all.
Yeah.
God. Okay.
It's the biggest rabbit hole that you can go down, man. This flat Earth thing. You'll never be bored. It's true. Like David Weiss says this a lot in his videos. I don't really like his style and stuff, but he's right. You will never be bored in your entire life when you start digging into flat Earth. You will learn things that you never thought you'd learn in your whole life, and it's interesting.
Yeah.
You just can't like share it with people that unless they're into flat Earth too.
True. I mean, like right now, honestly, like I have no reason to believe the Earth is round. So, like, apart from what I've been told, you guys have made a compelling point about it being flat. I don't understand it enough yet to be like, oh, I'm a flat earther, right? But I'll look into it. I'll come back and talk some more. You know.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Thanks for stopping by, man. You're welcome anytime.
Appreciate you guys, man. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah, I thank you guys so much. Very interesting stuff.
All right, you're welcome. Have a good night.
Thank you, man. You too, man.
Catch you later, man.
Yeah, no, T-Dub, I really liked your explanation for the answer to the question of why would they lie a few minutes ago. It was I thought
Cheers, man. Yeah, I don't think it's as black and white as they like to think, because they just have all these preconceived decisions, in their head that things have actually happened. Like, okay, yeah, men have been far enough away from Earth to see it in its entirety, or as a sphere. That's just a given for them. So if they've done that, then they must have seen that it's flat. But they're not showing us that; they're showing us a globe, right? Like this is in their head already. It's just not necessarily the way that they're imagining. This is a lot more complex than what they imagine it to be, I think. Well, simple and complex simultaneously, because it's as simple as this: they're lying. Right, the people that claim to show or represent Earth in imagery as a sphere are lying. Right? Someone made that. Someone made that. Now they made themselves believe that the Earth is a sphere, right? But they're lying that someone took a photo of it like that, right? Or that an object that they sent up there took a photo of it. Because we know that, because Earth measures flat.
I don't understand.
Can't hear you, Kevin. It's complex in the sense of why someone's doing that, right? Can you turn your mic up, Kevin?
Yeah, and it makes complete sense as well. Like these people from so many years ago, they just looked at the skies and they just thought like, oh, well, all the other planets are spherical, so why not just run with it? We'll call Earth spherical as well. And that's what they did.
Right. And people appeal to the blue marble from 1972, 3, whenever it was, that someone on their way to the moon looked out the window with a camera and took a picture of Earth, right? Well, if they're faking going to the moon, and everybody already thinks that the Earth's a globe, and they want to convince those people, right, the world's population, that they've been to the moon, and the world's population thinks that the Earth is a globe, and they want their moon mission to be convincing, and that's fake, are they going to show them anything other than like what they expect to see, which would be a spherical Earth? They'd have to fake that. It would be part of the process of wanting it to be convincing, right? I'm going to fake going to the moon, but I'm not going to show people a spherical Earth like they believe. I'm going to show them a pyramid Earth or a flat Earth or whatever Earth, right? Like disc, like no. You want it to be convincing, and part of it being convincing would be, hey, look, we were far enough away from Earth in space to see it as a sphere. Here it is, just like you thought it was, right? Oh, well, yeah, see? They're not faking it because we know Earth's a globe and they're taking pictures of a globe. Just makes no sense to me that they would want to convince people that Earth is a globe when those people already think it's a globe. Because, if their intent was to convince people that it's a globe, right? Who are they trying to convince? A minority group? All the universities by then were as well and truly, heliocentrism, globe Earth, all that was well established within the education system. And the common man was already buying all this satellite bullshit and blah, 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 blah. So it would have been a minority group that they were trying to convince. Oh, no, there's a couple of million people think the Earth is flat. We better fake a moon mission and take photos of the Earth. You know, like, come on, what? Really? I don't think what they were worried about a relatively small amount of people running around trying to convince people that it's flat. Those people could easily, like, as they're spread out, you know, they're not in a group. They didn't have the internet. You know, if they are grouping together, that's like on a Sunday night in someone's basement. Nobody gives a shit about them.
Well, I'm glad
they could just be palmed off as crazy. Go on, sorry.
I would just say, like, I'm glad they got rebranded to a spy agency.
Yeah, well, their primary focus is now intelligence, counterintelligence, surveillance, blah blah. Yeah, I think they already played a part as something like that. I mean, didn't the U.S. government base their decision to invade Iraq on data allegedly received from NASA? I don't know. They got eyes in the sky, apparently, right? Literal eyes, human eyes. Remember in the 80s, early 90s, they were saying how they developed technology good enough to, like, camera technology that's good enough to, like, read a number plate from orbit, a license plate. I remember, like, hearing that sort of shit.
They say a lot of crazy stuff.
Then you see in the movies, you know, like, you see it in the movies. This is because, like, you know, like, so in the back rooms of, you know, of the government, you know, the US government, they're aiding and assisting some, like, some agent on the ground, like, but they cut to headquarters and there's this big screen on the wall, you know, like a big screen, flat screen TV, right, or something. But they got this big screen on the wall, and they say, give us, you know, satellite 60 Alpha 1, right? Like, and then it'll, like, the screen will, like, show the Earth, right? So this is allegedly being filmed from a satellite in space, and then they say zoom in on the coordinates, blah 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 blah. And then, like, their screen will, like, pan, and then the Earth will, like, you know, enlarge, zoom in, you know, like, and then it's like with all the little colorful lines on the screen and the little numbers showing the coordinates, and it zooms right in on the target, and they can see this person walking around on the ground, you know, like, in, like, infrared or heat sensors, you know. It's just silly. Like, that's what they were depicting in the movies as far back as, you know, like the early 90s, you know, or even the late 80s. And people were getting the impression that this is the superiority and capabilities that they have. You know? Even though it's in the movies and we know it's fiction, that's the impression that it gives the ordinary person, that this might be based on something real. This is the technology that they have. Of course, the whole idea of Earth being a sphere is reinforced through that, you know, through fiction. We know the person is suspending disbelief and knows that it's fake. they're seeing it just like they would have seen it like with the moon. Well, of course, if Hollywood's going to mimic, what they actually capable of in reality, then they're going to show us a sphere Earth, right? Same principle again.
How far do you think we could actually go? Or do you think we could go far enough to see the entirety of the Earth? Or do you think that's not possible?
I don't think it's possible. Could they be at 250 miles high? Maybe. Like that might be the extent to which they've actually been. You know what I mean? And because they say they're chucking in a little bit of truth, their lies. Now, do they have devices constantly at that altitude? I don't know. Maybe. Have they figured out a way to keep things aloft at that height above the Earth's surface? Possibly. With people in it? I'm thinking that's a stretch. All right. But I guess not outside the realm of possibility. They have that. Is somebody up there right now? I don't know. I can't prove it either way. I can argue against the idea of the environment that they're claiming to be in. But I can't prove that nobody's up there or hasn't at least been there to that height. But it's funny too that we get testimony from people where I don't know if they're having it's a Freudian slip, they're having a moment of intellectual honesty, but we've got testimony from people that claim to have been to such an altitude, saying that it looks flat from that altitude, and imagery also claimed to be taken from that altitude, showing super slight to no curvature of the horizon. So not exaggerated like is depicted sometimes. People appeal to this so-called live footage from the ISS and, with a very curvy horizon. Well, if you look into it, the cameras that they claim to have on the ISS are wide-angle lenses. It's going to greatly distort the image if indeed they do have devices at that height with cameras on them. Those cameras are claimed to be wide-angle lenses. They themselves have released that to the public as public information. But then, so I receive on my phone an image from allegedly taken by an astronaut approaching or just leaving the ISS on the Dragon capsule thing, whatever they call it, the Elon Musk's thing. They're looking through the porthole of that capsule, taking a picture of the ISS. And in the background of the ISS is a horizon where if there's any curvature to it, it is super fucking slight. And this is taken just with a camera, like just not a wide angle, just I guess a rectilinear lens, allegedly, right? It doesn't show the same exaggerated curve of the horizon that we generally see. But yeah, I don't know. That's all speculation, isn't it? Like, because when you do a bit of a deeper dive, that they're claiming to look into things to do with the electromagnetic field of the Earth and tethers, different, things that don't necessarily imply that they're like using any type of gravitational mechanics to suspend things in the air. So it could be that they've figured out some other way to.
Yeah, no, it's just mind-boggling. Feel words come in here and just lap up everything that they say, everything that they feed them, just lap it up.
Yeah. I mean, it's no secret that these superpowers have intelligence agencies and secret operations going. Right? They don't. That information isn't released to the public. And then until years later, they may or may not declassify some information about past operations. So we don't know what they're spending money on. We don't know what they're investing their time and energy into behind the scenes. Because they do have some technological superiority against the average person, for sure. What can the
that's what
average person?
I was thinking they're mixing something in the water.
Right, and I wouldn't say that this is so much conspiratorial as it is just controversial. Where conspiracy gets become a dirty word, conspiracy. Used to paint the picture of a person that distrusts or is skeptical of authorities as being loopy, crazy. You know what I mean? It's a shame. You can have controversy without necessarily conspiratorial. It's controversial. People are allowed to doubt. It's okay. And it doesn't mean you're crazy. It just means it means you're intelligent. Doubt unsubstantiated claims. I wonder how many innocent people would have met death through prosecution in a court of law. There was failure to doubt unsubstantiated claims. I wonder how many people have met their death. There are examples. And there's examples where the decision to end someone's life because of an alleged crime they committed without substantiation, without validation, proof, was based often, has been known to have been based on biases, influence of the person's appearance, past background, history, culture, race, etc.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. It makes the person very cynical, to be fair. Just trying to survive in this kind of a hell that we live in.
Yeah, you got people painting pictures in their minds about things, in reality, like the Earth, and then other people going, I want to take advantage of that. And that's the way it's always been, and probably will continue to be, as long as the people that aren't like that let it be.
Yeah, there'll always be people who long and try to make profit off the globe Earth, like NASA right now. They're raking in billions of dollars, aren't they? There'll always be people who make profit off of other people's suffering and making a fool of other people.
Well, people's money's going somewhere. I mean, it's leaving those, it's leaving U.S. citizens' pockets and going somewhere. The receipts they get are cartoons. So I'd be in an uproar if I was an American citizen. Okay, my money's going towards some has practical use. It aids in things like GPS. Okay, all right. Aids in weather observation, study. Okay, all right. Okay. A lot of it isn't. Right? It's just going into apparently people showing how you brush your teeth and play guitar in space. Some of it's apparently showing us what galaxies look like trillions of miles away. Learning about the nature of the universe and its beginnings, blah, 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 blah. That's doing nobody any purpose or any justice. But regardless of whether they're saying you're getting any benefit from what they're investing the money in or not, fact is that the person handed over that check can't validate the claim. They can't go and check to see if the money is being spent exactly the way it's being claimed to be spent. That would be the backbone for a perfect laundering system. So they can literally tell you that any price they want, any cost they want. It costs this much to do X. Well, how do I know you're doing X? Trust me, bro. Oh, okay. I think I'd rather put my money into fixing up the roads, getting new equipment at the hospital, kids at the school need, whiteboard replacements and whatever, playground equipment. Just better things, within the community. Need that money more, taking people off the street, and people jobs, for example. Societal problems that we're supposed to have a government for. No, the money's being spent, and I can actually get to see the receipts.
Yeah, the problem is that human beings have and will always be selfish people, selfish creatures. And that's one of the reasons why systems like communism and stuff don't work, because someone or the other will come on in and try to take advantage of that system. So everybody's just in it for themselves. And as of now, the only way that we have figured out to prevent that is by allowing people to be selfish through capitalism. And I guess in the long run, we just need to learn to control our selfish gene and just cut that side out completely out of societal interactions, so that we let the other people grow, let the other person grow, not sell lies and not try to take advantage of people. I think that's where we start. That's how all of these lies come to an end.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, it comes down to the heart, the soul. How do you influence the world to change like that? The good people should rise up, take over, make change happen. It's a hard one.
Who said Google
But can you
Earth?
please see that it's not
Who said Google Earth?
disproving the shape of the Earth?
Jench is invoking Google
We have
Earth.
the Google
And
Earth,
You know,
and we're saying there's something missing here, like a house or an island. I'm talking about the entire shape. Somewhere, the entire shape of Google
the Earth doesn't
would be
necessarily
fucked
have
up.
a form,
Not
dude.
like, oh, there's an island missing. No. The entire shape of it all would be fucked up. Where is that? Not an island. The entire shape of it.
Are you done talking, dude? We heard you the 7th time, dude. Listen, Google Earth is a cylinder. Did you know that?
It's not a
Google
cylinder.
Earth uses something called the WebGL Mercator, which is a cylinder. That's its coordinate system. Just shut up.
Earth is a cylinder.
Shut up, dude. Let me finish my sentence. So just because they wrap it around the sphere and show you a graphic doesn't make it a sphere. They're just portraying it that way. If you played video games, you should know that you can map any texture to any 3D model, no matter what its shape.
I completely agree.
I work 3D, and no, you're wrong.
Oh, so I can't?
No,
you work
because
3D. You know I'm wrong.
excuse me,
You want to
no,
bet like
you
1,000
asked me,
bitcoins.
let me answer.
No, so I'll bet you 1,000 bitcoins that you can wrap any texture to any triangle-based 3D model.
You can wrap a texture, let's say a square texture, you can wrap it on a sphere, but you're going to have one problem.
What's that?
The points, the edge that connects, the two edges that connect on the side, you can wrap around easily. But the tip part, the top north and south, whatever of the sphere, right? You're gonna have a hard time wrapping it properly, so you have to wrap it in a certain way so that the texture doesn't, you need to squeeze it in a certain way so that the texture looks right.
KGB,
But you could do it, right?
Unfortunately,
What do you mean looks right? What does that mean? Looks right. What is that? How do you know what it
That
looks
means
like?
it's not. That means it's almost near impossible to get a proper, good unwrap of a square.
What do
on
you
a
mean by
cylinder.
looks right? Compared to what?
Yeah, you have to squeeze the top and you have to fix it so it fits.
The word you're looking for is
Fix it to,
continuous.
what is your? Hold on, dude. What's your referent to fix it to?
My referent?
Yeah,
I don't need no
how do you know
referent.
it's wrong when you wrap it right?
The square.
When you wrap
I
this,
just
when you
wrap.
wrap.
Do you want me to do? Do you want me to stream it in live
Okay,
in front of you
yeah,
right
check
now?
it out. So, do you are you aware?
Do you want me
of
to stream it? I can
Archimedes?
prove what I'm saying. You're just fucking yapping at this point. And
Yeah.
by the way,
KGB,
you
that's
guys are
not how
muting me
Google
earlier.
Earth
That's
works,
clownish.
You guys and you this and you that. No one cares about what you think
I
about
can
it.
live. I can open live stream right now and do it in front of you.
Okay.
You were posting objectively CGI images of a
Jesus
globe.
fucking.
Sorry.
I'm gonna start muting people. Okay.
Well, do you have actual images of a flat Earth? I'd like to see, please.
From where?
Provide it. Do you
Taken
have
from
it?
where? Taken from where?
Okay, here's my position. All right, with respect to you
Taken.
guys.
You're going on mute, dude, because you're not answering questions. So you have a choice. Taken from where? You ask for something. You have to take a photograph from a place. Okay.
in order to
Where?
take a photo. Yeah.
Taken from where?
Wherever you want, just provide a photo
Okay,
for
I
flat
took it
Earth,
at the
bro.
beach. I'll post the one I took at the beach. I took a photo of a flat Earth at the beach.
Okay, do you have a photo of a flat Earth from, I don't know, from really high up in the air so I can see the
How high?
entire flat Earth?
Well, no,
As
you
high
couldn't
as
capture it.
possible.
You couldn't capture the
As high
entire
possible.
flat Earth in an image.
Why not? Why not?
Because you can't go far enough away from the Earth to take that image.
Why not?
Because rockets don't push off air. Rockets push off air. They don't push off vacuum.
What?
Rockets
do
don't
not push
thrust
off of
in
vacuums.
vacuum.
You require air.
Did you
in
do
order
it?
for
Did you
rocket
build
to
a
work.
rocket yourself, and did you do it yourself? Do you
What
have,
does
do you
that
have a
mean?
source for that?
You're deflecting, dude. Yeah.
No. No, this
Do you
is
know
a
how
legit
thermodynamics
question.
works,
Did you do this yourself
Triangle,
to come to
dude.
that conclusion?
Did he do this himself? What kind of fucking answer is that?
Yeah, where are you getting this from? This claim from? Where are you getting this claim from?
Because look, people have all these rockets. There's YouTube videos, right, of people putting a rocket in a pressurized vacuum. Shut up, dude. In an evacuated vacuum chamber where they ignite the rocket and the rocket doesn't move until the container pressurizes due to the exhaust of the rocket. That's where I'm getting it from. Experiments.
I posted it for you. I posted it for you. You can see it goes all the way to the back of the wall and actually comes back, and it's actually pushing off the pressure wave that's reflecting off the wall.
What does this have to do with my request for a picture of your flat Earth?
Because you can't
highest possible
because
point.
there's no outer space. Because you want a picture from space, but you won't say it because you're a pussy. So you want a picture from space, and you can't take a picture from there because outer space vacuum doesn't exist.
Did you build a rocket yourself and do that experiment?
Yeah, he just showed it.
Can you please show me a video of it so I can see it myself?
It's in the side chat. See, you're not listening, dude. So when you decide to listen, you can come off mute. So let's get back to the actual person that thinks Google Earth is a something.
It's Gench29.
Yeah, dude. So why are you referring to Google Earth? Like, how would you even know if that's what the Earth actually is or looks like or anything like that? What are you comparing it to?
I'm not sure I want to debate with you. I would love to debate.
We're not. This isn't a debate, dude. You guys don't have any evidence. This isn't a debate. This hasn't been a debate in 5 years.
Kind of hostile, honestly.
Well, this hasn't been a debate because you guys, hold on. Okay, I'll stop being agitated. Dude was being a douchebag. So I'll stop being agitated. But you guys say stuff which is objectively untrue because you're ignorant of something. Okay? Google Maps is not Google Earth is not a sphere. It displays it as one, just like Grand Theft Auto displays hookers. Those aren't actually hookers. Okay?
Great game.
They look like hookers. They say, hey, big boy, you want a good time? They act like hookers, but they're not hookers. Okay? So Google Earth shows you a ball, but
you have a lot of experience with that.
Programmatically, programmatically inside how it's not a ball is what I'm trying to tell you. So here's something you can do, right? Go on Google Earth, North Pole or South Pole, use the line tool, and try to use the line tool to make a circle around the North Pole or South Pole. And what you'll end up seeing is it'll end up snapping back and giving you a half moon shape. Because it's a cylinder. Now, did you know any of this? Of course not. So I'm irritated because you guys say things out of ignorance and then try to tell us what's what. We've been looking into this for nearly a decade. You just got here. So the fact remains is you really don't know what you're talking about. And neither does the other guy.
I feel like you're kind of repeating yourself.
In order to answer,
I would love to talk with.
Why don't you actually address what I said with substance?
I would love to talk with Sny.
No, tell me.
It doesn't matter who you talk to, Jench, right? You can answer Indio's questions the same as mine,
so
right?
What do you have to say about?
You just need to answer genuinely.
What do you have to say about your idea that Google Earth demonstrated somehow that the Earth is a globe, but now you've been shown, and you can just Google this, what projection does Google Earth use? And that map is a cylinder. Why did you think that it supported the globe? Why did you think that? Did somebody tell you that? Or did you just make it up in your mind?
Sly, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, that's right. You made it up in your mind. Nobody said
I believe Indio asked you a
globe.
question.
What?
I said I believe Indio asked you
he muted me. He's getting banned. So
No,
you mute me, bro?
Muted it.
Okay, dude.
I haven't muted anyone. I just don't. I feel like you're a bit hostile. Actually,
I don't care how you feel.
That's true, just because of your ignorance. Now, I'm just going to post Makeda projection as a cylinder in the side chat. You need to learn. You're in Earth School right now. Like I told you earlier, you were lucky to be having a conversation with me earlier. Now the big dogs are in here. You need to listen to Indio and what he has to say. He's been researching this for a long ass time, right?
Dude, literally, there's people in this topic who know more people than surveyors, right? Professional surveyors. I asked them questions about geodetic surveying. They don't even know. They don't know how any of this stuff was created, where it comes from, what coordinate systems are, how these maps are made. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of cardinal directions, for instance? You know, north, south, east, west. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of that? John, Jench, whatever your name is.
3 sets of
coordinate systems.
No,
cardinal directions.
I mean, in math, we usually have r, theta, and phi, if that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm talking about north, south, east, and west. There's 3 sets of north, south, east, and west. There's north, south, east, and west of the compass. And then there's north, south, east, and west as defined by where the sun rises on the equinox. And then there's north, south, east, and west in the latitude, longitude coordinate system. Okay, those are actually 3 different directions, and they only correspond to each other in certain places. Typically, people think that the compass points north and south at the poles. They don't. They actually just align to the magnetic field local to wherever you are. That could be 90 degrees from north that the compass will point. A lot of people don't know this. It's called magnetic declination. And then there's east is defined as which direction the sun rises on the equinox. So if you go on Google Earth and try to, you can take the compass tool and try to go 90 degrees from the north, and you'll see that it intersects at the equator every time you do it. It just goes toward the equator. It doesn't follow the latitude line, which it should, because the latitude line and the latitude longitude coordinate system is actually a circle. It's not a line. So these are just like little things that when people appeal to maps or they appeal to Google Earth or any one of these things are abstractions. They only represent the Earth for one particular purpose.
They are, sure, they're some kind of abstraction, but they have to be wrong at some point.
They are wrong. And they're right.
Wait, what? They're wrong and right?
Yeah,
right,
that's
so
right.
They're right,
They're right
in a small region, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. It depends on the purpose you're using it for.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna find the closest store, then I would be able to use Google Earth.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need Google Earth. They freaking track your phones everywhere they go.
Okay.
So they could literally delete the map underneath your little GPS thing, and they would know based upon what all the other Android phones where they went.
Yes. But like, if I want to find a store and I don't know where the store is, I would be able to use Google Earth. And I think we both agree on that.
Yeah,
because the car drove on the street, dude. The car drove around.
Yeah, but Google Earth has to be flawed somewhere.
It is flawed. I just told you how it's flawed. Try to draw a circle around Antarctica, the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah, I also think we're getting definitions confused as well. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing, and they don't work the same way.
They didn't see. Explain why they didn't see 7,000 islands.
I'm talking about the fundamental.
So, Jen, if Google Earth is so good, do you think that you could black out your windows, right, and drive just using your GPS and Google Earth, right? Take all the turns, negotiate the curves just by looking at the graphic instead of out your window?
I mean, there's some kind of delay.
Of course. Okay, no delay. We have zero latency.
Zero latency? Yeah. I mean,
why do you think that? Let me ask you why you think that. Can I ask you why you think that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you go onto, well, I sometimes use Google Maps when I need to navigate and I'm driving, and it seems to work fine. But
landmarks is different than a representation of the Earth that is accurate enough to drive on, right?
What, could you say that again?
Just landmarks. You're just noting landmarks. It tells you like, hey, there's going to be a gas station up here. That's a landmark.
No, it actually tells you, like, it draws out the exact route.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, dude, you're conflating two different ideas, okay? The idea that, hey, this road is after that road if you're going in this direction on that road, this road. we had like paper maps, and you could do that with a paper map. Nobody would say the paper map is the territory. So what I'm asking you is why you think that you could drive just looking at, if you had zero latency GPS, just in no traffic, looking at the screen, and that Google Maps is accurate enough to actually drive the road?
I believe I answered that question.
I asked you why, and you just said, hey, because there's landmarks, or whatever you said. But you know what? This has actually been, I'm just beating around the bush because this has actually been tested. Yeah, Flat Earthers have actually tested this by putting a camera on the freaking dashboard, showing Google Maps, and then driving and see if the road matches the map. And they don't match.
Okay, they don't match.
They do not match, as in the road, as in like the turns, and like, say I'm on a road and it turns, I'm on a slow curve and eventually it does like a 30-degree turn. On Google Maps, it won't show anything. It'll show like a straightaway.
Okay, this is kind of what I have been fishing for the entire time. An example of where Google Earth does not match reality.
Okay, hold on.
Would you be able to send me like
I got you.
Or something? Yeah,
I got you, bro. And I gave you an example already. The drawing a circle around the poles. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, but that's kind of not what I'm getting at, because that's like a programming feature that they have. Sure, that could be fucked up.
But it's an inaccuracy. Jench, what you're failing to grasp here is this is how your application... Jench, let me finish. Come on, let's be nice.
I'm not really bothered by their...
Jench, this is how your application
features of drawing lines.
You're not bothered by the features of the application that you're using in this conversation? Why are you bringing it up then? Why are we on this topic? Right? We know it's inaccurate. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing. They work differently. Right? Do you know how Google Earth works?
No, I don't know the entire code base. No.
No, okay, so it takes a bunch of photos, right, of something, right, and then it adds them together, right, in their own way until they think it looks right, and then they upload it, right? That's sort of how it works in very simple terms, right? This starts it's called LOD rendering, right? Level of detail rendering, and this starts when you're zooming out. The terrain becomes progressively smoother, buildings become simplified and they disappear, and coastlines become less precise, right? So if you were to zoom out, you would have a hard time driving around, let's say, a coastal area, or driving around relying solely on your Google Earth, right? At 0 to 2 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to 2 meters, right? And at 2 to 20 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to every 2 meters per pixel, right? This means it's like throwing a bunch of pictures together, right? And then arranging them until it looks right, and then uploading it. Okay? So if you're curious on how they managed to get that curve right for the sphere, it's just them throwing things together, just like KGB was, just like the conversation that we had earlier on with KGB, talking about 3D wrapping layers around shapes, right, in video game design, right? It works exactly the same. You can design something and then upload it. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be accurate. Why are we talking about this? We should be talking about something that we can physically test, rather than a faulty piece of software, evidently, right? It's an inaccurate piece of software.
The fault in the software can be tested.
It's not a fault. They designed it that way. It's not a fault. Stop characterizing it as a fault. It's because they used a cylindrical coordinate system and wrapped it on a sphere. It's not a fault. You want to see a ball, and they made the cylinder look like a ball.
No, but like you said,
I know it's hard to comprehend.
Would you like to talk about something that you can test, Jench? Would you like to talk about
we are
something to do with the physicality?
Which is Google Earth.
You can't use an application to test reality.
You're reifying a piece of software as if the software is real, bro.
Reality. I'm looking at the software saying, can this be real?
Okay, so Okay, I just
But the
posted
software
in the
isn't
chat.
real, so
Hold on, dude. He asked for something. It's in the chat. It's a 1-hour video of him testing the accuracy of Google Maps while driving. He drives 100 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this.
Okay, so until then, shelve it, dude, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely in conjecture land. You're just you're telling us what you believe to be true. You actually don't have any evidence it's actually true.
Okay, yeah, so this looks like, I haven't obviously watched the entire video, but it looks like he's basically driving, as you said, and then he says, oh shit, there is a deviation between Google Maps or Google Earth, whatever he uses, and reality.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that there will be a problem, but not like, oh, it deviates some couple of degrees. No. There will be like a massive fucking problem. Like,
what are you basing that on?
Exactly what we established
What are you basing
earlier.
that there will be a massive problem on? That is a prediction.
Exactly what we.
Okay. You're just saying stuff. When you say there would be a massive problem, stop interrupting me. I'm trying to clarify what you're saying, dude. No, you didn't let me finish the first time. Listen, when you're saying there would be a big fucking problem, what is the basis of that prediction?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Exactly what we established earlier. You cannot have a continuous mapping from something that's flat to something that's spheric. I'm feeling like I'm repeating myself. We established this earlier and we both agreed upon it.
Okay.
James,
yes,
you're
you
not
can.
listening to what I'm saying.
Yes,
bro.
you can. Yes, you can. Want to bet on it? See, you're confusing a projection with a... Hold on. You're confusing a projection of straight rays with a mapping. So, for instance, I want me to tell you how it's done? So they have something called the geoid, and what they do is they actually curve the verticals. So the verticals, like from the center of the Earth, right? So you have the surface of the Earth, right? And if you have a line, right, on a sphere, you're assuming that, hey, they're drawing straight lines through the sphere, and they're projecting those lines onto some flat surface. Yes, there will be a distortion if that's the case, okay? But that's not what they're doing. They're curving the lines. So they're doing a mapping function and not a projection. It's called a projection, but it's a second order projection, meaning you have the celestial sphere, which is the latitude, longitude coordinate system, right? That's what the actual coordinate system is, because you can't find them without the stars. You have no coordinate system. So that coordinate system is what the oblate spheroid is referencing, okay? So they make measurements on the surface of the Earth. But those measurements don't match the celestial sphere. So what they do is they say, hey, we have lumpy gravity, we have deflection of the vertical, and when I hang a plumb line, it's actually not pointing down, it's actually a curve. That's right. They say that a plumb line, meaning if you take a weight on a string and hang it, that line is actually curved and not straight, which is retarded, okay? Okay, but that's what they say when they map actual measurements of the surface of the Earth to what's called a reference ellipsoid, okay? But that reference ellipsoid is distorted by something called a geoid, which is the amount of deflection of the celestial sphere versus their reference ellipsoid, as in the actual measurements versus their idealized what they think is going on. And what they do is because you could possibly have distance errors, but because you have topology, you can interpolate the errors between the measurement locations, and you smooth out the error across the whole surface of the Earth. This is how it's done. Okay? How you think it's done isn't how it's actually done. And there are errors. Lots of errors all over the place. In fact, they use over 100 datums, right? So, for instance, Australia has their own datum. If you use the WGS84 reference ellipsoid datum, if you took Google Earth and went to fucking Australia, it would be way the fuck off, because they're on their completely own datum that has nothing to do with the WGS84.
I'm gonna go.
You're in what's called a reification fallacy. You think the map is
respect that you have
You're in a reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory.
Would you like to just... I understand you have your strong beliefs.
This is your beliefs, dumb fuck.
Okay, please.
This is your beliefs. This is all mainstream geodetic surveying, mapping, cartography.
Bro,
this is your beliefs.
What are you on about? Why are you so
Exactly. You don't even know your own beliefs. How Google Earth was constructed is I'm telling you how it was done.
Bro, I'm trying to give you a compliment and you're just going bananas. I respect that you
I don't need a compliment. It isn't my idea here.
Okay, dude, I don't understand how anyone can talk to you. Like, I don't... How do you manage to find people to talk with?
Yeah, that's what happened in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, they made everybody super timid, and now they're afraid of everything and sensitive. And if you raise your voice to them, they feel... if you raise your voice to them, they think you're yelling at them.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
Weird, dude.
No, it's not just you're interrupting me. That's
because look. Listen, if you start a sentence with a false premise, why should I let you continue? Why would we keep going? And we let you talk for 30 seconds so I can go back.
You wouldn't be able to say a word without me interrupting you. That wouldn't be nice for you either.
Did you listen to me? If you start your conversation with a false premise, right? You answer me, and then you start with this false premise or a straw man. Why would I let you continue and listen to you talk for a minute and a half just to go back to the very first sentence and go, well, this thing was a false premise, or it's a straw man, it's not what I actually said. Why waste time? Why just, do you just want to talk? Or do you want to get to the bottom of this?
If I apply that logic, I would be talking continuously while you are talking.
Name one false premise that I made. Or straw man. Go for it.
Oh, looks like this conversation's over. So, Jench, just to go over Theorema Egregium.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Right, that you posted in the side chat.
Yes.
First and foremost, do you know what one of the primary assumptions are for this? In this sort of link that you're posting, do you know what one of the assumptions are?
I don't know what assumption you're talking about specifically.
Okay, one of the assumptions that were made when this was composed was that we are on a perfectly spherical surface. Okay?
Yes.
So we are not on a perfectly spherical surface. Your globe Earth model does not claim a perfectly spherical surface. Why are we discussing this?
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you for actually reading some of the stuff I've sent. Second of all,
you're welcome.
I'm not saying that the Earth is perfectly shaped like a sphere. The only thing I am trying to demonstrate with this theorem is that it is impossible to create an isomorphism from a plane to a sphere without having a point or several points that is not continuous. I have also sent the definition of a continuous mapping, and what this implies in reality, or like the physical interpretation, would be that, okay, I'm walking and oh shit, now I take one step and I'm on the other side of the Earth, or whatever shape you want to assume. That is the implication of not having something that is continuous.
Okay, and this is the problem of reification, because you don't have a continuous surface. You have a bunch of discrete points separated by some distance.
Right. That is actually... Have you taken quantum mechanics? Because it sounds almost like it.
Have I? Yeah, years ago.
Okay, yeah. So we do actually have...
There's nothing to do with quantum mechanics. What I'm saying is you have data points.
It absolutely
right?
does. It absolutely does.
I'm not talking about
it right the first time. In space, we have Planck lengths. They are like super tiny, but we have them.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in real life, we've measured points In the United States, we call them geodetic control points. And we stamp a coordinate on those geodetic coordinate and control points. And all that means is that when I look at the select, look, we stamp a coordinate on we have geodetic control points in the United States. So we have points that are measured, but we don't have a continuous point. And we imagine what's in between those points. Right? And we can't use the theorem of Greggium for this purpose, right? As far as a perfect sphere. And all Gauss was really trying to show
it's not a perfect sphere. I'm really just trying to communicate the idea that
so when it comes to communicating an idea like that
in Google Earth.
Okay, when it comes to communicating,
I told you, like 5 fucking times, dude. Ask, repeat, ignore. Is that what you're on? Ask, repeat, ignore.
Gent, you can't use a perfectly spherical concept to determine anything on something that's not perfectly spherical, right? If the claim is that it's perfectly spherical and the the story is that it's an oblate spheroid, but our natural observation is stationary and flat, like what is what is, right? We need to figure out what we're actually on, Gent.
That's a good point. This theorem, you can extend this to any topological shape of a sphere. So do you know the common joke that a topologist, he wakes up and he has 2 cups of coffee for breakfast? The joke being that one is donut and another is cup of coffee, because you can morph them into each other. Now you can extend that theorem to be any
That's
3D
great.
object.
None of that matters in the natural world, dude. None of it.
What does matter is that Donald Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Yeah, well, he's your boyfriend.
I don't know about all that.
You're the one that's fucking him. Like, how are you going to call a guy out for being gay and then you're the one that's taking...
Anyway, moving on. None of that matters because in the real world we have to take measurements of actual... So where are you getting the variables for quantities that you're inserting into your abstract mathematical models? See, that's the point. You can have some theory or hypothesis, right? Some mathematical construct. But eventually, if you're going to apply it to the real world, you need real world data to insert into the variables, correct?
No.
It seems like you're lost in abstraction.
No, we don't. I'm simply trying to figure out, is a model reasonable or not? Right?
Depends on what you're trying to do with it.
What?
Depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, sure.
If you're trying to make yourself feel better, I guess you can just be a globe earther, make yourself feel better. Sleep better at night. Thinking you're just whizzing through the vacuum of space.
Yeah, so
you're just nothing. Yeah, it makes me feel better. Being sarcastic, by the way.
If we look at, I think most of us use Google Earth, and it has to be flawed somewhere. Somewhere there has to be something.
Dude, ask,
massive.
Ignore, repeat. Why are you doing this?
Because I feel like you're not attacking my point.
I did. I gave you an example. It has to be flawed somewhere. I gave you an example. If you take Google Earth and you draw a line around the poles, it makes a moon shape because it's actually a cylinder and it's only being displayed as a sphere for entertainment purposes. Now, as far as driving, we know the relative locations. Google has been collecting data from its Android platform for, 2 decades now, where they track the positions of their freaking little Android devices using their location services. Okay? You don't need a map at all to know the relative locations. And in their software, here's Texaco gas station. Here's the Museum of Science. Here's freaking 210 freaking Martin Luther King Drive. That has nothing to do with anything. It's just being displayed as a globe.
Yeah, and it has to be really, really, really fucked up.
Okay, how do we determine what is inaccuracy? What would we do? How can we test its accuracy?
That's what I'm curious about. I'm guessing
this would be a you problem, not a me problem. Yeah. You think that somehow this is going to be dispositive about how we're going to figure out whether the Earth is a globe. So tell us how we can use Google Earth to test and prove whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Dude, I'll do it. Are you interrupting me to then just ask the same question? Please stop it.
I want to be very specific about what the question is.
Look at Google Earth. Say, here is something that would be a huge flaw. And sure, the gas station might be off by a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters. I'm not talking about that kind of flaw. I'm talking about a discontinuity. You will not have a continuous mapping. I'm talking about like something massive, like, oh shit, this map says that if I take a step over here, this will be something here, but it is actually like completely off, like on the other side of the.
Okay, now actually
I don't want to say globe.
Now actually be specific instead of these nonsense generalizations.
Specific, okay.
Yeah,
so
a
you had
specific
this 2D
example
map that someone sent earlier in the chat. I'd forgotten the name. If I stand on the rightmost side of that map, I will see, oh shit, there's empty space on my right side, and there's water on the left side.
Are you being fucking retarded?
Please.
No. No.
Google
Shut the fuck up. Don't. You're just taking the piss, bro.
Yep.
I don't understand.
The map is a fucking goddamn rectangle on a piece of paper. Oh,
yes,
oh my God, you could go off the map onto the table. Are you a fucking retard?
I really don't understand why you're using that.
Because you're talking about Google Earth. It's a fucking piece of software.
I think you need help. You need help.
Yeah, no one cares what you think, dude. So you are talking, I asked how to test Google Earth to see if it matches, if we can prove the globe using Google Earth. And you started talking about fucking maps. Google Earth, dude, which is supposed to be a 3D ball that you can't step off of.
Okay, yeah. I don't understand what your problem is.
There's a lot of shit you don't understand, obviously.
Okay, so your question is, how can we use Google Earth to determine that it is false? Right?
Yeah, there's a big error that you said must exist. How do we test for it?
You look at Google Earth.
You look at it,
and yeah, you
look at it.
Earth,
that's what we're going to use as analytics. We're going to look at it.
Okay, dude, can you stop it, please?
No, what you remember I said about false premise? That's idiotic.
You look at Google Earth.
Is that how we do anything?
You look for something that is a jump in continuity. When you find that, you go.
What would that look like?
What would that?
What would that look like?
That is exactly what I said that earlier, and KGB. If you take a piece of paper and you try
No. Fuck your piece of paper. What would it look like on Google Earth? If I'm on Google Earth and I'm using it, and I go, hey, here's the discontinuity. What would that look like on Google Earth when I'm using the software? How do I know it's there by using the software?
Yeah, so this is the point.
Would I draw a line around one of the poles and then it would turn into a half moon? Would that be it?
Yeah,
would that be a discontinuity?
This is okay, dude. You're just doing it for fun. This is the problem.
You're not listening.
Okay, dude.
You're stuck in your fucking gotcha. It failed. Get over it.
Dude, I can look at Google Earth and I can say, I cannot find that problem.
The argument from ignorance is not an actual argument.
It's flat. That means that you should be able to.
All you're doing is making an argument from ignorance.
No, you're saying where's the
I
flaw in
can't
Google
find it,
Earth?
therefore it don't
I'm
exist.
saying there is no flaw, but you should be able.
How do you know that? Have you looked?
You should be able to find the flaw.
I told you the flaw. Now you're just lying.
I'm not talking. Yeah, you showed me a guy who had driven a couple of miles. And
No. The flaw of drawing a line around one of the poles and it turning into a half moon. That's a flaw.
Dude, that is a fucking feature in their website. It's not a part of their.
Okay, why did they
feature? I don't want that feature.
So they have a line tool where you draw a path, and it'll tell you the distance on the path. And when you draw that line tool and make a hexagon and try to make a hexagon around because you want to circumnavigate Antarctica.
You have
hold on, let me finish.
And you say that the tool is fucked, so the map has to be fucked. You are just completely out
the
of
tool is basing its distances on the coordinate reference system that the globe in Google Earth is using.
Dude, forget about the fucking tool. You have a tool, and you say the tool is broken.
How does the tool? Where does the tool get its distances from?
The thing the tool is used on needs to be broken. The tool might be broken. I don't give a shit about the fucking tool. Do you understand that?
The tool's not broken. The map is broken.
Shut the fuck up about
the map is broken.
Yes.
You asked for the discontinuity. I just gave you one. And there's plenty of places you can zoom in on Google Earth where you'll see fucking lines.
We have where
you'll see lines where the textures don't align. There's plenty of them.
Fantastic. Give me a screenshot. Give me something.
A screenshot of the half moon? Is that what you want? Hold on.
What do you think?
I'm just waiting for your evidence that Google Earth is actually accurate.
No, but this is my evidence is that
your evidence is a claim. Your evidence is your claim.
My evidence is that you don't have any evidence.
Your evidence is that I can't fucking. That's a burden of proof reversal.
No, but it would be so easy for you if the Earth really was flat. It would be super easy for you to just say, Google Earth, here's a point where it's fucked up. It would be super easy for you.
I did. I want you to do it. I want you to fire up Google Earth and take the line tool, which measures distance on the surface of the Earth.
Again with the fucking tool. Stop.
Linear distance tool.
You don't. Do you understand? Listen. How does the line tool measure distance in Google Earth?
I don't give a shit.
It uses the Habersign formula. Listen. It uses the Habersign formula, which is a calculation based upon the 2 points, right? The great circle route of latitude and longitude. That's right, great circle route. So if I draw a line and a line and a line and a line and a line, I should be able to get a full distance, right? Because it's a bunch of intersecting great circles. And I can get the arc segment at each one of those great circles and come up with a total distance. When you do this on Google Earth, if it was a fucking ball, you'd be able to do this and get a distance. But you can't, and it'll make a half moon because Google Earth's a fucking cylinder. So if you're trying to prove a cylinder, go right ahead.
Dude, the tool might be broken. I don't
It's not the fucking tool. It's the map projection, you dumb fuck. Dude, you're dense, dude. You're fucking dense.
Why so much anger if you're correct? It sounds really defensive.
Shut up, twat. Was that Athena again? Now our army of Simpsons are going to come in here. Why'd you talk to Athena like that? It's a fucking little game she plays. It's really simple. Google Earth is a cylinder. You ask for a flaw, a discontinuity. I gave you one at least 15 fucking times.
Okay.
If you're wondering why I'm screaming at you, it's because you won't acknowledge the fact that what you asked for, I provided. What you asked for, I provided, and you can deny it all you want. Anybody in this chat, listen on YouTube, Twitter, can fucking do it yourself, dude.
Okay, now you're
do it yourself. You can do it right there. You just appeal to Google Earth. Fire up fucking Google Earth and do it yourself.
I'm really convinced now.
I'm not trying to convince you. Where did you get that idea? I'm giving you information you didn't previously have. You, previous to this conversation, thought Google Earth was a ball when it's a fucking cylinder. So you just have information now that you didn't previously have. And you made a whole bunch of assumptions based upon your wrong assumption about how Google Earth works, et cetera, et cetera. But now you know you are all wrong. You made all that shit up in your head. And you don't want to cope with that.
And
I'm sorry, dude. You filled in the blanks.
Send me something. Send me something that, just something.
Do it yourself. I want you to do it yourself, dude, so you can't say I doctored it or I did something special. Go do it yourself.
You refuse to send me any evidence.
I want you to do it yourself. Are you on a cell phone? Or on a PC? Are you on a cell phone or a PC?
It's almost like he doesn't want to hear you.
He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to bust his own fucking bubble.
Literally.
I could look at Google Earth for ages and I wouldn't find any flaw.
That is bullshit, dude.
Then show me where it's bullshit. We're circling back to the
First of all, that's an argument from incredulity, okay, which I already pointed out is a logical fallacy. Your ignorance doesn't prove non-existence. Okay? This is the same problem of the black swan, white swan. All swans are white. As a theory, you don't look for white swans, you look for black swans, right? No matter how many black swans or white swans you find, it only takes one black swan to falsify the theory. Yes. And the reason you haven't found any flaws because you didn't try. Dude, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna literally type in Google, and I'm gonna type in mismatched textures on Google Earth, and I'm gonna get thousands of fucking. I'm gonna get thousands of hits, thousands.
Well, I can point out an obvious flaw with Google Earth.
Yeah, it shows
it's not. Yeah, it shows it's a ball, and it's also a cylinder, a Mercator projection.
I've told him that 72 times already. It's not getting into his pea brain. So there we go. That took all 15 seconds right there.
I think it's time you get some rest, Jench.
You know, yeah. Okay, I'm trying to
just go.
Okay, there's another.
You're in Sweden, and it's 2 a.m. right now, right? 2:04.
Yeah. So the reason that those kind of deformities look like that is simply because you have a satellite picture, and the satellites keep circling around, and they're not updating all of the places at the same time. So some places will be sort of lagging behind, but there should be a way bigger flaw than that.
Shouldn't it be because it's a bunch of rectangles being pasted onto a sphere? Shouldn't that be the reason?
Yeah, I already answered this.
Full of shit, dude.
Jench, you got wrecked today, bro. It's okay. Lick your wounds, take a nap, come back.
Look, I didn't mean to yell at you, bro, but you're being dense. Like, you guys come in here with a gotcha, and you have no plan B. So you just dig in.
Gotcha.
You're digging to be. Dude.
Not anymore.
Globe busted.
Look, you're like, hey, man, Gauss's theorem of Grudgium says, hey, dude, you can't project a sphere without distortion onto a flat surface. Yeah, we know that.
Yes.
You're not informing us. We know that, but that's not how it's being done. That is a second order processing. Okay, it's a second order reduction. They're going celestial sphere, ground measurements, projected onto Albright ellipsoid. Then that referent Albright ellipsoid is then being projected onto a flat surface with rays, right? So they're going curved lines. They're going curved line mapping function filtered through the Albright. No, it's not, dude. You have perfect sphere.
You didn't even hear me finish. You didn't even finish.
You said it's the same. It's not the same.
Isomorphism, you can represent that as one isomorphism.
Oh my God, dude! You're not getting it. There's the celestial sphere, which is a perfect sphere. Then you have the Albright ellipse. You have the geoid, which is filtering the projection onto the reference ellipsoid, which is not a sphere, which is, I don't even know what you call it, ovoid spheroid, right? So then they're taking that and they're making a projection from that. It's a series of steps. It's not globe to projection. You understand?
Do you realize that a series of steps can be represented as one step? Isomorphisms that go into each other when you map F to G to H can be represented as one isomorphism from F to H.
Dude, no. Listen.
Yes,
the geoid. Look. Your normals are changing because the geoid is an hold on, dude. Let me finish. The normals of the surface are changing because the geoid is an undulating surface. It's not continuous.
I feel like you said
is an undulating surface a continuous curve?
Mechanics.
It is an undulating surface a continuous curve. That's why I said lumpy gravity. It's an undulating surface. And I'm not talking about the topography. I'm talking about the direction of the normal. So doesn't the direction of the normal determine whether the surface is continuous or not?
The direction of the normal? No, not at all.
Oh, so you can have converging normals and then the fucking it's converging and then diverging normals in two different two adjacent segments, and then it's still continuous.
Actually mathematically terms, but sometimes you're just completely off. I really want to know, have you taken?
Yeah, so now you're talking about me instead of actually refuting what I said. That's crazy.
He wants to know if he's taking classes now, India. Now we're down to who's taking what kind of classes. Dude, you really want to get into classes? Dude, you really want to talk about classes?
Yeah, can you tell me about the coastline problem?
Yeah, the coastline problem. What do you want to know about it?
Does that apply? Does the coastline problem apply to undulating surfaces?
I don't know what an undulating surface is.
Meaning it's like a coastline. It's going back and forth.
Well, actually, it's impossible because we have in quantum mechanics we have something that's called h, little h.
Shut up, dude. Just shut up. Go to bed.
Oh, got little h, so that means now Earth is a globe. Dude, you are tired.
He just really wants to talk about quantum mechanics. I think he don't even want to talk about this topic.
Yeah, well, good luck because he's not going to be able to get away with it.
Dude, he was saying
the other one is.
He was like that chick one day at band camp. After fucking every goddamn line. So I'm going to unmute Kasari here. Yeah, because he wants to step up to Mark. Bro, go to bed. We're not talking about quantum mechanics. We're done with that shit. Go find out. An undulating surface is a surface that goes back and forth. The geoid, which is supposed to see the equipotential surface of gravity, that filters all the rays and curves them after the fact. So the coordinate system ends up being displaced in all sorts of different directions, but you can actually measure the difference between the undulating surface because the distance increases depending as the unit of measure gets smaller, which you should know. So it isn't working the way you think it's working, is what I said way back when, almost fucking 45 minutes ago. You come in here with your mind thinking the globe Earth works like X, but that's not how it works. That's why if you look up the first books printed on geodesy, there's 1,600 fucking pages of mathematics. So anybody want to talk to Kajir here? Who had a bunch of social commentary?
You mean KGB?
Oh, yeah. Is that his name?
Yeah, KGB. KGB. Kagebe. That's his name, Kagebe.
Russian Bear, KGB. He's being a douche.
Hold on, where's these mathematicians that you were talking about, Sheepdog?
Yeah, where
they
are
were
they?
Supposed to show up tonight.
Live streaming and all.
I know.
That's the only reason I even came in here. That's
so
false
sorry,
advertising, man. I want my money back.
Hey, that was on, what was his name? Hold on. Who was it? Oh, that's on T-Dub.
This dude had me crashing out, man. Fucking Europeans, man. They fucking drive me crazy.
Okay.
Dude, he was doing it to me. I spoke to him for hours before you, and yeah, he started off with the same thing. Crazy.
What am I getting blamed for?
Yeah, it's like he won't take yes for an answer. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, he started off by asking what would happen if you kept walking in a straight line. I said, no one's ever done that. All right, I said you'd hit the ocean. He's like, kept saying, oh, you're just avoiding my question. You're just avoiding my question. And then I answered his question, and I gave him, the answer, and he just kept saying, you're avoiding my question. And
glad it was
one thing.
Me.
Yeah,
well, he was like,
felt bad.
He was doing it for everything. He was doing the same thing.
He was like, well, hypothetically, what would happen if you walked in a straight line? It's like, I have no idea, man.
Yeah.
You can walk on water, bro.
But he conceded to the John D observation measurement.
Oh, yeah, he did. Well, what
Great questions, John D. Didn't he? Or did I leave?
Then he questioned the credibility of the person and their ability to make measurements.
Yeah, he was saying that he has, pictures. NASA has pictures, right? So he can counter that by looking at the NASA pictures. And then I explained to him that we can't go and validate the NASA pictures, but you can go and validate the long distance observations. And yeah, he conceded. He did concede to that, but he quickly took it to a different place, right? And didn't want to talk about observations anymore.
T-Dub, where's the mathematicians, T-Dub?
Oh, they told me 5 hours, and that was probably
6 hours ago.
3 hours ago. Was it? No, it wasn't that long. Was
it's 2 o'clock on my time. It's 8 o'clock now.
Hang on, I've got the.
What do you want to talk to KG?
Screenshot.
Yeah, unmute him. Let's see what he's got.
Mathematician. He's just a troll, but I'll fuck with him for a minute. So KGB, you're unmuted.
No, I'm sorry. Were you expecting?
Yeah, you said mathematician.
Yeah, KGB. You claimed what you said about me. Yeah, I claim the sun floats above the earth and moves. Listen, I go outside, the sun is above me, and it moves. It's my claim. Yeah, I see it above me, and it moves. Debunk me.
Fair enough. I guess you can't see bacteria and viruses. Do they exist?
I don't know. We're not talking about that.
What does that got to do with the sun?
Okay. There's no reason.
What does him seeing something have to do with not seeing something? How do you make that connection? Are you mentally ill?
Well, if you base all your observations on observations alone with just your eyes, then therefore, bacteria and viruses shouldn't exist.
What should we base them on then?
Talking about bacteria.
Hold on. I want to get to the bottom of this. What should we base them on then? If we're not basing it upon observation, what should we use?
Here's a suggestion. Maybe, I don't know, for the last 500 years of all science and
so sociology
revolves. I'm still talking.
Sociology is what we should use. We should run around and. So we should use sociology. That's what we should use to determine truth. We'll just run around and ask everybody else.
Well,
hey,
what's everybody saying? Maybe if you let me finish what I was going to say.
Well, because your answers are canned and they're really easy to figure out.
I was talking about sociology, but actually,
it is sociology.
500 years of evidential empirical evidence proving that the world is actually a spheroid, obloid, actually.
Okay. You just said observation is not to be used. What are you talking about? That's what empirical evidence is.
That's not what I said.
You said you think you just relying on observation. What do you? And then you said we shouldn't be doing that.
You're right.
I said, what should we use? And then you said thousands of years of observation. That's empirical evidence, which is observation.
Okay, maybe you have an issue with hearing or something.
No, I don't have an issue with hearing. You have an issue with double speaking.
Here, I'll be specific. I said that you can't just base your claims on observation using your eyes alone, because if that were true, here, I'll explain. Because if that were true, and if you just based all your observations on just your eyes, then therefore things like bacteria and viruses wouldn't exist in your worldview, correct?
No.
How
You can
so?
see bacteria under a microscope.
Why? I tell people that all the time.
You can see
Wonderful.
bacteria under a microscope. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Wonderful.
That's how they knew it was
What
there.
do they do astronomy with?
Okay. All right. Awesome. So you
those
used
pictures
a
from
tool.
space. Those pictures you think are from space? What are you using to look at those globes? Your eyes?
So you use the tool microscope to see, to prove that the bacteria viruses exist, right? Awesome. So
I can see
what's the
Saturn
problem
and
with all these
Jupiter
people
without a
using telescopes to prove the celestial objects and the fact that the moon is not just a circle in the sky and it's actually a sphere? So if the moon
How
is a
did they
sphere,
prove
why
that?
isn't Earth a sphere?
Hold on. How did a telescope prove the Earth is a sphere? Can you tell us how?
Is the moon a sphere or not?
No. Answer my question. How did a telescope prove the moon was a sphere?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere, right?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere. Did they use their eyes?
When you use a telescope and observe through the telescope and look at the moon, it is a sphere, is it not?
How do you know that? How do you know you just don't have pareidolia?
Is it not a sphere, yes or no?
You can't tell.
Yes, you can. You can see the shadow around the moon. You can see the surface of the moon. You can
that's
see
an inference, though. That's not seeing it as a sphere.
You can obviously see that the object is a spheroid.
No, it's not obvious. You're just saying it's obvious.
All right, then. Okay, fine. It's a circle.
There's some things that are not obvious. Here's the things that are not obvious about why it's not a sphere, right? It's evenly lit. It does not have a specular reflection. You always see the same side of it, so it's not rotating. So there's some things that indicate it's not a sphere. So what about those?
Okay, well, it's certainly not flat, is it?
Okay, so no, it could be.
It could be?
Well, you see the same side all the time, right?
All right, so if it could be, then why do eclipses happen?
Why are you asking me a fucking question?
Because it doesn't follow what you're saying.
No, you said, hey, here's some examples of why we think it's a sphere. I gave you counter examples, and you ignore them.
But there are eclipses.
Here's the counter. So what? And?
So eclipse absolutely proves that it's a spheroid.
How?
What do you mean how? The way the moon moves, when the moon aligns with the sun, you can obviously see that parts of the moon get shadowed out.
When the moon aligns with the sun, like a solar eclipse?
Yes, an eclipse, yes.
A solar eclipse. I said an eclipse. Did you see the moon during a solar eclipse? So, yes, a solar eclipse. I'm just trying to make sure you're talking about solar eclipse.
Yeah,
why are you talking to me all the time? Okay, so really simple. You fuck yourself up because you can't see the moon during a solar eclipse.
Dummy. Yes, you can. You can
no human has ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse ever in the history of man.
Well, you failed, KGB. What caused the eclipse then?
Who cares? But no one's seen the moon.
What do you mean, who cares? That's not good enough.
Look, you said that you can tell the moon is a sphere because of a solar eclipse. Well, no one's ever seen the moon during the solar eclipse. You can't see the moon because solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Sorry, lunar eclipse to be specific.
Oh, that's why. Oh, now it's lunar eclipse. So how do you tell the moon? The lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
We're talking about the moon. We're talking about the moon, right?
Yeah, so the lunar eclipse falsifies. Yeah, that's great. Lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
And no, it proves that the moon is a sphere.
No, it actually falsifies it because if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a fucking sphere and it would project, right? It's a circle onto a flat surface, not a curved surface. Because curved surfaces, it would distort with the curve the same way that like the railing of next to stairs, when the sun casts its shadow, that shadow looks zigzagged, right? Because it conforms to the surface. So if the shadow of the Earth being a circle conformed to the surface of the moon, which would be curved, it wouldn't form a circle. It would form some other shape.
Does the light and the shadow or the shadow gradient around the moon?
Notice how you're not actually addressing what's being said to you?
Well, I'm addressing you're completely denying that the moon is a sphere, so therefore I have to provide
no. We're going over the evidence. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, the evidence, right? And the evidence proves otherwise that the moon is a sphere.
Proves
because the shadow.
Then how do you explain? Then how do you explain the things I said that are not sphere-like?
What are you?
No specular reflection like all spheres have, and you always see the same side.
That is incorrect. You can see the lighting and the shadowing on one side of the moon and the other side of the moon.
Do you always see the same face of the moon, dude?
And you can obviously tell that it's a
Do you always see the same face of the moon?
Based off of how the light works around the
No, that is an inference based upon how the light works. You're confusing the description with the explanation as usual.
Oh, it's an inference. Okay. So what shape is the moon?
You said prove, though. You said prove.
Hey, what shape is the moon according to you?
Who cares? I don't care.
No, that's not acceptable.
No, you said it's proven that the moon is a sphere, and that you could tell the moon was a sphere from a telescope.
Yeah, absolutely.
That fucking exploded in your motherfucking face.
You're so very aggressive.
Yeah, that exploded in your face, okay? You can't tell the moon is a sphere from a telescope. You know why? Because there's no parallax. And without parallax, that's the only way to determine whether an object is actually 3D or not. But because they say it's so far away, there's no lunar parallax, and you can't tell.
Yeah, but we're not doing 3D now, and the term parallax does not.
Well, a sphere is a 3D object, right?
No, you're talking absolute nonsense. Parallax is
what did I say that was nonsense?
That's a 3D term. We're not talking in 3D terms now. We're talking about in telescope. When you look through the telescope, you can see the shadow and the light on one side of the moon and shadow on the other
How
side.
do you know it's how do you know it's a shadow?
That's a stupid question.
No,
it's not.
How do you know it's a
That's
shadow?
not claiming it's a shadow. How do you know it's a shadow?
So Earth,
What do you mean? How do I know it's a shadow? What does that mean? How do I know it's a shadow?
How do you know?
One side. There's light on one side because the sun is there, and the other side is darker because there's a shadow.
Brother. So this is where the ignorance comes out again. So when you go to the movie theater and you look at the movie screen, and you see black on the movie screen, are they projecting black light?
No, we're going to go back to the moon.
No, this is irrelevant, dude. This is relevant. It shows in how you look, bro. The term is relevant because it shows you how we see darkness. Okay? Does a projector project black light?
No, there's no light there. That's why it's dark.
No, there is light there. There's just less light.
What does this have to do with the moon? How does this follow?
Because just because you see less light doesn't mean it's a shadow.
So what's the dark area on the moon then? What is that?
I don't know, and neither do you.
Oh, so it's unicorn magic pixie dust.
No, it doesn't. That's not the other choice, right? The choice is I don't know and can actually never know.
Okay, well I know that's a shadow because there's not enough light there. Yes, I do.
But I asked you how. Here's the funny thing. You're saying now that you know it's a shut the fuck up, dude. You just said you know. I asked you how you know. You couldn't tell me, but you're just repeating that you do know again. How do you know it's a shadow?
Because the sun is
What was the evaluation?
Hypothetically speaking, the sun's on the right side. There's going to be light on the right side.
That's wrong too. That's wrong too.
And on the left side of the moon,
that is incorrect.
Shadowy.
That's incorrect, dude.
Why is that
well known that the sun is not always perpendicular to the fucking Terminator line. It's well known.
Right.
You want me to post from Do you want me to post from Oxford?
Do you have a ball in your room? Do you have a ball in your room?
Dude. Okay.
Do you have a ball in your room?
Yeah, we're talking about the moon. We're not talking about a ball.
Okay. How about you take this ball in your hand, you put it next to a light bulb, okay?
That wouldn't work either, dude.
Yeah.
The only way to simulate moon phases with a light is with an array. You don't know what you're talking about.
One side is lit and the other side is darker because there's no light on the other side.
Yeah, but it won't look like the moon looks.
Says who? You?
It says people try to make little simulated fucking models of moon phases to sell to people, and they can't do it with a single light.
What?
To sell to people like you, morons.
Me, morons.
You know how people like little models, like scale models of the solar system? Well, people want to sell little moon phase models to sell to people. And they can't use a single light source to make it look like the moon. They can only do it with an array of lights. Do you want me to show it to you?
All right, Professor. I know it all. So please tell me what shape's the moon.
A circle.
Okay, then is our Earth also a circle?
No, the moon and the Earth are not the same thing. They're not similar, and there's no similarities.
Why?
Because we don't observe any. That's why.
Why would they be the same thing?
Why not? Do you have evidence that?
Because there's no similarities, dude.
Says who? What? How? Why?
Says observation of reality.
Grab your telescope, look at your moon again.
Did you observe?
Tell us all how you like freezer on there.
Hold up. Wait. Aren't you the same person earlier that said that you cannot fly up really high up Earth and you can't observe Earth because space doesn't exist? So how the fuck do you know that the observation of Earth?
You can't get far enough away.
How are you stating this so confidently?
KHB, just listen for 5 seconds.
Can't.
Telescope.
Thank you. You don't have to you don't have to talking to the gentleman here.
Okay, it's fine. What's that got to do with anything?
Well,
is flying up? Is flying?
Here,
so you think that I can go to a magic place? That's where I'll find the similarities. That I can't, like on Earth. Even though I don't see any similarities between the moon and the Earth, I can't use those. I have to imagine I can go to a place where there would be similarities.
All right, so it's all an implication.
Yeah, notice how you don't address what was said. That's great. So I have to go to a place and imagine I can go to a place where I'll observe a similarity.
All right, let's take a step back for a second.
Yeah, let's take a step back. We're not going in imagination land. We're going with what we can actually do right now.
Right.
What we can do right now is observe the Earth and look at the moon and go, nothing. Why are you over talking me constantly, dude? We can observe the Earth and we can observe the moon, and there's not a single fucking thing you can say that looks similar. Not a single thing. There's no reason to think they're similar.
Okay, so since you claim that the moon is a circle? All right.
That's what I see.
You confidently...
I'm not claiming it. That's what it looks like. Does it look like a circle?
You confidently claim that our Earth is, assuming you claim that the Earth is a circle.
Why does this...
No, the Earth has nothing to do with the fucking moon, retard.
All right, so what shape is the Earth then?
Doesn't have a form like that. It's not bounded, dude. No, it's not inside of something.
So what? It's just...
What's the universe inside of?
It's in the Matrix or what?
What's the universe inside of?
No, you tell me. You're the professor.
You tell me, because you think that somehow the Earth has to be bounded inside of something where it has edges.
I never claimed the universe.
You asked me, where's the edge, dude?
I asked regarding longitude and latitude. How far?
Latitude and longitude are the stars, dude. Yeah, you're never going to address it. You want to bring up latitude and longitude, you don't know anything about it.
Is the moon flat?
I don't know.
Does the moon float?
Same question over and over.
Why would it matter if the moon's flat?
It's a circle.
Well, because the other flat earther, the other guy, excuse me, I have to be respectful, right? The other gentleman claimed that the sun was floating above Earth.
No, he didn't.
Across Earth. Yes, he did.
Earth, and it moves.
Yes, he did.
It's me and my
going by some buoyancy thing. You're being a disingenuous, dude.
No, sir, I'm being honest. Professor, whatever his name is.
I told you.
No, he's not being honest. He's doing a spine.
But the sun moved across the flat Earth.
Let's move across.
And that it floated above the Earth. So therefore,
that's all I can tell.
How does the moon work? How does the moon work in that
same way?
Look, what do you see the sun do?
So a circular moon, I'm assuming flat moon, is also floating above Earth.
Oh my!
It's not floating, dude.
It's not rolling on the ground. Is it? Do you see it rolling on the ground?
Look, if you're not going to be serious, you just go on mute. Okay? Keep being a douche nozzle and straw manning what we're saying. You just stay on mute. So the reason you're straw manning is because you actually have no arguments or counter arguments. You're still at fucking... I looked through the telescope and I can tell the moon was a sphere. That fucking bricked you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're laughing at yourself because you created that straw man yourself.
Dude, you tried this laughing shit before. Remember when I called you on it? You tried this laughing stuff before?
Oh, Cope. This is
this is really bad.
I'm gonna be real. You kind of sound stupid.
He was hyperventilating.
But the thing is, one guy tells me that the moon is.
What do you see? What do you see the sun doing?
This is just narrative painting bullshit, bro. This is like now you'll talk about us and how dumb we are, and et cetera, because you actually have no arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't. And you're laughing at the straw. You're laughing at yourself. You created a straw man, tried to say we said that, and now you're laughing at it. That's hilarious.
But I look, man, look. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very
None of
much,
these
Dr.
gimmicks
J.
work in here. Go in one of the other chats for your bullshit, dude. Like seriously, none of these immature little gimmicks work here.
Serious question. Does the moon float?
Do you see the moon go across the sky?
Does the moon float above Earth?
Do you see the moon above Earth?
Define float. Define
Yes,
float. What is float? Define float for us, will you?
So what I think the gentleman
define
over there
float.
implied. Float? Well, like he posted a GIF and the sun appeared to be moving.
No, define float as what you're laughing at. What's so funny? How are you defining float? What does float mean?
Like float, bro. It floats above Earth.
Yeah, define it. Define it.
Yeah, define it. Don't describe it.
Suspended in midair.
Suspended?
Above Earth.
That's what float means?
Well, I guess that's what the GIF
But we can see it moving. It can't be suspended.
So if I threw a turd like you in water and you floated, you'd be suspended?
Like in orbit, I think. He thinks it's in orbit. Floating.
Well, I mean, he used the word float, so ask him to define. I don't know. He said float.
You said it.
But he said that the sun floats above Earth.
And what do you think that means?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor.
No, you're the one laughing. You must think it means something for it to be comedic.
It means that it's not rolling on the ground. It's above us.
Yeah. It's floating, like suspended in air.
So that's not what float do during the day. What does the sun do during the day? Does the sun move or no?
Sure.
Wow, you were cackling like an asshole, and you know the sun moves, and now you're laughing because you figured out the sun moves. Congratulations!
But you said that the sun moves and floats above Earth like it moves on the Earth.
What do you think it does? How would you describe it?
You see it moving.
Like
how
for
would
example,
you describe the motion of the sun descriptively?
Right. Like in the GIF, it appeared to like.
How would you
describe? Wait, I'm trying to fucking answer your question. So it's like the bowling ball. You know when you throw a bowling ball and it starts rolling, right?
What the fuck? No, you're not answering the question. That's not an answer. How would you describe observing the sun move across the sky?
How would I describe it? Well, you wouldn't like how I would describe it because it's on a spherical model.
No, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for a description. See, Professor Triangle gave you a description. When you asked what's the moon look like, I said a circle. That's a description. You're confusing descriptions with explanations, as in the difference between what is and how and why. Those are two different questions, right? So
Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Dude, leave your girlfriend alone, dude. Stop. Dude.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's relax.
If you were just going to describe to someone that's never seen the sun what it looks like, you're just going to describe exactly what it looks like to your eyes. You're going to. How would you describe it to? How would you describe it to them?
If the sun is moving across the sky, floats across the floor.
That is not a fucking description, dude. Are you dumb?
Relax. That's what the other guy said.
I want to know what you say. How would you describe it?
Walk outside. You're looking at the sun. What does it look like it's doing?
Well, the sun obviously rises from the east, from the horizon, and moves across the sky in a well, to our perspective, it looks like it goes across the sky in a spherical motion. Well, to some degree,
spherical motion.
and then it sets down to the east.
Oh, so the sun moves. Wow. Now,
can you draw? Hold on, I want him to draw a spherical motion. Can you draw a spherical motion in the fucking chat, dude?
Sure. It's when you take your arm, and then you move your arm across.
I want to cackle like an asshole. Please,
I'm answering your question. I was asked a question, right? So
I asked you to draw it.
From the right side, you extend your arm fully, where you imagine the horizon is, and then you rise your arm across, and then all the way
imagine the horizon is
to the other side, which is the west.
He thinks making an arc is a sphere.
That's a sphere?
Yeah, that's a sphere. Making an arc motion with your hand.
But
you pointed. Let's say you're at the equator. You pointed at east on the sunrise on the equinox, and then you raised your hand over your head, and then brought it back down the horizontal, and that's a sphere.
Sure. But I have a different question. Wait, I have a different question.
Changing everything.
So this is the problem. You can't even honestly and accurately describe reality.
Okay, yeah, I'm a retard and all that, but
well,
just
I mean,
right?
No, you're not. You're stubborn.
Hold up. Wait,
if the moon describe what you see, dude, and you're defensive.
Hold up. If the moon is a circle,
he said the sun sets in the east as well. You just can't let that go.
Oh shit! Yeah, he probably doesn't know anything, man.
East to west. Yeah, I don't know what you heard, but sure. So if the moon is a circle, right? How does it move across the Earth? Do you get to see
the other side? Is this a flat Earth server?
Oh my god!
The same way the sun moves, except for it doesn't do it as fast.
Right.
So the moon just faces you at all times. It just decides to face you, or.
Well, it's so far away.
Dude,
is there like a magic force?
This is your problem. You said it was a sphere. Why don't we see it on the sphere?
Does the moon magic? There's a magic force.
Why don't we see the sides of the sphere? Why
is this 24/7?
You problem. You don't understand that you're fucking literally debunking the shit you said earlier.
Really?
Why don't we see this? If the moon's a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
I don't know, because you claimed it's a circle, so I'm assuming.
No, if the moon is a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
Yeah, if it moves across the flat surface of the Earth, and it's a disc, so therefore we should be able to see the other side.
No one said it's a disc. Who said no one said it's a disc?
Who said it's a circle, right? So it's a 2D plane, so therefore it should be a disc.
Like, bro, you're dense, dude. Looks like a circle. So really simple. Things can look like something and be something else. For instance, railroad tracks are parallel, but they look like shut up. But they look like they converge.
So you have to burp too.
So they look like they converge. They're not actually converging. They look like that. If you draw a parabola that went all the way to the horizon when you were at the arc of the curve, that would look like an ellipse. Okay, so things look different because we see in a projected world, right? The 3D world is projected onto our little retinas. And that makes a 2D image. I said it looks like a circle. I didn't say is a circle.
So moon looks like a circle. But what
looks like?
What is it?
Purely descriptive.
What is it though?
How would I tell by looking at it? Flat Earth? Yes. Go to the ocean. There you go.
If you're
so what's the moon then? What shape
you should know how the moon works.
What does the moon got to do with a flat Earth?
What? Because I want to know what shape is this object in the sky that I keep seeing?
Well, I already told you. It looks like a fucking circle.
So it looks like a circle,
repeat,
but what shape is it?
Ask, ignore, repeat. Why are you doing it?
It's a circle, right? So it's a circle. So it's a disc.
Let's get this out now.
No, not
logically linked for us. What you witnessed, the moon, whatever you believe it is, logically link that now. Shape of the ground. Circle.
Matrix, you're breaking up.
Not again.
Yeah, it's skipping.
It sounds like you're in the garage and your computer's in somebody else's house.
I know why he keeps asking. He wants to equate the things in the sky to the ground because the things in the sky look like a circle or a sphere.
It's terrible logic.
Well, I mean, can you explain to me why is it things in the sky look like spherical?
I don't know. Why would our Earth not look like my floor, dumbass?
That's what happens when things are in the sky. That's what they look like after a while. How's that for an
How are you in
explanation?
the military and you're a flat earther? That just doesn't add up. How does that work?
How?
He just outed
Military
himself for
grid
being a
maps are flat,
dumbass.
dummy.
Yeah,
Wait,
how does
really,
the-
do
so what does the
you work with
military have to do with
rockets
the
and
globe?
missiles? Do you
Yep, they
work with
require flat
rockets
Earth.
and
They
artillery?
require flat Earth. They require a flat Earth.
Hold on, dude. Do you think that to fire artillery accurately, you need to account for the curvature of the Earth, or Coriolis?
No, because artillery just goes no more than 30 kilometers, which isn't enough to make this, assumption
you gotta tell me to press Titan because he thinks the fuel goes far enough.
Still talking here.
Yeah, because you're contradicting your own belief system.
30 kilometers is not merely enough to make any kind of assumption.
But you never even
That's not what
fired
the
a gun.
physicists say.
He's just wrong.
Not
and he
what the
doesn't know what he's
physicists
talking
say,
about.
brother. Yeah, Ranger, you talk to him. Maybe you can talk sense into him. I doubt it.
No, no, I'm gonna be in a bad mood.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Because you're full of shit, dude, and we all see it.
Ladies, man, do you have any other questions or things that you're puzzled about? I was just curious if you had any other questions or things that you're curious about you'd like to discuss.
I kind of just came here listening to y'all talk, and no one's really talking, so
Yep. Well, a lot of times the new people kind of drive the conversation. I'm not putting the pressure on you or anything like that. It's just if people want to discuss the topic, it helps move things along.
Sure. I'll discuss the topic, I guess. What do you have for me to? Or is it like you come with the questions, I'm meant to answer them, or I'm coming with the questions and you're meant to answer them? Or is it?
I mean, it can go either way. Typically what we are looking for is something we can point to, like a measurement of Earth curvature that would lend some credence to the whole story. Do you know anybody that might have that?
Have what? Oh, like measurements of Earth curvature?
Yeah.
It's an interesting question. I can't name off the top of my head, but also on the top of my head, I don't know anyone that's a flat earther besides Discord usernames, so
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's what we're after. If anybody's actually measured this place, to see if it's curving. Because I have some friends that are surveyors, and they all measure it flat. My brother-in-law, he's a mechanical and civil engineer, so he does surveys of rivers, and their elevation profile, where they start in the mountains and end up, in the oceans, and he measures it flat. So, no, not at all. He drinks the Kool-Aid just like everybody else, but it is interesting that even he confesses, along with my surveyor friends, that we always measure the Earth, or the distances, or the areas that we survey is always according to a horizontal datum. And so they take that data and they plot it, and they have an elevation profile that is completely horizontal at its base, at its destination. We'll call that sea level. But everything, the fall rate, or the descent, the elevation of the rivers, and the topography of the Earth is always flat. You could say, well, okay, so they measure areas flat, but maybe the whole Earth is still curved. Well, okay, well, where is that? If we're measuring it flat but it's curved, where's the curved bit? It's kind of a problem.
I see. Interesting. Maybe I'll become a civil engineer, see for myself, see what I see. Maybe I'll be an astronaut. Doubt that, but I can try. I only live once, you know.
Astronaut. Okay, so you're gonna navigate the stars.
I don't think they navigate stars. You know, that's a little far.
Well, that's what the term astronaut basically means. Nautical, right? Star, nautical.
Just like
astronaut.
I know, but it's like they don't actually navigate. I mean, I guess they could use the stars, but it's like the Apollo program. Apollo, like the Roman god, I believe, like that he didn't have anything to do with it. They just named it after him.
Sure. So, since no one's navigating any stars, you know, this idea of going to, let's say, outer space, this extremely vacuous region. We had a guy in here just a second ago talking about gas laws, right? There's a reason if there is some kind of vacuous region well beyond the surface of the Earth, why the gas isn't filling that available volume. Because there is no gravity to keep the gas here. So it should be filling the space to, you know, come to an equilibrium state.
Didn't we like this already? Like,
sorry, say again?
Yeah. Didn't we like talk about the gas already with like gravity and stuff? And then then the other guy explained the fabric model, and then I added on to that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, those are great stories. They don't hold any bearing in reality. There is no fabric. There is no mass attracting mass. It's just, these are just ideas. Just conjurings of someone's imagination.
So I'd ask. I mean, I'm guessing like I want to ask like. I mean, I think I already know the answer. Like the obvious questions. Like, is the most common question you guys get, why would they lie?
It's one of the more common questions. Yes.
Fair, but to categorize it as a question is being too charitable. It's actually a Coke.
Ladies, man, get a better mic. I don't have much money.
You don't sound too bad.
It's just the volume. It's hard to hear on the YouTube stream, apparently. Maybe if you could talk just a little bit louder.
Yeah, I can talk loud.
That's better, man. That's good.
All right. So you guys said why would they lie is like the most common question.
No, it's one of the more common questions. I mean, there's many, but it's up there. Yeah, it's usually where when people ask that, they have already accepted, sort of in their mind, that what we are saying is observable reality, is their experience. So they've already come up with in their mind, well, then somebody actually has to be lying. So they're asking us why we think other people would be lying, and we actually can't answer that question. I don't know what people's motivations truly are, but usually when they ask that question, they have a suspicion that someone has lied to them.
I see. Yeah. How about? I think another common question would probably be that you guys might get is, why is the Earth the only planet that's flat while all the other ones are spheres? Well, I know you guys know that's like not true. I'm just saying like.
Well, it's got a baked-in assumption, right? Yeah. So when they say other planets, they're still envisioning some kind of quote-unquote solar system where there are these, you know, gas giants and big balls of dust just kind of hurling through the vacuous region of space around a plate Earth and the sun. You know, like they're all going around the sun, but somehow the Earth is a plate in the middle of all that, or a disk. It's a bad assumption because all of that is predicated on the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah. Is there? Right. I guess another question: do the people? Or actually, I don't think you guys would know. I think I already know the answer to that. I don't know what other questions I could ask.
Well, you could take a review. Take a review of the questions you just asked.
Take a review. Why would they lie? Like that?
Yeah. So that just think about those questions that you just asked. They're actually questions that have to do with agency. They don't actually have to do with the material facts, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you go to a house and you see that it has ugly wallpaper, you might ask yourself, whoa, my goodness, why did they choose this wallpaper? Why? Okay, that's a question that could never be answered, especially if the people who did it are dead. You never know the answer to the why. Now, you do know they did it. You do know that the wallpaper is the wallpaper. You do know that they bought it at, Home Depot or whatever. You can know all the material facts, but the why question is irrelevant to any of those facts.
Yeah. I mean,
so for example, check this assumption that's baked into the why would Earth be the only flat planet. One of the big assumptions that they have is a creation story about how everything came into being in the past. And they assume that everything came into being by naturalistic processes. And so there's no specific agency between any of the structures we observe in the cosmos, which they include the Earth as one of. Now that's interesting. That means they're having a presuppositional metaphysical bias before they even ask the question. So, for example, if the Earth was designed by an intelligent agent, regardless of who it was, it could be an alien, it could be Cthulhu, it could be a god of take your pick of any religion, right? Then the why is because that entity wished it so. He designed it, he made it, he picked the ugly wallpaper. I'm sorry, I don't know, I can't tell you his motives.
All right. How about I don't know. The biggest thing I've always wanted to do is just see with my own eyes for myself to truly at least for me to know. Let's say I try. If I become an astronaut and they say you're gonna have to fake it, I'm instantly telling everyone. But I can't be the only person.
You think it's that easy? You think it's that easy, brother?
No, it's not. I know that, but that's why I put "if" in the beginning of that sentence.
No. You're missing it, brother. It's not about if you become an astronaut. It's about if they allow you to be an astronaut. You see the difference?
If they allow you. Well,
yeah. So, for example, nobody's allowed. Check this out, brother. Nobody's allowed into the elite club without being vetted and insured against. If you know what I mean by that. So, for example, they're not going to let you be an astronaut when they've got nothing to hold over you. They're not going to let you into the high ranks of the CIA when they got nothing to hold over you. It's not how it works. You don't get into those positions unless they have leverage against you.
Blackmail?
Yeah, or credible threat. For example, you may not know this, dude, but one of the so-called astronauts, before they went to the moon, said, "Hey, we can't go to the moon, and hey, we can't communicate because the technology we have doesn't even work on Earth. So how do we expect it to work in space?" And he said, "The stuff we have." Dude, I'm talking about Gus Grissom, who, for all intents and purposes, was assassinated. He was assassinated because he was against the program. And there's evidence that his wife has and other people had that they witnessed with their own eyes that he was planned against and killed. Right? And now, interestingly enough, the other astronauts, guess what? One of their moms died in nefarious circumstances.
About Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah, apparently she committed suicide because she was so nervous about her son being famous. Now, you put everything together, dude, and you think about all the clandestine nature of everything, it's obvious to anybody with 2 cents in their brain that they killed her. Now, can I conclusively prove that? No. Is it highly probable? Yes. But the point I'm trying to tell you is it's not simply the case that you arrive at this elite position of power where you know things that nobody else knows, and then you're just free to speak without consequences. And those consequences, if you're a man of any integrity, they're going to be a hard burden to bear. It's like, listen, we're going to kill your whole family, and we're going to peel your kid alive and make you watch. What are you going to do about that? I mean, think about it. You'd have to get a whole army on your side before you pull the trigger on telling the truth, wouldn't you? And then you'd have to have your family safe from all the organizations and all, you know, just the list goes on and on. It's not as simple. But even then, it's like, who's going to believe you? Think about it that way. Like, what credibility do you have? Even if you have photographic evidence, they're just going to discount your photographic evidence.
You guys believe me?
Well, if you went up high and you said, I saw the earth that's flat, and you came back down, you'd just be saying the same thing that actual astronauts have said. Actual astronauts, people who went up high, have actually said that the earth looks flat from their position. Already. So you'd be doing nothing new.
All right.
So, ladies and men, can I safely assume, and you can tell me, that you believe you do already live on a sphere, Earth?
Okay, I want to say like the truth of that question, which is yes. I'm afraid I'm just gonna get like into another debate with you guys, which I know is not gonna end well with me.
No, this is tying into the question that you, or maybe it wasn't a question, but just the statement that you made. Until I get to a certain height and see it for myself, I'm probably not going to believe it. Was that kind of what you were saying?
No, I'm just saying I don't know for sure, and like you guys probably aren't gonna convince me that the whole shape of the Earth, like it's a big thing, you know. It's not just like picking Skittles or M&Ms. Like,
well, I understand that, but you know, once again, nobody here claimed any shape. We're just talking about the surface that we dwell atop. So, and I'm not trying to take a shot at you, but you have already kind of accepted a paradigm with zero firsthand knowledge of that paradigm. So you believe that you live on a sphere Earth that is hurling through an ever-expanding vacuum, with none of that being part of your actual experience. In fact, your firsthand experience, and this is not me gaslighting you, I know that this is all of our experience, is that you experience the Earth as a stationary, level surface where there's up and down, and you breathe air, and so all of the things that you experience are of a stationary, planar, enclosed Earth.
Yeah.
That's your firsthand experience, and yet you believe something almost completely contrary to that.
Well, I don't know. I think I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm just wondering, how did this come to? Like, people didn't say the Earth was a sphere for no reason, just to say it. How like this came to us as a species for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's going to be a question about agency. Why did they do it? Well, that doesn't change the material fact, just like AI was telling you. So the experience and the empirical evidence that we have points to and affirms a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. What people's motivations are for telling you that it's something completely different, I cannot tell you that. I could speculate, and I'd probably be pretty close about their motivations. But, you know, I'm not here to convince you about where you live. That's not my job. My job, or at least it's not really a job, right? My passion or my goal is for people to just consider their actual experience and how the Earth is measured, and then they're going to have to be able to do whatever they can or what they want with that. You know, you make your own decisions, but obviously you realize there is sort of a decision process going on here. You're presented with two different paradigms. One of them is experienced, one of them is imagined, and most people choose the imaginary one.
I mean, even if I become a flat earther, let's say by some chance I do, like, I can't tell anyone really.
Why not? I mean, I understand. Listen, I understand what you're saying. People reject people who leave the flock or believe something different than the herd, right? So there's a problem where people go, well, if I live by this particular paradigm, which is not the norm, then I'm going to maybe be ostracized or looked at differently, and it's much safer within the herd, right?
Well, listen, we got a problem here. Let's go back to one of your earlier statements, friend. You said, I don't know any flat earthers except Discord. Now, that's not a true statement. You don't know that any people that you know are flat earthers or not. That's the actual truth. You couldn't tell me out of the 17 people, let's just say you know 17 people, you couldn't tell me for sure that they're not flat earthers for the very same reason that you just said. Well, if the earth was flat, I couldn't tell anyone. Well, what if they already accept the earth is flat, but they feel the same way? And they're just waiting for someone in their circle of friends to speak up and not be afraid of being shunned.
Well, within my friends, I know they're not flat earthers. I know that as a fact. I've known them almost my whole life. That's just not who they are. But other people, yeah, I probably walked past the flat earther. I've probably walked past a murder.
Yeah, you probably spoken to flat earthers. The hot chick that you were thinking about last week when you got your coffee, she was probably a flat earther. And you know what? When you talk about her about flat earth, she's going to give you her number next week. You never know what's going to happen. In fact, flat earth could be the best thing to ever happen to your life. But then again, you're correct. It could be the worst thing. You never know.
Even if, let's just say flat earth is true, I'm sorry, I will never go up to a girl and that be the conversation starter.
How do you know? What if she's got a T-shirt that you say, "Oh my goodness, this is definitely a flat earther girl"? I'm going to open the combo with that.
Because I live in, just the chances of that are so slim that I wouldn't even risk it.
They're not that slim, dude. They're not that slim, dude. There's tens upon tens of millions of flat earthers, and there's more people than the flat earthers who don't believe in the mainstream cosmogony, which means how everything got here, and cosmology, which means what everything's doing right now. So, for example, they did a poll, real quick, they did a poll among young people, a certain demographic, I think it was 18 to 30 or something like that. And 40% of the respondents to the poll said they don't believe the mainstream cosmology. That means that if that portion, having a discussion about alternate cosmology would be something they'd be interested in. Go ahead.
What? You said a lot right there.
Yeah, it's the same with any topic, like mainstream politics. Probably 30 to 40% of people that you meet are not interested in mainstream politics. They have alternative ideas. And the only reason that they talk about mainstream politics is because they're in social circles where they think it's not cool to talk about. Now, this is a well-known phenomenon in psychology. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like people shun themselves from talking about certain topics until they know for a fact that a certain amount of their social group accepts it. And then once that tipping point occurs, then they talk about it freely and they don't care anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about flat Earth, but not in the sense of it's true. I could the topic of flat Earth has came up, and how it came up is probably exactly how you think it came up. Stupid theory, can't believe people believe this, stuff like that.
Yeah, bigotry. So see, the thing is once you know the Earth is flat, dude, or at least you know that what the mainstream is telling us is a big crock of crap, when you hear people talk with incensed bigotry against people who believe in alternative cosmologies, it's going to stir something inside you, and you're going to be like, dude, you need to stop treating people that way. Quit being a bigot. That's going to be your attitude. I mean, unless you're a moral coward, then you just, whatever anybody says bad about anyone else, just watch happen. But I doubt that's who you are as a person. You're probably going to be annoyed by people talking crap about people when they know nothing about the topic.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I believe it. There's been times where I see people, I've overheard people talking about it, and they say it in a wrong way, and I've known since I've listened to you guys that that's wrong. I don't say anything because they're gonna instantly be like, "Bro, are you a flat earther or some shit?" But I have thought that.
Imagine that character flaw that other people, if you just engage with the conversation honestly, will then criticize you as being one of the group that they can vilify. You know what that's called, friend? That's called evil bigotry. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
So whether you realize it or not, a lot of your friends, whether they claim I'm not racist, I'm not prejudiced. They actually are racist and prejudiced against people that are like flat earthers. Like they consider flat earthers to be like the dregs of human society that are worthy of derision. And that's a character flaw in them, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's, yeah, I want to say like super racist, but I do know some people in our friend group that definitely have some sort of racism, especially towards white people. I don't know if that counts as racist. They don't say it's real racism, but I feel like any.
Oh yeah. It's only racist. It's only racist when other people do it, right?
I don't want to tell them that because you know what they're gonna say, that I'm racist.
Right. So you notice how, like, when people start slinging these accusations, they become meaningless, don't they? And really, what they're doing is pointing the finger back at themselves. So if they accuse you of being a flat earther because you talked about flat Earth, the only person they're accusing is themselves and their own bigotry. They're just revealing who they are in their hearts.
Right? I mean, the closest thing to a flat earther I know of is my band section leader doesn't think Katy Perry went to space, and that's about the closest I've ever gotten.
Sure.
I know that's not flat Earth, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. What are people's response to him saying that?
Well, it was a girl, and she had told me, and I didn't say anything like bad, mainly because she's like a really nice person. So I just felt that would be really mean if I honestly tried like debating her or something. So I just didn't say anything.
Yeah. Well, that was decent of you. I mean, that's not even necessarily something that can be debated. He is choosing not to believe something that he saw on TV. I don't think there's she decided not to believe that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't know if it's even healthy to debate these types of things. And I think people kind of have to realize that this particular topic here about what is the nature of the surface of the Earth, as far as its geometry is concerned, if it's flat, right, planar in nature, or curved, this is not a debatable topic anyways. This is objective. So it's about measurements only. It's not about, whether or not green is your favorite color. That's subjective. Because what is your favorite color? Just humor me here. Do you have a favorite color, ladies, man?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
Blue.
Okay. Now, would it be fair of me to get into a debate with you about why blue sucks and why I think green is better? It would make no sense. You are you. You like blue. How am I going to tell you what you like is wrong? But people do this all day long. They have all these preferences in life, things that they believe in, things that they choose to engage themselves with. Some people like football. Some people like figure skating. Some people like cricket, right? And so people will get into these stupid debates about, well, football is way better than cricket, and here's all the reasons why. And it's ridiculous to argue about it in the first place, because you're never going to end up on really any solid ground. It turns out that they just like football, and those people over there just like cricket, and there's nothing wrong with that. One is not better than the other. But these are subjective topics, and people love to argue about them. I don't know why we do it. We just do it. And it's the same with politics, right? People have a paradigm that they've had established in their life, and they see the world through this set of eyes, and they go, these are the things that I value, and so I'm going to align myself with a political party that catches a few of the things that I value most. And then I'm going to oppose the other side, who sees the world through a prism and values these other things, and we're going to be at odds with each other because we have these unique individual experiences, yet I have to tell them they're wrong, because if I don't tell them they're wrong and vote my way and get my way, life is not going to be very fun for me because I don't get my way. It's a nightmare out here. And none of this makes any sense, the way that we argue about stuff. These subjective topics are ridiculous, but nonetheless, we have them, right? This is how the world's been developed and kind of put everybody in opposing positions to one another. And somebody along the line said, hey, we should do the same thing with objective topics, like, is the Earth flat or is it round? Well, there's nothing to argue about. How does it measure? Well, it measures flat. No need to talk about anything else. Now, if someone's upset because they want the Earth, and this is going to sound weird, but they almost want the Earth to be a ball because there's implications with that. The story behind it has implications. The future has some implications involved if the Earth is a ball. Maybe we're going to be able to explore the galaxies, the vastness of outer space, and it'll be like Star Wars or Star Trek, and we'll meet new creatures, and we'll absorb all this knowledge, and there will be world peace and blah blah blah. Even though, even in the futuristic stuff, they're always at war. So I don't know why people prefer certain things, and so they adopt it as their paradigm. When in reality, we just have to accept what is. And what is that the Earth is measurably flat. It is not moving, and it certainly seems to be contained. Nothing to argue about.
All right. Sounds cool.
Sorry for the diatribe. It's just I want people to understand this is not something we have to debate. It really isn't. There's no arguments. There's just measurements.
Hello. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you agree the Earth is flat?
It's not really an agree-disagree topic. It's just measured flat. There is no curvature that we can find. So I know the Earth is flat.
How you know?
Yeah.
How
did you ask? How do I know? How do I know? Let's see. Where do I start? I'll try to keep it concise. We've checked, not just asking people, but we've checked firsthand knowledge type situations where we go out and look across the surface of water to see if we have any kind of drop over distance, which would be required on a sphere. Well, there is no drop over distance. So across the surface of the water, and apparently the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 70% water, that means 70% of the Earth is flat. So there's no possibility geometrically that the Earth could be a sphere when 70% of its surface is flat and horizontal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But why the whole world is accept the Earth is low? It's not flat.
Well, because most of the people on the Earth have been run through the state-run education systems where the curriculum mandates they teach the children that the Earth is a sphere. And so everybody is grown up at a very young age to believe in the globe Earth mythos, and then it just propagates from there. That's why most of the people believe that. And it also doesn't help that there is a constant barrage of globe propaganda everywhere that you look.
So that means that humans don't have technology to see that how Earth is look like in actual world. Like,
yeah, we don't actually. Yeah.
China don't have, America don't have, Russia don't have. They're just lying that Earth is globe.
Well, it would appear that way. I can't really prove that they're lying, but that's what they're telling people. People choose to believe it. So, is it a lie? I don't know. I mean, they sell fiction novels at the bookstore all the time, and people pick those up knowing that it's not true, and yet they read it anyway. So, is it a lie? I guess probably not.
Okay. And that means that you are not claiming the Earth is flat. You are just imagining that there is something that you don't know actually what is that. Damn correct?
No, I know that the Earth, the surface that we live on, the surface of the Earth is flat, planar in nature. It's horizontal, it's flat, there is no sphere. Now, the overall nature of the Earth, the construction of it, what it looks like as a whole, what the Earth is, and how that looks, I have no idea.
Go ahead. Kind of hard to understand your conceptions or like that.
It's not really conceptual. This is material. We go out into the world or reality every day, even where you sit. The building that you are in right now, well, it was constructed using a level, right? It has to be flat and horizontal on its surface, or at its foundation, and every floor of it, so that stuff doesn't roll off the table, or your furniture doesn't end up on the other side of the room. Everything is flat, level, horizontal, and horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. So the Earth itself is the reference to make everything flat, level, and horizontal. This is just how we live. This is how we experience the Earth, as flat. It's not conceptual. It is our reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yo, what is this?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel.
It's a dump truck.
Yo, says who?
Hello.
Yo.
How you doing, Sky?
Hey man, I invited iOS as a friend of mine. He's a good friend of mine. We don't really talk about this topic, but recently he's been sending me some pictures. He's interested in what NASA does, and so I just figured I'd send him this VC, so that he checks out what goes on here and so.
Sure. Is he here with us right now?
Yeah. Just to listen.
What's your first name?
See what's going on.
Fine. I gotta go to the hospital. See you tonight.
I wish he was there earlier.
What's his
We were
name?
speaking about some interesting things.
Okay. Your friend, what's his name? Is it Alexei? Who is it? What's his name?
Oh, iOS. He just joined the server. He's in the VC.
Oh, iOS. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, iOS, welcome. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Nobody bites here. If you just even think this is complete BS and you want to tell me about it, more than welcome to do that. Although we may, talk about why you think it's BS. So, anyway,
let's catch iOS up to date on NASA. So a couple months ago, they were reclassified as an intelligence agency. So now they can legally just broadcast propaganda without even questions. You can't question them anymore. So there you go. Now you know how you love NASA.
Right. Yeah, I believe that.
Really?
No,
You don't believe me. You don't believe me, right? You don't believe me?
Me? No, I do.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah,
I have a question. One second. Yeah, iOS and Sky, I got a question for you guys. Would you agree that if we can consistently measure the surface of water to be flat over distances where there would have to be a large amount of curvature, would that be a problem for the globe?
I've been believing in flat Earth for more than 5 years now.
Oh, you're right, man. It's iOS that's on the fence?
No, he's not really anything. He's one of my close buddies, and I just figured I'm chilling in here, so I just invited him.
I'm not too big into the flat Earth. I mean, like I'm open-minded about it. I have a friend that's big into it. I mean, I see how it's possible. The whole firmament and going around Antarctica. But I haven't thought too much about it.
Well, so if you've got a friend that's into it quite a bit, and the couple of things that you just mentioned, let's talk about those for just a couple seconds. The idea of the firmament is a biblical idea, right? It comes from Scripture. So we can't prove, or we can't touch any kind of firmament, or describe its properties or anything like that. But what we can do is see if we have consequences of some kind of seal or containment over the Earth, and that would be the gas pressure that we breathe, right? That's the main thing. A pressurized system has to be contained. Now, the other thing regarding Antarctica, there is a lot of quote-unquote flat earthers out there that are trying to push a model of the Earth using an azimuthal equidistant map projection. And then they'll have a moon and a sun going in a circle around it, and they're going to call that the flat Earth and the flat Earth model. Nobody here ascribes to that idea, mostly because they're very easily debunked. We cannot really conceptualize what the Earth really looks like.
Gotcha.
So,
yes, I seem like I thought a good YouTube video, like where there it was showing like it's not like perfectly like circular, and I'm not totally sure, but like yes, kind of has some curves
I'm
in
saying,
there.
we're not going to offer you any kind of map or model or anything. All we can tell you is that the surface of the Earth is measurably flat. Now, what it looks like after that, I have no idea. I don't know where the limit of it is. Even if it has anything to do with Antarctica, I don't really know. No one knows.
Yes. Gotcha. Interesting. Weird.
Yeah. We do our best to be honest with people about what we do know and what we don't know. And even if we speculate, we'll say we're speculating. But we try to keep it as just bare bones, honest in here as possible.
Nice. Cool.
Yep. Well, anyways, welcome. Yeah, hang out. There's people coming in and out of here all the time. If you got any questions,
have you seen the news
go ahead and
about
ask
the
them.
3i Atlas?
Oh yeah.
The Interstellar. Yeah.
About what?
That's an interesting one. The 3i Atlas.
The seemingly sentient or intelligent backwards-facing comet nonsense that doesn't act like a comet. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no, I don't know anything about that weird stuff.
Yeah, apparently there's a comet that's just randomly changing its course, seeming as if it's
right,
not a random
gravitational
ice rock.
acceleration.
Yeah. If you're asking my opinion, a lot of times when I see stuff that's put in the news that has to do with like space and comets and black holes and stuff, my personal opinion, nobody else in here, but I think what they're trying to do is hint at things that are a bit more esoteric when they do that than they're really talking about anything physical. But that's just me.
So we know the comet's not powered by an ion engine because I saw somebody make an ion engine, put it in a vacuum chamber, pulled the vacuum, and the engine stopped working. So ion engines don't work in outer space either.
I'm an idiot. What's an ion engine? You gotta tell me.
You're basically directing electrons away from a surface, and then that pushes off the air and pushes you the other direction.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But it requires air to work, so it's got something to push off of.
this is what it comes down to, man. Right? Like, if we get a large body of water, let's say, for example, we have a 10-mile lake or a 10-mile section of the ocean, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over that distance if the Earth were a globe. It has to be there. Okay, and there would be about 60, there would be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, just according to the globe Earth math. Okay, just based on gravity and the size of the globe. 10 mile, anywhere you are on the Earth and you have a 10-mile body of water, there should be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So what we've done is gone out and actually, gone looking for that curvature that would have to be there, because it's pretty easy to detect 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. And every single time we go and test these distances, even longer distances, we can't find any curvature. We can zoom in, like with a camera, right? Let's say we have a 10-mile lake, and I'm standing on one side of the lake, and I just set the camera up just above the surface of the water, and then I zoom in across the lake, the 10-mile lake. Okay?
Yes.
I shouldn't be able to see my buddy over on the other side of the lake. He should be hidden behind over 50 foot of curvature, like behind the horizon. It should be hidden behind the horizon by 50 foot or more than 50 foot. But we can zoom in across, and you could see his feet standing on the beach, right? You could, you can test that over and over again. Then you could go to a 20-mile lake and do the same thing. Whereas over a 20-mile lake, there should be 266 foot of curvature on a globe.
Right. So, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
it's really interesting. It's thinking a little bit differently.
Yeah. We can shoot lasers across these distances as well, like really high-powered lasers.
It shouldn't be possible because the curve.
Exactly. So it's crazy. Stacks and stacks of different tests that have been done. We can't find any curvature, and then you go looking, throughout all of history, and go, okay, who went and measured the globe? Who went and found the curvature? And you don't find any tests that have been done. You'll find that it was kind of theorized into existence. It wasn't something that people actually went out.
I heard NASA was the one who came up with the whole idea that the world is a globe, and everyone else before them was a flat earther, something like that.
No, that
rings a bell.
No, well, not really. I mean, it's not true because, NASA didn't, go up to space until the 60s. So, people thought it was a globe, way, 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 way before that.
Sure.
So, yeah, I've never heard anyone say NASA, everyone thought it was flat, and then NASA proved it's a globe.
Yeah, so I thought I read something about that. All the ancient people, apparently thought Earth was flat, and then NASA was the first one to come up with it was a globe. I thought I heard or read.
Yeah, well, that's correct in a bit. All of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat. They all had very similar depictions of the system that we live in, right? Being a flat plane that's not moving within a contained system. And yeah, all different cultures all over the world that apparently didn't have communication with each other all came up with the same thing, right? A flat, stationary, enclosed system.
Yeah.
And then about 2,000 years ago, apparently, there was some Greek guys like Pythagoras, and people like that who first suggested that the Earth was a globe, and it wasn't based on any experiments that they did. It was just based on philosophical reasoning, basically. And they thought that spheres were the most perfect shape. And they kind of worshipped spheres. Pythagoras and his cult kind of worshipped spheres, and they thought, because spheres are the most divine shape, the Earth must be a sphere. And then it didn't really catch on, right? Because most people were flat earthers back then. So they were the first people apparently to suggest that the Earth was a sphere.
Oh,
and then it wasn't until much more recently in history, I think it was about 500 years ago or something like that, that was when it fully caught on, right? And the Jesuits went around the world pushing the heliocentric model. And they basically went on like a crusade around the world, pushing, telling people, oh, the Earth's a sphere, this is how it works, heliocentric. Yeah, but no one ever went out and actually measured any curvature. Yeah, it's interesting when you look into how the globe became a thing. Yeah, if you have a look in the side chat, Old Dude posted some of the depictions that I was talking about. Got the Norse, the Hebrew, the Mayans, Navajo, Japanese, Sumerians, Incan, Egyptian, Hindu. Yeah, all the ancient cultures had a very similar idea of this system that we live in.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, India?
So I heard you talking to this guy about a 10-mile observation and how they're supposed to be 66 feet of drop. I actually have almost exactly 10 miles. A little fishing boat 10 miles away that you can see sailing on the top of the water. So let me get my shit together. I'll present it.
Awesome.
And to answer your first question, Indio, that will be the sky is up. You asked what's up, so yeah, the sky.
Did anyone call me?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Sky.
Yeah, what's
His
up?
name's,
Sorry,
we were talking about the sky.
The sky. Yeah, sorry. What's up?
What's up? That will be you.
Well, he's actually down on the list,
Yeah.
Jamsy.
Yeah, I'm
down below you. He's below you.
Below
Sky
me
is
is
down there, like down near the bottom.
Below me is Sheol. There's hell.
Now below you is Ka.
But yeah, sorry. What was the actual question, though?
No, someone asked the same question you asked. Someone asked, "What's up?" And I replied, "The sky." And then you reply, "Oh,
yeah,
someone said my name or something."
Yeah. Because that's what I heard. But I thought maybe I heard wrong, and someone was just calling me, so I got confused there.
All right, Indio is back to whatever he was gonna post, right? Indio?
No, I'm not back. Give me a second.
Just killing the air. Well, you get your stuff.
Still on his Xbox. That's so dope.
Yeah, I just got in the house and I'm gonna chill for a while.
Yeah, transfer the console and just sit it out. That's the way.
Yeah, the connection in the console is pretty decent, and the sound and the headsets are comfy. So
Can you see the side chat and stuff, Jamesy?
no, the side chat. No. Yeah, I'll save my brain from the brain rots in the side chats. Saving memory space.
All right, I'm good. So I'm gonna be posting like 4 different things. Can people just like refrain from posting anything for a second? So I'm gonna post a boat. You'll be able to see it sailing like in front of the horizon. You can see the waves splashing up on the hull. This boat is like, I think, 10.6 miles from the camera. I'll post all the mathematics. I'll post the position of the boat and all that stuff. So how we know where the boat is. There's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will give you the coordinates of and a picture of what the boat looks like. So you can easily verify that this is the same boat. Okay, so that's a give in just a clipped MP4 in case you want it that way. And there's the boat at the bottom. It has the coordinates of the boat at the bottom of this screenshot. Here's Google Cylinder. I mean Google Earth. So that's the position of the boat on Google Cylinder. That red circle, that's where the horizon should be, according to the globe mathematics. Oh, we have a parrot saying refraction. Oh, so that's funny that you said that because you're cooked. You made a big mistake. So here's a buoy. See that? See the buoy? And here is, and there's the air and water temperature. They're within less than 1 degree of each other. So you can forget about any refraction because there is no mixing. The air is mixed, right? There is no what you would call heat flux, meaning the temperature isn't going from from the water to the air or the air to the water. It's at equilibrium. So yeah, you're gonna have to try again on that. Okay, if you think I wasn't there, and that's the wrong time. I took a picture of the clock too because you have to be like ridiculously freaking thorough with globe earthers, the super fucking skeptics about everything but the globe. Got to take a picture of everything. I even have to take a camera to take a picture of the freaking camera because you guys are ridiculous. So now I'll post them.
And you're using infrared as well.
Yeah, that's 950 nanometer infrared.
So that so you got the water temperature, the air temperature similar, and infrared. That's freaking awesome.
Dude, I've like planned this for like 2 weeks. It's very rare that the water temperature and air temperature are the same. Like only a couple times a year it even happens. So, and then there's the mathematics. That boat should be 20 feet under the horizon, but it's obviously in front of the horizon. And the horizon's at least 10 times or 2 times farther than what it should be. So, like he was saying, if you look at this, the surveyor drop at 10.6 miles is 74 feet. That means that boat from eye level should be dropped down 74 feet. In the horizon, if it was dropped down, the boat should be blocked by 19. It should be 19 foot of the boat should be missing behind the horizon cutoff. So yeah, I did this on the 18th. I actually have a post on Twitter, like from the same observation of like a lighthouse and another boat, which you can barely see because the boat's only like has like a 4 foot water height above the water because it's like a speedboat. Yeah, so hold on, I'll post the lighthouse. Why not? I'm here. Let's freaking do it. Let's do it. Now, I took a flight the other day into Boston because I was away, and I I got lucky and actually got the flight path and took a picture of this same freaking lighthouse from about 2,000 feet. Yeah, so says who laid it out. DJ laid it out. The surface of the water of the Earth should be curving. And all measurements show it's not.
I love this observation. Awesome.
It was difficult. It was frickin' freezing, man. I'm telling you. I was freezing. Like, I can't even tell you how cold I was because it was super windy.
Oh, yeah. 45 degrees and windy. That's got to suck.
Yeah, it was like 16 knots or something, which is like 20 mile per hour. And it was like constant. You know, the ocean is where the breeze is just, it doesn't let up. And like, you can't operate a P9, a P1000 with gloves on. That's just not even possible. Like, so yeah, it was rough, but like, you know, I was determined. I pretty much, I think I started planning this. I started looking at the weather. I had like a window of like 3 days I could do it. And I'm like, freaking first day it was like snowing or raining. And then the next day, I could have went, but the day after that was saying that was like the water temperature and air temperature would be almost the same. So it was about when I headed there, it was about a 6 degree difference. But after I got there and set up, because I was taking screenshots of the buoy, like every 15, 20 minutes. But then by the time I set up and got all this, it was like the difference was like less than a degree. So I'm like, hell yeah, got lucky. And then the plane, dude, I'm like, I'm on the plane, and I'm like, that's a fucking lighthouse. I was taking a video up down there. So I took a picture of it. Because it's like the only runway that even faces in that direction. They have to like fly out over the ocean and then fly back into Logan Airport. But normally they just run like parallel to the coast. So it only like I just got so lucky that they happened to land on that runway. So I don't know who you were talking to, but this is the stuff we're talking about. Now, we go out, we do an observation, we test the globe mathematics to say there's supposed to be curvature of a certain rate, and it's just not there. It's just never there. Now, knowing this, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to, so we have observations on one hand, and we have a bunch of people that, when questioned, don't know how they know the Earth is a globe, but they know it's a globe. Are we supposed to go with them? People that don't actually know anything and have never done any tests and have never done any observations, and the best they can do is like, I watch TV and saw pictures from space. Well, I didn't watch TV. I went out and observed what the Earth is, and I'm going with that. I'm not going with the television set. We know how that went in 2020, man.
Yeah, I just put it into the Earth curve calculator with the refraction slider. had to max it out, and even with it maxed out, there should still be like 12.9 foot hidden or something.
Yeah, I got another. I'll show you the other boat. This isn't so good because you can't really see the boat. You can just see a shimmer, but it's this thing. I'll show. I'll post a picture of the boat, like where it is. That's this little thing.
The only thing I can see them picking on is how do we know the camera height?
It can't be. Well, I mean, Google Earth says it's 15 feet, and then I added a couple of feet because I was on top of a picnic table.
Nice.
That looks about right.
I was gonna say 12 feet because I've been to that exact same spot in India. I know where you did that.
Yeah, I know you know, bro. I know you know. Yeah, it's like 15 feet above sea level, dude. I mean,
yeah. This is a pretty good observation. Good thing that you have all the variables in there. Pretty cool, dude.
You know, I was thinking
this is one
like,
of the top.
We should come up with a checklist, dude, like an actual like best practices checklist of like what should be included in an observation, right? If it can be done, right? Air, water temperature, humidity, wind, right? Time of day, maybe tide height, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Definitely important. Yeah, this is also
look how small that boat is, DJ. Look how
That's right.
You're asking me a question. You want me to answer it? Yeah.
You don't want to answer it. We've already established that.
I know because. Okay.
You know because what? Because of common sense? Because of the thousands of facts which you've presented none of?
Hey, you guys need to get hold of your boy here because I'm trying to have a conversation, but he's just not like this. Is
are you aware? You're the one that said up common sense and facts, not me.
You're asking me a question, and then you're not letting me answer that question. It's very frustrating.
Let him give his answer. Let him give his answer.
Exactly. See, you shut up like a good boy and let me answer now. See, even your own mates know you're full of shit. Okay, listen. I know.
You want to be careful.
Listen, shut the fuck up. There are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of different institutions that keep these kinds of things. They verify it. They research it. So we're talking about millions of people here. Talking about, bro, every university, every observatory, every space fucking agency, like we're talking every governmental like institution that deals with any sort of like air defense or whatever the fuck. Like we're talking about like a lot of people, like a lot of people. And I trust. Listen, I'm almost done. I promise. After this, I'm gonna let you talk. I trust. If I have to put these two up here, right? I trust the millions upon millions of really high IQ academics any day over like a bunch of people in a Discord.
Okay, that's
convinced
fine.
the Earth is flat.
That's fair.
Like,
That's fair, dude.
That's fair, right?
That's fine, dude. We got it. You trust the experts or whatever you've been.
Also, it makes more sense. Like it just objectively makes more sense than what you guys are trying to tell me.
What are you saying they've actually proven specifically?
The Earth is, I mean, listen, bro, again, there's videos, there's documentation, there's footage, there's literally footage of rockets going up into space, and there's cameras on the rockets, so you can see Earth, you can see it's round. Again, you guys are going to say it's like fake or whatever the fuck, but it's, I feel that's a bit of a cope. Like, you can see the footage of all this shit from space, right?
I thought you said... Yeah, but we're talking about shit that can actually be verified in reality, dude. We're not talking about just blindly trusting government images.
I understand that. No, I understand that. I understand that. But okay, so this is the way I'll explain it.
Verified for the globe.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what can actually be verified that proves the globe?
I feel like if I were to take both of you, if I were to take like your flat Earth hypothesis and like, you know, like the general narrative, if I were to look into both of those, like when I look into like all this space agency shit, there's like literally like mountains on documentation and files, like literally like links of endless files that I can go through that have documented all this shit. And when I look into your shit, it's just YouTube videos and like, you know what I mean? It's just YouTube videos and like amateur laser stuff.
You still went away from things that you can actually verify.
I just feel like you guys could do a way better job of actually putting in effort to research this.
Talking about what you can actually observe, measure, and detect. That's what we're talking
what if,
about.
Okay,
the globe side is literally the one telling you watch YouTube videos and read articles and trust us, bro. Are you fucking kidding? You're like switching that 180.
That's not true. It's literally not true. That's projection, I think.
They literally tell you
if I were
the Earth is too
to look something
up. They literally tell you that the Earth is too big to see the curve. Yeah.
With a naked eye, yeah, 100%.
Well, with any eye, doesn't matter what lens you get, and it doesn't matter what altitude you go to as a member of the public. They're telling you you can never observe it. So no, what we're telling you is experienced by every single person of the 8 or 9 billion people on Earth and has been for all mankind's history. They are telling you believe fucking YouTube videos, dude, you idiot.
It's literally not true. Like
that is literally true.
I really feel like you don't understand. There's so many sources you can go to, and all I know about Flat Earth is like Eric Dubay and fucking Flat Earth Dave on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like that's you guys. You guys are on YouTube posting stuff like the government's fake and space is fake and it's all fake.
No, you can go outside, dude. You can go outside.
Yes, but again, this is I started this conversation on this. When I go outside, what do I see?
You
what?
experience a flat, motionless Earth outside, don't you?
Yeah, but don't you think? Okay, listen, I'm not.
There you go.
I'm not going to sit here. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and insult your intelligence. I know. Listen, I know that you understand that just because you don't see something. Okay, this is like talking to an 8-year-old. You understand you can't see oxygen either, right? Is that fake?
Yeah, you breathe it.
Is oxygen fake?
You're not a straw man, but what's that got to do with what he was talking about?
Man. It's
hey, XM4. Maybe if you shut up for 3 seconds, you'll hear what he said.
I don't see anything, so it must not.
Then how they figure it out? How they figure out it's there then? Then how did they? Can you take away the oxygen?
Dude, we have space shuttles. We have literally rockets.
Hold on, dude. That's a bad analogy because we can detect oxygen. We breathe it, right?
We don't detect the curvature as well.
No, we don't detect the curvature. Okay, where do we detect it? Where have you detected curvature?
Okay, listen, you talk about the naked eye earlier, right? If you have a telescope and you just keep going, your telescope can look like really far. Like imagine like a really good high-end one, right? Eventually, what's going to happen? You're going to stop seeing Earth and you're going to start seeing space. Why is that? Because the Earth is curving down. Therefore, you're seeing nothing but space behind it. If the Earth was flat, you could take the world's best telescope and point it at the ground and you see nothing but ground. If the Earth was flat, but that's not what you get.
Of course, if you point a telescope at the ground, you're going to see the ground, for fuck's sake.
No, but listen, if you point it like flat, like in a stationary line, you know what I mean? Like your laser test, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if you point a telescope horizontally, let's say we're at the beach, how far can we see?
I'm talking like, forget even at the beach, right? I'm talking about land. Like you on land, and you're like pointed at something, eventually you're going to see space, right?
Because then there can be hills and valleys and shit, right? No, look over water.
But I guess we're talking about like an ideal.
So water is level, so let's use that. So how far can we see over water if you're standing at the beach?
I don't know, but I know what you're talking about, and I've seen a video of a ship going over like the horizon, and it disappears, right? But then they take a telescope. How far away was the ship? They take a telescope and then they zoom in on it, and there it is again, right? It didn't disappear over a curve. You can see it again, right? Okay. Because you can now see further. But then if you keep that up for like a good hour or two, it will disappear from the telescope also over the curve, right? Okay, so I've heard this argument before, but it just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't hold up. And this is my problem with it: is that you guys' arguments are fine, but when you take them to an actual academic who knows what they're talking about, it falls apart immediately, and it's painfully obvious to everybody. It's painfully obvious to everybody except you guys.
I know you have this idea that there's some academic, there's some scientist out there who's proven it. There is not one.
That's just the case, bro. There's not even a case where we know it is because we have cameras pointed at the Earth. We've gone to space. We've literally gone to space.
Name the academic who would prove the globe and how they would prove it.
Anybody with a fucking like astronomy major would probably dog walk you.
Just name one. No, we want specifics.
Just name one.
Anybody. It doesn't even need to be a specific person. Anybody. Anybody with a academic, with a fucking major. Anybody with a fucking major to dog walk you.
And name one.
My point is, it's going over your head because you have 80 IQ. My point is, we don't even need an individual. Anybody with a decent education could dog walk you. If you were face to face in like a classroom with these people, and you guys had to debate face to face, they would dog walk you. Anybody would dog because you guys are too scared to debate outside of your Discord.
No, we're not scared. We're here. We're ready.
Yes, everybody knows this. Okay, come to the unit. Come to the unit. me.
Exam 4. Go and fetch us one.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
You should watch that. You should watch that interview.
So you can mute. So you can mute him, right? So you can mute everybody who give me a couple.
Wow, we're gonna have to mute you.
XM, will you let people respond, bro? What is wrong? You got diarrhea of the mouth, bro.
Just keep.
Yeah, you have to shut the fuck up once in a while to actually get a response, dude. And no, there's not a single academic that you could find or name that would give you any evidence that the Earth is a globe that you could actually verify. We've had hundreds of them come in over the years. We've done this for like 10 years, 24/7, and not one of them, no PhD, no astrophysicists, no astronomers, none of them have provided any proof that the Earth is a ball. Especially that you can actually verify. And that's why you can't. You're like, oh, ask any academic and they'd prove it. And we ask you, name one academic that would prove it, and you don't even know. So don't make those shitty arguments that you're going to...
Listen, can I respond to that? It's very easy to pretend like you've won every argument when you are under the delusion that all the evidence is fake. I feel like every time an academic comes here, you guys are like, that's fake. That's fake evidence. NASA is fake. Every bit of observatory data is fake, right? All the telescopes are fake.
Right, and by the same token, it's very easy for you to say, any academic would come and prove it, and then we say, name one, and how would he prove it? And you can't. So...
Yep. You've just got broad, general, sweeping statements.
Literally just somebody like Brian Cox. Name somebody like, get somebody like Brian Cox, whatever the fuck. But again, there's no reason for any of these people to even waste time on this because this is silly. Like, this is a silly argument.
Okay, tell us how Brian Cox proved the globe. Can't wait.
I'm talking about like a physicist or an astronomer who knows. And again, okay, listen. Let me change my answer a little bit. I feel like I could just give you a phone.
Shit up, dude. You don't know. Why would you even
if I give you a phone, can I ask you something? Kind of like gauge where you're at.
No, you can. If I give you back up your claim that any academic proves the globe. So which academic? You said Brian Cox, and now you're saying no, actually not Brian Cox. So who was it?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Literally not what I said. You're not listening.
Well, yeah, you did. You said any academic
You're not listening to me.
Come in and prove it, didn't you?
Well, the thing is that like you guys need an academic.
Yes, was the correct answer.
If I give you a phone and I show you a video of Earth taken by like the space station, what will you say? You'll say it's fake, right?
No. The question to you would be, how did you validate or verify said video? How do you know it's true?
Real?
How do I?
Yeah, it's real. And I'd say, how do you know?
Okay, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Have you ever seen a video of Russia?
Oh my God, bro!
Have you ever been there? No. How the fuck do you know Moscow?
How about we answer the question that you asked?
It's fake. Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to take that as no academic. You just made that shit up. You don't know what you're talking about, as usual.
Why don't you answer what Cyclone said? In response to what you asked about footage from the ISS. He asked you, how do you know it's real? Can you answer that?
Yeah, what's your process? You sit in front of your TV and munch popcorn?
If you unmute me, I can answer you. Okay, good. I know it's real because we have something called, you know how when somebody has like a major in like CGI, like deposits and all that shit, right? And like program or whatever the fuck. We have people who can like run videos like that and like check for like any sort of like doctoring or like CGI.
Yeah, we've done that.
Fuck.
Yeah, we can see
right, and they never find anything. You guys always say they do, but they don't. Like you're just lying about. Like nobody ever finds any type of doctoring or CGI. Like that's never been found.
Hold on,
it's never been found.
Hold on, XM. Who's got the ISS Teams images handy?
What do you mean?
Has anyone got that? Yeah, we've got loads of
videos.
Which one was that, Cyclone? Hold on, I'm trying to get the Cyclone answer. Which one was that, Cyclone? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
The seams. So you know when it's got the ISS live streams and you see the land and stuff stitched together and you see the obvious seams where it's connected together?
I've got a couple of those. The problem is, Cyclone, the problem is our friend here is on a PlayStation. He can't see the side chat. How convenient.
Oh, saved by the bell.
Right, yeah.
We'll describe it for the other folk in the chat, and then he can either say we're just all making it up, or he can address why there is obvious seams on the supposed Earth that are just stitched images that have been stitched together.
But I will still put them up in side chat for you.
Because that's the dynamite one. Whenever they say, oh, the ISS, it's live on YouTube. What are these themes? That's it.
There's a nice one.
Dead. Hey, he can go on the YouTube, right? Because if you post it in the VC, you might not be able to make it out on the YouTube, but, I mean, that's clear as day. That's hilarious. Someone DM it to him. So he gets in his DMs. He can look at it later. So XM4, just as you've asked for, we've shown you the obvious CGI that goes in the ISS live videos.
Hey, so it's fake then. This is literally what I was telling you guys earlier. So it's fake. It's just fake. The ISS live footage is just fake.
The Earth doesn't have seams on it like it's been stitched together in Photoshop, does it?
So that's fake. It just doesn't exist.
So you think our reasoning for saying that it's not legitimate is not good?
Do you think that's fake?
No, I think you're actually delusional.
XM4,
it's just
straight up question. XM4, stop talking. Question: do you think the images I've just posted are fake?
I haven't seen them, but I listen. I know for a fact that the live footage from the space station is not fucking fake, dude.
Then why is there seams?
Then why is there seams, bro? Listen,
why is there
we don't.
Yeah, why is it connected
a seam
together?
is wait, forgive me, my English skills are not as good as my native language. A seam, with a seam, you mean something that's been like stitched together?
Yeah, SEAM.
Right.
SEAM. Yeah.
Let me ask him a question. One question, dude.
Go ahead, bro.
From the ISS, some of the pictures that they show us, they show like half the ball, like 50% of it. You've seen those, right? How?
Yeah, you mean like the angle where it's like kind of close, but
you
not
can
really
see
like
it.
close
It's curved.
enough.
They pan around and you see like half of the ball.
Yeah.
How is that possible from that height when you can only see 3% of Earth?
Because it's not. Yeah, it's not that high up, so you're still pretty close to Earth, right? And I assume it's like got like a really, really good lens that can capture a lot of shit.
Yeah, it's fisheye.
Also, I think they use a fisheye lens just to capture more often,
you
right?
can't use those pictures as proof because even if we grant you those pictures are correct,
it's not proof to you.
No,
right. So we're not seeing the raw imagery. We're seeing exaggerated curve. Is that it?
Okay.
Yeah,
but then I just feel like that's such flawed logic. It's so flawed.
No, it's just math.
Dude, you're literally believing
it's just math now. Oh, it's just math. Oh, that's crazy.
Dude. It's got seams in it. You can see where it's stitched together like the map of a computer game.
But have you ever seen a picture of like a building and it's like a CGI composite, it's stitched together, but it's not a fake picture, like that's a real building.
Okay, XM4.
It's just the picture
now the real question.
Well, just let me finish.
Yeah, we know what you're saying. We know where you're going with it.
Oh, okay.
So
XM4. Because you know I'm about to make a good point.
No, you're not about to wreck anything, so just pull your panties up and settle down.
You're a pussy.
XM4.
If you're going to interrupt.
Why am I a pussy when I'm about to ask you a question?
Why should I let you finish?
Why should I let you monologue with crap? Yeah.
He's spiraling so hard, man.
Go and look at your DMs, kid. Those three images
that argument doesn't even make sense because the one that he's claiming is supposed to be a live camera just filming the Earth. And now he's saying, oh, so just because it's Photoshop composite doesn't mean it's real. It's like, well, that's supposed to be a live video you were saying.
The claim is it's live, yeah.
In whatever he can do.
But anyways, for those that missed out, a recap. Our young friend says it's just common sense. He also said there's thousands of facts. Rockets going up is proof of curvature. Mountains of files. So many sources. Get a telescope. If you aim it at the ground, you'll see the ground. If you aim it up, you'll see space. And academics. All of these things prove curvature.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
So everything except a measurement of the ground. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. How about measurement of the surface? Oh, he's gone.
Hello, guys.
Hey,
man. Just to ask, is the channel against flat Earth statement or pro?
No, well, we've been trying to prove the globe for 10 years, but we can't find any evidence. Maybe you can help.
I was just looking for a discussion about it, if there is any.
Yeah, we're discussing it. What do you want to know?
Any particular conclusions about it?
Yes. Earth's surface has no detectable curvature, and so cannot be the ball, the globe that they've told us. That's the conclusion.
But I'm looking at these pictures that someone posted in the chat. You can clearly see the curve.
But do you also see the big seam, like the stitched line, where the two images have been stitched together in a computer?
Let me see. Well, on the first, I can see that the image is a little distorted in the left down part of it. But on the second, I don't see that.
Let me see. Maybe you're looking at a different one, but I can I can snapshot it.
The second one's not as good as the first one. The third one, first and third one are pretty good. Very obvious. The second one basically runs at a slight angle, running from the left up to the right, basically middle of the image. And you can see the slight change, especially in the very center of the image. You can see the clouds where they change. But in the first one, yeah, very obvious.
Yeah, look, I've just zoomed in on it and put a highlighted line next to it. You see that?
Yeah, I see that.
You see how it's like textures in a video game? They've been layered together.
Yes, like squares of textures.
Yeah. So this is what those ISS videos show if you watch carefully. They're not live videos of a ball Earth. They're stitched together. They're computer generated. Which is what we were pointing out to the last guy who said he knows the Earth's a ball because of these videos. And not only can you not verify that these videos are actually real, but they've got very obvious marks on them which tell us that they're CGI, basically.
And what's the point of flat earthers in terms of other astronomical objects like the sun or other planets? Are they flat too, or they're round, or they're both flat?
Doesn't really matter. They're just what we observe: the sun, the moon, the stars. They're lights that move above us, and they give us our day, our night, seasons, when we should plant, when we should harvest. It's like a big clock in the sky. What they actually are, in physical terms, we don't know because you can't travel to them or test them.
Okay, I have one interesting question. Probably it was asked before, but I don't know the answer. Considering that we live in 21st century, how it didn't happen that someone fell off from the flat Earth?
No,
you know what I mean?
It's not a platform floating in space. You can't fall off of it any more than you could fall off a lake. Right? It's not in space and it's not floating around. It's a motionless, contained system. Right? It's not moving and it's contained physically, like a terrarium.
So eventually you will. So eventually you would hit an invisible wall if you go only on one side, in one direction.
I don't know what you would hit, but you would have to come up against whatever is containing the gas, right? Because this is a gaseous pressurized system, right? We've got 14.7 psi of air pressure at sea level on average, which gradiates, gets lower as it goes up, but we've got a pressurized system here, and the only way you can have a pressurized system is to have a defined volume. So eventually, yeah, it must have a finite volume, but we don't know what that is or where that limit is. It's almost like asking what's the limit of reality, because the Earth, as far as we're all concerned, is reality. And I've never seen an end of it. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
And I mean, not only these three pictures, but how do you comment on all these pictures produced by NASA, by satellites of other countries, Russian
Well,
satellites, China satellites, international?
NASA are a propaganda agency, or an intelligence agency. So why wouldn't I believe images from a propaganda agency? Because they're a propaganda agency. As for Russia and China, yeah, same thing.
Same thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're all producing fake imagery. All these nations that claim to be going to a vacuum of space beyond the sky. All that's fake.
And what about astronauts that go to and live in those artificial satellites?
No, no one's living in a metal box in a vacuum above a ball there. So Hollywood.
So where do all these astronauts are going to when they enter the space rockets and fly into space?
Any of the thousands of installations and facilities that the military have control of. I don't know. How would you know?
Okay.
Yeah, no one's going into space. Space doesn't exist. Earth isn't a ball in space or a flat disk in space. So what would you say the best evidence for the globe is?
Personally, for me, it makes most sense that it's round. But I'm open to hear. I love to hear other opinions.
Why does it make more sense?
Sorry. Sorry.
You said it makes more sense. Cyclone and I want to know why it makes more sense.
What's up, Jedi?
What's up, man?
This guy's pretty chill so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you say it makes sense, when you say it makes sense, before you answer that, think about the fact that your senses, your observation, your motion, they only sense a flat, motionless Earth, right? You don't feel like you're on a spinning ball. Okay, so when you say it makes more sense, it kind of doesn't, because your senses tell you it's a flat, motionless Earth. But go ahead and answer Jedi's question. Why do you think it makes more sense that the Earth, the ground beneath your feet, is a big spinning ball than just flat and motionless like you experience? Still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to mute myself for a moment.
No worries.
First, I understand that people have the urge to be skeptics and to question everything, but Personally, for me, everything should have some limits. Let's say, to some limit, it's okay to be a skeptical, but above.
That's not answering the question.
Yes, I'm just comparing.
Oh, okay.
Yes, if I can just make a small foundation, small intro for better overall understanding of my stance. So. It's also okay for me, and I love, of course, to question things, to be skeptical, but to a reasonable degree, let's say that. Because if you go above that, you're very likely to lose the point and to have a proper understanding of things. If you agree with that.
No, I wouldn't agree with that, because in this sense, like I just explained, we all, as human beings, experience the Earth, the surface beneath our feet, to be flat and motionless. Okay? So if someone comes along and says, hey, the Earth is not what it seems, although it seems flat and motionless, it's actually a curved spinning ball, we are well within our rights to be skeptical of that claim that contradicts our senses. So if you're implying that flat Earth is just a question too far, I'd ask you to think about the fact that you experience a flat Earth directly. So you, of course, should be asking for proof and being skeptical of any claim that contradicts your lived reality.
You mentioned sense. I am very skeptical about my senses, and we should be, because our senses are very limited, extremely limited. Okay. So and
they're limited. What do you mean by that?
For example, my eyesight has certain limits. I can't zoom the picture without telescope, without binoculars. Then my sense of smell is also limited. And for example, dogs have much better sense of smell.
I appreciate the way that you've explained the way that your senses are limited, but you understand how they're limited, and you understand that you're not deluded. You have reason and sense. You understand that the things that are far away, they look small. They're not actually small. That's just because of the way that your eyes work, right? You have reason and logic. It's not like your senses are fooling you every day, so you fall over and can't function in the world. You function in the world because of your senses, don't you?
Of course, but that doesn't. But that doesn't remove the fact that my senses have certain limitation. And not just that.
And then we can use tools. You brought up binoculars and telescopes, didn't you?
Yes, and not just that.
Then we can use tools, can't we? Where, for example, our eyesight might not actually be able to measure a distance, but if we got a tool out, we could measure a distance, for example.
Yes.
But those tools still require the use of your senses, and if you reject your senses, then you'd essentially reject even your use of tools. You would just reject everything at that point, and it would just be nonsensical, literally. Like, what are you going to base your belief on then?
It would also be up to some kind of reason or experiment or demonstration to show somebody how their senses were limited and can't see the true, real reality of the situation. So, for example, apparently, when we go outside, we experience a stationary, flat plane. Now, that's our senses. That's what we sense, right? Now, it'll be incumbent upon someone to show us that our senses are not true in this instance, correct?
Yes, because let's imagine that we are concealed in some flying box. Let's imagine that we are concealed in some flying box. We don't have sense that that box is moving. And we can't experience that, especially
depends how it's moving. Depends how it's moving.
Let's say that we are concealed in some flying box,
and it's moving above the Earth slowly, and we have absolutely no idea that we are actually moving. Because our experience, our senses are telling us that we are not moving, that we are sitting calmly in at certain spots.
Awesome. So we've got two circumstances where the end result appears to be the same. Our experience doesn't change, whether we're at a constant speed in motion or we're still. Especially if we're in some kind of contained environment where our external senses of the world, we can't see things flying by, are limited. We can't see those things. So there's many ways that we can manipulate a situation to make the same phenomena happen. That's an interesting point.
So I would need to throw much things. I mean, I'm ready, of course, but I'm still not convinced enough.
How would you prove that the Earth is moving when your senses tell you that it's not?
Remember the statement was it makes more sense that the Earth is a sphere, even though your senses are limited, and you experience a flat stationary Earth. You said it makes more sense.
That's why an absolute statements in science can be very tricky and wrong and dangerous.
Yeah, flat Earth. Well, they're telling us absolutely that we're moving, but there's no evidence that we're moving.
Oh, you're not moving?
Well, no, we are in the same position.
Oh, we're not?
in that regard because you're claiming that we are not moving. See,
you ever took a class? We're experiencing that directly. That's what we experience by default. Unless you're in an earthquake or something.
And we just gave an example that could be false.
Right, it could be true though. Nice. How are you proving that it's not true?
Oh, you're not moving? Well, I thought you didn't learn this in school. Did you go to school or no?
No, we're pointing out situations where you can be in actual motion, but according to your senses, which have been limited to you, it doesn't feel like anything's happening.
No, I'm asking if you went to school.
Yes, we went to school, Sunshine.
So you got taught this, right? So what happened?
Why are you jumping into a conversation? Did you not have parents? Did they not teach you manners?
Maybe.
Well, hold on, just quickly.
Calm down, mate. We're talking to somebody else. Just
okay,
sorry,
Jedi. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry. You're a fucking Jedi.
Just quickly.
That's awesome.
Quickly.
So we've got to the conclusion that, for example, we can create situations where it to us appears to be stationary even though we are moving. Cool. So how do we prove either way?
Yo, Jedi, do you believe Star Wars with like the planets are rotating? Do you take that as fiction, or do you actually believe that?
Where's my mute the other motherfucker button?
Wait, don't you be? I'm just asking about Star Wars.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, I'm fucked.
Let me ask that guy though, who just spoke about going to school. Was that the guy you muted, or was that another guy?
That was the one that was muted.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if he gets unmuted, he needs to answer the question, what evidence did his teachers give him when they told him this story in school? And that'll make him spiral. Okay, just unmute him for a second.
You're up.
What evidence did your teachers... Yeah, you said, hey, they told me in school that the ground is moving.
Yeah.
What evidence did they give you for that claim?
Well, I think when I was third grade, they brought out a globe, right? They brought this like globe.
Like a toy?
They spun it about. You ever seen a globe before? Like one of those like globes.
Yeah, the ornament. Like
classrooms. A toy. So like they spun them around, right?
Yeah, they spun
and they told us that, it's rotating,
around. Yeah, okay, so they spun a bit of plastic around, and that was the evidence they gave you that the ground outside is moving.
Yeah, they spun this ball, kept spinning it. It was like, this is rotation, and then they showed us like a video of scientists talking about rotation.
A video of scientists talking about rotation. Okay, now is this
how
the
evidence? The Earth moves, atmosphere.
How the Earth moves. So
it's been a while since I remember. So your teacher I think it's like early 2000s or.
So the evidence is the teacher told you, hey, the ground outside is spinning around, at millions of miles an hour.
No, the teacher didn't tell us that.
How? Okay.
No, they showed us a video.
And then she told you it, and then she showed you a video of another person telling you that the ground outside is moving around a million.
Yeah, that's how evidence. You ever heard of?
So what was the evidence that the people in?
That's how anecdotal stories go. That's not a chain of evidence. That's a chain of anecdotal stories.
Well, if somebody explains them to you, and you're just stating correlation,
dude, these guys in the video, what was their evidence that the ground outside is spinning around?
It's been a while, man. I didn't take physics in high school.
But you were like, hey, didn't you guys go to school? You were like, hey, didn't you guys go to school?
Yeah, it seems like you didn't. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
It sounds like you did.
No, sorry, Clyde. Sorry. It's not that we didn't go to school. We remember the story that we were told. We just have come to a different conclusion after investigating the story. But we went to school. We can regurgitate probably better the stories that you got told about the Earth rotating around the sun.
Jenna, I have a question. Like when you study about the global rotation, right? Did like your teacher put on Star Wars to explain it, or was that like after? Is that why you think it's fiction, or what happened?
You're the one who thinks Star Wars is real.
No, that's what I'm saying. Does he think it's fiction or not? I'm trying to get to the point.
Do I think Star Wars is like science fiction?
Yeah, like the globe rotates.
Yeah, science fiction. You'll find it in the science fiction section.
What?
He's spiraling.
He's trying his best to chip me down, but it's not going to fucking work. They really
went to Elderon.
No, Star Wars.
Stop going on about Star Wars, please. Yeah. It's boring.
No, I got put Star Wars.
No, dude.
I think it's Empire Strikes Back or something. They put it in a classroom.
Think back. The teacher put a video on for you.
Yeah.
And a bunch of people in the video said, "Hey, little child, the ground outside is spinning around at millions of miles an hour." What evidence did they give you?
To you? You didn't have anybody explain it to you?
Yeah, they did the same thing to us.
Oh, they did
and they
to
didn't
you?
give us
So you're
any
a victim?
evidence. They didn't give us any evidence, did they?
No, they explained in the video. They give evidence in the video.
What was the evidence in the video?
I think they showed some photos from NASA. It's a small organization called NASA. I'm not sure if you've heard of it.
So they just showed you some images.
Yeah, that's how images work. If I show you a video of someone getting killed, you realize it's an image.
You just believe any images that you see are shown?
Wait, Cyclo, I have a question. If I show a video of me fucking your mom, do you think that's real or fake?
So you're just saying, so you just believe anything that you can see images of, is that right?
If I send you a dick pic, are you going to believe it or not?
So is that you just believe images?
Images and evidence.
Well, by your standard, bro, you believe in Bigfoot.
How do you know those images are real?
Images are not evidence.
It's real now because of images of ghosts.
You ever court? You ever?
Hold on, you know they can fake images, right?
Yeah, and you could be a fake AI robot.
So how do you know?
I'm
if
assuming
it's
you're
real
a human, though.
How do you know if it's real or fake? Those images that you were showing.
Cyclo, I don't know if you're real or fake either.
No, just answer the question.
How do you verify it?
You might be an AI robot.
People are real.
Might be sent by the FBI.
We're going to hold him on this point. We're going to keep the feet to the fire. So how do you know if those images? How do you know if those images are real or fake?
Oh, they just told me. I trust the scientists with PhDs. I trust them, not you.
Okay, so you don't know that they're real. You just
I trust.
They're real.
Well, look, we'll put it this way: you gotta trust people, right? You ever heard of trust? Maybe they have that growing up, right? Maybe that's
your belief in the globe. So your belief in the globe is based on trusting some.
Yeah, smart people. Yeah,
trusting smart people. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a religion in the way that the religious people trust the priests.
So let me get this straight. So, Cyclo, when you take your car to the mechanic and they fix it up,
oh my god,
you don't understand how the engine works, right? You have no clue. It obviously works.
You must trust everybody.
Obviously, it works, right? I'm just saying you don't have to understand something.
Please calm down. Your basic example was because we can trust mechanics because my car will be fixed. We should trust everybody.
No,
so you're not even listening. It's faint warning. Do you want a conversation or shall I just kick you out the channel? Because at the moment you're wasted time. You jumped into another conversation that was kind of pleasant.
I just need to get a quick spiral out of this guy.
What's the point? No, probably lost the other guy now.
Going to send him down the drain. But yeah, he's pretty much bricked now, so.
You're not taking the conversation seriously. You're just laughing and trolling. So.
Who, the globe guy? Yeah, he was kind of doing that, but I think he learned that he shouldn't just believe images he's given for his entire worldview. That would not be sensible.
Rookie move, appealing to mechanics. They're notoriously, like con men. So.
Yeah, no, he goes to mechanic. Well, the globe just works. I drive the globe every morning to work. Silly stuff, as usual. Love it. Anyway, good chats, guys. I'm going to head off, but keep it rolling. The floor is open. You guys got questions? Throw them out. You upset about the last interaction? Do you think the globe guy did well, saying that the people told him on a video? Give us your thoughts. Anyway, peace, guys. Good to hear you guys, Jedi, all the boys.
Peace out, Cyclone.
Take care.
Yo, you're muted.
I'm still laughing again.
You flat earthers
I probably unmuted him too soon.
No, stop.
Let's do that again. What's going to happen is the next time you come back, try not to laugh. That way I'll at least think you're trying to take things seriously. If you're not here to take things seriously, dude, I won't take you seriously. I'll just kick you out.
No, I love my
but I have a question, right? If the Earth is flat, why does the government want us to think it's round?
The government? What? The Minister for Finance and Education? Who do you mean? The government?
Well, I assume that's what you mean, no?
It's an organisation.
What organisation?
The government. It's not one individual, is it?
Well, no, but it's a government. It's like an organizational body. So I assume that's what you mean. It's
Minister for Agriculture is part of the government.
Yeah, why if it is the Minister of Agriculture?
Okay. I'm just pointing out you might need to be a little bit more specific in your questioning.
Yeah, I'm just asking a question, man. Come on.
Yeah, I know, and I'm pointing out you might need to be a little bit more specific in your questioning.
Okay, so who's hiding
it? It's not the government. Weird.
So nobody's hiding it?
No, it's people that have ideologies and theologies. They can be in all manner of institutions.
Give me one example.
Science.
What about it?
Religion.
Okay, what about
it? What do you mean, what about science and religion, dude?
Why are they
These
saying
are the things that control our reality and our thoughts about our reality?
Okay, but why are they saying the Earth is round instead of flat?
Who? These theologies.
So you just said science, theology, so people in those fields, right? Why would they say something like
that?
We really don't know their motivations.
Sorry. Okay, go on.
No, we don't know their motivations. But, I mean, if the Earth is obviously flat, who cares?
Wait, but... So why do you assume they're immediately lying, though?
Because
I didn't assume that they were lying. It sounds like you're assuming that they're lying. It sounds like you think that they're lying to you.
You've got two things when you enter a crime scene. Let's say you've seen a murder, there's a dead body on the floor. Now, the crime has taken place. The person is dead. There's a knife sticking out of their back. Why this has happened, you don't know. But the crime has taken place. Now, we know the Earth is not a ball because the Earth measures flat. Therefore, the crime has taken place. But why the crime has taken place, I don't know.
Why do we... Wait, hold on. So why do we know the Earth is not... Sorry, why do we know the Earth is flat?
Because it measures that way. If the Earth was a sphere, that the surface of the Earth would measure to have curvature. The surface of the Earth doesn't measure to have curvature, so the Earth's not a sphere. Do you mean because it measures
it's not a why
over
question.
Distances of water? It's not weird.
Wait, but so you don't think the Earth has curvature?
No, that's why we say
it objectively does not.
Yeah.
How so?
Because it can't be. There's no measurable curvature anywhere.
Right.
You don't have to take my word for it. You ask the people why they're surveying the Earth, why they're using planar surveying and using horizontal data points and measuring a flat Earth. You tell me.
I don't know. I'm not a flat Earth expert. Just asking questions.
It's not this is not about flat Earth. This is just about everyday industry. Everyday, like everyone is using it. Everyone is.
I mean, I don't know about that. It's called 24/7 flat Earth. I have a feeling it is.
No, it's not. This is what people are doing every day, measuring and using and experiencing the Earth as a flat and stationary plane.
Wait, so what do you think the sun is then?
It's a light in the sky.
Okay, but what's it doing in the sky? Like,
it's making lots of light.
Does it just like spin around, or like, you know, does it go under the fucking disc, or what?
Oh, dude, why are you asking me? You see the sun every day, don't you? Going from horizon to horizon.
You seem very educated. I'm just asking you questions.
Did you say under the disc?
Yeah.
What disc?
No. Yeah. No. Definitely, the sun is not going under the disc. I presume
So what's
the
under
disc
the disc?
being the Earth in this example.
Wait, so what's under the disc? Is it like Mars?
There's no disc. The Earth isn't a disc.
So what is it?
Where'd you get that idea?
You don't know.
How do you know it's not a disc?
Hold on.
Yeah, you know it's not a disc. I actually think it is.
Sorry, says who? What was that?
Well, it's just an interesting question. Nobody here claimed a disc. You think it's a disc. Now it's incumbent upon you to prove that it is a disc. Good job.
My uncle told me that God told him it's a disc.
All right, so this is the point in the conversation where you guys are abandoning your original belief system and now going into absurdity because you know that you've lost the argument.
Wait, but you said you don't know what it is, so where's the argument?
No, I don't know. Why would I don't claim knowledge to it? Do you understand? I didn't claim anything about that. You assumed that I think it's a disc.
Definitely not a disc.
You just said it.
You just said it's not a disc.
Jedi said it's not a disc.
Yeah,
how do you know?
We don't have any evidence for it.
I think it's a disc.
Not making a claim is not the same as saying the Earth is not a disc. So either you know it's not a disc, or you're not making a claim for it.
We're not saying the Earth is any shape.
Okay, so you can't say then the Earth is not.
Can I finish making a dude? Can I finish the sentence without you talking through me, please? Would that be okay? It's probably why you misunderstand in the first place, because you wasn't listening correctly.
No, I heard you clearly say the Earth is
really okay. So I will continue. Thanks. So we're not claiming the Earth is any shape, especially not a disc. Now, it could be any shape.
Okay, that's
dude.
fair.
I'm not, dude, Mighty, for fuck's sake.
Yeah,
you understand why we're not claiming that the Earth is a disc.
So what's your opinion? What do you think it is?
I don't make a claim to the shape of the Earth, dude. I can't.
You make one?
No.
Why?
Because to make a claim.
You seem like a very smart and enlightened individual. I don't know.
Dude, hey, you know what? If you ask the man a question, you're going to have to shut up long enough to hear him answer
He just said he's not making a claim, so I'm just asking.
Yeah, he wasn't again for everyone's clarity. Flat isn't a shape claim. We're claiming a surface quality, that being the surface of the Earth. And as I said, that's flat. Orientation being horizontal, perpendicular to vertical. Now, no shape claim here. So when people say disc, we start jumping up and down and shit because we don't make a claim to a shape of the Earth, just its surface description. Because when there's a shape claim like a sphere, the surface description is curved. So we should measure that surface description. We don't measure that surface description. The description of the surface over distances of water is horizontal. So the Earth can't be having a curved surface like a sphere would.
Wait, so if the surface is flat, but you don't think it's a disc, is it a cube?
It's like he didn't hear you, Jedi. It's as if he didn't hear the part where we said we make no claims to a knowledge of the ultimate shape of the Earth.
No, if it's not a disc, it has to be a cube, right?
Why would it have to be a cube? You would probably have to tell us why it has to be now a cube. Could you tell us why you think that?
It's not a disc.
Why can't it be Earth-shaped? Like a tree is tree-shaped and a lake is lake-shaped and a mountain is mountain fucking shaped. You're talking about ideal geometry.
What is
cubes
what's
now?
Earth-shaped?
What does Earth-shaped mean?
It means it's Earth-shaped. The Earth is Earth-shaped. Whatever that means, that's the shape it will take.
Could be asymmetrical.
So you think the shape of the planet is a social construct?
No, I think
the planet.
I don't even understand if he's trying to engage correctly. He's obviously not hearing what I would call good faith. He's trying to throw tacks in the road. He's not making this conversation easy.
Wait, but I really want to know.
Bro, the idea that we're on a world amongst other worlds in an ever-expanding infinite void, right, is just an idea. Nobody's proven that's true.
Well, have you heard of a telescope?
For all you know, this is the only world.
Yes, what does a telescope prove?
So if you look in the night sky, right, and you see like a big old fat planet that's probably a disk that's just looking towards us.
Sorry,
is that not another planet?
I'll appease you. Right, we're looking at the night sky, and there's that one. We call that one Jupiter.
Yeah.
Okay, and what now?
That's a disk.
Is it?
Why?
It's facing towards us. My uncle told me.
Okay.
Oh boy.
See, again, I don't think you're in good faith, so we should probably move on to the next person.
Yeah, next. He's bricked.
I'll be next. How's everybody doing?
What's up, Larry?
Y'all doing all right? Having a good time?
Yeah, man.
Same old.
I think I should say Happy New Year to you. You might be the only person that I haven't said Happy New Year to.
Well, Happy New Year, even though it's April 1st, but it's okay. You're a little late. I'll forgive you.
No, I reckon it's March 1st, but we'll have a fight about that later.
Happy early Chinese New Year.
Yeah. So have you guys been on the front line this whole time? You guys specifically, you heard any good arguments from the Glovers ever or lately or anything that might apply?
No, sir. Same stuff, different day.
Well, the lead up today, Larry, common sense, thousands of facts, rockets going up, the mountains of files. Don't forget the mountains of files. There's so many sources. If you grab a telescope and aim it at the ground, you'll see the ground. If you aim it up, you'll see space. And academics, all these things prove curvature, mate.
Yeah,
millions of people couldn't be lying.
My favourite one of the day was it makes more sense, and then somebody take about 15 to 20 minutes telling us how you can't trust your senses. So that was fun.
Oh, all sides of the mouth. Classic Orwellian jibber jabber. So no verbal judo from them then.
Never.
Yeah, it seems our kung fu is better.
Well, I mean, you are dealing with double-speaking, snake, fork-tongued NASA dwellers.
That about sums it up.
They dwell inside the realm of NASA. Their imagination is limited to such thinking.
So, what's the
Delivering
explanation
pizzas,
for
man?
NASA or like whoever it is? Like, why do people think the Earth is curved?
They saw it on TV.
What? Yeah. Why do you think
Where did that idea come from?
the Roman Catholic Church? The modern idea.
Possibly it could go back to the kind of Greco-Roman thing, so I'm not really disagreeing with Jedi there.
Yeah, same theology brought through, same area.
Are they just trying to trick people? Are they intentionally misleading people, or what?
information and knowledge is power. I think we have to understand these things. So those that are in control information and power. So I guess that's the reason why they do it, and they do it all over the place. It's not just in this little niche of knowledge, it's in other areas of knowledge, right? History, for example, scientific discoveries, all of these types of things. People are people, dude. Let's be fair.
What power are they gaining by convincing everyone the world is round?
And they get to give us a whole new creation narrative about why and how you exist.
What?
Not really. It's kind of the same, isn't it?
I'll explain. Right, you've really got two choices at the end of this. Right, the Earth in the heliocentric model was exploded into existence by the common idea of a Big Bang explosion, right? Because when we rewind the clock and all types of things, there is a point in time and space where everything exploded from, and thus everything began. Okay, so that was the idea that created the Earth rotating around the sun eventually over lots of time, and then a process called evolution for biological sentient life forms to exist, and then eventually over time get to have conversations like this about the reality in which they inhabit. Now you've got two choices in these things, right? In any created system, it either, in this story, sprang into existence for no apparent reason whatsoever. All right, that happens all the time, like rabbits out of a magician's hat. Or somebody created the environment in which we live. Some people call that God. So if the Earth wasn't created in this naturalistic way and is not a sphere, and you go back and ask the question, well, what the fuck is that then, and how did I get here? You might come to other theological conclusions. The one that you've come to is based on the Earth being a ball.
So why is Earth not being a sphere? And wait, hold on. So why is Earth not being a sphere and either God or evolution not mutually exclusive? Mutually exclusive with each other. Like what? The fucking Big Bang could have happened, and we could be a sphere.
I think if you look back into the majority of ancient cosmologies and religions, the Earth was a flat stationary system underneath the heavens above. So this was the forethought of the majority of ancient civilizations, not just the Christians and the Bible and the Jews and so on. Right, the Mesopotamians, the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the South Americans, the Incas and so on. Right, all of these people understood that the Earth was a contained magical system with gods and shit running around. Now it's not, because of science and shit. So they still get to tell you where you are and how you got here.
Back then.
Excuse me, I'm still making my point, dude. You could probably notice that by the way that my voice was still being heard through the microphone. You decided to talk through it.
You're not finishing your point, which makes zero sense.
Seriously. What I'm pointing out is something that's called the ontological primitive. To make it simple, that's the dichotomy of creation. I've pointed out the two choices that you have when you answered the dichotomy of creation.
False dichotomy. I believe the Earth is a grape. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so false dichotomy of creation. On one hand, you have intelligence creates. On the other hand, things spring into existence for apparent reason. What is the third choice that makes this a false dichotomy?
If the Earth what I'm trying to explain to you is that the false dichotomy you're presenting is if you don't believe the Earth was made by a creator, therefore it has to be X shape. It doesn't fucking. You're just trying to draw two completely unconnected dots to try and make.
Straw man argument. He never said that.
Then how does this explain? How does his fucking rant about fucking God and Earth's creation have anything to do with the?
Did you ask the question, or was it somebody else?
Because it's theologically based.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
you still haven't answered how.
You're trying.
You still haven't answered how Earth. How them hiding that Earth is like a different shape from a sphere.
He just rants.
Would
he
help
answer
them.
the question.
Yeah, like
it's God's creation.
Who's hiding it? Who's hiding it?
Well, the current narrative about why you're here, right? It's kind of insignificant in the grand scheme of things, right? Considering all of the galaxies around that contain stars and obvious planets around them that likely have got other. Don't mean anything in the grand scheme of.
You're cutting out, bro.
Now we can't understand you for two reasons.
You're cutting out. The transmission's not very good.
So, anyways,
internet connection.
We were speaking to for itself. Did you get your question answered before these other knuckle draggers were interrupting?
Yeah, the idea is that they're trying to control you, I suppose.
Right.
Right, but who
well,
is
they're
it?
controlling information.
Who is they?
Can I answer that?
Whoever's proffering the story. Whoever originated or proffer or is continuing to proffer the story.
Can I jump in on that question?
But, like,
Go ahead.
who is it? I just mean,
Yeah,
who is it?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you. The hierarchy enslaving you, right? Because you're not very powerful if you're ignorant. Well, I mean, I'm speculating here, but you could say Rome. Rome is always about gaining, consolidating power, and you can trace that, all the way back to Alexander the Great, even though he wasn't Roman. That same idea was kind of going on then as it is going on now. And if they can make you believe that, there's an alien invasion coming, then you would possibly set aside all your differences, much like Europe when it was invaded by, who, which is not really what I'm here to talk about, but you'll see all these little tiny tribes get together and fight themselves off from invading forces like what happened in Spain. So if everybody could go back to believing in the emperor in Rome, that would be great. So it's to consolidate wealth and power. It's what Rome has always done. But that's speculation on my part for my research that all roads lead to Rome, especially when it comes to who's trying to control you.
So the person that's lying about, or the people lying about the shape of the earth is Rome?
How are they lying about it?
If they are not lying, that means that Earth is curving.
Let's identify the lie. What's the lie? In what form is the lie being presented to the world?
Well, I think it's Jewish. It's a way for the Jews to control us.
In what form is the lie? What is the lie? Let's identify the lie. In what form is this lie being presented to the world? I'm hearing crickets.
It's crazy, right? I don't want to answer. It's obvious. I'm giving somebody else a chance to answer because it's obvious. And T-Dub obviously isn't asking me.
Well, I believe it's the Jews.
Well, that's a good question.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's great, man.
No, that's a group of people. That's not what the lie is. Do you understand the difference, right? T-Dub's asking what the lie is. You've pointed out a group of people.
Well, no, what form is it being presented to you in? Like when and how and where?
What lie? You guys are skipping over the part where we're asking for the lie itself.
Fuck knows.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Fucking TikTok brains, man.
I just think the Earth's flat.
Why?
No.
Why? I mean, because I've never seen any definitive proof of a globe Earth. I mean, every time I've been on an airplane, I've never seen the curvature. Everyone's banging on about refractions. I've seen the photos of the satellite of the oil rig, and I just think it's ridiculous. The Earth is flat, 100%.
Earth is better. Okay. All right. So
that's how I see it. I've never seen any proof otherwise. I've never seen proof of a globe Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Not one. No, I don't think so.
So where does the sun go when it goes over the horizon?
I love my flat Earth.
Hold on. Over the horizon is a begging the question fallacy. You're insinuating that the horizon itself is something to go over.
Just asking
like a hill.
in the phenomenon of a sunset.
Wait, hang on.
Okay, a sunset.
No. They're supposed to, though. A commercial plane should be able to see the curvature, but I mean, it's 35,000 feet in the sky.
What?
No. Not according to their mathematics.
Why? So what is it then? When would you be able to see the curvature of the Earth? At what height?
Supposedly at no height. Apparently not even from the ISS.
Yeah, but I've never seen the curvature, ever.
You won't. You have to go to space, which is beyond the Kármán line, to perceive the curvature of the Earth, according to the mathematics. So let's keep that clear. Somewhere around where the International Space Station is, but more likely beyond that. Not in a commercial aircraft. Think about what you're seeing. Looking out of a window, observing the horizon, you can't see the rest of it because the airplane's in the way, especially when you turn around. Imagine the aircraft was glass, like Wonder Woman's, right? The invisible plane, and you could perceive the horizon 360 degrees around you. Would one part be higher or lower than the other? No, of course it wouldn't. The horizon is just the optical distance that you can see across a surface before that optical resolution disappears, i.e. you can't see any more of the surface. When you turn around, that perception is a circle of limitation around the observer. One part is not higher or lower than the other. So it still looks flat then.
So the sun is just in the sky, right? It's we can agree on that.
Seems like it.
Yep.
Well,
it seems like
yeah,
it.
but what?
But you would question that. You would question whether or not the sun is in the sky.
I don't really question it. That's what I observe. I haven't had anybody tell me otherwise, that they've experienced the sun being somewhere other than in the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's shining over a flat surface.
Yeah, measurably, the surface is flat.
Right.
What's the reason for like lying to the populace about?
Okay. Apparently today, sorry, I hate to cut you off, brother, but apparently everybody that's come in here today has decided to ask the question about a lie. We don't actually know what lie you guys are talking about. So, and we're not going to give you no motivations. I can't give you other people's motivations or the motivations of the corporation, for crying out loud.
I didn't mean it as an attack or anything. I think we could just talk about like what do we think the motivation would be.
Why do we want to talk about that?
I think
why do we? Yeah.
It's control.
Well, then
why we're here.
You know, it's feeding. It's
not why we're here.
It's feeding.
No, that's not why we're here. Let me help you understand something. We're not here to discuss motivations. It doesn't say on the channel name 24/7, I wonder why they did that crap. That's not what this channel is about. This is about the Earth. This is about the measurements of Earth. This is about what can actually be shown, proven, experienced, empirical evidence of where you live. That's why we're here.
Yeah. Guess. But I think it's an interesting, thing to think about,
Sure. I don't deny that. It is interesting. But at the end of the day, unless you ask people, and hopefully they won't lie to you about what their motivations are, we can't know. What we can know is that the Earth is measurably flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you mean by that? That would be my question. Huh? Yours? It's not yours question, that. No, you will not ask that question. When you will ask that question.
Sorry, Sasha, I have no idea what you're asking or who you're talking to.
I'm talking to him.
To me?
Okay.
Yeah, you said it's interesting stuff to ask why would they lie, but he told you, that measure flat, and I asked what he means by that, and when you will ask that question.
I never said that the Earth measures flat.
But he said it, and when you will ask him, what do you mean by that?
Well, I believe that the Earth's flat.
You believe? Why you believe?
100%, because I've never seen any proof otherwise.
Okay. So you
that's
believe?
My rationale. I believe the Earth's flat. I know the Earth's flat.
I get it. Right, and I'll agree with you. From our perception, everybody experiences this flat stationary plane. What my friend's pointing out is that my colleague also said that the Earth is measured flat. When we take a measurement of something, the requirement for belief goes out the window. We can replace the belief with knowledge, because when we measure something, that's an empirical standard, right? If you measure something to be, I don't know, orientated at 45 degrees, and then it's orientated at 45 degrees. You understand this, right?
Yes.
Cool. So my friend's pointing out that you can escape the belief and go into knowledge by understanding how the Earth is measured to be what you see.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, does anyone in this call have glow proof? Okay.
No, because that would require measurements of the surface of the Earth. And the measurements of the surface of the Earth are that the surface lies horizontal distant. So there's no evidence for the Earth being curved.
There you go. My whole point.
The fact that
that question, why would they lie? It's
okay, sorry.
Well, same time. Sorry about that.
It's okay, Larry. You go.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, dear.
Wow.
Larry, do it. After 3. 1, 2, 3. Larry.
Yeah. The whole idea of why would they lie? They're probably not lying. They're just accepting what was told to them before. We kind of look back at actual history, right? And the government schools tell us that Thanksgiving was like this wonderful thing where the Native Americans came to help out, and they kind of leave it at that. And it's like, well, it didn't exactly go like that. What actually happened is that the Europeans were starving and didn't know how to live off the land because it was a new land. And they were practicing communism, and most of them were like bureaucrats not used to getting out there and foraging for themselves. So these domesticated families were, starving to death because they're used to living in a city, and the natives had to help them out. And then after that, there was some scalping involved. But I digress. But the teacher didn't lie to us. She just believed what she was told, right? She's not lying to the students and verifying. She's just grading and testing for scores, and that's it.
Yeah, it's kind of relates to what I was going to say too. Because the fact that people ask so often, why would they lie, is just an indicator that their idea that they live on a sphere is just a piggyback on someone else's claimed experience, not their own, somebody else's. But they feel obligated to have to defend for some reason.
Well, it goes against everyone's school of thought, doesn't it? Most people are taught in school that the Earth's a globe, and we should just shut up and listen to it. Most people don't want to question the status quo.
Well, I think we're supposed to do better than that. The teachers should probably be fact checking the curriculum, and I don't think they're allowed to question the curriculum. I think they just have to go by the curriculum. But that's what you get. You get what you pay for when you go to government schools. I hear that private schools can be, not always, can be a lot better. But most people aren't going to teach you how to think in the educational system, in my opinion. But there are the few and far between actual teachers and philosophers in the teaching position. But everyone else isn't lying to you, because lie means there's intent. So I hope that we squash that question. Does anybody have any questions about the shape of the Earth now that we've kind of conquered that? Should we go back to speculating on why they would lie or not lie? That is the question.
What's the lie?
Well, that's their question. Why would they lie? And then I said, or not lie.
Exactly.
So, as always talking, this week I drove about 2,400 miles in about 40 hours, maybe a little more, a little less. I didn't really calculate it. But yeah, that was fun. I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know I could drive that far. But the interesting thing, the reason I told you that is out of 2,400 miles, well, maybe it wasn't quite that much. Maybe it was a little closer to 2,000 miles. Like I said, I didn't calculate it, but I'm just, roughly telling you that part that doesn't really matter to tell you that I stopped at the same gas station twice. Once on the way there, I stopped and I was talking to the cashier about having car trouble. And the very next day on the way back, 24 hours later, I stopped at the same gas station. And I was pretty awestruck by it because what are the chances? Like 1 in 10,000? The odds against stopping at the same gas station twice. Anyway, I thought it was pretty cool.
Scares you. Thanks, Hex. Did you have anything else to add?
No.
Okay, mate, thank you.
Where'd you go, Larry?
I just got quite a juicy Fanta at the moment. It's causing me to burp.
From Colorado to Minneapolis? Wait, no. Wait, was it? No, Cincinnati. Yeah, Cincinnati. Thereabouts. I didn't exactly go to Cincinnati downtown, but you get it.
You're over in Colorado now?
Yeah, I live in Colorado.
I thought you were in Texas.
I was, but they arrested my wife for half a marijuana cigarette, threw her in a cage and stole my car and kidnapping and Grand Theft Auto, and they got away with everything because she agreed to it. So we decided to move to Colorado.
No, fuck. Doesn't matter though. Larry's never in Texas. Texas is always in Larry. Wherever you go, mate, the Texas will always be in you.
Ain't that the truth?
So, are you along the Front Range? Because that's my old stomping ground, so I'm pretty familiar with Colorado.
I don't know. It's a Front Range. Are you talking about the mountains?
So the Front Range essentially is the I-25 corridor that's north to south along the foothills of the Rockies to the west, or excuse me, to the east.
Yeah, I live in a big city, so there's lots of deliveries to be made. The delivery to Ohio was basically unexpected, but I did it anyway. But yeah, the mountain range. I can see the mountains from here. That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, you're on the eastern, we'll call it the eastern slope. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, pretty nice place to live. Everybody's chill, other than being menaced a few times. My wife and I have been menaced. Other than that, everything's good.
Interesting. Menaced. What does that mean?
Menacing usually involves a weapon or some kind of threatening gesture involving a weapon.
No kidding. Huh.
Yeah,
Well,
they better be glad I was in my car, because he would have a lot of trouble if I would have felt threatened.
Yeah.
But because I was in my car, I just kept moving.
Gotcha. Well, enjoy it out there. It's got its own communist problems, but yeah, and I think those police there will also kidnap you and steal your car, but at least not for a half a marijuana cigarette.
Unless they believe you're smoking it.
True.
So, you still gotta watch out for road pirates. It's almost as if they swore an oath to the extortion and not the Constitution.
Yeah, it's weird. They swear an oath, but they ignore that. It's kind of
I
bizarre.
hereby swear to extort the populace and squeeze as much tax as I can out of these people through the court system, and even though it's fraud, we get people to admit to crimes that we know they didn't commit. They know they didn't commit, but the extortion tactic is based on fear and obeying, so 99% of the population signs the plea deal, just like my wife. So yeah, good times everywhere we go. In
Man,
America,
that sucks.
land of the free.
Yep, land of the free, home of the slave.
Right. Yeah, you guys know I kind of take the center path on politics. I'm obviously never, ever going to be an anti-gunner or anti-marijuana. And that basically describes the left and the right, in my opinion, if you were to sum it up in one sentence. And I think that why be anti-communist or anti... What are the other group? They call them fascists, yeah. The leftists call them fascists. Why be anti-communist or anti-fascist when you could just be anti-authoritarian like me?
100%.
Anyway, does anybody have any questions about the flat Earth? Shout out to Dave Hinkle, wherever you at. I know you're spinning your tires somewhere, bro.
Thank you, Larry. I'm here. I'm the D. No, I'm sorry. That was a bad impersonation. Shout out to Dave. He does keep us on our toes. Shout out to everyone in the background. It's they do a lot. They do more than we realise. People that don't necessarily voice up, they're active in the YouTube chat, helping moderate in there, engaging in conversations there, adding to, just supporting the channel, and people that post in the side chat, with the memes, the diagrams, the links, the articles, so forth and so on, and people that also provide information in the DMs to people, direct them to our home server, etc. Old Dude, Kembo Beats. It's the unheard and the unseen people that we should pay credit to.
To whom it may concern, I'm requesting posting privileges in the English Hub. If anybody has that authority and they would bless me with posting terms, that'd be great. I think I seem to remember having problems posting there.
That would be Cyclone or DJ, if you're listening, either one. Or if they're not listening right now, keep an eye out for when they are around and you're on at the same time. Yeah, they can do that.
Lazy Cyclist, put a message in mod chat.
Yeah, that's the other option. We can replace them.
Lazy Git.
I am a lazy git.
Yeah.
I admit it.
I mean, I'm the one telling you to do it. I could do it. I'm even fucking lazier, mate. It's Larry, though.
Yeah, sometimes I go there and would like to post a few things, and people need visualization sometimes.
Yep.
I have to admit, I haven't been the best moderator for. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, you're always good with the stuff that you post.
Ooh, be fun. Yeah, Colorado's a winter wonderland. Took forever to get some snow, but when the year changed, we finally got a pretty decent snow, and I've been having fun ever since. Busted my ass twice. I didn't know that dry snow would be slippery. I thought only the wet and then re-frozen snow was slippery. But yeah, I just played football, so I just bounced off the ground and rolled over and stood back up and keep it moving because it's fun falling down. Kind of remind you that you're not perfect. You're a dumbass sometimes. Don't be a dumbass. I forgot that you guys don't like the. Sorry about that.
Wait, you're on our mod stuff, aren't you, Larry? Or you're not? You're a moderator in here?
I believe I was. I don't know if I still am.
You should.
But I'm kind of an honorary mod because I don't know all the. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if you have access to our back chat. That's it. I
believe so.
Yeah. All right, so yeah. Just I've just requested on your behalf.
You can do that yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, you can hit Cyclone up in there too. I just did it on your behalf, though.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm kind of an honorary mod. I don't like being heavy-handed, but every once in a while, when you guys aren't around, it's kind of nice to have someone to mute someone who's acting inappropriately. But it's not my favorite thing to do. I just try to protect the server and the YouTube channels and make the conversation palatable. So yeah, thank you for the honorary mod position. I've kind of designated myself as an honorary mod.
You're all right, mate. More than welcome.
Yeah, man, it's been a fun ride. It's past 10 years. I've learned a lot. I met some very, very smart people. And some nice people. Really nice on both sides.
You driving at the moment, Larry? Yeah, that's your robot in, dude.
He's in between. He's in between signals. Coming in and out of those ranges.
I can put myself on mute.
No, not close enough yet. Maybe another mile or so. Have we got any unrecognisable names in the chat? Somebody called IV2417. Sounds like the name of a rowing boat that needs to come in at some point. Juice is in the house. What's up, Juice? Good to see you. I'm only pointing out names that I don't recognise. Someone at the bottom, that's just, as far as I'm concerned, just a bunch of letters. That's despite everything. I won't bother. Oh, hello, despite everything. Hope you're well. Who's at the top of the chat? It's that Jim. What's up, Jim? How you doing? Lots of names that I do recognise. Doog is in the house. Hello. Devil's Advocate. Let me see if you change your name from something I don't know. Jimmo, yeah, I don't care. So, hello, Devil's Advocate. How are you? Silent Followers in the house. Hello. Chubbs is here. I think I might recognise the name, but not a common or frequent flyer, shall we say. So lots of names that I don't recognise. If anyone's got questions about the subject of the room, that subject of the room is the flat Earth or globe Earth, and, you know, our thoughts and, I was going to say feelings, but feelings isn't the right word. Well, our thoughts and understandings about the world around us and the conversations about that. So if anybody wants to have a conversation about what our reality is, then please feel free to unmute your microphone. When you do unmute your microphone, introduce yourself, tell us what your name is, say hi. I waved to myself then, that was crazy, you didn't see that. But say hi and bring forth your point of view, whether it be flat, whether it be globe. Other than that, we would just have uncomfortable silence. Mm-hmm. I see Julius has joined in. You've got the Asda tag. What, like the supermarket Asda?
Yeah, I love Asda.
You work for Asda?
Yeah, I'm a manager in Asda. It's my dream job.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, gallows humour. I used to work in Tesco's.
I don't know what the Tesco is. Is that a food?
It's another supermarket like Asda in the UK.
Whoa.
Anyway, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel. Here on, I don't know where we are. Politics? Yeah, politics. So, welcome to our channel, mate. We are live streaming. What brings you in?
I need background noise for my Marvel Rivals.
Oh, I see. So you just want to chill out in the background whilst you're doing other things?
Well, somebody can always monologue, and then Helio clip it and play it, during dead air time, replay it on his pre-recordings. I heard myself for like 15 to 20 minutes monologuing. Well, apart from Duke. Duke was like in and out of the conversation, but mostly it was just me. And I was so embarrassed. I was like, oh my God, why did you clip that, Helio? I know you must have enjoyed what I had to say.
What's wrong, T-Dub? You realise how bogan we really sound when we're recorded? It's a crack up, isn't it?
I don't know. I just felt like, telling myself to get off my high horse.
Flat Earth.
Yep. What about it?
We're just coming into chat and saying 2 random words now.
Well, the name is Juice. Probably we've got to squeeze a bit harder. Oh, they run away.
Larry has returned.
Better reception, I hope.
Yeah, that's much clearer.
Yeah, apparently there's no problem speaking back and forth with Masons on the moon, but driving like a mile down the road and taking a left into some neighborhoods, it's all over, man. It's bad reception.
X-ray. What's up, X-Ray? Welcome to the channel. Lots of people jumping in and out. Matthew Learns has joined us. Always fun, Matthew.
Hope your weekend's going well.
So far, so good, my friend, yeah? How about yours?
Happy New Year, Matthew Learns. What do you think
Thank
about
you.
Masons on
Happy
the
New
Moon?
Year. Yeah, Happy New Year to you guys, too. I'm just getting ready for the new school semester. It starts on Monday. So I got new students that I can indoctrinate. Teach.
I like it.
Have you got a first day prank to pull on them?
Not really. I have lots of little jokes and things to do here and there, but
just tell them it's a globe. That's enough.
There you go.
You evil cog in the wheel, you, Matthew.
I don't think I would change anybody's minds. I think they're going to believe it's a globe or flat, regardless of what I say.
But you just teach math anyway, so I doubt the topic comes up very much, right?
It doesn't really. That's true. We do talk about critical thinking and that kind of stuff, though. Logic and truth.
Is it so it's a college? Is it just like introductory to like calculus or something?
No, it has a fancy name. It's called quantitative reasoning for the real world. It's basically sort of basic math for humanities majors.
Oh, okay. Humanities is like social studies?
People who aren't science majors, basically. So communication, film majors, business.
Oh, okay. Right. So it's like it's a complementary course they have to take.
Yeah, we call it general ed, general education. They have a certain number of units they have to do in a bunch of different disciplines outside of their major.
Is it multi-denominational?
So Biola is a Christian university that has no denominational affiliation.
Oh, fair enough. Cool. Yeah. So you get students from all different Christian backgrounds and religions.
Yeah, typically, yeah. Mostly evangelicals, Baptists, that kind of thing. We do have some Catholics, but not a lot. They would typically go to Catholic schools.
Do you ever come across the odd atheist student?
I don't think anybody starts going to the school as an atheist. Of the 5,000 students I've taught over the past 20 years, there's been a couple that became atheists, but that's pretty rare. I mean, if you're you would probably end up wanting to be in a different school anyway if you're an atheist at some point.
So what's like? Is it a big school? Like they got their own football team, that sort of thing?
We don't have an American football team. We do have soccer, what you would call football. and it's, let's see, 5,600 students between graduates and undergrads. So medium size, maybe.
Okay. What about any special facilities there? Observatory, planetarium, something like that?
There is a small observatory on top of the science building, but we're in the middle of Los Angeles County, so as you can imagine, the skies aren't super.
Oh, yeah, that fog, eh? Dang.
You know what, though? No, it's not the fog; it's the light pollution.
Light pollution. So, sorry, I meant to say smog, not fog.
Oh, yeah. No, it's just a bunch of lights in the atmosphere. But you know what? We have some pretty good telescopes, and so, you know, we were like a month ago we were looking at Jupiter. Got a pretty good view of that.
Apart from Flat Earth, Matthew, is there any other, for want of a better phrase, conspiracy theories that you hang around with, or that you hold your own, or have you got a very staunch opinion on these types of things? Or
well, so first of all, I don't think that conspiracy theory means false. There are some conspiracy theories that are true, some that are false. I do think that flat Earth is kind of like the big one. But, you know, I've heard people talk about chemtrails, moon landing deniers who are globers, but still moon landing deniers, the JFK thing, 9/11, like all that type of stuff. So I think it's interesting to talk about all those things because it's basically figuring out how people think and how people decide what is true is interesting to me.
Okay. But what about what you decide is true for yourself? Do you find that interesting?
Yes, of course. I mean, I want to try and be as close to the truth as possible. I think everybody does, right? Nobody intentionally believes something false. Maybe, I take that back. Maybe some people sort of like ignore it and don't want to think about it. Okay. That's sort of intentional.
Is there anything that's changed for you? And obviously, it doesn't have to be with regards to Flat Earth, and I'm not trying to lead you down some conversational trap or anything like that. I'm generally interested. Is there anything that's changed for you over, say, the last 10 years with regards to, say, your things that have changed as, like, your perception of the world, or things that you held a belief in that you don't hold a belief in, or you didn't hold a belief in but you do now? Is there anything that's changed for you?
Yeah, for sure. I would say that I've become much more suspicious of the common narrative for medical things, especially, 5 years ago. So I am cautious about that type of thing. I am more aware
hold the phone. I did not see that coming.
Well, I mean, I'm probably not as far down the path as you guys are. I'm just saying I'm more suspicious. And I'm also aware that Big Pharma is motivated by money more than by helping people. Here's one where I went the opposite, though. If you asked me 10 years ago if I thought what happened with JFK, I would have said, well, who knows? I mean, the mob didn't like him, the CIA didn't like him, Cuba didn't like him, like all these things, so who knows what happened. But after examining Jared Posner's evidence on Oswald, I actually think that you can make a pretty good case that Oswald acted alone. So I've gone the opposite in that direction.
Have you seen the documentary JFK to 9/11?
No. Is it that you mean there's one documentary about both of those?
Yeah, it's a time span from JFK through to 9/11.
Okay.
That
sounds interesting.
Pretty good. Check it out.
Yeah, I would also recommend, obviously, you probably wouldn't agree with me on JFK, but it's worth thinking about and seeing what the other side said. So that's why I looked into this Jared Posner stuff, and I was like, oh, you know what? He's the one guy who ignored all the other things and looked I guess he didn't ignore it, but he looked mainly at Oswald and said, okay, what type of guy was he? What was he doing? He interviewed as many people as he could find. In general, it's hard to keep these kinds of things secret unless it's just a lone actor. So I don't know. I think it's plausible that he acted alone. even though there were people that wanted JFK dead, wanting him dead isn't a crime. Conspiring to kill him is. So, who knows?
Well, his speech against the whole shadow government, cabal thing, that I would have been scared if I was him after saying all that.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I mean, that's evidence in the other direction. Anyway, I just bring that up as an example where it went the other way. So, in the big answer to your question is yes. I think I've sort of shifted around one way or the other on several things in the past 10 years.
Has your Christianity changed?
The basics haven't, I don't think. I think the basics are really simple. I trust Jesus Christ for my salvation. I look forward to eternal life. I think the big things that God created the universe, God loves me and cares for me, Jesus is the way, that kind of stuff is all the same. I hope I've grown and become a better person. I may have changed my mind some here and there about some of the smaller details, but nothing big.
Okay. I've been kind of fishing around for with people that I know in the channel, you included, and other people, with regards to what I've noticed primarily in flat earthers, but I'm trying to include you in the conversation because I've asked you, but a change that's kind of happened over the last 6 months to maybe a year, in my observations anyway. It seems to be longer for some people also. Kind of change in their Christianity.
Crazy. And what is the 6 months change you've noticed?
People seem to be a little bit more skeptical about the timeline that's given biblically, and I use that loosely because when we look at, say, Christian end-time eschatology, there's a few ways of thinking about it, right? Jesus died on the cross, ascended to heaven, and at some point he's going to come back, and Armageddon and all those types of things. Things like the rapture event, like post-tribulation, pre-tribulation, mid-tribulation, those types of issues. Some people suggesting that maybe Jesus has already done those things. We're living some kind of time after that. Some people call this eschatology Satan's little season. There's been quite a lot of changes within other like conspiratorial subjects as well that kind of lend credence and run parallel to this idea that Jesus had already had his millennial kingdom, and the subjects run parallel like mud flood kind of ideas and the Titarian idea of there was an ancient civilization that built primarily everything that we see around us, all of the old buildings that seem vast and wonderful to us, and we've overtaken that because of this end time war that's already taken place. And we're living in this time of delusion and not fully understanding what's happened. Quite a lot of people I've noticed have started changing our Christianity based upon these things. I've seen it around flat earthers, I've seen it in other conspiratorial areas, and I've kind of seen it growing on YouTube as well. I wondered if you'd looked into any of those subjects or had a change of maybe your type of eschatology.
Yeah, that's a pretty astute observation. I do think you're right about some shifting in this community. All of these ideas are not new. I mean, Christians have argued about eschatology for hundreds of years, and had all of those wide range of views for a long time. As far as like within sort of modern Christianity, I don't know. Maybe in this community things have gone that way more. In general, in America, with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, there has been kind of a small shift towards being more serious about religion, even just among young men in particular, in general. Mm-hmm. So some of that bleeds over into flat Earth communities too, I would say. So I think you're right. I haven't changed my mind on that type of stuff that much.
Where do you place yourself in the timeline with regards to Jesus and the Bible? I know you're a Christian dude, so share the same type of thing with me, but many Christians place themselves differently in the timeline. I'm curious, where do you place yourself?
I'm not sure what you mean by the timeline. It means as far as end
yes, maybe I should be more clear. So there's, like I said, different types of eschatology. Are you waiting for Jesus to come back, for example, like I was about a year to 6 months ago? These type of, some people call them rapture events. You know, Jesus is going to come back and rapture the church, or Jesus is going to come back and have his millennial kingdom. Are you waiting for something like that, or do you believe that these things have already happened and we're leaving after that time?
Right. Can I just add, in the same way that that the angels speaking to the disciples after they watched him ascend said that they would see him return.
Yeah, I still am waiting for the millennial kingdom. I think that's in the future. I think Jesus will visibly return. In a sense, it's obvious to all humans, and that hasn't happened yet. So I admit that there are some things that are not super clear, but will become more clear in hindsight. So I do think some prophecies have been fulfilled, but I don't think that we have experienced the second coming yet. I would describe myself as a premillennialist, thinking that the rapture will happen before the millennium. And it could be tomorrow or next year, 15 years from now, but I think it's still plausible that it could be 1,000 more years still. So I sort of don't have strong opinions, but that's kind of where I land right now.
Okay, dude, I want to ask any more questions, but I appreciate your honesty.
Oh, I'm happy to answer. Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I think there are some things that are core issues that I, would die on. That God exists and that Jesus is our salvation. And then there's thousands of things that I think is probably true, but aren't salvation issues and are just interesting and important with varying levels of importance. And so it's fine to argue about those things, but in the long run, it's the core issues that matter.
Yeah, I would kind of agree with that, actually.
Yeah, so I agree with you there.
Cool.
And
awesome,
our culture loves to point out the differences and have disagreements and arguments. And I mean, we're literally on a social media platform called Discord. But so there's
exactly my point. Yeah, exactly my point and my hesitation to carry on. Exactly that. I don't want the discourse and so on. I want the conversation. I don't want the bad conversations. It's fine. These are touchy subjects for some people, right? And one of the main tools and tactics that whoever's in fucking control use against the little people like us, they like us arguing amongst ourselves, because when we're arguing amongst ourselves and pointing fingers at you or me or anybody else, then we're not pointing fingers at them. But I guess sometimes in these conversations we're trying to point away from this reality in which we live. There's certain things about it that are controlled from a nefarious point of view, and those are the ones that are really getting us in pitch battles, arguing the toss about really, like you pointed out, not salvation issues. So as long as we can agree on those things, and maybe our conversations don't necessarily have to be so harsh in the future, even though it is fun.
I like that. New Year's resolution for 2026. Of course, there are people who end up showing up here who are already pretty amped up, and so it's easy to match their energy. And by the way, at 26 past the hour, I just posted what I would generally agree with the teaching position of the university I work at, and the link to more details.
Okay, thank you, mate. Yeah, that was only for you. That's not anybody else that comes into the channel. Just you.
Thanks.
Cool, awesome. I'll read this in a bit.
So, Matthew, I've probably heard you answer this before, but what is your stance on evolution?
So I think God created animals and the way that life works is a very flexible and dynamic system. But I think that God created different kinds, and all we're seeing now is devolution. So God's perfect plan for all these different kinds of animals was perfect. Then in the fall, things started devolving. And so I think that there's some change that might look like evolution, but it's sort of the opposite. I think we're in the seventh day right now. God rested. He's not creating new kinds anymore. So I think that humankind was created separately. I think that God injected information into the system minimally and maybe even specially created animals. If there's some kind of common descent, that's possible, but it certainly couldn't have happened naturally, like the evolutionists say, that it just all happened by chance and natural selection. It's possible that God used common ancestry, but then injected information to make a canine different than a giraffe, different than a whale. So I kind of hold that, that definitely there's intelligent design all over the place. I know that wasn't like a neat answer that fits in sort of the normal categories, but that's what I think is probably true.
It's just a point where I guess you like us would disagree with the mainstream kind of narrative about things.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
I do think that Christians sometimes get all mixed up in arguing some of the details, where the big picture is it methodological naturalism, which is saying there's nothing beyond nature, or is it intelligent design? That's the big picture thing. If it is intelligent design, how long did God take to do it? Did he use a common descent of some sort? Probably not. Why would we appeal to that? But maybe if you want to say that, okay. So those are the details where the bigger picture of intelligent design, I think, is super clear, because life requires information. Information doesn't spring out of thin air.
Okay. Do aliens exist for you?
In my worldview, the universe is very large, and there are lots of planets and other solar systems, so to speak. I recognize you don't think that's true, but it's a very big empty place, and God is very creative. So I'm curious. I don't know if he sort of pre-populated those other places with animals and things. Probably not. It'd be like asking Adam and Eve, "Do you think there are other continents out there and with other people on it?" And they would be like, "I don't know."
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. There's room for more. God doesn't have to tell us everything, right? But there's
my guess is no
out there. Okay.
I mean, we already have non-human intelligent beings in the form of angels and demons, right? So messengers of different kinds, powers and principalities. So those exist.
This is kind of where I was leading to. So some people would say that the idea that NASA, for example, are hiding the idea of aliens isn't really that they're aliens. It's because that there's nefarious, anti-godly intent still within the world. For ease of phrase, let's just call that Satan and his minions for now, right? Who are influencing the world. Do you have any opinion that those
that caller doesn't say anything about barking? About bark sensor or anything?
I do think that there's a lot in the spiritual realm that we don't understand very well. A lot of things that people might see as alien encounters or UFOs or things, those are probably spiritual encounters that are happening. And who knows? I mean, you look at the old parts of the Old Testament, and like, who are the sons of God mixing with the women, and who are the Nephilim, and like all these sort of mysterious things. I know some people have fairly well thought out ideas about all of that, I confess I haven't really paid much attention to that. I think that those kinds of things are probably not around as much, or at least more hidden from us somehow. So, but yeah, as far as like alien beings who evolved on some other star system and took spaceships to come here, no, I don't think that's happening.
Okay. Do you think that looking around the world today, there's obviously a lot of what we would call sin and morality issues, right? It appears from our point of view to be getting worse all the time. Do you think that this is do you think this is just down to us individually, or do you think there's also a combination of our fallen form and manipulation from these other entities still involved with people's theology today? So we'll call them dark esoteric religions. Do you think there are people that hold dark esoteric religions that are still valid today?
Yeah, so obviously, if you call on demons and worship them, I think that they'll show up, and some of these religions, maybe without even realizing it, especially pagan religions, like trying to connect with nature, what they're really interacting with is demons. As to your question about whether things are getting worse or better, it's hard to quantify because, throughout history, things have been pretty bad at some times, things have gotten better at other times. The gospel of Jesus Christ is going through the entire world in ways that have never been true in previous centuries due to technology and missions and that kind of thing.
I appreciate that, but in your lifetime, and I'm assuming you're around the same age as me, so you would have seen changes within the family. You would have changes even within legal systems, even within school systems, right? The way that Christianity has been taken out of school systems, for example, and replaced with other things. Would you say that potentially that these things are getting worse from that point of view, where that spiritual influence is influencing more?
For sure. We used to live in the United States, for sure anyway. We used to live in a society that was broadly, at least socially, Christian, and had all of these social norms that are eroding away, and I see that as a bad thing. I do see sort of a pendulum swing in the past few years of people wanting to get back to that. But yeah, as far as if things are getting worse, yes, they are in some ways. Some ways things are getting better. But remember, there's been times in history, like at the fall of the Roman Empire, there were Roman cities that had a whole city, all this stuff built up, Roman baths, running water, sewage, all this type of stuff. And then the barbarians came, sacked the city, and the city has laid empty for 1,000 years. So,
I appreciate that. Yeah, for sure. I appreciate that. It's hard to quantify when you say worse. I mean, with your examples, of course. No, I appreciate that. I just wonder when I'll finish this line of questioning. Did really well. Just wonder whether you think that it's just natural or whether it's controlled to be like this, as in the way that laws have changed, the way the school system's changed. Obviously, this comes through people doing these things. Are they doing it by themselves, or is there somewhere at the top some kind of control that we're not aware of that is hidden from us?
Yeah, you know what?
Why would they lie?
No, I do. So it may surprise you to hear me say that I actually do believe in the biggest conspiracy of them all, that there is a conspiracy of evil beings led by Satan himself, whose goal is to hide the knowledge of God, get Christians to not understand their freedom in Christ, and all this type of stuff. And so I would see that as kind of like the controlling influence. I don't see there being a huge group of human controllers that have all the knowledge and that they're doing it. I would see it more of a spiritual thing. So I don't know if there's like a group of Illuminati and hanging out in Switzerland controlling who's president and premier and prime minister of all these countries. Instead, I would say, well, it's more controlled from the spiritual sense that Satan and his minions have their goals. Fortunately, God is more powerful, knows all these things, and ultimately will win in the end.
Yeah. Okay, dude, thank you for that, man. Appreciate it. Like I said, I think I've said I appreciate that, and I'll shut up.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, those are really interesting things to think about. I appreciate your questions.
I might ask you this time next year. See what happens in the year's time.
No, fair enough. I mean, it's all things are always like there's all kinds of stuff always happening. Like it seems like when they're in the midst of it, it's like, oh my gosh, this is the most important news year of the year. I mean, news cycle of the year, and most important consequential year ever. But we'll see. I mean, it's easy to think that when you're in the midst of it.
I just think that you've been so open, so I'll be open as well. I personally think that there's a theology that's taking place that's hidden from us, right? There's information that's being withheld from us, so everything that we see is perverted or diluted in some form or another, because primarily there are people that are in control, right? We don't have anything else. This is a people realm. It's not donkeys in control, it's not trees, it's people. So people at the top, wherever that top is, and however many tops there are to whatever many bars, they hold a certain theology. I think that theology is anti-God. So that's why that anti-God theology seems to be proliferating society in different forms and functions in different countries, internationally or even locally. So I think it's vast. I think it's very hidden, but I think it's people who have got a theology and ideology that's anti-God. Whether certain people are directly influenced by people, by things that are spiritual, I don't know. They might believe that they are, which adds to their theology and their intent and encouragement to carry on doing what they're doing. But I think that's the state of affairs, to keep it really simple.
Yeah, you know what? I think I would agree with you on the broad ideas there, that there, I would probably say something like all those people who are the controllers are less coordinated than it might seem, and that the true coordination is on the spiritual level. But it's hard to tell. So, yeah.
What about the Pope? Malevolent or benevolent?
That's a good question. I do think that most of the popes are generally sincere. I don't think that they're intentionally part of some cabal of people who are secretly controlling the world. But if they are not attuned to the Holy Spirit and not true Christians, I could see how their actions could be furthering the agenda of the evil side. So I don't know them personally, so from a distance, it's hard for me to judge one way or the other.
I'll tell you something, right? When I was a teenager, this is going to sound a bit strange, but I had a Catholic priest place his hand on the top of my head.
Hey, that's enough.
Right.
Yeah, careful now.
No, seriously, there was this instant rush through my body that was euphoric. I can't explain it any other way. And it was just from him resting his hand on the top of my head. I can't explain it. It was just instant. You know how you see them in the Pentecostal churches, and they put their hand, the people fall over and pass out. It felt like, I thought I was gonna pass out. It was very, very strange.
It sounds like a spiritual experience to me. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, that's what that is. I've had similar.
As far as grand deceptions go, I think some of the deceptions are right there out in the open. You turn on the TV, and the ads say, buy this product in order to make you happy. You will not be happy unless you buy this product. You deserve this, you deserve that. Money will make you happy. And so, to me, that's the biggest deception that's having the most destructive effect on our society, is those things right out there in the open.
Yeah. It's everywhere. And you're right, it's the things that are right in front of you that you take for granted. consciously don't even pay attention to. Your subconscious does. Yeah.
Yeah, and they say even if you know it's a lie, oh, that thing won't make me happy. If you watch enough ads, it sneaks into your subconscious anyway. Like, oh, wait a minute, maybe I should buy that. Maybe it will make me happy.
Lots of research and studies and experiments goes into sales techniques and these types of things.
Right. And I'm not saying I'm anti-capitalist or any of that type of stuff. I'm just saying we need to be more aware of our greed and what we think makes us happy.
We can definitely come to some common ground on a lot of things.
Yeah, I agree. Which is why I like hanging out with this community. You guys are properly skeptical of the some of the things in our society that other people take for granted, and that's a good thing.
Do you believe that the narrative about our time frame of history is true? Now, I know that you've probably got some Christian idea, and I would have the same. But I'm talking about, let's say, recent history of
like the missing 1,000 years or Tartaria and that type of stuff.
Well, it's not just that. There are other things that don't even include that, my friend. So I'm just wondering, it's because we understand propaganda exists. We understand that, say, in my country, I've got a lineage of people called to be kings and queens going back, 1,200 years, 1,500 years. That's these types of things. Do you think that the history that we're given is factual, or do you think there are things that are missing from our history that we should know about?
Yeah, so obviously any history is going to have a mix of both. I would say that I'm probably more, trusting of the general narrative of history than you are. But that's just in general. I'm less skeptical about stuff. So just to give a quick example, sometimes people say, "Oh, look at these huge buildings!" Like I've seen the Salt Lake City Mormon Temple in Salt Lake City, and some people say there's no way that people with horse-drawn carriages could have built that stone structure in 18 whatever. But as for me, just our disbelief at how hard they worked and our lack of imagination of how they could have done it doesn't necessarily that they didn't do it. So when the basic history says the Mormons built that in 1850, I'm like, well, I don't see any reason to doubt that. So generally, I think we got it right. I don't think there's 1,000 missing years. Obviously, the winners write the history, so there's biases and that kind of thing.
Yeah. So the winners write the history. I chuckled to myself because I was looking at something the other day and I thought about it again, and you might find it appealing because you teach maths and so on, and you've got that kind of logical mind. Sounds silly when I bring this up, but please entertain me, right? Have you ever looked at chandeliers before and wondered to yourself, how the bloody hell did they light all of those candles on that chandelier and then do that every day?
I was here when you were talking about this last week sometime.
Oh, okay. Cool. So you don't have to repeat.
Yeah, so I remember what you said, and that there were so many, they would have to have so many candles and clean it and all this type of stuff, and how much light could it make and all that. But I think that there are contemporary accounts. If you asked a historian of Victorian England or something like, oh, how did they do this and how did they handle this? Or if you watch Downton Abbey or whatever, I think the explanations are plausible that yes, you had to have a lot of candles, and maybe they only lit them all for special occasions, and of course they had a whole stable full of servants who would do it for them. So just because it was hard doesn't mean it didn't happen. So I don't find anything suspicious about chandeliers, to tell the truth.
Okay.
But I like that you're asking the question. I mean, and the interesting thing would be to talk to somebody who's sort of an expert in that. I mean, who wasn't kind of like invested one way or the other, and just ask them about how.
Well, it's the amount of heat that's produced. It's the amount of heat that's produced. I get the idea of, okay, we've got a lot of people and we've got a lot of candles. Cool. First thing we've got to do is we've got to bring that down, or we've got to get up there. It's about an hour's work for 10 people per chandelier if the chandelier's got about 100 candles in it. Now, when that chandelier is lit and hoisted back up, the heat that's produced, let's say you've got a long hallway, that these are quite tall rooms, remember, and you've got 5 chandeliers down the hallway. The heat that's produced at the top of the building is about 200 degrees Celsius. The soot and the smoke that's produced by the candles time and time again is going to cause a blackening up on the ceiling, these beautiful ceilings that are in these great big places. So the heat is going to cause deformity. It's going to make the air really dry. It's going to cause people to kind of suffocate or pass out because of heat. It's going to be intolerable. I think the major issue is going to be a lot of energy, a lot of power, a lot of heat. That ceiling is going to, suffer. Those people in that room are definitely going to suffer. And
yeah, that's what you're saying. Yeah, and doing all the calculations, you'd have to figure out the calculations to see what's really going on.
And if, for example, if these calculations are right and in the ceiling and around the candle is 200 degrees, then those candles that are made of wax, they're going to burn faster because the wax is going to melt faster, which means you've got molten wax dropping from the sky. I just think, I don't know, maybe.
So yeah, I'm sure that type of thing happened. But these are tall buildings made out of stone, and it's in the middle of the winter in England. I mean, England's not as cold.
Yeah, Europe, Russia, yes. I mean, it's the Bahamas, dude, but yeah, it's cold. Heat in these great big places brings another issue into it. This one is a heat source. It's not being used to heat the environment because the temperatures are going to be really, really high, like I explained, especially around the ceiling area. But yeah, the numbers don't seem right, but I don't know the numbers, dude. I'll have to go for it myself.
Yeah, that's why I think it'd be. I think those are interesting questions, and I think that somebody who could do the calculations or has some historical records of the time or narratives of the time, that might be helpful too.
Mm-hmm. What about chimneyless fireplaces? Why did they have those?
They did. So
apparently,
they didn't have fireplaces. They didn't have.
I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but I lived in rural Mexico as a kid for a couple of years, and they had these huts where they would cook on the open flame on the center of the house, and they didn't have any chimney, just the fires right in the middle of this house, but then the whole ceiling would get black with smoke. But it was thatched roofed, and it had enough openings that the smoke would go out. So even with the full fire in the middle of the house, there was enough oxygen, didn't get too hot. There was enough like airflow. But if you didn't have a chimney, it seems like you certainly get the ceilings pretty black. I don't know.
How about going back into more ancient times? Do you believe that primitive sackcloth wearing, barefoot, natives with bone hammers and copper chisels built the H blocks at Pumapunku?
Which I'm not sure where that is. Is that in South America?
Yeah,
sounds like it.
Yep. These elaborately made H blocks with they're not just H blocks, but they have what would you call it? Inserts that not at 90-degree angles in is it diorite or is it like granite? Like it's this very hard stone. And there's drill holes in them. There's the places where the metal clamps were that held them together. Although I don't know that they've found any metal clamps, but I suspect that's what they were. I mean, this is intricate designing. It's in ruins now, but a lot of it remains enough to be able to look at the architecture and the masonry and go, wow, right? And it's the narrative, right? The historical narrative is that primitive people with bone hammers and copper chisels built those things.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's hard to imagine how they would have, but let me offer a thought experiment to you. What if you took modern humans, let's say the 500 of the smartest people you know, put them in a time machine back into that period without any modern tools or anything, and said, okay, let's give you 20 years, heck, 40 years, see if you can figure out how to build stone temples really well. They might be able to figure out more than we realize, just because they had a lot of time. They had smart people. Because remember, we call them primitive people wandering around with stone hammers and stuff, but basically they're modern humans. They're just as intelligent as we are, but just not with as much technology and know-how. But they're just as smart as we are. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they could figure out more than we initially suspect. But a lot of history, so who knows?
Yeah, I don't buy it. Like, I think that they find these things with with their preconceived storyline, right? And they somehow have to squeeze it in and make it fit, like they're trying to force that square peg into the round hole, or vice versa, right?
Sure.
That it's when they find things that don't add up or that contradicts their storyline, they need to invent or hand wave it and just sweep it under the carpet with some sort of simple explanation that is not enough, right? And they just don't want anybody to question it, but because you have engineers and architects and builders go to these places and go, there's no way, bro. There's no way they did this without advanced machinery.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And of course, modern people who use advanced machinery, we don't have much of an imagination of how you could do it without advanced machinery. And of course, the historians are going based on the fact that these things do exist. So they did get built, right? So, somebody built them.
Yeah,
I don't know what you would say if it wasn't the ancient peoples. Who was it?
Yeah, exactly. If it wasn't us, who was it? Because according to the narrative, it would have been almost impossible, let's say really difficult, for us to do with the technology that was available. But if we look back at some of the stories that we've told about what was around at the time, then it's quite clear to see that we probably didn't build these things bigger and more spiritual or bigger than us did. And
And I actually am open to that. Maybe it's these Nephilim, these sons of God or whatever. Of course, for secular historians, that's not an option on the table, so they're going to reject that out of hand. I'm open to it, but I'm not a historian. I haven't looked into it much.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I just think with the ancient structures, the ones that T-Dub's pointing out, and everyone's scratching their head over how the hell did we do that? I don't think we did. I think that's the point.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, somebody did. They're there.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, definitely someone did it. It didn't just naturally spring into existence for no apparent reason. Yeah, I'll agree with you there.
I'll tell you what, I would love to see the Great Pyramid in Egypt. I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to. And if I were rich, I would take time off and go see the solar eclipse that's going to happen over Egypt. Was it next year or 27? Something like that.
You should go then. I've been. It is something that I do think fondly about, and I didn't appreciate enough when I did go because I was in my teens at the time. So you'd probably get a lot out of it, mate. You should go.
It's cool. I have seen solar eclipses twice already, so I don't feel like a big need to go experience it again. But it's August 2nd, 2027. I just looked it up. Yeah, it would be great to see it. I'm gonna have to take off, but it was a pleasure to chat with you guys. Happy New Year. Hope you have a good rest of the weekend.
Yeah, man. We'll speak soon. Take care.
All right, take it easy. Bye. Lord bless you.
See you, mate.
I've got one word for you, T-Dub. Wigs.
Weeks?
Wigs. You know, the things you put on your head. You haven't got any hair.
Wigs!
Have you ever found it odd how there was a fashion 200-300 years ago where everybody of aristocracy or of any importance was wearing a grey wig? Pictures of kings wearing...
now.
Yeah,
Yes.
Exactly. Yes, we still do it now in courtrooms and stuff. But 200-300 years ago, everybody was wearing wigs. Have you ever wondered why?
No.
Especially the French. Like, yeah, but why? Tell us.
Yeah, especially in European aristocracy. Yeah, French, Europeans, Russians, and so on. Yeah. So why did we wear wigs? Some people think it was because of fashion. I came across an interesting idea, being as I know that you guys have been studying alternative histories and mud floods and so on. Because of the cataclysm that happened at the time, potential nuclear fallout, because there was a lot of people losing their hair and having boils and stuff, the fashion of the time was to cover up the loss of their hair by wearing wigs. So people in power that were having their portraits done were, bald or whatever, even the women. The reason why they were wearing wigs was to cover up the fact that they've been suffering nuclear fallout.
I want to take it slightly back a step, but I don't want to step on your conversation about wigs.
You're fine, dude. What's that? Go on.
Well, a lot of this alternative history, people are talking about mud floods, but how do you make mud? What's the recipe for mud?
Water.
Dirt and water.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be a flood?
Well, no, I think that came back to soil liquefaction, which can be done through earthquakes or frequency as well.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But I like where Larry's going with it, too.
So we don't know what the cataclysm was. They used to say back during the time when they were making the Disney movie Fantasia, the scientists would say that it was the Dust Bowl, the Great Dust Bowl destroyed the dinosaurs. And then later on they came up with, or maybe it was, something from outer space that struck the planet, destroyed the dinosaurs. But I think we can all agree that there's been some sort of cataclysm or cataclysms that have happened over time. But maybe these buildings were just, made with a basement and everything was burning coal underground. And the best way to get the coal underground into the furnace area of kind of place would be, a coal chute, and the furnace would be underground. And a lot of these buildings, the Romanesque style building, they would be made with a brick center and stone veneer, thick at the bottom and thinner as it goes up. I think we could have done that. I think we could have made all those Romanesque buildings. But as far as the pyramids go, I think that was pre-flood. And I'm talking about Noah's flood, the flood, not a mud flood. And if you look at the Sphinx, it was covered up until like the 1920s, like not fully, but it was in the sand. So I think we could be talking about multiple resets. Go ahead.
Even in Napoleon's time, it was buried. They tried excavating it, and they couldn't keep up with it. Apparently, like they'd excavate so much, come back 6 months later, and it was back again. But keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. So basically, just like with the Flat Earth 2015, some of us get together and start looking at it and talking about it and debating about it. And we were given this AE map, which I think we all know isn't true. It's just another ice gate keeping thing to make us think that we're trapped in the center of something, when probably there's a lot more land. I think that's kind of what's going on with the mud flood. I think there's a bit of a cover up on top of the cover up. Because there's layers. Neil Armstrong said truth has protective layers. So that's multiple layers. That's all I got. Thank
Well, that was definitely an interesting conversation, Jedi.
Which one? The one about wigs?
No, just
or the one with Matthew.
No, just what you were having with Matthew, yeah. And I suppose the hierarchy and the powers to be, etc., and whether they're people, whether they're not. Just interesting. I have my own views on it all that I've looked into for quite some years, and etc. But yeah,
what are they, mate? If you want to tell us.
Oh, I think we're just on a big stage show. Yeah, we're just watching a big stage show. It's all pre-planned out. And I think it's all done by numbers. Yeah, rituals. So everything that I see, or that I've studied, leads back to the Catholic Church as the ones controlling everything. In particular, the Jesuits. Yeah.
Yeah, man. All roads do seem to lead to Rome. Rome didn't always exist, though. This is like historic. But yeah, again, I appreciate what you're saying, and I will agree with you for sure.
Yeah, look, I got really heavy into the Gematria stuff for a while there. And the reason I did was when I first started looking at it, I was thinking to myself, these are just coincidences. They're sort of just making these numbers fit the scenario, etc. But then I started seeing things where things were being predicted off these numbers, and things were occurring at these times and on these dates. And it just ended up being too much for me to be a coincidence.
Yeah. I hate that word coincidence, dude. It never is. And being as you brought it up, and it's the same kind of vein. I'll tell you about this. It's kind of on the same thing as predictions and gematria and using numbers and so on. Something that I've looked into before, numerology and that shit. The one thing I've always been fascinated in, since an early teenager, like 12, 13, 14, that type of age, it's kind of horoscopes and so on, divination and tarot cards and that type of shit. It's always kind of fascinated me how, people think that cards can tell them what the future is, and lights in the sky can tell them like their traits and so on. So it always fascinated me, but always with a little bit of tongue in cheek. As I got older, I obviously understood there's a vast separation between the horoscope you read paper. 2 seconds, my friend. The horoscope that you read in the newspaper, yeah, no, that's good. Okay, go on. What? No.
Sorry, I said I've been looking into mud floods, and I was wondering whether anybody knows where I could find out more about them.
Yeah, I'll post some stuff in the side chat for you in a moment.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No problem at all. Where the fuck was I?
Tarot cards, predicting the future, horoscope.
Yeah. I got myself. Thank you, dude. So I understood that there's a difference between the stuff that you find in newspapers, the traditional ancient culture ideas. Now, you go to Hindus, you go to other cultures that are up in the sky and so on. So, being as you brought up coincidence, one of the things that's been pissing me off recently is Vedic cosmology. I don't know if anybody's heard of Vedic cosmology, but it is the most uncanny thing that I've ever come across. It makes me angry and frustrated because of how accurate it is. Being as you said earlier as well that this place is controlled, and you brought up the numbers and so on. I'm starting to believe, I'll use that word because I don't know, I'm starting to believe a lot more that this realm in which we are in is vastly more magical or spiritual than I think we're allowed to even know. So yeah, I'm starting to think that one of the reasons why they've made lies about the sky, for example, is because the sky does an awful lot of things. It tells us our time, our place, and so on, does seasons and has a function. But also I think there's some kind of energy that's being transmitted by these, whatever these things are in the sky, quite possibly might be spiritual in some way. It's getting close to Sunday, so we can keep going. I think we get told, right, that when the angels came down, they gave us a lot of knowledge. Some of that knowledge was divination and horoscopes. I think that one of the things that whoever is in control, whatever their theology is, I think that numerology and astrology are some of the tools that they use. I think they know about that stuff. I think they try to hide that stuff from us to make it sound ridiculous. That's why you find horoscopes in the paper, because it's a bit of fun. Actually, there's depth to these things, and whoever's in control, their theology includes the numbers, the stars, all of these things. These things hold power. I think that's something that they're hiding from us.
I 100% agree with you on all of that. Yep. And I mean, even as Christians, we're told to avoid these things and not to look for these things. But the Bible talks about the signs that we're going to see in the sky. So I think that everything's a flip, of what we know.
Yeah. Again, I'm not sure if you know, I've said to a few people that my Christianity is changing. These things like horoscopes and stuff, even though I said like it as a teenager, I always looked at it as a kind of suspiciously anyway. So my mind was kind of closed off to it in certain regards. My mind's been a little bit more open recently, and I've kind of gone back to certain subjects and had another look, and kind of been, profoundly intrigued by some of the shit that I found, which has, led me to the conclusion that I'm speaking about now, about this realm that we're in. There's a lot of magic around, and that magic's hid from us. They know what that magic is. They use that magic against us.
Yeah, which then probably leads me back to that gematria and the manifestation magic, and these numbers. It's exactly what it is. It's manifestation magic, and they're manifesting scenarios to control the population through fear, etc. Yeah.
I think with the astrology thing is timing. Obviously, it's a good idea to do things when what's a good way? When the stars align for you, right? So if they know what's going on up there, their plans down here work better, because as above, so below.
Correct, yeah. And everything I've seen with these, I'm going to call them rituals, that it's always to do with certain times, dates, seasons, ley lines, locations, etc. And you're 100% correct. And then eventually those numbers flush out who's behind it. I just found one thing I found really interesting is with this gematria is that even Trump, in his own autobiography, had a Kabbalah teacher and a gematria teacher. And that's sort of exactly what we're talking about now.
He's very well connected with the number 88, isn't he? From what I understand anyway. I don't have to say he's 88 all through his... It's golden 88 with Trump. He was also born on an eclipse. So kings are born on eclipses and stuff, or people and so on. So he's got a lot of numbers and like horoscope shit going through him.
Yes, but then that'll also all tie back into other people, other leaders, other rulers, other things that have occurred. rituals and deaths and etc. It all sort of ties back into each other with these numbers. They were even talking yesterday in the stuff that's just occurred over in Minnesota with ICE stuff and all that, that, you know, this is the same location of George Floyd. Like, and if you start getting into the numbers of it, it's all linked and tied together.
Yeah. Talking about the ICE event that happened.
Sorry,
are you talking about ICE? Talking about the event that happened with ICE? Okay, so the guy who did the pew-pewing, he had already been drugged by a car, right? He got drugged by a car, and he got 33 stitches before this event ever happened. Interesting number, that.
Yes, but if you got into the gematria, there'd be a lot more numbers surrounding it, and those numbers, it could be anything from the guy's date of birth to the numbers and letters in his name, what they add up to, the time of the day that he was hit, and then all those numbers would link back into another event like that, and then you can see who's behind it. I used to follow a really good guy with this stuff, and the problem is he gets booted off everything, and then you've really got to follow him closely to keep up with his channels. They just keep getting pulled down over and over and over, and I haven't unfortunately kept up with all of that, but I can do basic gematria on this stuff. I was also warned as a Christian not to be doing the basic gematria, that it's very, very satanic, very evil, and can open you up to some crazy shit as well. So, but I find it very interesting. I'm not doing it because I'm, what would you say, in that realm as a Satanist, but I think it's good to know what's being played out on you as well and have some sort of understanding so that you're not fooled.
Definitely.
Just tell me the winner in race 4.
I think Manly P. Hall said, sorry, real fast, I got to finish. Manly P. Hall says when mankind unlocks the ability to understand symbolism, he'll unlock the knowledge of the world.
Yeah, have you got his book, that what's it called? I've got it sitting on my floor actually. I was only reading it last night. I think it's called, hang on, we'll have a look. I'll tell you. It is The Secret Teachings of All Ages, Manly P. Hall.
Interesting. Quite a lot of people seem to be looking at subjects that they weren't, or kind of shied away from or put off from looking into a few years ago or whatever. Seems to be a shift going on.
Yeah, you guys know that I'm a lifelong follower of Christ.
Yeah.
But I've stopped following Paul altogether. In fact, I don't even read Paul's books anymore.
Yeah, I'd be the complete opposite to yourself. I put a lot of weight in Paul's writings and the dispensations described in the Bible.
Weird. You go with the Roman Pharisee. Gotcha.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Wait a minute, didn't you just said you did the opposite, which means that you'd be rejecting Christ and following Paul?
No, I'm not rejecting Christ. I follow Christ through the apostle to the Gentiles, Paul. I don't follow Christ through Israel.
Yeah, that'd be a weird place to follow Christ from. You're talking about the modern state of Israel since 1940 grape. Better self-censor ourselves. We'll get the boot.
Well, a very basic understanding for you is that there is dispensations in the Bible, And if you were to read the Bible from front to back, there's a lot of discrepancies if you try to make that application to yourself, if you're trying to apply all scripture to yourself, yeah? However, if you read the scriptures and ask the simple questions of who, when, why, where, how, and we come to the realization that a lot of the Bible was not written to us or for our application, then that brings us back to Paul, yeah, and the dispensation of grace.
Well, I think the dispensation of grace is a Paul doctrine. But I think Christ kind of got it right when he said the kingdom was within. Be the best you that you could possibly be. Follow the commandments. Love one another. Be kind to one another. But Paul did write some really good stuff. Galatians 5 and fruits of the Spirit and all that stuff. But I'm kind of rejecting a lot of stuff that Paul did and said.
All right. The question I've got is, which one of you two do I ask first? I think I already know AJ's because he's dispensationalist. I'll ask you, Larry, because I've been asking people recently, and you guys that I trust. So I'm interested in your opinions. It's not going to make me think either way of you. I'm just interested in the discussion. So, Larry, dude, if you don't mind, where do you place yourself in the timeline with regards to Christianity, Jesus' death? Are you waiting for Jesus to return? Are you waiting for Jesus to return in a particular time frame? Do you think that Jesus has already returned? Where do you place yourself in the timeline, dude?
Well, there's a part of me that thinks that the Messiah came and did everything that he was supposed to do, and it's all wrapped up. We now have a direct line to the Creator, and we don't need high priests, we don't need imams, and we don't need rabbis or anything like that. But if you look at Matthew 24, verses 29 through 31, after Jesus goes through the spiel of what the future will be like near the timing of his return, and right before the parable of Israel and the fig tree, he says, immediately after the tribulation, right? So when? Immediately after the tribulation, right? And then, and I'm paraphrasing, and then the angel will gather the elect. So immediately after the tribulation, the angels will gather the elect. So I'm not waiting on a pre-trib or a post-trib rapture whatsoever.
Okay.
I think we're about to go through some shit because Venezuela, I play real-time strategy. You guys know that I play Age of Empires. First thing you do is you cut the supply line.
Yeah.
And we have definitely waged war on China's fuel, and Iran is next. So all the pirated fuel that was fueling the other side, and this is kingdom against kingdom. Saudi Arabia is a kingdom.
Yeah.
Iran is kind of like a kingdom. And, nation against nation. Obviously, this is all happening. And the beast system is almost complete. So I guess, the next thing we would be looking for is a certain kingdom, probably in the Middle East, that don't like Christians, those who follow Yeshua the carpenter and keep his commandments.
Okay.
What do you think in the Middle East then?
Pardon me?
Sorry, I asked, why do you think in the Middle East? Like especially?
Well, that little bit of land over there is like the most controversial, sought after, fought over, blood after real estate of all time. And I think that's not going to stop.
So
can I ask a question?
Yeah, I will get back to you on this, Larry, though. Hey, what's your question, mate?
So, there's also, I don't know a lot about Flat Earth, but I know like some stuff about it. I know there's this thing called like ice wall or something, because I've heard it been talked about in here once. Is that can someone explain that to me?
Okay, so the ice wall is, I think, a misconception. People think that that's what flat earthers say is surrounding the Earth. That idea comes around because of a map. You've probably seen it on YouTube and TikTok and so on. The Earth is a disc, for example, with Antarctica being a wall of ice that encircles the Earth and keeps the water in. And I don't think that that's what the Earth is, my friend. I don't think any flat earther in this room does. So the ice wall is what we would call a straw man. It's not really what we say. People attack that, thinking that's what we say, and that idea comes crumbling down. But that's not what we say. We don't say that there's an ice Antarctica surrounding the Earth.
How you guys
Can I
don't
add to
believe
that,
in
Jedi?
that? Okay.
No, let me add to that as well, just quickly. If you just jump on Google yourself, what you'll see is that there are large ice shelves or ice walls that are in Antarctica. Yeah. So this is actually just something that is a regular occurrence that's out in the open. Yeah. And then, like Jedi just said, this map has somehow been attributed to flat earthers with that ring of ice around the outside, which they then say is this ice wall. However, that's not what we believe. We don't believe in that model or that map as flat earthers. But the ice wall or the ice shelves in Antarctica are something that can be seen every day in reality.
Yeah. So what do you guys actually believe in then? Because sorry, but that's what I thought you guys believed in. So what is it like?
Okay, so believing, we don't have many beliefs. We can say with certainty is we know that the surface of the Earth, that's water, is horizontal on the surface. So being as the surface of the Earth is horizontal, the Earth can't be a sphere. Our best claim, if you want an image in your head, is the Earth is the floor and it's stationary underneath the sky above. How big the floor is, how far it goes out, how far it goes down, what it goes down into, how far the night sky is away from you, we don't know. But we do know the Earth measures to be flat. So it's not a disk, for example, in orbit around the sun, where either the Earth is just a disk and all the other planets are spheres, or everything's a disk. We don't think anything along those lines. Like I said, it might be easier to understand the Earth's the floor, like you stand on, and it's underneath the night sky when you look up. That's the best we can give you.
Is there an idea on who's propagating these misconceptions among the populace?
I think it's probably like trolls.
Whoever it is, whatever it is, it might be theological. Most things are at the end of the day. Any other questions?
I think he just took off.
Oh, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so back to what I was saying before, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, you were talking about cutting off the supply line and whatnot.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
what's going on in the East Wing?
No, before you carry on, do apologise, mate. Which was interesting to me, right? Because you're answering my question, right? And this is how you answer. You answered my question that you think that Jesus might have already come and done what he was supposed to have done, right? All of those things, nice, good job. We've got instant access to God. We don't need priests and so on. So in that idea, then the beast of Revelation has already taken place because Jesus has already come and defeated that shit, right? So now you went on to say that we're all in, obviously something big is coming to happen. All right. Look at the world, which you're doing now. You're pointing out things in the world in real time. And you mentioned the beast system. You understand?
Yeah, because
Can I add to that quickly? So in that case, just so that I understand, it's more of a clarification issue. You would say that the 1,000-year millennial reign has already occurred, and now we're in that time where the devil has been let loose again on the earth, and we're in that period.
Because, so I'm kind of torn on the issue, right? First, I gave you the quick. He came and did everything that he was supposed to do, right? And then I was going on to the old way of thinking that Christ is coming, but the man of sin must be revealed first. The dead must rise first. Am I breaking up?
No, I understand. Thanks for clarification. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. So then the tribulation must happen. So as far as the millennial reign, I think we just experienced 1,000 years worth of Christ's kingdom being established bit by bit, piece by piece. But now it seems like there's a new kingdom being set forth. Because, Anatoly Flamenco says there's 1,000 years added to the timeline, according to his timeline. Make your own timeline, or just follow the Jesuit timeline. I don't care. But what I can see right now is we're heading towards manufactured turmoil. So when I say manufactured, people are playing the stage like chess pieces because I recognize the moves. What's going on in Venezuela? It was a power move against China. What happened with the Nord Stream pipeline? It was a power move against Russia, and it wasn't Russia who set their own pipeline place, obviously, to do my best Snape impression. And of course, we know who's next. Iran, right? They've been next for a very long time. And I would just ask anyone to go back and listen to.
Do you know what's going on in Iran at the moment?
Yeah, they're burning shit. They're
They're
revolting.
rioting in the streets, dude.
Yeah.
Internal collapse.
So, yeah. So I would encourage everybody to go back to General Wesley Clark, 7 Countries in 5 Years video, and think about all the shit that's been going on in the past, 25 years. And it looks like we're heading towards a tribulation. A lot of people are going to be looking forward to trauma, as far as I could tell. I hope I'm fucking wrong.
Okay.
So then, I think you answered this earlier as well. You believe that the kingdom that was spoken about in the Old Testament is not a physical kingdom, but a kingdom within. Is that right, Larry?
Did Larry cut out?
Did I cut out?
No, you didn't. I think Larry did. He did stop very sharply, so I wonder whether he had to go quickly.
Reign of the heart and the mind rather than of the flesh.
Yeah, but I think if Larry would allow me, I think that's what.
Confused because he spoke about the kingdom within, and then he spoke about the last 1,000 years God's been building this kingdom on earth. Like we're in this. I just wanted to clarify. Maybe one of you guys might know.
Yeah, I wanted a little bit more clarification, just because there were 2 different views. I'm not sure if you were held at the same time. It was explaining change from one to the other. A bit confused.
Yeah.
I'll speak to you, DJ. Sorry, DJ, AJ, bloody Australians. But AJ, I'll speak to you because I think I know your kind of place in the timeline because you have a dispensational understanding. So we're at the end, almost the end of the age of grace, right? Is that correct?
Well, I don't know whether we're almost at the end of the age of grace. I really don't try to look into these timelines as such, like, for example, my brother-in-law, when there was just recently was believing that was the end, the rapture was coming. He looked at some events that had occurred like Larry's doing. It was the signing of all those agreements about 6 months ago. I can't remember the full details, but all these countries were going to sign some agreement, and there's an agreement like that spoken about in the Bible. So then he was dead set, So it was crazy. He rang me up. He left all his cash out on the bench. He put his crypto wallet there with the code saying, if you come to my house and I'm gone, I'm obviously been raptured, and this is my crypto and my money to help you out. Like, I don't look into it in that fashion. I just understand that right now we're in the dispensation of grace, and when that time ends, then we will be taken out before the tribulation.
Gotcha.
I don't believe we're going to go through that. I don't believe we're going to go through that tribulation. I don't think that Scripture tells us we're going to.
Gotcha.
And And just another